In the celestial realm, the 3-year-old onlooker, Youyou, unexpectedly found herself transported into a book. She became the true heiress, abandoned by her unscrupulous father deep in the mountains shortly after birth. Her identity was usurped by her father's illegitimate daughter, leading to her mother and 7 uncles facing utter devastation. Youyou lamented, "Oh my goodness, this is disastrous. My mother and her family are truly suffering. Oh dear, to be targeted just after birth. Father intends to eliminate me while raising his illegitimate daughter by my side." However, her mother awakened, stepping over her deceitful husband, tearing apart the false heiress, and reclaiming her status as the foremost socialite in the capital. Oh my, how tragic for the 7 uncles. One with a broken leg, another falling from cliff, some drowned, starved, frozen, or deceived into perilous situations. Continuing from the previous chapter. Chapter 99, Capital Offenses. Youyou summoned a servant to watch over Lin Shiwei before taking Ling Jie and heading straight to the police station. Upon arrival, Lin Zhe was promptly apprehended and handcuffed. "I am innocent. This has nothing to do with me," Lin Zhe protested vehemently. "Vice President Yuan, please tell them I am not involved in any of this." With a corporate smile adorning his face, Yuan replied, "Mr. Lin, remain calm. If you did not commit the acts, then you are free from blame. However, if you did, there is no escaping the consequences." Lin Zhe, bewildered, watched as Yuan handed a stack of documents and a USB drive to Officer Li Zheng. "Officer Li, on behalf of Miss Chu, I formally lodge a complaint. Lin Zhe of the Lin family abandoned his biological daughter in the wilderness on the day of our misdelivery, an act of abandonment. Furthermore, he employed individuals to disgrace our miss at a hotel, inadvertently harming another woman. Thirdly, Lin Zhe hired kidnappers to abduct Youyou, extorting money with the intent to eliminate her. Fourthly, Lin Zhe personally murdered Zhou Wanjin, the biological mother of Lin Shiwei and his mistress, which constitutes a capital crime. Lastly, Lin Zhe took advantage of our miss when she was incapacitated, inducing amnesia through drugs, and coerced her into a relationship under false pretenses, ultimately marrying her to swindle her of her entire fortune, amounting to 150 million yuan. Additionally, during the time he was with our miss, he cohabited with his mistress, fathering Lin Shiwei, constituting bigamy. All evidence, including documentation, video recordings, and witness testimonies, is contained herein. Lin Zhe finally grasped the reality. "You deceived me." Overwhelmed, he collapsed to the ground, watching Yuan pass departing figure in silence, unable to utter a word. In that moment, he resembled a lost dog, alternating between tears and laughter, unable to discern whether he felt regret or hatred. Lin Zhe was convicted without objection. Despondent, he recounted every detail, inciting outrage among the officers present. After completing her statement at the police station, Youyou requested a meeting with Lin Zhe. Dressed impeccably and exuding elegance, she appeared as a stark contrast to the shackled Lin Zhe before her. This was the first time Lin Zhe had seen his wife in such a radiant light, a striking transformation from her usual self. "Did you do this on purpose? You always intended to deceive me, didn't you?" Lin Zhe finally caught on. Youyou responded with a calm smile. "Yes, it was all deliberate." In less than half a day, Lin Zhe had become disheveled and haggard, his eyes bloodshot. "And what of it? Your husband is now a murderer. What good can come of this? You are now the wife of a criminal." Youyou looked down at him with an air of superiority. "You seem to have forgotten the contract signed today. It includes the divorce agreement, and the agent has already submitted it for processing. We shall be divorced soon. And you not only signed the company transfer agreement, but also the transfer of shares and properties along with the divorce settlement." Furious, Lin Zhe sprang to his feet, ready to strike. "You venomous woman! Has my family not treated you well? You have schemed to take everything from me. The Lin family has been my life's work. Behave yourself." Officer Li Zheng firmly restrained Lin Zhe, forcing him back into his seat. "Your Lin family? Lin Zhe, have you lost your mind? Were it not for me, Youyou, your Lin family would have crumbled long ago. You deceived me into marrying into the Lin family only because of my substantial wealth during your family's crisis. You used my funds to sustain the Lin family, to establish the Shangza Hotel, and sold my properties to benefit your mother. The Lin family's glory is owed to me, At this moment, Xin felt a surge of emotion, suppressing her anger. By the way, do you wish to know who currently owns the Shangza Hotel? Lin Zhe, eyes ablaze, seemed to have an inkling of the answer. It is in my possession. Are you familiar with the Material Appraisal Institute? It is run by Lu Wei's subordinate, Lu Fong. The Lu family is allied with the Chu family, and Lu Fong is my brother. You voluntarily returned the hotel to me, yes, returned. You always knew that Wei was not your daughter? Xin replied with a serene smile. Of course. I also wish to inform you that Youyou is my biological daughter. When you ordered her abandonment in the frigid wilderness, my elder brother fortuitously found her. Lin Zhe erupted into laughter, tears streaming down his face. No wonder, no wonder. I was truly blind, deceived by my own heart. Additionally, I must share another secret, lest you die in ignorance. The daughter you take pride in, Lin Shiwei, is not your child. Xin produced a paternity test report, presenting it to Lin Zhe. Regrettably, you killed Zhou Wanjin, leaving you without the chance to learn the truth. Lin Zhe, upon hearing this, lost all sense of reason. Impossible. This cannot be. Rest assured, I will not disclose this to your mother. Although she and your sister are complicit in your crimes, I am too compassionate to subject them to suffering. They shall remain free. I was wrong. I will be devoted to you from now on. Please help me, won't you? Lin Zhe, when you treat others as fools for too long, you become the fool. As for why you married me, was it not for my vast fortune and status? You sought to leverage my connections in the Chu family while plotting its ruin, intending to use us as stepping stones. Lin Zhe, you may deceive me, but if you threaten my family and Youyou, you seal your own fate. Lin Zhe stared astonished, his eyes wide. Did she truly know everything? Did she perceive the darkest corners of his mind? Chapter 100. Time to return home. Rest assured, I will not reveal the true identity of your mother, Lin Shiwei, allowing her to toil in that dilapidated village, enduring hardship while nurturing another's offspring. Lastly, I thank you for assisting Yuan Pe in expanding the Lin family. The company will henceforth be renamed Tianyu. Thank you. With that, Xin rose and departed. Lin Zhe watched her splendid figure fade away, realizing that everything was slipping from his grasp. Xin, you cannot treat me this way, you cannot. Behind her, only the echoes of Lin Zhe's cries remained, filled with regret and resentment, now irrelevant to Xin. At home, Lin Shiwei had regained consciousness, yet she had transformed entirely into an infant mere months old. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, bright and transparent. She cried when hungry and giggled while playing with Youyou, devoid of her previous eerie calmness and maturity, no longer bearing any trace of malevolence. When held by strangers, she would weep, yet toys could coax her into laughter. Xianyu and Yi Tao Tao observed for quite some time before arriving at a conclusion. The issue seemed to lie with that dark entity. Lin Shiwei was either being manipulated by this shadowy figure, or it had vacated her mind, reverting her to the innocence of infancy. At that moment, Lin Shiwei sat on the bed, playing with her toys. She tossed one onto the floor, prompting a servant to retrieve it, only for her to throw it down once more, giggling joyfully. It appears she poses no threat anymore, Xianyu concluded. Youyou, wary of Lin Shiwei wanting to play with her, sat in a corner on the floor, shaking a containment bag for monsters, her little hands occasionally patting it. The entity inside was either lifeless or stunned by her gentle prodding, remaining utterly still. Youyou, please don't let it out. What if it escapes? Xianyu felt a nagging doubt about Youyou's reliability. Just as Youyou was about to open the containment bag, she paused at Xianyu's words. Youyou lifted the bag, extending her arms towards Yi Tao Tao. Yi Tao Tao picked her up, asking Youyou, what are you planning now? Youyou pointed outside. See, I.D. Oh, you want to go to the kitchen? Youyou nodded eagerly, shaking the bag. Let the uncles and aunties make delicious food. It will drive it crazy. Yi Tao Tao's lips twitched. It seemed you was the one craving food. That's a splendid idea. Xianyu agreed wholeheartedly. 2 adults and 1 child made their way to the kitchen, allured by the delightful aromas wafting within. It was nearly dinner time, and the ingredients were all prepared while the soups were already simmering. Youyou, no longer remembering the containment bag, was captivated by the scents, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She wriggled to be set down, with no other choice As Youyou was quite strong now, Yi Tao Tao had to place her on the floor. Youyou tossed the containment bag aside and crawled into the kitchen, sitting amidst the hustle and bustle, eagerly looking around, hoping someone would feed her. The chefs, accustomed to her presence, occasionally offered her small spoonfuls of clear soup or fruit puree, which delighted her immensely, causing her to clap her hands and smirk. For an extended period. After a while in the kitchen, she hadn't consumed much, but the chefs were unconcerned about her missing dinner. "Ah, that thing moved," Yi Tao Tao remarked. Youyou crawled back to the containment bag, shaking it and teasing, "I won't give you any food, it will drive you mad." Then the bag fell, still once more. Xianyu and Yi Tao Tao stood at the kitchen entrance while Youyou sat on the floor inside, the three of them waiting for their meal. Chu Xan was in high spirits and paid them no mind. "Ah, there's one last matter," Chu Xan stated, her expression suddenly turning cold. "From today onward, please refer to Miss Lin differently. Your brother and I are divorced now." She spoke with a dispassionate tone. "Sister-in-law, what are you saying? When did you get divorced?" Chu Xian turned to Lin Xueqing. "Your brother personally abandoned my daughter in the freezing cold, adopting his illegitimate child under my name. Lin Xuewei is not my child, you must be aware of this." Lin Xueqing's expression subtly shifted. "Lin Xueqing, inform your mother to move out quickly. I will have this villa listed for sale tomorrow." Chu Xen merely smiled faintly. "I'm giving you a warning, everything must be cleared out by tomorrow. You have time to gather your belongings, but after tomorrow, I will have everything thrown away." At that moment, Shi Tianlang was scrolling through messages on his phone, seeing headlines about Lin Corporation's president remarrying, committing murder, and abandoning his own flesh and blood. Shi Tianlang felt dizzy, overwhelmed by the unfolding chaos that rendered him utterly lost. His meticulously devised plans crumbled in an instant. Fan Shualan and Lin Xueqing also noticed the trending topics on their phones. You knew everything," Fan Shualan accused, pointing at Chu Xian with a sorrowful expression. Chu Xian disregarded them and ascended the stairs. The meal was lavish, and Chu Xian deemed it the most exquisite she had enjoyed in recent days. She paid no further attention to them, and specifically checked on Lin Xuewei. Lin Xuewei was entirely different from usual upon seeing Chu Xian. She grinned widely, shaking her toys incessantly, resembling a baby of her age. That day, Chu Xian dismissed all the servants of the Lin household. The villa was left solely with members of the Chu family, Fan Shualan and Lin Xuewei. On the following day, the Chu family sent a large vehicle. Yes, it was specifically meant to transport coffin. Xianyu, lacking identification, could only ride in a car following the coffin truck, feeling utterly aggrieved. Before departing, Officer Yu, along with Li Zheng and several officers, personally came to bid farewell, reluctant to part ways. "Youyou, if I need to find you in the future, you must not pretend you don't know me." Officer Yu affectionately ruffled Youyou's soft hair, which had finally begun to grow back after being singed. Chapter 101. The celestial sword of Xianyu Youyou could not help but chuckle in disbelief. He was utterly devoid of funds. The departure of the Chu family was abrupt. By the time other families from Ensure arrived to bid farewell, Youyou and the others had already left. Mr. Zhao, the Zhao family, slapped his forehead in frustration, lamenting that it was too late. He pondered whether Youyou could hear him as he offered incense in her honor. His wife, Bai Shahan, playfully punched him, suggesting that a simple phone call or text would suffice. Were his superstitions getting the better of him? All right, he must quickly inform Youyou to securely hide that ancient money pouch and not to take it out. The peculiar individual from yesterday had been quite fearsome, and he was uncertain about the origin of the pouch. "You didn't tell him it was a gift for Youyou, did you?" "No, I said it was lost. I have no idea who picked it up." At that moment, Youyou had been cradled on board the plane by Chu Xian, dressed adorably in a yellow outfit. With the Chincoin pouch hanging around her neck, its golden patterns gleaming as it swayed gently. They were seated in first class. As Chu Xian carried Youyou to the restroom, they passed a middle-aged man accompanied by a peculiar bird. This avian creature was an oddity, neither resembling a parrot nor a sparrow, with a long beak, sharp eyes, and a round head that appeared both menacing and endearingly naive. Youyou waved her little hands, her sweet, melodious voice resonating throughout the first-class cabin. The middle-aged man cast a glance and immediately fixated on the Chincoin pouch around Youyou's neck. His eyes widened, and he abruptly stood in front of Chu Xian, blocking her path. "Where did you acquire that item?" Xian instinctively positioned herself protectively around Youyou, retreating 2 steps as 4 bodyguards swiftly moved to shield her from the man. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and instantly struck. The 4 bodyguards, of course, would not back down and engage him in combat. Mummy, no. That person possesses skills. The bodyguards and Sister Yi cannot match him. Let me handle it. Youyou tugged at Xian's sleeve. Xian firmly refused to let Youyou step forward. At that moment, Sister Ling had already summoned the air marshals. The middle-aged man loosened his tie, exuding an air of arrogance and disdain. I merely inquired about the pouch around her neck. With a cold gaze, Xian replied, "It was neither stolen nor taken by force. It is of no concern to you. Even if you wish to seize it, you cannot resort to violence." The man disdainfully retorted, "Give it to me, and name your price." Unfazed, Xian replied, "I'm sorry, but my daughter enjoys playing with it. It is not for sale." The middle-aged man's anger flared. "Playing with it? You foolish mortal. Do you know what that is? Mortal? Jusin eyes daken." Realizing this man was no ordinary individual, a practitioner of the arcane arts, perhaps. Could it be true that not only ghosts and immortals existed in this world, but also cultivators? Sir, Youyou. It is merely an ancient money pouch, essentially a rather worthless antique, albeit adorned in an extravagant manner. You, a man of wealth, would surely not covet such a common relic. Xian was acutely aware of the significance this item held for Xianyu and Youyou. Moreover, it rightfully belonged to Xianyu. The middle-aged man's fury intensified. "You are truly ignorant, wasteful, and foolish. You are the foolish one, along with your entire family. Just a novice in cultivation, yet you think yourself extraordinary at such an advanced age?" Youyou waved her tiny fists, indignantly protesting. "Officers, you have witnessed this man causing a disturbance, attempting to seize my daughter's toy and injuring our bodyguard." Xian restrained Youyou's restless hands and took a step back. "Sir, please accompany us." Several air marshals blocked the middle-aged man. He glanced at them, seemingly contemplating violence, but something seemed to stay his hand. "I merely wished to inquire. I had no intention of theft." The air marshals exchanged glances and approached him, but he swiftly overpowered them. The officers drew their weapons, yet the man remained undeterred, leisurely producing a sharp sword, dismissing the marshals completely. The entire first-class cabin gasped in shock, with some passengers cowering in fear. "Mummy, stop the officers. That sword in his hand is a celestial sword, belonging to Uncle Xianyu. This man can wield the celestial sword, and even with guns, the police cannot defeat him." The air marshals, having just heard the faint yet innocent voice of Youyou, now clearer in the hushed atmosphere, were taken aback by her fantastical claims. In the first-class cabin, Youyou was the sole child, and they collectively turned their gazes towards her, seeing that he had effectively intimidated the crowd. The middle-aged man squinted and commanded the bird at his side, "Go, fetch that pouch from around her neck." The bird, which had seemed lost in a trance, turned its round head at the command, its fierce eyes now flashing with a white glint. Before anyone could react, it suddenly lunged towards Youyou, its claws aiming for her neck. Gasps filled the cabin as some passengers shielded their faces, fearing the worst. Xian instinctively shielded Youyou and turned to evade. Yet the anticipated cries of horror never materialized. Instead, a sweet, melodious laughter filled the air, akin to the sound of silver bells. Youyou had grasped the bird by its neck, shaking it lightly. "Ha! This bird seems so familiar. Where have I seen you before?" Everyone present, whether they could hear Youyou's inner thoughts or not, turned their attention towards the now dejected bird. Chapter 102. Where have I seen you before? The bird appeared as if it had encountered its nemesis, its head drooping low, its once sharp eyes now brimming with fear. Upon closer inspection, its round, fluffy head obscured its eyes, making it difficult for the crowd to see clearly. Youyou held the bird by its scruff with one hand and gently patted its head with the other. "Hey, where are you from, little bird? Why do I feel as though I've seen you before? Speak up quickly." To everyone's astonishment, each time Youyou patted the bird, its head lowered slightly, revealing that it was genuinely intimidated by her. Is it dead? I didn't even squeeze hard." Youyou lifted the bird, her big, shiny eyes locking onto its gaze. The bird, however, averted its eyes, closing them tightly, its fluffy body trembling slightly. Youyou shook the little bird again and glanced at the middle-aged man. "Is this guy foolish? Xuanwu is a turtle, a divine beast. Can such a name be whimsically assigned?" No wonder his cultivation is so poor despite his age. You silly bird. I'll spare you this time. Sister is not here, so no one will roast you for me. I'll wait until my teeth grow in and then roast you. Youyou raised her hand, causing the bird to land right atop the middle-aged man's head. The bird did not dare move, trembling on the man's head as he grew increasingly furious, attempting to rise, only to be firmly gripped by the bird's claws. It's all a misunderstanding, dear officers. I appreciate your assistance. Ⅱ having heard Youyou's thoughts, recognized that the immediate danger had passed. Furthermore, with the entire plain filled with ordinary people, she truly had no means to counter any real threat from this man. At least for now, she does not wish to allow Youyou to take action, nor does she want to reveal Youyou's abilities. This man is exceedingly dangerous, and it remains uncertain whether he is backed by others of equal peril. Upon returning, she must instruct Xianyu to swiftly retrieve the items within. Should they encounter this individual again, it would be prudent to hand him an empty bag. Ⅱ could not help but exhale in relief. Several empty police officers remained nearby, wary of any unforeseen incidents. Were they traversing a parallel dimension today? How could they hear the thoughts of a half-year-old infant and comprehend such mystical occurrences? Moreover, upon observation, it appeared that apart from the child's family and the few police officers, no one else seemed able to hear. Youyou was utterly thrilled during her inaugural flight, babbling incessantly with glee. Only when fatigue said and did she retrieve the demon-trapping bag from her chinquin bag. With her tiny hands, she began to pinch and strike the bag, occasionally slapping it while exclaiming, "You wicked thing, give Youyou a confusion talisman, quickly, or I shall not only devour you, but also crush you." The dark entity within the bag, nearly in tears, feigned death until it could no longer maintain the ruse, finally producing a talisman with tear-filled eyes. Though Youyou could not see its tears, she inspected the talisman before stowing away. Not this one. This 5 thunder talisman could blow up the airplane. Hurry, or I shall beat you to pieces. Youyou resumed her assault on the bag. Once more, the bag yielded a talisman. Upon inspection, she tucked it away, declaring, "Not this one either. The design of this confusion talisman is poor. Give me an amnesia talisman instead." The dark entity inside the bag began to wail, "You cannot draw it yourself. You must recognize its clarity." Of course, apart from Youyou, no one else could hear the bag's chatter. They merely perceived a series of ghostly wails. Seeing that the bag produced an amnesia talisman, Youyou ceased her antics and retorted, "Oomph. Youyou can draw too. It's merely that her hands are too small to do so. My drawings are much better than yours." Just then, the airplane began its descent. As it landed smoothly, the anxious passengers relaxed slightly, courageously peering out. They dared not move, keeping their distance from the middle-aged man, awaiting his disembarkation. However, Youyou was the first to act. She waved her tiny fists, bubbling with excitement, and called out, "Mommy, don't forget the valuables. Don't lose Youyou's things. Also, Youyou is going to that big bad uncle." Ⅱ aligning with Youyou's thoughts, intentionally paused as they passed the middle-aged man. Once more, he looked toward Youyou's neck, realizing that the chinquin bag had been removed, which displeased him greatly. Youyou, bubbling with enthusiasm, raised her tiny hand, a yellow talisman swaying before the middle-aged man. Was she inquiring what he intended to exchange? "No, that bag must be returned to me." The man had just arrogantly spoken when he felt a weight on his shoulder. The talisman struck him, vanishing immediately. The man's eyes widened in bewilderment. Youyou laughed heartily and turned her gaze toward the little chubby bird. The bird, in response, buried its head beneath its wings. If you dare tell that bad uncle, I shall roast you into a meat bird and devour you bite by bite." The little bird trembled even more violently, quickly burying its head in the soft cushion, its wings flapping frantically. "Hand over that immortal sword," Youyou commanded. Without the slightest hesitation, the little bird lowered its head and offered the sword with its wings. Seizing the opportunity while the middle-aged man remained dazed, Youyou placed the sword into her chinquin bag and concealed it within her clothing. "Now, that is more like it." Youyou tugged at Ⅱ's collar. "Mommy, let us disembark and find Grandpa, Grandma, and Uncle." Once Ⅱ confirmed that the middle-aged man had forgotten the earlier incident, she carried Youyou off the plane. Noticing he had not followed, everyone collectively exhaled in relief. At the arrivals area stood a throng of people, all from the Chu family. Youyou spotted her grandparents and uncles from a distance, waving her tiny hands and calling out with glee. Mother Chu struggled to speak through her emotions, choking back tears. "Oh dear, Youyou has grown so beautiful and adorable. Youyou, with her tiny stature, raised her little hand. Grandma is also so beautiful and adorable. The matriarch of the Chu family felt a sweet warmth in her heart. It's my turn to hold Youyou now. I didn't get it last time. Grandpa Chu's hands itched with the desire to hold her. You hold Cece instead. Grandma Chu chuckled, evading his grasp. Grandpa Chu's expression soured. Cece is already 5. She no longer allows me to hold her. Where's Sister Cece? Youyou's little head turned, spotting the 3 small figures behind Grandpa Chu. Due to their shorter stature, they have been obscured from her view. The 3 little ones are the twins, Chu Mingho and Chu Mingchen, age 6, and Chu Cece, age 5, the child of Chu Tianshi. Despite their tender ages, they understood that an infant as small as Youyou would not speak. Yet, they heard her innermost thoughts. The 3 little ones stood momentarily stunned. Brother Hao, Brother Chun, Sister, Youyou called out, waving at the trio. Sister. The 3 little ones, captivated by Youyou's sweet smile, approached her, extending their hands. Youyou joyfully bumped her little hands against theirs, delighted beyond measure. How wonderful! Youyou has banished the misfortune from both brothers and sister. I wonder who dared to bully my brothers and sister. If I catch them, I shall pull their hair out. While Chu Xin was engaged in conversation with her brothers, she turned upon hearing Youyou's thoughts. The Lin family had fallen, and Lin Shimei had lost the protagonist's golden finger. Was there yet more to unfold? Where's 5th uncle? She lamented. Though he had not disappeared, his absence felt no different. After the lively Chu family departed, the middle-aged man emerged, cradling the bird and pulling a suitcase behind him. Xuanwu, why are you so peculiar today, looking so listless? The middle-aged man whistled at the bird, which remained withdrawn, too lethargic to even lift its eyelids. Upon closer inspection, one could detect a slight tremor. The middle-aged man chose to ignore it, growing increasingly agitated at the bustling airport crowd. The task assigned to him was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. There were no signs of the missing corpse, and the Chinquan bag was even harder to locate. In such a vast city as Jing, how is he to search? Youyou's home is so grand. I must hide my treasures. Mommy will never find them. Hee. Youyou once again fiddled with the Chinquan bag, contemplating when to retrieve her concealed items. The family that could hear her thoughts mused. Hiding treasures? More like hiding loneliness. All right, let us head inside. After such a long journey, I am sure we are all famished. With a single statement from Grandpa Chu, Youyou's attention shifted. She tossed the Chinquan bag onto the ground and stretched her little arms toward the door. Let us go. Time for a meal. Gomatu, Gading Youyou hurried toward the front, eliciting a series of giggles from Youyou. Chu Xin, resigned, picked up the Chinquan bag, pondering whether Youyou would eventually outgrow her forgetfulness and tendency to misplace things. After the meal, Chu Mingho, Chu Mingchen, and Chu Cece played with Youyou while the adults sat together, engaging in conversation. Sought assistance in her endeavor to sell the jade pendant bestowed upon Lin Shimei by the Chu family. Upon discovering that all were counterfeit, she nearly succumbed to madness. Chu Jianlu, upon receiving a message from Lu Fong, laughed heartily, unburdened by concern. It was an inevitable circumstance. She still possessed a modest amount of savings, albeit insufficient to raise Lin Shimei. As an elderly individual without employment or shelter, she would undoubtedly need to devise some strategies. If my intuition serves me correctly, she may set her sights on Shi Tianlang. Chu Xin felt no surprise whatsoever. Shi Tianlang. The Lin family certainly knows how to choose a son-in-law. A den of serpents and rats. Other pursuits may falter, yet the bride price could still be negotiated. However, Lin Xueqing's situation would become even more dire. That wretched family truly deserves their fate. It is a pity for our Xian, who has endured such prolonged suffering within that household. With this thought, the matriarch of the Chu family began to weep anew. At that moment, Chu Xion's phone rang. Seeing the words Youyou, she was momentarily taken aback before answering. What? Bai Kuan has vanished? Disappeared in a thin air? The words escaped Chu Xion's lips, and an immediate silence enveloped Chu Tianyi and the others. Chu Xion glanced at Youyou, who was joyfully playing with her 2 older brothers and sister on the carpet, her gaze darkening. Bai Kuan had lost his sanity. According to Youyou, he was not long for this world. Moreover, Youyou had also confirmed this with a physician. The notion of a madman simply vanishing from prison was utterly baffling. Who possesses such immense power to cause someone to disappear from within a prison? Parents, elder brother, please be cautious in the coming days. Every aspect of travel and safety must be meticulously examined. Do not treat this lightly. I sense a disquieting unease, though I cannot pinpoint the reason. Youyou conveyed to everyone. I have kept a watchful eye on Lin Shimei and discovered that she has indeed transformed into an ordinary child. Thus, she likely poses no latent threat. Chu Qianni interjected. Just then, Chu Qianni's phone rang. Frowning slightly, he hastily answered. What? Lin Shimei is missing? Chu Qianni abruptly rose to his feet. Have we been deceived? What do you mean by deceived? Youyou dashed in from the glaring sun outside, lamenting the need to wear his robe, which, while visually appealing, offered no respite from the heat. Chu Qianni and the others had heard of Youyou, even if they had not met him. They held a subtle respect for him deep within. After all, he is a celestial being. Chapter 104. The mysterious pill, Youyou remarked. Lin Shimei has likely deceived us, feigning an infantile demeanor to lower our guard and allow her to escape. A bodyguard who followed Youyou explained. Youyou furrowed his brow slightly, declaring it impossible. There was no longer anything amiss within her, and she should be a genuine child. Even if I were mistaken, Youyou would not be. Enough, mister. Youyou must be weary. Let us dine first, and we shall discuss the other matters later. The elder Chu waved his hand, asserting that all remained uncertain. Since our family managed to evade the first danger, we can surely avoid the second. Do not be overly anxious. The others concurred. Youyou settled beside Youyou, pinching her little nose playfully. You little ungrateful one. You threw me aside and ran off, causing me to feel nauseous from the car ride. Youyou clutched the toy she had just broken and looked up with wide eyes. To prevent the chinquin bag from hanging prominently around Youyou's neck, Chu Xin lengthened the strap, allowing Youyou to easily reach inside her clothing. Yet, she found nothing. With a sigh, Chu Xin took back the chinquin bag, saying, Youyou, from now on, do not drop what you are holding when you hear about food, or else next time, Mama will not retrieve it for you. Youyou blinked her large, innocent eyes. Scratching her head, huh? Did Youyou throw it? How could that be? Youyou wouldn't throw things away. Mama must be trying to confiscate Youyou's treasures. Chu Xin felt wronged, but could only smile wryly at the misunderstanding. Laughter erupted among the others. Youyou opened the chinquin bag and retrieved the sword. Upon seeing it, Youyou became immediately excited. Yes, it is it, Waaaaah, my contract spirit sword. Youyou, I must thank you sincerely. With this, even if the coffin seal cannot be broken, I can still cultivate step by step with Waaaaah and ultimately break free from that rune's constraints. The runes on the coffin targeted not only Youyou's body at that time, but, more importantly, his celestial soul. Thus, even though Youyou expelled all the malevolent energy from within him and his celestial body was restored, he could not condense celestial power within himself, even with diligent cultivation. It would dissipate within moments. 2 centuries ago, that individual had set this trap to prevent his resurrection. That person took away his celestial sword and celestial token. The celestial token was akin to a household registration in the celestial realm, representing his identity. Little one, where did you find this celestial sword of mine? At that moment, Youyou's expression softened considerably. Chu Xin was also about to inform Youyou of this matter, so she recounted the unexpected incident on the plane. Youyou was not particularly surprised. It must be the descendant or protege of that person who harmed me 2 centuries ago. I recall that fellow had taken on many disciples. He intended to seize the chinquin bag, but could not, or rather, even if he did take it, he would be unable to open it. My chinquin bag is a treasure to those practitioners, and it is only natural that their descendants would covet it. Youyou then recalled the chubby little bird and climbed back to Youyou's side, tugging at his sleeve. Uncle Youyou, I saw a chubby little bird on the plane. Roasted bird must be delicious. Youyou licked her lips. Wait, I almost forgot. It wasn't a roasted bird. That bird seemed familiar. It didn't talk when it saw Youyou. And even when Youyou tried to poke it, it didn't say a word. How boring. It was chubby, fluffy, and a silly, plump bird. What did that bird look like? Youyou completely disregarded Youyou's childish and nonsensical description and directed his inquiry to Yi Taotao. Yi Taotao described the bird's appearance. And only then did Youyou look at Youyou with a complex expression. Youyou, do you remember the Yunshi fairy you quarreled with? You couldn't bear to see your sister being bullied, so you rushed to support her. As a result, the Yunshi fairy saw you and fled, leaving behind her beloved pet, the little octopus bird. You were so greedy that upon seeing the little octopus, you forgot about supporting your sister and immediately chased after it, drooling and shouting about roasting it. The little octopus fell into the mortal realm, and it is probably just an ordinary spirit bird now. Youyou felt a sense of nostalgia, picking up his celestial sword and sitting at the table to feast heartily, consumed by his own sorrow. Youyou, with her finger hooked around her little ear, grinned. Oh, Youyou remembers now? That chubby bird was as big as Brother Mingho in the celestial realm. How did it become so tiny now? Youyou did not dwell on it, her attention quickly shifting back to her toys. She found the little car amusing as it moved on its own, crawling after it, and then caught it as it turned. Then she dismantled it. How can it move by itself? There is clearly no driver inside. Youyou, these toys are beloved by your brothers and sisters, and they were all purchased with money. You must take care of them, Xian admonished, observing Youyou's destruction after just a short while. The elder Chu waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, let her play. Grandpa has plenty of money to buy new ones for Youyou. Xian thought to herself how chaotic the coming days would be, with Grandpa indulging her. Youyou had no fears. Her little hands dismantled the toys as effortlessly as breaking cookies, pulling pieces off one by one while occasionally shaking them. Huh, what is this? Youyou extracted a pill-like object from within the toy car. This thing is bad. It harms people. As soon as Youyou's voice fell, Xian swiftly seized the small pill from Youyou's hand. Being from the Pharmaceutical Research Institute, she was acutely aware of the nuances surrounding special medications. This pill was undoubtedly not a benign substance. Xian, what is the matter with you? Perhaps recalling previous events, Xian trembled slightly. She had never disclosed to her family that she had been researching a mysterious potion for the past 3 years, nor had they ever learned about her work. Sure sensed something amiss. Although he did not fully comprehend Xian's intentions, he understood, through Youyou's thoughts, that this medication posed a danger. Bring forth all the toys given to the young master and young miss by outsiders. Sure was aware that the toy Youyou had just broken was a birthday gift from the maternal family of 4th young madam, gifted to Xian. Rumor had it that it was a custom piece, unique in the market. Disassemble these toys, piece by piece, and see if there are any similar granular substances within. Youyou sat there, scratching her head, lost in thought. What exactly is this medicine? Senior sister taught me about it, but why can't I remember? Chapter 105. Fifth uncle has returned. If she couldn't recall, then it was best to let it go. Youyou laid down on the ground, her little bottom in the air, and fell asleep. Sister is asleep. Chu put a finger to his lips, and everyone fell silent, the entire hall enveloped in tranquility. Xian stepped forward to lift her, murmuring, "It's all right, Youyou sleeps soundly. As long as there is no danger, no noise can awaken her." After such a long time, it was indeed time for rest. The matriarch of the Chu family took Youyou to her room to sleep. Meanwhile, the bodyguards were uncovering some pills from the toys. Just then, Youyou finished her meal and approached. This medication is concocted by practitioners of the Tao. I was primarily devoted to cultivation in the mortal realm, so I'm not particularly skilled in this area, but I have had some exposure. This pill is likely a type that, when kept close for an extended period, will gradually weaken the body. Of course, this is merely based on exposure. If ingested, the body could suffer immediate depletion, and whether one can preserve their life is another matter entirely. Regrettably, Youyou's master and senior sister had both attained immortality through Tao bodies, and they were experts in this field, but Youyou had learned nothing at all. This realization struck deeply. Naturally, even if Youyou were to hear it, it would only wound the hearts of her family and mentors. Xian collected all the pills and placed them in a glass vial, intending to study them in the laboratory with Chuntai upon his arrival. Indeed, Xian had secretly purchased a house in the capital city, specifically constructing a laboratory. She still needed to conduct further research on the medication her teammates had previously consumed. The formulation had been completed, and once the higher-ups lifted the restrictions, they would be able to locate it. Although she and her teammates had succeeded, she did not wish to be drawn back into the fray. Yet she harbored a deep-seated animosity. Who were those that pursued her and her comrades, seeking to seize the potion? Her teammates had perished unjustly. How could she rest? Perhaps those individuals were connected to the creators of these pills? Elder brother, where do these toys come from? Xian closed her eyes briefly, her voice taking on a colder tone. Young master, these were all sent by the Li family, the maternal relatives of 4th young madam, as gifts for Miss Cece's birthday. The steward, Uncle Chu, replied. Li family? Old Master Chu murmured, that shouldn't be the case. Jingy has been quite well with us, and our relationship with the Li family has always been good. There is no reason for this. Enough, father, you all take a rest. I will investigate with 4th brother. Perhaps it is an issue related to the source of these toys. I have heard that they dote on Cece, and the toys given to her are specially customized. Chutin Yude Market. Very well, I leave it to you. Old Master Chu glared at several of his sons. You and you. Each of you is unreliable except for the eldest and fourth. Second son, have you buried yourself in money? It's about time you found a wife. Father, this is for packaging. Fans love it. Being too serious affects my persona. Old Master Chu then picked up a nearby cane and raised it. I do not care about your persona. Have you seen Youyou? That little one has such a strong learning ability. If one day she learns to dye her hair from you, I will beat you. Chu Jianlu argued. Dad, I acknowledge that I was blind in the past. But my current friends are truly good. I have investigated them. Old Master Chu then turned to the youngest, Chiruiki. How did you perform on this exam? Have the results been released? Chu Tianyi's wife, Fong Su, and fourth young master Chu Tianshi's wife, Fong Jingyi, entered carrying large bags, followed closely by Chihongwu, clad in a sharp military uniform. Fong Su placed the items on the sofa and turned to see the slender Chuxin. Xin, you have lost weight and matured compared to 3 years ago, Fong Su said with concern. Elder sister, Chuxin replied, feeling a pang in her heart as she embraced Fong Su's arm. Fourth sister-in-law, I understand. Chuxin then embraced Li Jingyi. Xin, I saw thee. I bear heavy responsibilities and have been unable to seek you out, Chihongwu expressed, feeling the most troubled. Fifth brother, I have been well. Protecting the nation also protects the family. That is your duty. I am proud of you. Xianyu observed the emotional scene with interest, sitting aside and sipping tea. By the way, where is Youyou? Fong Su asked, looking around. Mother took her to sleep. Hao, Chen, and Cici should be keeping watch over her. Let us go up and take a look. Fong Su, Li Jingyi, and Chihongwu, who had never seen Youyou, were filled with curiosity. Youyou lay sprawled out, sleeping soundly, her little belly rising and falling, her fair and tender little face particularly endearing. Shu, sister is asleep. Chu Minghao quickly cautioned as he saw Fong Su and the others enter. Fong Su smiled upon seeing the 3 little ones gathered around the bed, each intently gazing at the slumbering Youyou. Youyou had her little fist partially clenched, her mouth moving softly, and Chihongwu could not tear his gaze away. Often, those who appeared the most resilient in guarding the nation harbored the softest hearts within. Fifth, you have lost weight. The matriarch of the Chu family expressed her concern for her son. Although they had initially opposed his path, they could only acquiesce to his wishes. Mother, I am fine. Weight matters little, as long as I am healthy. Chihongwu saluted the matriarch with a standard military gesture. Youyou seemed to sense something, her little hand waving in Chihongwu's direction. Merit and virtue radiate golden light. Chihongwu's eyes widened as he looked at the still closed eyes and unmoving little mouth of Youyou. Chapter 106. The minute one gets used to it, the matriarch of the Chu family smiled mysteriously. Chihongwu was puzzled, but did not inquire further, merely continuing to gaze at Youyou. Fong Su and Li Jingyi were not surprised, as they had long been aware of Youyou's abilities. But hearing it firsthand was even more astonishing, and they were reluctant to depart. By the time Youyou awoke, she opened her eyes to find several large faces before her. In a matter of moments, she had crawled from the center of the large bed into Chihongwu's embrace. By the time Chihongwu realized what was happening, Youyou had already clung to his shoulder, holding onto his clothing. Chihongwu smiled as he supported Youyou's little bottom, beaming with warmth, as if his mind had emptied, leaving only Youyou's adorable little face and big eyes. Uncle Wu, does it hurt? Although you protect the country with merit, the hidden wounds on your body are severe. If you do not take care, your health will decline in 3 years. Alas, it is a pity that Youyou did not learn to concoct medicine from her senior sister. How can I help Uncle Wu? Youyou pondered, clutching her little ear, oblivious to the changing expressions of those present. The matriarch's fingers trembled with concern, while Fong Su and Li Jingyi appeared worried. Chu Minghao and the other 3 children, though not fully understanding, gazed at the adults with troubled faces. Oh, by the way, find the bag. Uncle Wu, hurry and find Mommy. I need Youyou's bag. Youyou pointed at the door with her little finger, babbling excitedly. Chu Cici was the first to react, rushing out of the room to shout downstairs. Aunt, Youyou is awake. She is looking for you. Old Lady Chu smiled, remarking on the steadiness of the boys in their family and the cleverness of the girls. Chu Cici proudly tilted her little face, eagerly awaiting Youyou's praise. Indeed, Youyou's gaze shifted to Cici. Wow, sister is amazing. She knows what Youyou is thinking. Youyou's small body began to squirm in Chu Hongwu's embrace, unable to stay still. Chu Hongwu was quite surprised, wondering how this little one had such strength. Youyou patted her little chest. Of course Youyou is strong, for I am the incarnation of the divine spirit Yution stone. Alas, it is a pity that Youyou is an immortal body now, and the celestial power within can only nourish Uncle Wu's internal organs. However, Uncle Wu has something inside him, many things, and Youyou's celestial power cannot be extracted. It seems that there's a kind of medicine that senior sister refined. I wonder if that creature in the demon-subduing bag has it. If not, Youyou will search for senior sister in her dreams tonight. Youyou skillfully climbed down from Chu Hongwu's lap and swiftly dashed outside, leaving no trace behind. Mom, am I seeing things? Fong Su rubbed her eyes. Sister-in-law, you are not imagining it. Youyou is moving too fast. How could her little knees handle that? Li Jingyi lifted her face. Mom, should I buy Youyou some knee pads? Wow, sister is so impressive. Chu Mingchen exclaimed and followed her outside. As the eldest grandson, Chu Mingho, who was supposed to remain calm, could not hold back either and ran out shouting, followed by the seemingly obedient yet mischievous Chu Cece. By the time Chu Hongwu and the others reached the hall, Youyou was already sitting on the floor, tapping on a strangely shaped bag. Do you have it? Quickly take it out. It is the medicine that treats hidden injuries that can help expel the bad things inside my body. If you don't give it to me, I'll hit you every day. The creatures inside the demon-subduing bag were almost in despair and, in a forced response, spat out several types of pills, none of which matched Youyou's description. Chu Hongwu's perception of this world began to shift as he witnessed the surreal scene before him, filled with a complex array of emotions. He was well aware of his own body, where several fragments from the battlefield were embedded in difficult-to-reach places. The most troubling aspect was the sheer number of them. Initially, the pain was intense, but he grew accustomed to it. He had planned to endure until he could no longer do so, whether returning home in glory or wrapped in a horse's hide, fulfilling his lifelong dream. The creatures in the demon-subduing bag wailed in despair, and Xianyu could scarcely listen any longer. It appeared that they did not possess the desired medicine. The ones they had were either detoxifying or for strengthening the body, which was not without its benefits. Xianyu spoke up, prompting Youyou to cease her demands. At that moment, the surroundings suddenly turned chilly, an eerie coldness filling the entire hall. Youyou tossed the demon-subduing bag aside and crawled forward a few steps. Uncle Bai, is that you? Indeed. As soon as Youyou finished speaking, Bai Wuchang suddenly appeared before everyone. Clad in a white robe and wearing a tall hat, his pallid face was strikingly handsome. Bai Wuchang did not hide, entering with a blue-covered ancient book in hand. Little Youyou, your senior sister, said not to search for her in your dreams anymore. She has left you a secret method to cultivate. By the way, your senior sister mentioned that if you do not learn it before she sees you next, she will take all the treasures from your celestial vault and give them away. Youyou's eyes widened in alarm, filled with resistance. No. Youyou is still small. Just a baby, Youyou can't learn. Bai Wuchang chuckled. Youyou, look at your Uncle Wu. If you do not learn, then in 3 years, I will have to take him to the underworld. Huh? Is Uncle Bai secretly revealing Uncle's fate to Youyou? Uncle Bai, you are breaking the rules. I will tell Father King of Hell. And also about that female ghost last time. Bai Wuchang tossed the book toward Youyou, turned, and vanished. The air in the hall suddenly warmed again. The book landed atop Youyou's head, covering half of her little face. Oof. Bad. I won't pay any more attention to Uncle Bai. Xianyu, on the side, found delight in the scene, amused yet pleased. This little one, Youyou, not only evaded the celestial beings, but also did not spare the ghosts. It was a pity that he missed the conclusion regarding the last female ghost. Such juicy gossip remained unfinished. Youyou removed the ancient book, flipping through it. Oh no, this is the one senior sister taught Youyou before. But Youyou always fell asleep and couldn't learn it. What should I do if I can't recognize a single word? Sister, I can read. I will teach you. Chu Mingho finally had the opportunity to display the glory and capability expected of the eldest grandson. Here, Youyou exclaimed, finally uttering a new character, handing the book to Chu Mingho. As he flipped through the pages, Chu Mingchen and Chu Cece crowded beside him to watch. Chu Mingho's initial excitement gradually morphed into confusion, and then disappointment. He couldn't recognize a single character. Youyou tugged at her little ears, suddenly gazing at Xianyu, who was leisurely crossing his legs. Xianyu shivered slightly. Bai Wuchang, who had stealthily concealed his presence, snorted softly. Oof, trying to see him make a fool of himself. One never knows who will end up being the fool. Just because one is a celestial being does not make them superior. By the standards of the two realms, he was not even as renowned as the underworld S. Wuchang. This teaching position, just let it be. Chapter 107. The moment of drowsiness upon witnessing Youyou crawl onto Xianyu's lap, Bai Wuchang left with satisfaction. Youyou spread the book over her head, using her hands and feet to climb onto Xianyu's legs, successfully settling in his embrace. Uncle Xianyu, find a way to get medicine for Uncle Wu. Xianyu grimaced and began flipping through the book. Here, use Susui Dan. But before discussing the refining method, do you have the medicinal materials? Do you have an alchemy furnace? Youyou shook the chinquin bag around her neck. Xianyu's heart sank. I knew it. She has her sights set on me. How unfortunate, Xianyu exclaimed, only to see Youyou begin dumping the contents of the chinquin bag. He picked out a palm-sized alchemy furnace and several small wooden boxes. These were all collected by him, even though he had no use for them. Who would enjoy gathering treasures? Youyou blinked her wide eyes, tugging at Xianyu's sleeve. Xianyu turned his head. Don't look for me. I can't refine medicine. I collected these in the celestial realm to exchange for celestial stones. At most, I can teach you to recognize the words on them, but I am not capable of refining medicine. Moreover, we are still missing a dragon abyss grass. I doubt you have it in the mortal realm. However, you could ask that cultivator you met on the plane. Logically speaking, since there were cultivators here, there should naturally be places for cultivation. Youyou handed the wooden boxes containing important medicinal materials to Chu Exine. Mommy, quickly hide these. I will learn how to refine medicine and then give it to Uncle Wu. Chu Hongwu's eyes were filled with tenderness. His heart warmed immensely. He had never considered retreating on this journey. Life, to him, truly held no great significance. Youyou, it's not that complicated. Uncle Wu is fine. Youyou vigorously nodded her small head. There is something wrong. Youyou wants to learn how to refine medicine. Our Youyou is truly too obedient and wonderful. Old Master Chu was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Chu Hongwu's heart was also filled with warmth. All right, for now, let's practice with other types of medicines. I have plenty of those. Xianyu rummaged through a collection of small boxes, uncovering the most ordinary of Shisui Dan. Inside were various medicinal herbs, each portion meticulously measured according to a predetermined sequence. You need not identify the herbs, Xianyu instructed, simply begin the refining process. He then produced a palm-sized alchemical furnace and unsealed it with his celestial power. Though it lacked the refinement of your senior sister's furnace, it was nonetheless quite commendable. With a swift clap of her tiny hands, Youyou caused the furnace to radiate a golden glow, which then transformed and expanded significantly. Utilizing a yang sui flame, he controlled the 5-inch blue fire and introduced the first herb, Qinshu Lingqiu. Just then, Xianyu was interrupted by Chu Cece, who noted that her sister seemed to have fallen asleep. The group turned to see Youyou's large eyes closed, her little head drooping as she slumbered peacefully. Xianyu waved his hand dismissively, remarking, "Did you see that? Instead of pointing at her, why not produce another like her from your family? I find her rather impressive." He gestured towards Chu Cece. Known throughout the celestial realm for her propensity to doze off while studying, Youyou could never manage to focus on her own tasks, only on those of others. In the heavens, she could rely on her older brothers and sisters, while in the mortal realm, she seemed to depend on her elder siblings. I observe her innate potential is quite promising. Thus, in a few days, once I discover the method to lift my seal from this book, I can restore my celestial energy. At that time, I shall guide her in her cultivation of immortality. Moreover, I believe your two boys are suited for physical training. I shall also request a few manuals on cultivation techniques from Bai Wuchang. For whether it be Dao cultivation or sword cultivation, they will invariably attain some level of mastery. The Chu family was taken aback. Did their lineage truly possess the potential for cultivation? Chu Weiqi approached Xianyu with starry-eyed excitement, exclaiming, "Great immortal, what do you think of me? Do I have exceptional roots and the spirit of a martial artist?" Xianyu cast him a sidelong glance, retorting that the boy, being so young, should focus on his studies rather than indulge in fanciful daydreams. However, I sense your recent luck has waned. Be wary of deceitful individuals. My celestial energy is insufficient to discern clearly, so let Youyou examine you once she awakens. Chu Weiqi protested. Is it not peculiar for an immortal to assess one's potential in such a manner? I merely struggle with my studies, not with other pursuits. The matriarch of the Chu family, observing the sleeping Youyou, felt a pang of compassion. I should carry her inside. She must be exhausted. Chu Xian interjected, "Mother, perhaps it would be best to wake her. We shouldn't indulge her too much. It is not yet dark, and if you let her sleep now, she will surely cause a ruckus later." Nonsense, argued the elder. She is but a child. If she wakes, she will merely stir momentarily. Who among you could sleep soundly through the night at such an age? He tapped his cane against the floor. Humph. Tonight, your mother and I shall sleep with Youyou. None of you are permitted to take her. Xian sighed, while Xianyu chuckled. Chu Cece, Chu Mingho, and Chu Mingshun suddenly grew intrigued. They wished to learn on behalf of their sister, believing that if they mastered the knowledge, their sister could rest peacefully. Thus, the trio surrounded Xianyu, bombarding him with questions about the characters in the book. While Xianyu did not become Youyou's teacher, he became the instructor for the other three little ones, patiently elucidating their inquiries. Chu Tianyi observed that, aside from providing Xianyu with lodging and meals, he ought to grant him a proper status and compensation. Ultimately, Youyou was cradled by the matriarch and taken sleep. Unsurprisingly, Youyou awoke in the middle of the night. She sat up and, noticing her grandparents sleeping beside her, began to play with her small hands. Growing bored, she climbed down from the bed and retrieved a porcelain doll from her chinkoan bag. Suddenly, a little spirit emerged from the doll, exhaling with relief. Youyou, though I'm no longer a living being, I'm not truly lifeless either. Were it not for the celestial energy you bestowed upon me, I would have nearly suffocated within. Fearing she might wake her grandparents, Youyou placed a finger over her lips and pointed towards the door. The little spirit, adhering to her silent request, embraced the porcelain doll and opened the door. Youyou crawled down the corridor to the nearest room where her cousin, Chu Cece, was sleeping soundly. She climbed on the bed and tugged at Chu Cece's sleeping sleeve. But Chu Cece remained undisturbed. Realizing she could not rouse her, Youyou moved on to the rooms of Chu Mingshun and Chu Mingho, then proceeded to check each of her uncle's rooms, followed by Chu Xian's room. Everyone was in deep slumber and feeling shy about waking them. Youyou decided to explore the house instead. Eventually, she arrived at Xianyu's room. As a trusted individual of the Chu family, Xianyu was assigned a room within their household, signifying that he had officially become a member of the family. Youyou climbed up and knocked on Xianyu's coffin lid. He rolled over, mumbling, "Youyou, I am now immortal and in need of rest. Be a dear and play quietly." Unperturbed, Youyou crawled onto the coffin and nestled inside. She tugged at Xianyu's clothing, but he remained unresponsive. Bored, Youyou rolled around in the coffin a few times before finally falling asleep with her little bottom in the air. The little spirit, too, settled back into the porcelain doll to continue its cultivation, or rather, sleeping. The ancient golden patterns on the side of the coffin lid began to shimmer softly. In the early hours of the morning, the elder of the Chu family suddenly cried out in a frenzy. "Youyou is missing. Come quickly, help me find her. Youyou, my precious granddaughter." This uproar sent the entire Chu household into a state of chaos, with everyone scrambling in a panic. They checked the surveillance footage, searched each room, and scoured every corner, while even the three little ones, Chu Mingho, Chu Mingshun, and Chu Ruiqi, began rummaging through their wardrobes, hoping to find Youyou hiding in a nook from their game of hide and seek. Chu Xian, half asleep and yawning, emerged from her room, shouting, "Stop searching everywhere. Let's check Xianyu's room." Chu Hongwu, quick to act, dashed to the room adjacent to his own. Indeed, he found the door to Xianyu's room ajar, just as he had observed upon waking. He tiptoed inside and discovered Youyou, her tiny bottom in the air and her head tilted, soundly asleep facing Xianyu. Xianyu, too, remained oblivious to the commotion outside, sleeping soundly. Chu Hongwu tucked him in with a blanket and quietly exited, inadvertently kicking over the porcelain doll. He did not recall when such an object had entered their home, especially positioned in front of the coffin lid. He pocketed the doll and closed the door behind him. "Dad, Mom, Youyou is in Xianyu's room, sleeping soundly," he announced, causing everyone to collectively exhale in relief. Chu Xian, covering her mouth as she yawned, added, "Mom, Dad, it's not even 4 o'clock yet. Let us sleep a little longer. We're all so tired. I warned you to let her sleep less during the day, or else she will wander about at night." She reiterated as she closed the door. "Wait a moment. She can't close the door herself," the elder inquired, finally catching on. However, Chu Xian had already shut the door, offering no explanation. "All right, let us all get some rest," Chu Tianyi instructed. The commotion had awakened the duty-bound guards and other servants in the neighboring buildings, making for a truly eventful night. Ling Jie and Yi Taotao remained unfazed, having already understood Youyou's habits. Chu Hongwu placed the porcelain doll in his bedroom, staring at it for a while, feeling that something was amiss, and decided to wait until dawn to ask Xianyu about it. Unbeknownst to him, Once he fell asleep, the little spirit emerged from the porcelain doll. Feeling the benevolent light surrounding Chu Hongwu, the little spirit found it both inviting and enticing, settling into a meditative posture in midair. The light of virtue collided with the celestial energy Youyou had imparted, directly penetrating the little spirit's essence. With eyes closed, it began to cultivate in the air. Unsurprisingly, the following day, the entire Chu household woke late, from the elder and matriarch down to the cook and gardener. Xianyu once again dreamt of the ethereal tiger white shark from which he had seized the immortal stone. It pursued him from the realm of sea and sky, crashing down upon him with a great wave, drenching him in seawater. "You little rascal, Youyou!" came Xianyu's furious roar from within the room. Youyou, with her small hands and wide, innocent eyes, appeared confused. "What's wrong? Uncle Xianyu, did you wet the bed again?" Xianyu let out a lament, retreating into the washroom. Unbeknownst to them both, the runes on the coffin board had already begun to fade slightly. Outside, upon hearing Xianyu shout, the others turned their heads. Chu Exant, maintaining her composure, summoned a servant. "No need to worry. Youyou is likely wet the bed again. Just change Xianyu's mattress and take the coffin board outside to dry." Indeed, after Xianyu cleaned himself, he gave Youyou a bath and carried her out. Chu Tianyi handed Xianyu an identification card, a bank card, and a mobile phone. "Brother Xianyu, given your current appearance, you should be younger than me. The ID states you are 24 years old. With this, you will be able to establish yourself in society. This bank card will be necessary when you go out. The password is yesterday, marking the day you entered the Chu family. The phone already contains the private contact numbers of all members of the Chu family. For its usage, let Hao and the others teach you. As for your surname, forgive me for not consulting you. Upon entering the Chu family, naturally, your surname will be Chu." Xianyu accepted the items, his heart a whirlpool of emotions. After all, a new dynasty naturally differs from the past. Having experienced the vicissitudes of time over a millennium, he felt a sense of anticipation for this new era. "All right, I accept," Xianyu replied. "Oh, Uncle Xianyu is over 1,000 years old, and now he is 24 years old, just like fifth uncle," Youyou remarked, sucking her finger. Xianyu playfully flicked Youyou on the forehead. "It's all your fault. You insisted on chasing me down the Zhuxian platform, and you nearly caused my demise." Frustrated, he handed Youyou to Chu Hongwu. "Stimulate her properly so she can learn to concoct medicine for you, or your little life will be in jeopardy." Only then did Youyou recall that she had seemingly fallen asleep the previous day. "Youyou, we will play with you." "Zhu Minggao, Zhu Mingjian." And Chu Cece gazed at Youyou with bright eyes. "Yesterday, Uncle Xianyu taught us so many characters. We already recognized the first part of that book. We'll teach Youyou." The three little ones beamed with a sense of accomplishment. Youyou's breakfast was considerably enriched, though it was merely a facade of abundance, as the chef prepared several variations of baby food. Despite the similarity in taste, Youyou remained blissfully unaware and relished the meal. "Youyou, why did I change rooms?" Just then, a little ghost floated down gently from Chu Hongwu's room. The entire Chu family turned at the unfamiliar voice, startled into near oblivion. To differentiate among several uncles, I shall clarify the homophones of their names. Chu Tianyi, 1, Chu Xing, 2, Chu Nanshan, 3, Chu Tianshi, 4, Chu Hongwu, 5, Chu Jianglu, 6, Chu Weiqi, 7. Chapter 109, The Ghostly Apprentice. The onlookers beheld a small ghost with a pale face, blood-red lips, and round, pitch-black eyes, floating on tiptoes. Everyone was either astonished or terrified, with the three children diving into the embrace of the Chu matriarch and patriarch. "Ah, ghost!" Chu Weiqi sprang to his feet, seizing a bowl from the table and hurling it at the little ghost. With a loud crash, the bowl passed through the ghost's form and shattered on the stairs. The little ghost, perplexed, turned its head to inspect the broken bowl and then floated back, murmuring, "Ew, why do I feel like your family can see me?" Youyou, with her mouth agape and a spoonful of egg custard on her tongue, exclaimed, "Huh? I didn't open the eyes for my grandparents." "Dad, Mom, don't be afraid. He is Youyou's friend." Although Chu Xian had never opened eyes, she had encountered the little ghost before. The Chu patriarch feigned calmness, patting his granddaughter Chu Cece's back while tremblingly comforting the Chu matriarch. "Cece, don't be afraid. He is your sister's friend. Don't worry, dear. Ghosts are not frightening." The Chu matriarch chuckled, almost believing him, had he not been quaking. "It's all right. He is family. Nothing to fear. Hao and Qinshan, as older brothers, should be brave. Look, your sister is not afraid." Chu Mingho and Chu Mingchen lifted their heads to glance at the little ghost, then ducked down again, finally summoning the courage to look once more. Youyou tilted her little head, observing her family before raising her spoon and babbling. Grandpa, Grandma, uncles, and aunts are not afraid. He is Youyou's good friend, and Youyou will select a burial site for him to send him to the underworld. Xianyu cast a sidelong glance at Youyou. That may not be possible. He has already embarked upon the path of ghostly cultivation. Ghostly cultivation? Both Youyou and the little ghost turned to Xianyu. The Chu family no longer felt fear, shifting their gaze to await Xianyu's explanation. When a person dies, they become a ghost, formless yet tangible. Ghostly power is formidable, allowing one to control their form and be seen by others, capable of causing mischief or fright. However, ordinary ghosts cannot achieve this. Ghostly cultivation occurs when a spirit fortuitously acquires the opportunity to embark on the path of cultivation. Upon reaching a certain level, a ghostly cultivator can manifest a shadow, akin to a human possessing a shadow. He has now entered the realm of ghostly cultivation. As long as he does not deliberately conceal his form, you will be able to see him. Youyou tugged at Xianyu's sleeve and pointed at Chu Hongwu, exclaiming, "Ah!" Xianyu continued, "Indeed. His fortune lies with your fifth uncle, and, conversely, your fifth uncle's fortune is tied to him." The statement left the Chu family perplexed. Youyou pointed at the little ghost, and then at Chu Hongwu, babbling, "5. Yes, if the little ghost can form a bond with your fifth uncle. Even if your fifth uncle encounters insurmountable odds in 3 years, he will be unharmed. A ghostly cultivator's life is intertwined with their own. Naturally, your fifth uncle will also nurture the ghostly cultivator. His cultivation will progress more easily than that of ordinary ghosts, allowing him to reach greater heights. Additionally, your fifth uncle's profession is fraught with peril. With a ghostly cultivator by his side, he will accomplish tasks with greater efficiency, overcoming obstacles more effortlessly. This is indeed his blessing." At this moment, the gazes of the Chu family members towards the little ghost transformed entirely. The previous fear had vanished, replaced by gleaming eyes full of hope. We accept, the Chu patriarch declared decisively, regardless of whether they understood. Chu Hongwu was momentarily stunned, finally realizing, "So, I want to die in 3 years?" Xianyu, gathering the food from the table, replied vaguely, "As long as you are cautious not to be harmed by cultivators, you will remain alive. Of course, if you recover, and he passes away, you will also be unharmed." Youyou waved at the little ghost. "Will you follow my fifth uncle, or will you go to the underworld?" The little ghost glanced at Chu Hongwu, nodding resolutely. "I wish to follow your fifth uncle. His merit and virtue have empowered me. The stronger he becomes, the stronger I will be. I want to achieve great deeds alongside him and become a formidable ghostly cultivator." Youyou clapped her small hands in delight. The little ghost handed a bone china doll to Chu Hongwu, placing it directly in his arms. Despite having begun to walk the path of ghostly cultivation, the little ghost still emanated a chilling aura. When Chu Hongwu touched the doll, he involuntarily shivered. Youyou tugged at Chu Hongwu's sleeve. "In the future, take the little ghost with you on missions. He will assist you." Chu Hongwu cradled the bone china doll in his arms, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. It felt as though a single day spent at home had spanned a lifetime, experiencing the tumultuous ebb and flow of life and death. "Master, madam, something terrible has happened. The yard has suddenly been invaded by numerous red ants, as well as mice and snakes." Outside, Butler Chu stumbled in, his pale and anxious face indicating he was greatly frightened. Sister Ling and Tao Tao are still protecting the little one. "But what should we do?" Upon hearing this, Youyou immediately tossed the small spoon she held into the air, spun around, and tumbled off her chair, then proceeded to crawl outside using her hands and feet. "Oh dear, my precious grandchild. She must have hurt herself." Old Master Chu, belatedly realizing the situation, attempted to embrace Youyou, but she had already dashed away. "Dad, Mom, it's fine. She can take a fall. She won't be harmed." Chu Xin continued to eat calmly. Among everyone at the dining table, aside from Xianyu, she appeared the most composed. Old Madame Chu, feeling heartbroken, nearly burst into tears, slapping Chu Xin and then rushing outside. "How can you, as her mother, be so heartless? How could she not be hurt falling from such a height?" It certainly did not appear she was in pain. Fourth Aunt Li Jingyi contemplated purchasing knee pads and gloves for Youyou, but hesitated at that moment. "Oh no, your mother is afraid of snakes." Old Master Chu hurriedly chased after her, moving with remarkable agility for an elderly man. The rest followed suit. In the courtyard, Youyou sat on the ground, seemingly unbothered by the dirt, surrounded by swarms of red ants, gray mice, and small green snakes. The little one was joyfully playing with them, allowing them to crawl around her. The servants dared not approach, armed with various tools, fearful of disturbing the scene. Upon witnessing this, old Madame Chu almost fainted. Old Master Chu quickly steadied her, holding her firmly. Old Madame Chu extended her trembling hand to pat him. "It's all right, dear. Don't be afraid. They are merely some mice and snakes. Look, that snake should be harmless." Old Master Chu rolled his eyes. Had it not been for her shaking hand, he might have believed her. Youyou likes them, so I suppose I must like them too. Someone build them a nest, old Madame Chu added, still trembling. Chapter 110. A promising seed for cultivation. Chu Xian stood at the back of the crowd, helplessly massaging her forehead. She could already foresee the lively future of this family. Chu Weiqi's face was alight with excitement as he nudged Chu Jianglu, sixth brother. Youyou seems quite impressive. Do you think if I brought a snake to school, that guy would dare to challenge me? Chu Jianglu swatted his hand away, whispering, "You would do well to behave. The snake listens to Youyou, but may not heed you. Furthermore, while the third year of high school has not yet commenced, you should focus on your studies and not bring shame to the family. Academic underachiever. What of it? An underachiever eats the rice of his own family, not yours." Chu Weiqi glared at Chu Jianglu in frustration, then turned his eager gaze toward the group of small green snakes, assessing which one caught his fancy the most. The morning's thrilling events faded, and those who had business to attend to departed. The three younger siblings, Chu Mingho and others, reluctantly bid farewell to Youyou, for they had to attend school. With summer vacation approaching, exams loomed imminent, and the three were determined not to falter, striving to set a good example for Youyou. In contrast, Chu Weiqi appeared nonchalant, showing little concern, lingering for a while longer to observe the snakes before leaving. The house was left with the two elders, Xianyu and Yu. Even Chu Xian had gone to her laboratory. As was her custom, Xianyu fetched the secret method. "Youyou, your senior sister has said, if you do not learn, all the treasures in your little vault will be for naught. Now, tell me what is in there. You can give me what you do not want." Youyou shook her small hands vigorously. "No, it's all Youyou-s." Xianyu nodded. "Very well then, let us begin. What do you wish to learn first? Mountain, medicine, fate, physiognomy, or divination?" "Fate, physiognomy, and divination we can skip, as you are naturally gifted. Which would you like to start with, mountain or medicine?" "Mountain encompasses talismans and formations, which is excellent. However, with your small arms and legs, it may be a hassle to identify medicinal herbs. So let's begin with talismans and formations." Xianyu laid out a plan for Youyou. When she looked up again, she found Youyou had already closed her eyes, breathing evenly and still exuding a hint of milk scent. Alas, how difficult it is, akin to scaling the heavens. Xianyu placed the book upon Youyou's head and reclined on the sofa for a brief nap. Being immortal is indeed wonderful. One can sleep when tired and eat when hungry. However, Xianyu had not noticed that the secret method resting on Youyou's head began to emit a faint glow after a while. When old Madame Chu and old Master Chu descended to check on Youyou's learning, they were greeted by the sight of the two sleeping figures, one large and one small. This is a calamity. Such a young child is being taught to recognize characters, and they are all traditional characters. I, an old man, cannot even recognize them. Old Master Chu lamented, his heart aching. Old Madame Chu echoed, "Indeed, our eldest began cultural education at 3 and engaged with commerce at 5. Yet Youyou is only half a year old. It is indeed a challenge for Xianyu. Let us treat her as our adopted child. Teaching an infant who cannot yet speak to recognize characters is no laughing matter. Who could possibly achieve that? Indeed, how can it be otherwise? Our grandchildren have all been understanding. It is unreasonable for Youyou to be subjected to such strain. We strive our whole lives hoping that the next generation can live easily and happily. Oh dear, master, madam, the Su family has sent someone." Butler Chu entered, glancing at the sleeping Youyou, speaking in a hushed tone. Xianyu lifted Youyou, placing the secret method into her chest's chinquin bag. "Let's go." Perhaps due to her frequent contact with Youyou, although the restrictions on her had yet to be lifted, placing items into the chinquin bag was still permissible. Youyou rested her small head on Xianyu's shoulder, sleeping soundly. "Dear, you stay at home and rest. I will go check on that old man." Old Master Chu expressed his concern. Youyou awoke to the sound of Su Jinrui's tearful cries, his sorrowful wails rousing her from slumber. "Grandpa is unconscious and cannot awaken." His face is dark, it's terrifying. Youyou glanced at Su Jinrui and noticed the dark aura surrounding him. Oof. Someone is trying to harm the young master. Afflicting Grandpa Su. This is death energy. Xianyu naturally perceived the death energy surrounding Su Jinrui. Although it was not intense, it still posed a risk. Ignoring it could lead to life-threatening consequences in the coming days. Let us go. Xianyu carried Youyou forward. Su Jinrui hurriedly followed, oblivious to the small green snake that climbed onto his backpack as usual, using its mouth to unzip the zipper and slip inside. Xianyu's expression darkened. He intended to uncover the connection between those behind the scenes and those who had harmed him 200 years ago. Why had they returned, and for what purpose? Despite having slept for 2 centuries in a coffin, he was aware of the turmoil the nation had faced, enduring invasion and humiliation, only to rise again and stand tall in the East. Yet these individuals had never shown their faces, let alone fought to protect the nation. They seemed to dwell in a secluded corner of the world, aloof and detached from the mortal realm. Old Master Su appeared gravely ill, merely breathing faintly. Oof. There are still those who do not fear the celestial energy within Grandpa Su, daring to cast death curses upon him. Youyou raised her small fist in indignation. A death curse? Su Jinrui lifted his head, his usually pure and bright eyes now filled with an unprecedented hatred. It must be him, that father of his, abandoning him for that illegitimate child, secretly harming him. Grandpa had to take him away from that place for his safety and settle here. It must be him. Very well. It is time to put what we have learned into practice. Youyou, on page 47 of the secret method, Youyou babbled. The baby knows. Look at the baby. The baby is going to lift the death curse and make that guy suffer his own backlash. Youyou recited the incantation, Lingbao, Tianzuan, calm the form. Expel evil spirits. Grant peace of mind. Dissipate foul energy. Let life endure. Subsequently, a wisp of celestial energy from Youyou's fingertip flowed into Old Master Su's forehead, entering his body. The visible dark energy invading Su Laoyi's body seemed to dissolve and vanish into thin air. Su Jinrui, with his eyes closed, diligently recited the incantation that Youyou had just uttered, repeating it over and over again. Just as Xianyu was astonished by Youyou's transformation, she was drawn to the fluctuations of dark energy surrounding Su Jinrui. Su Jinrui's little mouth moved incessantly, despite lacking any cultivation or celestial power. The dark energy around him appeared to encounter a formidable adversary, trembling in fear and retreating. Xianyu deciphered his lip movements and widened her eyes in surprise. Had she found a promising candidate for cultivation? All right, soon the old gentleman will awaken. Xianyu marveled as she pinched Youyou's chubby little face. Youyou, when did you learn this? According to the celestial being's understanding of Youyou, it was quite unexpected for her to possess such knowledge. Youyou scratched her little head and shook it. I just know. It's all in my head. Only then did Xianyu shift her gaze back to Su Jinrui. His eyes remained half-closed, his lips continuously murmuring the incantation, while the dark energy around him dissipated further, showing signs of fading. Bored, Youyou crawled around the room, and, seeing that Su Laoyi had not yet awakened, she crawled outside. In the hall, the Su family's steward was attending to Chu Laoyi. Master Chu, we owe you a great debt this time. The old gentleman has previously mentioned Miss Youyou's remarkable abilities. In truth, Chu Laoyi was not well acquainted with the Su family. Or rather, the entire family of Jing City had little knowledge of them. This manner had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. And despite Chu Laoyi's extensive investigations into the Su family's main enterprises and other members, he found himself at a loss. The Su family seemed to have materialized from thin air. The Su family had no close friends, but ever since Youyou saved Su Jinrui and Angshi, the old gentleman had developed a close bond with Chu Laoyi. The steward appeared to show little curiosity regarding Youyou's abilities. However, Chu Laoyi was quite perceptive. He sensed that this steward was extraordinary, judging by his demeanor and presence. The steward smiled. Master Chu is indeed correct, but Miss Youyou is truly exceptional. There are many cultivators in one area, and numerous talented children, but none like Miss Youyou. Youyou glanced at the steward without uttering a word and continued her exploration outside. The Su family courtyard was just as splendid as the Chu family's. The garden was fragrant with blooming flowers, butterflies fluttered about, and birds chirped melodiously, encircling Youyou continuously. The little green snake from Su Jinrui's backpack also slithered out, following closely behind Youyou as she explored. After a circuit around the garden, Youyou found herself surrounded by insects, birds, and snakes. Of course, there was only the little green snake. The Su family had few servants, but upon witnessing this scene from a distance, they did not find it strange, nor did they approach to interrupt Youyou. Instead, they calmly observed from afar. Tired from crawling, Youyou sat on the dusty ground and giggled heartily. Just then, a middle-aged man burst in, cursing loudly. The Su family servants suddenly appeared, as if materializing from invisibility, forming a barrier in front of him. "Get out of the way!" The middle-aged man shouted. "You blind fools, the old master is incapacitated. What are you useless ones still guarding him for?" The servants did not retreat, and two of them shifted positions to shield Youyou. You're blocking me. Youyou can't see." Youyou tossed her little green snake aside and crawled forward, determined to get a better view. "Get lost, don't dirty my hands." With that, the middle-aged man began to grapple with the Su family's servants. "Wow, why are the servants of Su Laoyizi stronger than the bodyguard from Grandpa's house?" Youyou exclaimed, wiggling her little bottom in delight. At that moment, Su's steward, Chu Laoyizi, along with Xianyu and Su Jinrui, rushed out. "Shizhen, you are going too far." Su's steward shouted angrily at the middle-aged man, then charged forward. The steward was far more skilled than the other servants, easily matching the middle-aged man. "Be careful," Xianyu exclaimed in alarm. The middle-aged man slapped a talisman onto the steward, rendering him immobile. "Oof." The middle-aged man kicked the steward down. "Did you think you were still the esteemed steward of the Su family? Without the family, you are nothing. Where's the old master? Tell him to hand over the item, or else this curse will remain unresolved. He cannot take that item with him, so why bother? Get lost. You will not bully my grandfather." Su Jinrui's eyes burned with intense hatred. "Just a worthless little brat. If you know what's good for you, have your grandfather hand over the item, and I will speak a good word for you to the new master, sparing your life. What do you say, big bad guy? That sounds terrible." Youyou fumed, waving her little hands and urging the surrounding insects and birds, "Go, all of you, bite him." As the middle-aged man reveled in his arrogance, he suddenly felt an itch all over, followed by small birds landing on him and pecking at his face and eyes. "What is this?" The middle-aged man flailed his arms. The servants took the opportunity to carry Su's steward away, distancing him from man. Youyou clapped her hands, her cheerful laughter echoing far and wide. The middle-aged man then noticed Youyou sitting on the ground, clapping, and reached out to grab her. "Stop! Don't you dare mock me!" the middle-aged man exclaimed, lifting Youyou but feeling a sudden pain in his head. Ouch! Everyone witnessed Youyou fiercely gripping the middle-aged man's body with one hand while tugging at his hair with the other. "Let go, it hurts!" the middle-aged man cried. But before he could finish, Youyou yanked out a handful of his hair, accompanied by a patch of scalp and blood. Xianyu gasped and averted her gaze. "Don't worry, old master. Your precious granddaughter has never suffered a loss in the celestial realm." Xianyu comforted Chu Laoyizi, who looked pale. Chu Laoyizi remained concerned. No matter how capable Youyou was, she was still a child and could not possess the strength of an adult. Yet, Youyou's strength indeed surpassed that of an adult. Just as the middle-aged man finished his exclamation, Youyou yanked out another tuft of his hair. "Let go!" The middle-aged man screamed as he frantically began pulling out talismans. He produced one and pressed it against Youyou. "It's useless." Youyou continued to pull out his hair. Another talisman was applied, but it was still ineffective. Giggle. Youyou discovered a pocket within the middle-aged man's clothing. One hand held onto his hair for support, while the other reached into his pocket. "Little brother, come and get the goods." Youyou strained to open her hand wide, retrieving everything from the pocket. "Look, I found cards, money, talismans, and medicines." Youyou tossed items onto the ground, prompting Su Jinrui to rush forward to collect them. He was overwhelmed, wanted to shake off Youyou, but unable to, feeling a prickly irritation all over, as if something had bitten his bottom. "Oof, big bad guy, you just try to bully Youyou. I'll make you bald." Youyou sat on the ground, her delicate, pale face gazing down at the middle-aged man. The two tiny teeth she displayed seemed to him like the fearsome fangs of a monstrous beast. "Do you still have money? Hand it all over to this baby." Youyou lightly tapped the middle-aged man's head, causing him to nearly lose consciousness. "There's nothing left, truly nothing, not even my hair." The middle-aged man realized from the moment he could hear Youyou's thoughts that this child was no ordinary being. Understanding the importance of discretion, he dared not resist further. "Lock him up," Xianyu said, approaching to lift Youyou into her arms. At that moment, Butler Su was also able to move, commanding the servants to bind the middle-aged man. He was no match for them, having lost his abilities. Xianyu sat on a stone bench in the garden, holding Youyou. Butler Su, since our Youyou has been involved, shouldn't you also show some response? Butler Su understood the implication of Xianyu's words. Butler Su is also a practitioner. The servants at Su's grandfather's house have all trained, though their powers seem to have been suppressed. Youyou stared intently at Butler Su's forehead. Butler Su used to be formidable. It seems he has been rendered powerless. Butler Su glanced at Youyou and lowered his head discreetly. He had indeed been rendered powerless. Those who left that family were stripped of their cultivation foundation. The former patriarch had suffered the same fate to protect Su Jinrui. However, the family seal still resided with the former patriarch. The transfer of the family seal required genuine intent. Without such intent, it would be ineffective. Therefore, their lives remained intact. Patriarch, have you awakened? Butler Su hesitated to reveal the truth to Xianyu when he saw the elder Su approaching with the support of bodyguards. Brother Chu, I owe it all to your precious grandson this time. I almost didn't pull through. Elder Chu smiled brilliantly, feeling a sense of pride. It's all good. My good grandson is truly impressive. Ajong, go fetch the good items I previously collected for Youyou. Elder Chu instructed Butler Su. Butler Su understood that Elder Chu intended to disclose everything. They could only wonder how these ordinary people would react upon learning the truth, potentially disrupting their previously peaceful lives. The outcome was uncertain, both good and bad. Youyou was now engaged in examining the items they had taken from the middle-aged man alongside Su Jinrui. Big brother, this is the immobilizing talisman, the one that the bad guy used on Butler, Youyou exclaimed, slapping the talisman in front of Su Jinrui. And this one, it's a fainting talisman, and this is a speed talisman, and this one clears the mind. It's not very good. I'll draw it properly for you later. Su Jinrui took out the bank cards and a stack of red bills, pushing them towards Youyou. Here, Youyou, buy some delicious food. Youyou happily gathered the bank cards and half a stack of red bills into her arms, then began to carefully stow them away in her chinquan bag. Youyou, this bank card requires a password. Should I beat him up to make him reveal it, and then we can withdraw the money? Su Jinrui pondered over the bank card. Xianyu chuckled and shook her head. Was there really a need for coercion? Big brother, no need. Youyou knows the password is 120334. This bad guy has a crush on a married woman. He promised her love for 3 lifetimes, which is why he used that password. Elder Chu, Elder Su, and Butler Su, who was carrying a pile of gifts, were taken aback. What kind of nonsense is this? Who taught this child such things? Xianyu remained calm, lazily leaning on the stone bench, enjoying the spectacle. When he was caught cheating with that married woman, he ran out onto the balcony without clothes. Ahem, Miss Youyou, these are gifts from the master, and I hope you'll like them. Butler Su promptly interrupted Youyou's forthcoming thoughts, deliberately opening a box to shift her attention. Wow, there is celestial power here, and this one has Buddhist power, and this one has divine power. These have been imbued with strength from years of offerings in front of the deities. Where did Su's grandfather acquire these? Youyou's eyes sparkled as she held up a Buddha lamp, her mouth agape in wonder. Elder Su laughed heartily at Youyou's adorableness. Our family's location is different from here. These items are quite easy to find. Youyou, they're all for you. Absorb their power. Su Jinrui pushed a heap of items toward Youyou. Once you become strong, teach me. I have already learned the incantation you used to dispel the curse on grandfather. At that moment, Su Jinrui's desire to grow stronger was more intense than ever. Youyou scratched her little head. Huh? When did I teach big brother? I don't remember. Su Jinrui clarified. Uncle Xianyu related to me. Youyou nodded and placed her small hands on the gifts. In a mere moment, all the items turned to ashes. Butler Su witnessed this scene, his eyes sparkling with unprecedented brilliance, his chest heaving with excitement. Could the young master-s friend be so powerful that they might one day rebuild the family? In a hidden realm, another middle-aged man was in a furious rage. Backlash? How could there be a backlash? Each family is too preoccupied with their own affairs to assist that old fool. This is impossible. But Patriarch, the elder, truly suffered backlash. He coughed up 3 mouthfuls of essence blood and is gravely injured. The old Patriarch must have found a support. Which family could it be? The Qin family? The Lin family? Or, Patriarch, the most pressing matter is obtaining the family seal. Without it, our family's strength will wane, rendering us vulnerable to any other family that could easily crush us. That old fool only cares about that child. He escaped this time, but it does not guarantee he will escape again. Chapter 113. Seventh uncle will be dismembered. Lin Shiwei waved her toy joyfully with her small hands, her youthful face flushed, and a glistening liquid trickled from her smiling mouth. Patriarch, it seems this young lady's mind has sustained severe damage, the elder remarked, bending over, unable to voice his concerns. Lin Yu's expression was grave, his eyes dark. Is it possible she will become foolish? The elder nodded. We must spare no effort to treat her. Although I did not initially choose that woman, she is my bloodline, and I cannot allow her to suffer like this. The elder agreed. It is truly unfortunate. That girl was specifically selected for you. She should be an apothecary in the mortal realm, and we erased her memories, yet it has gone awry. Lin Yu's eyes grew cold. Forget it. It has come to this, and we must heal the young lady as soon as possible. I see her potential is decent. Even if she cannot become a celestial body, achieving success should not be difficult. By the way, have we discovered who took the celestial stone? The elder shook his head. The celestial, I only observed one person's back, unable to discern their face, but it has been confirmed that they are in city, the place where the young lady lived. We are currently making comparisons, and I believe results will surface soon. Such a holy place, and yet someone could intrude? Not to mention mortals. Even members of the Qin and Chu families may not be able to enter and extract the celestial power from the stone. Yes. Have we identified the family that bullied the young lady? We have, but they are merely merchants in the mortal realm, though they hold a considerable position in the capital. In the eyes of our hidden family, they are insignificant. Very well. Since they have wronged my daughter, let their family be brought to ruin. Elder Su poured another cup of tea for Elder Chu. This is what is called a hidden family, residing in a corner of the world, detached from worldly affairs, ungoverned, with benefits and harms stemming solely from themselves. This incident may very well implicate Youyou and your family. I will handle this individual swiftly to prevent any leaks of information. Regardless, you must remain vigilant in the future. The esteemed Elder Chu's hand trembled slightly as he held the teacup, lingering without taking a sip. A recluse? Existing within the world, yet unbound by its constraints? Xianyu nonchalantly propped her leg up, a behavior not unlike that of many years prior. Furthermore, there is no need for concern. They are merely cultivators, and the prospect of even half ascending to immortality is improbable. There is nothing to fear. Xianyu cast a glance at Youyou, who was joyfully playing with Su Jinrui, laughter bubbling forth. Perhaps it is they who should be worried? Youyou had enjoyed a sumptuous lunch at the Su residence and subsequently indulged in a delightful nap. Su Jinrui, however, was quite diligent, persistently urging Xianyu to teach him a couple of incantations, refusing to relent. You little rascal, I shall discipline you. Gao de Ju, brandishing a rolling pin as she chased after Chu Weiqi, who was evading her with all his might. Youyou raised her tiny hands and playfully clapped them towards Chu Weiqi from a distance. Uncle Seven is fighting. Even if he loses, he is still fighting. The sudden realization of Youyou's thoughts drew the gazes of the onlookers towards Chu Weiqi. Elder Chu lamented, is it not enough that you failed to complete your homework? Did you not toss your assignments into the toilet? And yet, you dare engage in a brawl? You little rascal. I shall teach you a lesson today. Oh, mother. I was wrong. Chu Weiqi exclaimed, clutching his rear as he fled. Youyou, you are going to be the death of me. Youyou, oblivious to the chaos, simply reveled in the excitement, clapping her hands joyfully while internally musing. Youyou knows, Uncle Seven has a crush on the school beauty, and his rival also fancies her, which is why they are fighting. They even agreed that the loser must withdraw. Is it not early romance? But Uncle Seven refuses to concede. He claims that he will use money to persuade his rival to withdraw. However, he is unaware that his rival is equally infatuated with the school beauty. In truth, the school beauty has long been with Uncle Seven's best friend. Both he and his rival are merely pawns in his friend's schemes. Upon hearing this, Chu Weiqi halted at the doorway, a rolling pin from Elder Chu striking his back without him feeling any pain. Uncle Seven is such a fool. He was once a good student, not lacking in intelligence, yet his friend constantly provokes him, claiming he is spoiled by his older brothers and should enjoy life. Little does he realize that those who encourage him to neglect his studies are merely envious of his potential and wish to see him fail. Uncle Seven, in his naivete, even uses his own money to buy study materials for him, sending him to tutoring classes, thus ensuring his impoverished friend outperforms him in class examinations. He even boasts that once he achieves academic success, he will work for Uncle Seven as his right-hand man. In a few days, he will invite Uncle Seven out to have fun, spending his money, riding in his luxury car, then push him down a mountain. Good heavens, Uncle Seven is in trouble. Chu Tianyi let out a scoff, casting a cold glance at Chu Ruiqi. I thought you were merely simple-minded, but it seems your physical prowess is lacking as well. Chu Ruiqi, feeling like a wilted eggplant, leaned against the door, no longer fearing Elder Chu's wrath. TCH. Pathetic. Chu Xing'er mocked him, embracing Youyou with a smile. Youyou, come. Your second uncle is buying you toys. Second uncle may lack in many things, but not in money or wit. With that, Chu Xing'er shot a glance at Chu Ruiqi. Has Uncle Seven been rendered foolish by grandmother? Youyou, perplexed, scratched her little head as she was carried into Chu Xing'er's room. As Xianyu passed by Chu Ruiqi, she gave his shoulder a gentle pat, reassuring him, do not worry. Though a bit foolish, you are still alive, are you not? Youyou, grandmother has prepared delicious food for you today. Youyou, grandpa has arrived and will play with you. Before long, the room was filled with Youyou's delighted laughter. Chu Ruiqi descended the stairs, having roused himself from the door, and made his way to the courtyard, tapping on the snake nest prepared for the little green snake by the servants. One emerged tomorrow. Accompany me for revenge. I am bringing Youyou, who will join. In an instant, a multitude of snakes poked their heads out. Chu Ruiqi huffed. You are fortunate. These snakes are non-venomous. Early the next morning, Chu Ruiqi stealthily bundled the sleeping Youyou, slinging a backpack full of snakes over his shoulder, and dashed out. He was the first to arrive at school. He opened the backpack, letting the little green snakes hide within, while he held Youyou and enjoyed breakfast. Youyou awoke to the enticing aroma, though it was not the scent of Chu Ruiqi's breakfast that roused her. Chapter 114. The youngest guardian, huh? How'd I end up here? Youyou blinked her bewildered eyes, surveying her surroundings. Heavens, how adorable. Chu Ruiqi, who is she to you? Chu Ruiqi, I acknowledge that my previous attitude towards you is unwarranted. I apologize. Mei hot here. Chu Ruiqi, you are not at all foolish. You are not a poor student. You are loyal and a good friend. May I hold this little bundle? A throng of students encircled Youyou. Even Chu Ruiqi appeared taken aback. Those who typically regarded him with disdain were now showering him with unexpected warmth. Youyou stretched out her tiny hand, rubbed her eyes, and smiled sweetly at the surrounding students. Hello, big brothers and sisters. Oh my, she has stolen my heart. She is too precious. Indeed, if I could hold her, I would refrain from washing my hands for a year. Chu Ruiqi, allow me to treat you to breakfast. Just let me hold her. A girl suddenly deposited her entire breakfast onto Chu Ruiqi's desk. Mine too, and mine. Before Chu Ruiqi could react, Youyou was already captivated by the breakfast spread. Yay, I'm hungry. Youyou waved her little hands towards the delectable food on the desk. Oh dear, she is hungry. Quickly, the crowd became a flurry of activity. She cannot eat buns. The egg yolk can be mixed in her porridge. That is acceptable. Milk powder. Where's the milk powder? Chu Ruiqi, are you a fool? Do you not know to bring milk powder in a bottle when caring for a child? Here, I bought egg custard from the cafeteria earlier. Chu Ruiqi had just retrieved the milk bottle and powder from his bag when others intervened. Quickly, check online how many milliliters she should consume at her age. Should we add the powder first or the water? Warm water, perhaps? Should we sterilize the bottle first? When Zhou Mu and Yu Etian entered, they were greeted by this scene. He had expected to flaunt a stack of cash and command everyone to leave, but instead, he found himself enveloped by enthusiastic classmates. Oh, is our school tyrant abandoning the school beauty today, flirting with everyone, including the boys? Zhou Mu remarked with a hint of jealousy. I said, Brother Seven, you cannot be serious, right? Do not. You have pursued the school beauty for 2 years. Yu Etian approached. Huh? Whose child is this? Brother Seven. Why have you brought a child to school? Yu Etian inquired. Youyou, basking in the affection of the older girls, turned her head upon hearing his voice. Huh? Is this not the villain who eats Uncle Seven's blood buns, spends Uncle Seven's money, secretly undermines him, and conspires with his rival, planning to push Uncle Seven down the mountain in a few days? The crowd gasped, eyes widening in disbelief. Some even began digging in their ears. What had they just heard? Zhou Mu looked at Chu Ruiqi with incredulity. Uncle Seven's rival is quite foolish. He does not even like the school beauty, while Uncle Seven is infatuated. However, he cannot stand Uncle Seven, or rather, under the instigation of this vile individual, he envies Uncle Seven, leading to constant opposition against him. TSK, what a fool, throwing money away to this scoundrel. This scoundrel is devouring Uncle Seven's funds, while simultaneously spending his rival's money. And he has even recruited a few underlings with their combined resources to assist him in nefarious deeds. Most importantly, the The school beauty they both covet is actually his girlfriend. A few days later, he would push Youyou down the mountain, shifting the blame onto this rival. This individual was purely envious of both Youyou and his opponent, harboring a dark psyche. Youyou and his rival were both foolish. It is said that foolishness can be contagious, and Youyou wished not to be embraced by Youyou. Youyou lifted her little head, glancing around, her gaze falling upon the girl who was feeding her egg custard. Sister, hug. Linji suddenly felt a wave of happiness wash over her, and she quickly scooped Youyou up, darting far away from Youyou. Wow, Linji, I want a hug too. And me, let's take turns. Goodness, how magical. She must be a little angel, a fairy. I wonder if I can achieve my dreams in the college entrance examination. Youyou and Zhou exchanged glances. For reasons unknown, their animosity dissipated, and, simultaneously, they clenched their fists and struck at Youyou. Several classmates who were close to Youyou dared not approach, retreating to a safe distance. When the school beauty, Waaaaah, arrived, she encountered this scene. What are you doing? Fighting? The teacher is coming soon. Waaaaah stepped between Youyou and Zhou, attempting to separate them as she had done in the past. However, as their targets were not each other this time, they showed her no regard and pushed her to the ground. Youyou, Zhou, have you gone mad? How dare you push me? Waaaaah's sharp voice drew the attention of the class. Those girls who usually envied her and the boys who admired her looked on with complex expressions, retreating further away. Why are you all looking at me like that? Waaaaah, seeing no one offer her a hand, felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Has Youyou eaten enough? It seems class is about to start, Linji remarked. Indeed, class is starting soon. Where do we put her? The teacher will notice, right? The boys and girls in the classroom grew anxious. Let us put her there. The ground is flat. She 1T fall. An air conditioning 1T blow on her. Then we can spread our clothes over her, and the teacher 1T see her. Yes. We can lay our clothes on the ground. It'll be soft. Right. They hurried to their desks to grab clothes, some even removing cushions from their chairs. You take one, I take one. They piled the clothes together in a corner of the classroom, placing Youyou inside. This is fine. Even if she falls asleep, she won't feel cold. Watching Youyou with her big, adorable eyes, the students' hearts softened. They found themselves reluctant to attend class. Eek! Youyou waved her little paw at them. Youyou will be good. Youyou is the best child. Meanwhile, Youyou and Zhou continued to fight Youyou, with Waaaaah unable to intervene. When the teacher entered the classroom, this was the scene that greeted him. You two again. What? No one is stopping you from fighting today? Youyou, I told you yesterday, if you fight again today, I will call your parents. At the back of the classroom, Youyou stretched out her barely visible little hands. Her adorable voice chiming. Teacher, Youyou is his parent. Youyou is here. Chapter 115. Do not break your legs. Huh. Strange. Did I just hear a child's voice in our classroom? Teacher Wang shook his head in confusion. Could it be that he was so exhausted from grading papers late last night that he was hallucinating? Teacher Wang, please start the class. Don't delay us because of them. Yes, let's begin. We can punish them later. It's not worth holding back all of us students for this. The students, fearing Youyou would be discovered by Teacher Wang, quickly concealed her voice. Teacher Wang felt something was off with the students today, but did not dwell on it and began the lesson. Youyou needs to go potty. Suddenly, the entire class fell silent. Teacher Wang thought he was hearing things again and rubbed his forehead. Teacher, my stomach hurts. I need to use the restroom. Linji was the first to stand and ask. Teacher, no, my stomach hurts too. Teacher, I need to go as well. It must be something bad we ate today. Teacher, I also need to go. I can't hold it anymore. Instantly, students began to stand up, all heading toward the back of the classroom. Linji was shielded by her classmates as she rushed to the corner, scooping Youyou up and sprinting out the back door. Let me take her. I can run faster. Zhou dashed past Linji. What use is speed? Youyou is a girl. She needs to go to the girls' restroom. Yes. Why are you boys making a fuss? Don't block the way. What if she has an accident? That foolish Youyou definitely didn't bring a change of clothes. Throughout the ordeal, Youyou remained obedient, her round eyes wide open, as several girls helped her with this significant life event. Hurry, you all cover for me. I'll be the last to go back to class. Linji held Youyou as they exited the restroom. Cover what? Linji looked up directly into the teacher's piercing gaze. The group of girls froze instantly. Zhou and several boys stood behind the teacher, pointing at her back. Seeing the soft bun that was Youyou in Linji's arms, the teacher stumbled. Why are you all acting so strange today? Is your phone and computer not enough for you? Are you playing real-life games now? Where did this child come from? Should I call the police? The teacher clutched his chest, as if he might faint at any moment. Lin Ji and the others turned to look at Youyou. Youyou looked deflated. I brought her secretly. She asked my little niece. Teacher Wang pointed at Youyou, unable to vocalize his thoughts. Oh no, teacher uncle is sick. It's very dangerous. At the sound of Youyou's small voice, Teacher Wang's vision darkened, and he nearly fainted, his gaze fixed on Youyou's unopened little mouth. Teacher Wang. Youyou quickly caught Teacher Wang's body, then anxiously called out, Youyou, what should we do? Youyou extended her little hand. Let Youyou help. Lin Ji quickly. Let Youyou touch Teacher Wang. Youyou urged Lin Ji. In a flurry, Lin Ji brought Youyou forward. Youyou's little hand brushed against Teacher Wang, and a thread of ethereal energy surged into his brain. Ah, teacher uncle is too tired. There's a blockage in his head. Without Youyou, he would wake up today. Teacher Wang gradually regained consciousness, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he heard the little baby's thoughts. Indeed, he had a mild blood clot in his head, which he had experienced before. Teacher uncle's head is all better now. Today, Youyou saved teacher uncle. Does this count as accumulating merit? Teacher Wang looked at Youyou with a complicated expression, thinking to himself, you did well to sneak your little niece into school today. He decided not to punish Youyou for this incident, as he felt an unprecedented clarity and lightness in his mind, invigorated all over. He then turned to the other students. You all better watch out. After saying that, Teacher Wang took Youyou and made a phone call. Youyou. Lin Ji covered her throat, feeling as though she had nearly choked just now. Youyou shook his head. Do not ask, do not speak, and do not tell anyone. Of course, they cannot speak of it, lest they invite trouble. The students all nodded in agreement. This was the sentiment they had from the beginning. They could not speak. Once they did, it felt suffocating. Initially, they found it bewildering, but later, it seemed miraculous. Youyou, Zhoumu, how do you intend to deal with Etienne and Waaaaah? The group conversed as they walked back to the classroom. Youyou and Zhoumu exchanged glares, then snorted coldly and went their separate ways. In the office, Youyou sat on the desk, her little hand holding a pen, scribbling on the little notebook given to her by Teacher Wang. Chu Qianni, old Master Chu, and old Madam Chu sat nearby, looking somewhat disheveled, beads of sweat still on their foreheads. Rest assured, this time I will definitely strengthen the management of Youyou, and I will have the students tutor him one by one. I will never allow him to fall into despair again. This child is truly deserving of a good thrashing. Teacher Wang asserted emphatically while standing nearby. Regarding the matter of accompanying my little niece to school, I hope you parents will take it lightly. It has already happened, and we cannot turn back time. Just be more vigilant next time. Of course, I also bear some responsibility for not noticing this child sooner, and I apologize to you. Teacher, you're being too hard on yourself. This incident has nothing to do with you. Our little Chi has already caused you enough trouble. Teacher, we shall not disturb you any longer. Watching the elderly Chu couple leave with stern faces, Teacher Wang couldn't help but sigh. The main issue was that they had made a trip for nothing, and after hiding in the corner for so long, he hadn't even gotten a bite to eat. The following morning, Youyou slowly emerged from his bed, dragging one leg behind him. Young Master Chi, your classmates have come to invite you to school. Since you have difficulty walking, they can assist you, the steward remarked as he saw Youyou limping down the stairs with a smile. Absolutely not. Youyou huffed angrily, quickening his pace, albeit with a bit more stability. Had it not been for his hands and feet trembling in an effort to disguise his discomfort, the steward might have been convinced. Have you had breakfast yet? A group of students burst through the door. Youyou's eyes widened upon seeing all his classmates except for Etienne and Waaaaah. Have you all gone mad? Who allowed you to come to my house? What are you saying? You little rascal. Chu Xinger happened to pass by and gave him a sharp slap. With your attitude, your classmates are only tolerating you out of pity. Youyou pouted in grievance. They weren't doing him any favors. They were clearly here for Youyou. Second brother Chu. Yes, just like that. We don't mind. Lin Ji, representing the class, chimed in. By the way, Teacher Wang has assigned us tasks to take turns tutoring Youyou. Since we are all going to school together today, we might as well discuss the tutoring schedule. That sounds splendid. From now on, you can come to my house in the evenings to tutor him. If he manages to get into university, second brother Chu will treat you all to a lavish dinner at my hotel. Wonderful. The classmates exclaimed with great excitement. Second, Brother Chu's hotel is so prestigious that you can't even book a table with money. Youyou cast a sidelong glance at them, taking a considerable amount of time to finally sit at the table and begin eating breakfast. His classmates were in no hurry, chatting as they waited for him to finish. When Youyou was carried down by Xianyu while yawning, this was the scene she encountered. While Uncle Chi's classmates are all here, upon hearing Youyou's voice, everyone turned to her and eagerly squeezed closer. Suddenly surrounded by a crowd, Xianyu almost jumped out of her skin. Youyou, I brought you a toy. I brought one too. Look at this little dress. It will look adorable on Youyou. Mine. Here are little shoes for Youyou. Zhou brandished a bank card. This is a welcome gift for Youyou. Youyou was indignant. Zhou, are you looking for a fight? Zhou ignored him, fixated only on Youyou's eyes lighting up at the sight of the bank card. Anyone can give gifts, but you cannot. Our Youyou doesn't want yours. Before he could finish speaking, Youyou snatched the bank card, giggling. This must be Youyou's reward. Big brother Zhou's father will face a minor disaster in the coming days. Although it isn't fatal, it will significantly impact the Zhou family. This talisman is for him. Youyou produced a piece of talisman paper from her bag and placed it in Zhou's hand, chattering away. Zhou pretended not to understand. For me? Youyou shook her head. For my mother? Again, she shook her head. For my father? Youyou nodded enthusiastically. Zhou nodded gravely. Okay, I will make sure my father keeps it close to him. Youyou beamed. Wow, big brother Zhou truly understands Youyou. Youyou fumed on the side, unable to eat his meal. The other students watched Zhou with jealousy. However, it was of no concern. There would be plenty of time as they would take turns tutoring Youyou every day. We should head out now. We need to prepare the content for tutoring Youyou. Yes, time is of the essence. Let us not waste it. All right, let us go. The group of students departed in unison. Youyou stood on one leg while dragging the other, shouting, Didn't you come to invite me to school? Don't leave me hanging. Someone help me. Zhou, get over here. Finally, it was quiet. Xianyu pinched Youyou's little nose, finding it quite strange that the most annoying child in the celestial realm was so popular in the mortal world. Youyou huffed, swatting Xianyu's hand away. This baby is not annoying. I am the most popular child in the celestial realm too. Sir Xianyu, there's an officer Li outside asking for you. Li? Xianyu inquired. Li Zheng. The steward nodded, clearly having considered Xianyu a member of the Chu family. Let him in. Xianyu frowned slightly, sensing that something was amiss. Youyou was still engrossed in her meal, nearly burying her little head in the bowl. Officer Li appeared pale and haggard. When he saw Xianyu and Youyou, it was as if he had found a lifeline. Young Master Xian, it seems that Officer Yu has not regained consciousness. Not regained consciousness? What do you mean? Xianyu asked. My colleagues and I have conducted a thorough investigation. Officer Yu had no contact with any suspicious items, nor did he visit any unusual places. The hospital has also examined him. There are no signs of illness or injury. His breathing is becoming increasingly weak, and his vitality is diminishing. Youyou lifted her little head from the bowl, her round eyes wide with curiosity. Senior sister mentioned that in such cases, it could either be a loss of soul or someone locking the soul. Youyou wants to check. Xianyu's sleeve was tugged as Youyou wiggled insistently. All right, let us go. But you must inform your grandparents and your uncle. I'm only following along and not taking responsibility. Yes, let us also call Su Jinrui. Doesn't he want to learn about these things? It would be good for him to gain some experience. The elderly Chu couple naturally would not stop them. In fact, they planned to accompany them to observe the situation. Su Jinrui arrived promptly, as usual, with his little backpack, which contained a small green snake. The group took a flight and hurried to N-City. Officer Yu's hospital room was on the top floor, guarded by several police officers. How is he? A few officers shook their heads slightly. All his vital signs are very weak. His breathing and heartbeat have dropped below the minimum threshold, and the monitors can hardly keep up. Let's go take a look. Xianyu carried Youyou into the room. Is this a case of the soul being extracted? Youyou merely glanced at Officer Yu on the bed and immediately understood the cause. This completely touched upon the blind spot of knowledge for Li Zheng and his colleagues. Youyou first stabilized his soul. Xianyu nudged the bag at Youyou's chest. I remember there are soul-stabilizing talismans inside. Let us use one. Youyou retrieved a soul-stabilizing talisman from her bag and placed it on Officer Yu, watching it merge into his body. Youyou is going to summon Officer Yu's soul. Chapter 117. Is it this yellow-haired little boy? Xianyu chuckled as he flicked Youyou's forehead. Summon the soul? Do you know the incantation? Youyou scratched her little head and then pulled a secret method from her bag, shoving it into Xianyu's hands. Why wait until the last moment? Xinyu opened the secret method, reading, "Do not fall asleep. Doi feng doi xing, unxiasing dingdi. Exorcise evil and bind spirits, protect life and body." Young Master Xian, Li Zheng pointed at Youyou, who was sitting upright yet hanging her head. It seemed she had fallen asleep. Xianyu was exasperated, placing a book on Youyou's head, while Su Jinrui continued to quietly chant, "Wisdom clear, mind at peace." After reciting it several times, air fluctuations began to appear around Su Jinrui. Quite the talented one, Xianyu couldn't help but remark. Suddenly, a radiant white light emanated from Youyou's head, merging with the fluctuations of air surrounding Su Jinrui. In an instant, a ripple surged, and both Youyou and Su Jinrui vanished from their original spot, leaving behind the tome that had been resting where Youyou sat. Xianyu abruptly stood up, feeling a surge of treachery. They had tampered with the essence of the soul of Yubo. The two children had inexplicably disappeared, causing Li Zheng and the other officers to panic. What should they do? They were merely two children. Xian Yu's expression darkened, a hint of worry creeping into her heart. It would be fine. Youyou was with them. I will attempt again to see if I can reopen the portal. With that, Xian Yu began to silently recite the incantation for summoning souls. Youyou felt a sudden drop, and upon opening her eyes, she realized her small bottom was uncomfortably pressed against something hard. "Huh, where are we?" she exclaimed. "Ouch, that hurts." Su Jinrui sprang up like a spring, clutching his bottom and wailing. "Little brother, where have we arrived?" Youyou tugged at the hem of Su Jinrui's pants. "I don't know where this is either," Su Jinrui replied, gazing around the dim, eerie space, shivering in fear. "You don't know either?" Youyou scratched her small head and then climbed to her feet. "Wait for me, Youyou." Su Jinrui hurriedly stepped forward and lifted Youyou into his arms. "It's so dark here." Youyou nodded and then patted Su Jinrui on the shoulder. "Little brother, don't be afraid. Youyou is here. This little darkness is nothing. The dark, enchanted forest of Imo Xianjun is truly dark as ink. My senior sister couldn't even see the trees inside. The last time we went to gather the dark spiritual roots, we accidentally picked the Mo Uc Chong instead." Su Jinrui's eyes instantly lit up. "Wow, such a place exists? It sounds incredible, but we were just in the hospital. How do we suddenly come here?" Youyou tilted her head in thought. It must be that the summoning incantation encountered some kind of barrier when it opened the space. That barrier should have been set upon Yubo's soul, causing us to be sucked here upon contact. So, the ones who took Yubo want to capture us too? Su Jinrui shook his head. "No, wait. How would they know we were coming to rescue Yubo?" "Oh, they want to capture Youyou because they know she will save Yubo." "No, that's not right. They don't want to catch Youyou. They want to capture those who would save Yubo." Youyou scratched her little head in confusion. "Little brother, your words are so convoluted. I don't understand." Youyou was trapped atop a high platform, struggling with all his might in vain. "Stop wasting your energy. It's futile. Don't think that you, a mere ordinary soul, can escape here. Be sensible and reveal the location of the celestial power. Perhaps I might release your soul and grant you another life." Youyou lifted his gaze to the man seated below, spitting defiantly. "I told you, I know nothing of celestial power. I'm a police officer. Spare me your superstitious nonsense. Aren't you just kidnapping me because I exposed your lair? If you have the ability, kill me." "Huh, you speak as if you were telling the truth. No wonder they say the most cunning in the mortal realm are the likes of you police officers. Do you think you could deceive me? Come, look around. Does this place seem familiar? This is where you barged in that day. There used to be an evidence table here with a huge celestial stone atop it. Tell me, how did you reduce that celestial stone to powder?" As the man spoke, his fury grew, and he violently tugged the silken cord binding Youyou's soul. The tightening of the cord elicited a painful cry from Youyou, echoing throughout the space. "Stubborn and obstinate. Do you think this pain is akin to the pain of your body? The pain of the soul is 1,000-fold greater. Furthermore, if you refuse to speak, I have other means. As long as that person summons your soul, he will arrive here. Did you hear that? The sound of the wind chimes is ringing. Your savior is coming." As soon as the man finished speaking, Su Jinrui exclaimed, "Youyou, did you hear that? It seems to be Uncle Yu's voice. He sounds in pain." Youyou forced himself to raise his head, trying to call out to Su Jinrui to flee with Youyou, but he could utter nothing. The man known as Lao Si glanced at the mirror before him, puzzled. This shouldn't be. Why were there two children? One of them was merely an infant being cradled. Youyou pointed to the left front, and, noticing Su Jinrui could not see, took his hand and directed him. "Little brother, Let us go this way. Uncle Yu is over here. Ⅱ, unable to see clearly, relied on Youyou's heart to find their direction. Keep going forward a little more. Okay, stop. Youyou reached out her small hand and touched a cold stone wall. Huh. Isn't this the wall we bumped into when we came here with Uncle Yu last time? Little brother, just crash into it. Youyou is here. Ⅱ felt a bit apprehensive, but decided to trust Youyou. Youyou, I'm going to crash now. Youyou nodded vigorously, silently counting her heart. 1, 2, 3, crash. Ⅱ closed his eyes and charged forward, stumbling slightly due to inertia. Huh, it's bright around here. Just as Ⅱ felt a surge of joy, he spotted Youyou bound and contorted on the platform, alongside 2 men seated nearby. Youyou, seeing Youyou muster all his strength, weakly uttered a few words. Uncle Yu. Ⅱ couldn't help but shout at this sight. Yes, it's this little brat. He is surrounded by the spiritual patterns emitted from the summoning incantation. The man known as Waaaaah pointed at Ⅱ. Ha, a mere child, still wet behind the ears and not yet on the path of cultivation. Today, I shall see how your soul fares in my hands. Chapter 118. Infuriated baby, you are the one who is a mere child. Your entire family are mere children. You, old rubbish, quickly release Uncle Yu. Ⅱ was enraged, pointing at the man and cursing. The man had never been insulted like this, especially by a child ignorant of cultivation. Enraged, he stood up. Very well, I have never refined a child as soul before. Today, I shall give it a try. Wow, you wicked old man. This villain actually refines the souls of the living. He is an absolute scoundrel. Youyou furiously waved her small hands at the air. And this guy, he kills young boys and girls to extract blood for his Inyang bowl, specifically trapping In's souls. Ah, I can't take it anymore. I must fight them. With that thought, Youyou's small body soared into the air. The 2 men were still astonished that they could hear Youyou's thoughts, and by the time they came to their senses, Youyou had already flown before them. They felt the familiar celestial power surrounding Youyou, their eyes widening in shock. It's her. How could it possibly be her? Youyou, old hag. Enraged, Youyou waved her small hand, delivering 2 resounding slaps to the men. The immense force sent both men crashing to the ground. Oh, my teeth. You've infuriated the baby. Ah, I will make you pay. Youyou was clearly not yet satisfied. Before the 2 could rise, she unleashed 2 more slaps. The sound echoed loudly in the dim, silent space. Puffed. I've lost 2 more teeth. Both men began to wail. Ⅱ watched, his eyes sparkling with excitement, while Youyou gradually smiled. Youyou's small figure swung in the air, her cheeks puffed in anger, her little hands still searching for the right angle to strike. Quick, use your spells. One man urged the other man, known as Waaaaah. Waaaaah had just opened his mouth and had not yet begun to cast his spell when Youyou delivered another slap, sending him rolling on the ground. Ah, how dare you bully Youyou? I will make you pay. All of Youyou's fury focused on the man who had previously threatened her, and her tiny fist began to rain down blows. The man had just begun to channel the power of his cultivation when Youyou's strikes dispersed his energy, causing him to collapse once more. Ah, the little demon man had not finished speaking when Youyou, filled with indignation, struck his mouth again. You are the little demon. Your whole family is a bunch of little demons. Youyou is clearly the most well-behaved child in Xinjia, and you are not allowed to call Youyou a little demon. Little did the man know, his words struck a nerve with Youyou. Woo, Youyou is not annoying. Youyou is the most beloved child in the Xinjia. Woo-woo. Tears streamed down Youyou's face, her sobs pitiful. With one hand wiping her tears and the other still hitting the man, it wasn't long before he fell silent. The man known as Waaaaah watched in horror, trembling and no longer daring to make a sound. How terrifying. This little devil before him was truly fearsome. Uncle Yu, I am here to save you. Ⅱ saw Youyou effortlessly overpowering the 2 villains and rushed forward to untie the thin ropes binding him. It hurts. Youyou shot a glare at Waaaaah, who recoiled in fright and began to whimper. Ignoring him, Youyou leaped forward and tugged at Ⅱ. Little brother, you must not touch this thing. This is the soul lock. Any living being that touches it will be burned. Alas, Uncle Yu has truly suffered. This soul lock is extremely painful. Youyou, does it not hurt you to touch it? Ⅱ looked at Youyou's delicate little hands, relieved to see no marks. Youyou is not afraid. Youyou is a spirit body. My senior sister said that water, fire, poison, and curses cannot defeat Youyou. As she spoke, Youyou twisted and tangled the soul lock into a tight knot, then raised it and slammed it against the ground twice. I will smash you, bad rope. Lao-Si, terrified, covered his eyes and peered through his fingers at the brutal scene, his heart filled with regret. Why did he volunteer for this task? Wouldn't it have been better to stay home and quietly cultivate? Have you found out who is responsible? A cold and authoritative voice, belonging to a superior, echoed from the mirror on the table. Youyou halted her actions, her dark eyes gazing at the mirror. Lao-Si glanced fearfully at the mirror, wanting to secretly release some useful information but dared not move. He hesitated, reluctant to give up this opportunity to call for help, yet fearful of Youyou, the little demon. Just as he was contemplating whether to take a risk, Youyou extended her little claw and grasped the mirror, then brought her other hand down upon it. With a loud crack, the mirror shattered. Youyou breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared that Youyou might look into that object, worrying that the other party would see her face. Now, as long as these two men were dead, the other side would no longer know about Youyou's celestial power. Yes, as long as these two men died. At this moment, he was unwilling to adhere to any evidence or legalities. From Youyou's innermost thoughts, he understood that the crimes committed by these two men were so heinous that even the death penalty would not suffice. He simply wished to obliterate them. Youyou controlled the ethereal soul and moved forward, reaching out to strangle the unconscious man. Uncle, do not kill. You bear merit. It should not be destroyed. It is not worth it. Youyou saw through Youyou's intentions and tugged at his hand. Let me do it. I am a child. Killing bad people is not against the law. Grandfather has said so. Illegitimate showed no fear at all. No need. Youyou will just extract their souls and send them to the netherworld. Little brother does not need to lose merit. Youyou giggled, sitting on the ground as her devilish little hand reached toward the man. Come out. As Youyou waved her hand, the man's soul struggled to emerge from his body, grimacing and attempting to resist. You, bind him, otherwise I will throw you into the cesspool and burn you to ashes. Youyou chirped to the soul lock. The soul lock trembled, beginning to frantically untie its own knot, becoming more chaotic and panicked. Youyou twitched his lips. Indeed, one must counter evil with evil. The soul lock, filled with a strong will to survive, not only untangled itself, but also ensnared the man's soul, wrapping up Lao-Si as well. Chapter 119, Breaking the Formation. One person and one soul screamed in agony, their cries so loud that Youyou, exasperated, struck at them again. Shut up, or I will hit you harder. One person and one soul no longer dared to cry out. Gritting their teeth, their expressions contorted in pain. Does it hurt? Serves you right. You bullied Uncle Youyou, and now you will suffer even more. Illegitimate was furious. Youyou felt immense gratitude for the two little ones' protection. Who are you? What is special about this place? Who is it that spoke with you just now? And how can we destroy it? Feeling secure, Youyou began to revert to his old ways. Despite their pain, one person and one soul cast disdainful glances at Youyou. Even in pain, they looked down upon him. Youyou, seeing this, grew angry and raised her small hand to strike again. Speak. If you don't, I will hit you. Youyou's tiny fists were far mightier than the soul lock, and one person and one soul pleaded for mercy. We will speak. We are from the Lin family. He is called Lin Lao-Si, and I am Tsongsheng. The one who spoke with us is our family head, Youyou. Our Lin family is a prominent cultivation family specializing in formations. This place is a natural secret chamber found by our family head. It is the best location to gather the essence of the sun and moon, beneficial for us to gather and refine the celestial power within the celestial stone, which we will then bestow upon the holy body. Our family will then produce the foremost immortal in the cultivation realm, even if they do not ascend. They will greatly protect our Lin family, making us the leading family in the cultivation world. However, an unexpected incident occurred. The celestial power within the celestial stone vanished without a trace, and the stone turned to dust. The family head specifically ordered us to investigate. We found him through Tianyan. Lin Lao-Si pointed at Youyou, so we extracted his soul to interrogate him, only to discover he was merely immortal without any celestial power in his soul, which led us to devise this plan to lure you here, so you can freely extract my soul or cause my death. Is your world truly one where murder is permissible? Youyou was somewhat agitated. The two merely cast another disdainful glance at Youyou, thinking that killing was perfectly normal in their world, where the strong prey upon the weak. If you had the ability, we wouldn't be able to kill you, right? Hearing this, Youyou's heart stirred with tumult. This touched upon his blind spots, revealing another world unknown to him. A world unbound by laws, with a strong ruled supreme. They seem to be gradually infiltrating the lives of ordinary people, appearing within their realm, where the so-called celestial powers and cultivation things that their police could restrain. If those individuals committed murder in this world, how would the police justify their actions? How can this place be destroyed? Youyou inquired again. Destroy? Lin Laozi and Song Sheng exchanged bewildered looks, as if Youyou were foolish. This is the Lin family's supreme formation. How could you destroy it? Are you dreaming? Uncle Yu, do not worry. Youyou will destroy it for you. Youyou raised her small hand and chirped a couple of times. Lin Laozi and Song Sheng laughed. A mere child, having stolen the celestial power from their Lin family, was one thing, but thinking she could break their supreme formation was simply laughable. As they watched another child carrying her around, Lin Laozi and Song Sheng found themselves increasingly amused. Go on, break the formation, try to buy more time. When a family head arrives, we will be saved. At that point, they could also expose the fact that the little child had stolen their celestial power, gaining merit for themselves. Su Jinrui held Youyou as they searched along the wall, knocking and striking at it. Youyou, how can we break this formation? What should we look for to find the formation eye? Su Jinrui remembered that Xianyu had once mentioned the term formation eye. Youyou scratched her little head, feeling somewhat perplexed. The senior sister had mentioned that breaking a formation typically required locating the formation eye. Generally, the place with the strongest fluctuation of spiritual energy indicated the formation eye, but this was not absolute. The formation could change instantaneously depending on the formation eye. There was also a sequence to breaking the formation eye. One must not act recklessly. Su Jinrui was troubled. Had he known, he would have asked Uncle Xianyue to teach him about formation sooner. In contrast, Youyou remained unfazed. She exclaimed, Aha! Here, there's a formation eye. I can sense the fluctuation. She pointed to a spot behind an oil lamp on the wall. Su Jinrui halted and, mimicking Youyou, extended his hand to feel, even though he sensed nothing. Lin Laozi and Song Sheng exchanged disdainful glances, ready to mock, when suddenly Youyou's little fist struck down on that spot with great force. With a resounding crash, a large section of the wall caved in, and a bright white light flickered. How could this be possible? Lin Laozi and Song Sheng stared in disbelief, their eyes wide. How could someone break the formation eye merely with their fist? Wow, it worked. Big brother, let's find the second one. Thus, Youyou destroyed 4 formation eyes in quick succession with her tiny fists. Relocate the battlefield. Relocate the battlefield. She joyfully waved her little hand as she passed through the wall. Lin Laozi and Song Sheng grew increasingly despondent. They had intended to stall for time until help arrived. However, at the rate that little brat was dismantling the formation, they feared they were doomed. At that moment, Youyou's whole body emitted a faint white light, and Xuanyue's figure suddenly appeared in the space. Upon seeing Xianyue, Youyou felt a surge of reassurance. Where were Youyou and Jinrui? As soon as Xianyue spotted Lin Laozi and Song Sheng bound, he understood it was Youyou's doing. Youyou pointed towards the wall, indicating the formation eye. With that, Xianyue swiftly vanished behind the wall. Song Sheng watched in astonishment, his eyes widening, his mouth trembling. Laozi, did you see that? It's that esteemed figure, isn't it? Youyou sensed something and turned his gaze towards the two. Yes, it's him. I've seen his portrait. It's definitely him. Quickly, inform the head of the family. We have found him. After speaking, Song Sheng began to sway his soul body, intending to return to his physical form. Youyou doubted he could restrain the two, so he narrowed his eyes and threatened with the soul lock. The slender soul lock trembled and quickly wrapped around Lin Laozi, who was about to retrieve talismans from his pocket. The slender rope nearly embedded itself into Lin Laozi's body, causing him to scream in pain. Youyou swiftly snatched the talismans from Lin Laozi's grasp and began to search him. Chapter 120. Dreaming regardless of their utility or understanding. Youyou gathered all the items he found on Lin Laozi. Just then, the entire space began to suddenly transform, emitting a spectral blue light, as if light were piercing through space and descending from above. The head of the family must be coming. Lin Laozi and Song Sheng could not contain their excitement and cried out. Youyou anxiously stood up, intending to find Xianyue, only to see him approaching, carrying Youyou in one arm and lifting Su Jinrui with the other as he passed through the wall. Hurry, we must leave. Someone is coming. Xianyue was not afraid of the newcomers. He simply wished to keep Youyou and the others hidden from their sight. Xianyue began to chant an incantation. A burst of white light enveloped them. Youyou extended her little hand, angrily releasing a surge of celestial energy, and then they vanished within the white light. Moments later, two figures suddenly appeared at the spot where Youyou and the others had stood. Subsequently, the space began to collapse. Head of the family. It's the power from within the celestial stone. That person has destroyed the formation. Elder Lin hurriedly gathered his strength to shield himself and Linyu from the falling debris. Linyu wore a grim expression, gritting his teeth. So close. Bring Songxing's body. We must leave. In the hospital, Li Zheng watched as Youyou pulled a thin rope, tying one person and one soul together, causing them to wail in despair. Unable to look away. Director, how are you feeling? Youyou lay on the bed, removing the oxygen mask and letting out a long breath. I'm alive. I finally feel alive again. Uncle Xianyue, will the bad guys find Uncle Yu again? Su Jinrui asked with concern. Xianyue gently ruffled Su Jinrui's little head. No, they don't know where his body is. They only extracted his soul through that formation and the celestial eye. That formation also served as a medium space, and it has now been destroyed, so they cannot access it through there. Moreover, you heard those two evildoers say that only they knew Uncle Yu's silhouette. Now that formation is destroyed, all remaining images have vanished. Su Jinrui glared at Lin Laosi and Songsheng, eyes gleaming with fury. So, Uncle Xianyue, if those two die, no one will know. Xianyue glanced at Su Jinrui in surprise and chuckled. Indeed, but there is still risk. That person's body should have fallen into the hands of their own people. They can still locate his soul through his body or summon it. Of course, I won't allow them to succeed in summoning him. However, if they find the location of his soul, we will still be in danger. Is there a way? I want to try. Su Jinrui clenched his little fist, determination etched in his gaze. Youyou has a way. Youyou will summon Uncle Bai and bring their souls down. Youyou produced a tree bone flute. Here, just blow it. Su Jinrui looked at the black whistle, hesitating to touch it. Youyou looks so cold, so cold. Youyou shook her little head, not cold. With that, she took the tree bone flute and blew into it with all her might. Instead of Bai Wuchang, an ordinary soul guide, dressed in a gray robe and wearing a gray hat appeared. Uncle Soul Guide, where's Uncle Bai? Youyou asked, somewhat believing yet skeptical. All right then. Uncle Soul Guide, please take these two wicked souls down. They are very bad. Tell Grandpa Judge to make them suffer in the 18 layers of hell. And do not let them out. Understood, replied the gray-robed soul guide, producing a soul-reaping lock to ensnare the souls of Lin Laosi and Songsheng, dragging them away. Lin Laosi and Songsheng continued to wail on, no, not hell. Once the chill in the air dissipated, Li Zheng and the others regained their composure. Youyou, can they go to the underworld, even if their lifespan hasn't ended? Su Jinrui asked excitedly. Youyou proudly puffed out her little chest and tilted her head back, grinning. Because Youyou is powerful, they all listen to Youyou. Whoever Youyou wants to send to hell, Uncle Soul Guide will take them. Xianyue stumbled, nearly falling over. Child, you're getting ahead of yourself. The Soul Guide merely does not wish to converse with you. Going to the underworld can be decided by others, not by you. Furthermore, if it weren't for the fact that those two souls have been ensnared by the soul lock for a long time, a typical soul messenger might not even be able to pull their souls into the underworld. Indeed, the hour was growing late. Apart from Youyou, who had consumed ample milk, both Xianyue and Su Jinrui were quite famished. When Chu Xin returned home with a sullen expression, Youyou had already fallen asleep on Xuanyue's coffin board. Over the past few days, she had been tirelessly researching those pills and discovered that they contained a radioactive substance. Moreover, aside from that radioactive substance, there were two types of volatile toxins. The remaining drug elements she identified were of two kinds, one derived from a hallucinogenic plant in the tropical forest, and the other from the blood of a certain type of venomous snake. Fourth brother, I believe it is best to inform fourth sister-in-law about this matter. Chu Xin handed the identification results to Chu Tianshi. I haven't found anything amiss with the Li family. In recent days, Chu Tianyi has conducted an investigation into every member of the Li family. Chu Xin believes that if there are indeed issues within the Li family, the heartfelt whispers of Youyou will undoubtedly reveal them. Very well. Tomorrow I will accompany you and your fourth sister-in-law to take her there. Please handle these medications with care. Ensure that Youyou does not accidentally ingest them. By the way, if possible, please inspect other locations as well, including the company. Unbeknownst to Youyou, she has been assigned a new task, peacefully slumbering within the coffin board of Xianyue. The runes on the coffin board emanate a faint glow, subtly diminishing in intensity. Youyou dreamt of a wondrous place. Chapter 121. Youyou's Dreamwalk. The surroundings were shrouded in a chilling aura, with towering trees reaching the clouds. Sunlight, unable to penetrate the gaps between the leaves, enveloped in mist. Youyou's small form floated in the air, feeling as if something were brushing against her back. Ah, it tickles. Youyou raised her tiny hand to scratch but could not reach the spot, so she turned around. Oh, is it you scratching baby S back? A branch swayed up and down, then gently rested its pointed tip on Youyou's little paw. Oh, you seem to have gained consciousness? Have you become sentient? Grasping the small branch, Youyou soared upward, following its extension toward the trunk. Wow, what a magnificent, towering tree. Youyou craned her neck, but could not see the top. Suddenly, she exerted too much force and flipped over, landing flat on her back. The branches of the tree swiftly supported her back, causing her to giggle with delight. Tree, have you gathered spiritual energy yet? Youyou inquired while hugging the branch. The branch nodded slightly in affirmation and then pointed toward the trunk. Youyou sat up and gazed in that direction, noticing something faintly flickering above. As she crawled along the branch, her round eyes peered closely at the trunk. Oh, what is this? It seems so familiar. The branch lifted Youyou up and down, allowing her to inspect the rune-etched portion of the trunk thoroughly. How familiar? Why does it resemble the runes on the coffin board of Uncle Youyou? The branch shook with increased enthusiasm. Are you saying that someone carved this onto you? The branches of the great tree rustled and sighed, as if lamenting its plight. Suddenly, Youyou found the scene before her transforming. Several robed figures approached from a distance, wielding various tools. One Taoist held a Buddhist dust whisk, exuding an aura of ethereal elegance. This tree has already gathered spiritual energy with another year or so of cultivation. It may very well become sentient. Indeed, a splendid coffin. If it were used to entomb that person, his soul would undoubtedly be trapped. As the words fell, Youyou observed the Taoist begin to inscribe runes upon the trunk, chanting incantations as he did so. Soon after, Youyou heard the anguished wails of the great tree. Villains. They're all villains. They dared to use the spirit tree to craft the coffin, imprisoning Uncle Youyou. Enraged, Youyou waved her tiny fists and flew toward the Taoist, attempting to strike him. Unfortunately, her small hands merely passed through the air, landing on nothing. It's just an illusion. So wicked, utterly despicable. Youyou huffed, pouting in indignation. After completing the rune inscriptions, the Taoist began to set up a formation around the tree. Once the formation was established, the great tree appeared ensnared by a white light, immobile. All right, let us chop down the tree and make the coffin. As the Taoist's voice echoed, several strong men approached, wielding massive axes, and commenced their work. Oh dear, this is infuriating. The great tree lamented, while Youyou could only watch helplessly, fuming as she pounded her tiny fists at the figures. Alas, it was all in vain. Youyou helplessly witnessed the tree being felled and transformed into a coffin, observing as those men placed Youyou's body inside and inscribed another layer of runes on the coffin's exterior. During the sealing of the coffin, Youyou glimpsed a flash of light, as if a shimmering oval object briefly appeared on the coffin's surface, only to vanish in an instant. Oh, what was that? Inquisitively, Youyou floated to the edge of the coffin, her small hands tapping and knocking on the coffin board. What on earth is that? Youyou, what are you doing? Youyou, awakened by the clattering sounds, opened his eyes to see Youyou sitting before him, eyes closed, waving her tiny hands against the coffin board. Could it be a celestial being sleepwalking? He had never heard of this little one having a sleepwalking habit. Youyou waved his hand in front of Youyou's eyes, but she showed no sign of awakening. Clearly, she was still in a deep slumber. Yawning, Youyou gently lifted Youyou in his arms, half closing his eyes as he patted her back. Youyou paused momentarily, her little head tilting, before she snuggled against Youyou's shoulder and fell back into a peaceful slumber. Oh, what misfortune! Chased by the child in the heavens, now accompanying her in sleep on earth. It's one thing for the child to wet the bed, but now she is sleepwalking. Oh heavens, what sins have I committed in my past life? Youyou carefully set Youyou down and turned over to resume his own rest. However, he did not notice that the runes on the coffin wall behind him had grown even fainter, followed by a burst of white light surging from within, impacting the weakened runes. Suddenly, a bead emerged from the coffin wall, floating atop Youyou's little head, burrowing into her not-so-thick hair. Youyou was awakened by Chu Tianyi, who had retrieved her from the coffin board. The little one, still with her eyes closed, was cradled in Chu Tiany's arms and carried into the washroom. It was strange. She should have woken up by now. Chu Tiany gently washed Youyou's face with warm water. Xianyu, yawning, recalled the previous night's events, her dream-walking. Floating in mid-air for quite some time, perhaps dreaming of an annoying person, striking at the air, and then returning to the coffin board to knock and tap. She must have exhausted herself. Chu Tiany was astonished, pondering if Youyou was still sleepwalking. Xianyu waved his hand, heading downstairs for breakfast. Sleepwalking seemed unlikely. Perhaps she simply had an excess of energy that she could not expend during the day, leading to her nighttime antics. Chu Tiany chuckled softly, continuing to wash her face. However, he did not notice a few drops of water splashing onto Youyou's head, trickling into her hair. Youyou was roused by the enticing aroma of breakfast. Upon seeing her awake, the matriarch of the Chu family beamed with delight as she lifted Youyou into her arms. "Little darling, today Grandma personally prepared breakfast for you." Without even glancing at the matriarch, Youyou nodded repeatedly, her large eyes darting toward several small plates before her. "It smells so good. I want to eat big buns." While eating large buns was impossible, the matriarch had cleverly crafted soft food to resemble buns with different colored fillings inside. Youyou savored the delightful meal, squinting with satisfaction. Observing Youyou's contentment, the matriarch couldn't help but smile broadly, revealing her teeth. Our Youyou eats well. Her hair is also getting better. The matriarch gently stroked Youyou's hair with her fingers. "Oh, what is this?" The matriarch, parting Youyou's hair, gasped in astonishment as she beheld a bead-like object sprouting tiny green leaves, resembling a plant emerging from the top of Youyou's head, taking root and sprouting. "What is happening to Youyou's head?" The matriarch trembled in shock. What is this?" Youyou turned her head, her little mouth agape. "Youyou, does it hurt?" The matriarch, hesitant to apply pressure, trembled slightly. Youyou shook her head. "No, it doesn't hurt." "What is wrong with Youyou's head?" Upon witnessing this, Chu Tiany was even more astonished. He meticulously examined the scalp of Youyou and the junction where the seed was affixed, as if the seed were glued to Youyou's head. Youyou extended her tiny paw to touch it. The two leaves of the plant still vibrated excitedly for a moment. Oh, Youyou understands now. It is the seed from the great tree in her dream. When the wicked people chopped down the great tree, the spirit was gathered within the seed. So even if it was cut down, it would not perish. Upon hearing Youyou's thoughts, Chu Tianshi abandoned the idea of removing the seed. It appeared that this seed was indeed quite friendly towards Youyou. Uncle Xianyu is unaware. His coffin board is made from this spiritually gathered tree. Those people are truly malevolent, especially that foul Taoist. If he hadn't felled the tree, it might have already cultivated itself into an immortal and ascended. The seed shook its leaves in agreement with Youyou's words. Xianyu was astounded. No wonder his soul could not break through the runes. For this tree had already gathered spirit. Its trunk served as a natural barrier. That man was indeed treacherous. Fortunately, because the tree gathered spirit as a seed, it did not perish. It can grow anew and cultivate again. Xianyu placed his hand above the seed and summoned a thread of celestial energy, confirming that it was indeed a tree spirit, clearly recognizing Youyou as its master. There was no need for concern. Since it followed Youyou, it would naturally protect her, which was a fortunate occurrence. Indeed, it was celestial energy. Xianyu suddenly realized that the power restraining his soul had considerably weakened. He could now harbor celestial energy within himself once more. Chu Tianshi and the elderly matriarch of the Chu family felt a wave of relief upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Li Jingyi was utterly bewildered, having remained in a state of confusion regarding these matters. She finally understood. Even if a mere brick were to become sentient, she would consider it entirely normal. The elderly matriarch of the Chu family combed Youyou's hair with great care, meticulously covering the two small green leaves with her sparse strands. Soon, arrangements would be made for Youyou to have a few small seed clips crafted. What if someone were to discover them? Xianyu chose not to leave, instead remaining at the Chu residence to tutor Su Jinrui. Upon seeing the seed atop Youyou's head, Su Jinrui's enthusiasm for learning surged to unprecedented heights. He too wished for the spirit of the tree to recognize him as its master. Throughout their journey, Youyou was filled with excitement. For Chu Cece had been continuously recounting tales of her grandmother's garden filled with numerous fruit trees, which chef prepared the best meals in the kitchen, which aunt favored buying her snacks, and which aunt exclusively bought her clothing and jewelry. Youyou felt affection for them all. Although the Li family was not as affluent as the Chu family, They were still one of the prominent families in the capital, and their villa was naturally quite luxurious. Having given prior notice, old Master Li led his family to greet them at the door early in the morning. "Father, elder brother, second brother," Li Jingyi exclaimed joyfully upon seeing her family. "Now that you're here, why bring anything?" Old Master Li's eyes crinkled with joy upon seeing his daughter. "Little sister, brother-in-law, Cici, come inside. Is this Youyou? She is truly adorable." Initially, they had felt somewhat uneasy, fearing that the Chu family would neglect their Cici, but upon seeing her, they understood why they adored their little granddaughter so much. She was simply too delightful and too beautiful. The little one gazed with her big, sparkling eyes, showing no shyness, and waved her tiny hands with a beaming smile. Her 4 tiny pearly teeth peeked out from her rosy little mouth, and her smile melted their hearts. "Hello, Auntie Grandpa. Hello, Uncle Elder. Hello, Uncle Second. Hello, Auntie Mamas." Youyou waved her small hands at everyone. Old Master Li, Li Qingwei, and Li Qingyuan widened their eyes in astonishment. What did they just hear? Unfortunately, after Youyou finished speaking, she fell silent, twisting her little head from side to side, carefully observing the flowers and plants in the courtyard. Didn't sister say there were fruit trees? Why can't I see any? There are no fruits at all." The 3, initially thinking they had misheard, looked up again, carefully scrutinizing Youyou's little mouth. "Alas, there are no fruits to eat." Youyou sighed in disappointment, her large, bewildered eyes causing old Master Li's heart to soften. "Oh dear Youyou, there are fruit trees in the backyard. Right now, there are cherries, blueberries, and apricots on the trees. In a moment, let Sister Cici take you to pick some." Indeed, as soon as old Master Li finished speaking, Youyou's big eyes lit up instantly, akin to a 100-watt light bulb, filling old Master Li with a sense of pride. He had never felt that planting fruit trees was such a clever decision as he did today. Once they entered the hall, Li Jingyi placed Youyou on the sofa. It must be said, though small, this little one had considerable strength. Carrying her for a while left one quite exhausted. "Tianshi has been quite busy lately, hasn't he? I heard your hospital has specifically set up a ward for the underprivileged, along with a fund for those who cannot afford treatment. Many impoverished individuals have come to your hospital." Chu Tianshi nodded in affirmation. Indeed, a portion of that fund comes from donations made by the hospital, while another part is contributed by various sectors of society. It has certainly helped many needy individuals. But I have heard that the majority of it was donated by your hospital. Chu Tianshi did not deny this. This initiative had only recently been established. Ever since he became aware of the fantastical aspects of this world, he had implemented this policy, not for himself, but to accumulate merit, even if only for the Chu family. Where is Youyou? Chu Cici, who had just received some snack for Youyou from her aunt, suddenly noticed the absence of Youyou from the sofa. Chapter 123. Off to the kitchen, Youyou sat on the kitchen floor, her watery eyes darting from one thing to another. "Uncle, Auntie Youyou is hungry. Youyou wants to eat the cake Cici sister mentioned, and also meat soup, and so many delicious things." Youyou pointed at the food on the stove, babbling excitedly. Who does this child belong to? She must be quite famished. The head chef, seeing Youyou curled up on the ground in such an adorable manner, couldn't help but chuckle. She was brought over from the Chu family. It is said she is the daughter of the Chu family's heiress. Should we prepare some supplementary food for her? Youyou vigorously shook her head, persistently pointing at the meat on the stove. No. Youyou wants to eat meat, wants to eat delicious food, wants to eat what adults eat. The chef crouched down with a smile. "Little darling, have you grown any teeth? You can't eat meat without teeth." Youyou opened her mouth wide, pointing to her 4 tiny pearly teeth. "Ah, ha ha ha. This little one is truly adorable. Indeed, she is so beautiful. A veritable little angel. Very well. Since you have teeth, Chef Uncle will prepare meat for you." The chef was utterly charmed by her. Youyou beamed, her smile lighting up her eyes. Thus, the chef began to chop chicken meat under Youyou's expectant gaze. The kitchen helpers occasionally fed Youyou a spoonful of fruit puree or egg custard. Every time she tasted something, she clapped her tiny hands with delight. Chu Tianshi found his way to the kitchen and, upon seeing Youyou seated on the floor, couldn't help but rub his forehead. Indeed, this little one was familiar with every kitchen she visited. She was simply too adorable. Old Master Li remarked. She is far better than Cici was at her age. Cici was like a little adult, far too sensible, lacking the carefree spirit of a child. Indeed, Cici has always been considerate of the adults. Chu Cici shyly lowered her head. Youyou turned her little head, cooing a couple of times, before crawling over to Chu Cici. Chu Cici picked Youyou up, gently rubbing her little knees as she exited the kitchen. Youyou, just tell Chef Uncle what you want to eat. There's no need to run into the kitchen again. Your parents couldn't find you just now. Youyou pointed toward the kitchen. Youyou goes to the kitchen. Uncle and aunties will give food. Upon finishing her speech, she opened her mouth wide, allowing a glimpse of her delight. Delicious. So very delicious. CHSS, however, was troubled. Youyou. It's safe at home, but outside, you must never accept food from strangers. Youyou turned her bewildered large eyes towards her. Why not? Because there are many bad people outside, particularly human traffickers. They will lure you with treats and then take you away, selling you to the countryside, where you won't be able to see mommy and your uncles anymore. Youyou scratch her little head. What is a human trafficker? Is it tasty? Does it smell good? CHSS, unable to contain her frustration, wished to smack her own forehead. Human traffickers are wicked individuals who specialize in abducting infants. They snatch babies from their parents and sell them to those who cannot have children. Once purchased, these infants are confined and denied their freedom. Old Master L, smiling gently, interjected with an explanation. Youyou tilted her little head in contemplation. Oh, I understand now. It's the one who took me from my stroller last time and discarded my cotton candy. He has abducted many babies and even aunties. My senior sister said they are called beggars and human traffickers, and they're also referred to as human food. CHSS found it difficult to explain further, thus opted for silence. In any case, Youyou must refrain from accepting food from strangers in the future. Youyou nodded her little head fervently. All right, if it's delicious, I will take it. If it's not, I will one tea. CHSS remarked. Uncle Sue and Youyou is right. It is indeed challenging to teach you. She then lifted Youyou onto the sofa, drawing her close, fearful that she might wander off again. Father, how has your health been recently? Seeing Youyou settle down, TSH resumed the earlier conversation. Youyou perked up her little ears and gazed at old Master L. Sister S grandfather is not well. Just look at his face, dark in the forehead, dry in the temples, purple earlobes, and sunken cheeks. He has almost 1 month left to live. TSK, his body harbors toxins, and there are malicious individuals at play. Moreover, both of Sister S uncles are also in poor health, showing signs of being targeted by ill-wishers. Prolonged exposure could also pose a threat to their lives. Youyou's words caused the atmosphere in the room to change drastically, except for the 2L family aunts who were oblivious to her inner thoughts. CHTNSH exchanged glances with LJ Ingy, both realizing that bringing Youyou along would yield results. Father, a few days ago, we discovered a type of volatile, toxic substance in the toys you gifted to SS. It was within the custom-made toys you arranged for her birthday. XNXN had it tested, and prolonged contact, even as little as 3 months, could pose a life-threatening risk. I am grateful we brought Youyou to her maternal home. Otherwise, I would regret it for life. 1 month? Does that mean my father only has a month left to live? CHTNSH continued. Father, have you had frequent contact with anything recently? Please have it checked. And you, elder brother and second brother, what have you been in contact with? Especially items related to the toys you arranged for SS. I know. Grandfather L loves to play with those walnuts. The bad things must be inside. Uncle LD and Uncle L are certainly adore their cars. The protective charms in their cars must harbor those bad things as well. And the toys of the 2 older brothers also contain them. But how do I tell fourth uncle? CHTNSH stood up. Father, I believe it must be something close to you. Haven't you always enjoyed playing with those walnuts? I recall you spent a fortune acquiring them. And you, elder brother and second brother, your fondness for cars and expensive ornaments means you should dismantle those items. Since the substance was found in SS's toys, you might as well check those of SHI and SHOTN. Wow, fourth uncle is so clever, just like eldest uncle. Both are very intelligent. Youyou joyfully shook her little head and reached for the cookies in CHSS's hand. Chapter 124. The great villain of good and evil. As for the source, consider whether all these items originate from the same place. Old Master L's expression grew grave as he summoned the butler to fetch a hammer, personally smashing the 2 walnuts, which had cost tens of thousands. The walnut kernels crumbled, darkened by decay, hard as stones. Within each walnut kernel lay a brown pill, which CHTNSH extracted. Indeed, it resembled what they had discovered. He placed the pill into a small glass vial. Uncle LD and Uncle L also went to their cars, dismantling their ornaments, and similarly uncovered pills within. They had purchased those ornaments less than 10 days ago, whereas Father S walnuts had been in use for over 3 months. Meanwhile, the butler had the toys brought out and smashed open. In total, they uncovered more than 20 pills. Fortunately, these toys had been ordered later. After purchasing gifts for SS, LD and L are felt relieved. Thankfully, the two children had limited time with their toys due to school and evening tutoring. However, they deeply regretted their father's well-being. Youyou stretched out her little hand towards old Master L, making little sounds. It's all right. Uncle LD and Uncle L are just need to exercise to detoxify. Grandfather L still has Youyou. Old Master L, with trembling hands, lifted Youyou into his arms. My, how adorable you are, little Youyou. With a gentle pat on old Master L's shoulder, a surge of ethereal energy flowed through his veins, instantly alleviating his discomfort. His frail body felt unusually light. Oh dear, my little Youyou is truly a treasure. Just holding you makes me feel rejuvenated. I believe I can live for at least another 10 years. Old Master L laughed heartily. Youyou grinned and tilted her little head. Grandfather L will live to see 13 more years. Overjoyed, Old Master L produced a bank card from his pocket, a gift for Youyou, encouraging her to buy delicious treats. Wow, Youyou has money again. I want to buy tasty food, but I mustn't let Mommy know. Youyou accepted the card with her small hand, opening the pouch around her neck to tuck it away. Hee. Youyou has already hidden 3 cards in here. Once I can walk, I'll buy delicious food without Mommy knowing. This little one indeed had quite the clever plan. Once she starts crawling, she will be hard to catch, and when she learns to walk and run, CHTNSH felt a headache coming on. It seemed he needed to ensure YTOTO intensified her training. Furthermore, if possible, it would be best to have Su NYU teach YTOTO some skills, perhaps to keep a closer eye on Youyou. Elder brother. Second brother, you must have already deduced where these pills originated. If possible, I would like to witness it myself. CHTNSH was not one to take this matter lightly. If not for Youyou, both families might have suffered dire consequences. Uncle LD and Uncle L are, well aware of the pill's origin, were furious and immediately picked up a bottle of pills to settle the score. Youyou, eager for the excitement, waved her little hands. Youyou wants to go too. LJ Ingy nodded. Be careful. CHSS also wished to accompany them, but was restrained by LJ Ingy. You shouldn't go and cause trouble for your sister. Wait until you are stronger, and then you may join. Uncle LD and Uncle L took Youyou to a high-end custom company. Upon entering, Youyou was immediately captivated by the dazzling array of items displayed in the showroom. The craftsmanship and materials of the toys and crafts were far superior to those of ordinary custom manufacturers. Youyou observed with keen clarity that many of the handcrafted items and toy figurines were composed of pure silver or pure gold. Her large, sparkling eyes shimmered with golden light, darting about in excitement, nearly overwhelmed by the dazzling sights. She pointed at a pure gold ornament in the exhibition hall, her mouth glistening with drool. I want it. I want it. Let us exchange money for delicious treats. Chu Tianshur found the situation both amusing and exasperating. While Li Daijiu and Li Erjiu could not suppress their laughter. Oh dear, here come Li Zong and Li Fuzong, along with young Master Chu Si, true esteemed guests indeed. It's no wonder that my family's magpie appeared at dawn. It seems we were destined to welcome distinguished visitors today. Please come in. Mr. Wang, you are exceedingly gracious to personally welcome us. It is indeed a delightful surprise. Li Daijiu donned a businesslike smile as he shook hands with Wang Mian. Oh, I have heard that the toys you customize are quite distinctive. I specifically brought my little niece to take a look. It is indeed a stroke of fortune that the little heiress has taken a liking to them. My company is bound to thrive this year. Wang Mian's gaze drifted towards the golden cabinet. Children are naturally drawn to shiny objects. It appears that the Chu family's little heiress has a fondness for gold. Wang Mian was correct. Youyou was indeed enamored with the gold. Shifting her gaze towards Wang Mian, she exclaimed, Oh, this uncle is quite wicked, having committed numerous malevolent deeds. TSK. This uncle is a son-in-law by marriage, living off his wife. Moreover, he harbors disdain for her, secretly administering poison to her, as well as to his in-laws, and even to his own biological son. He plans to welcome his illegitimate child and mistress into his home once they have all perished. Not only that, but he has also brought harm to his own parents. They forbade him from engaging in wrongdoing, yet he persisted. During a quarrel, he accidentally pushed his father, resulting in a fatal injury. His mother, overwhelmed by grief, subsequently passed away. Such a wicked person. Illegitimate and Youyou regarded Wang Mian with disbelief. They had heard tales of Wang Mian and his wife's seemingly harmonious relationship. Yet the reality appeared quite different. According to their understanding, the Kong family had entrusted their entire business to Wang Mian. Was he not satisfied with this? Meanwhile, Wang Mian was preoccupied, glancing around anxiously. He distinctly heard a child's voice unraveling his secrets, yet there were no children in sight, nor any recording devices around. Where could this voice be coming from? Wang Mian was not alone in his confusion. The staff on this floor were also searching for the source of the sound, particularly Wang Mian's personal assistant, who had begun to inspect for anything suspicious. He was acutely aware of his employer's temperament. If this matter were to leak, his position would be in jeopardy. Chapter 125. A heightened situation. Youyou sure noticed that several customers in the exhibition room seemed to have heard Youyou's thoughts, casting complex and disdainful glances towards Wang Mian. He placed Youyou on the sofa before the display case and retrieved a glass vial containing pills from Illegitimate hand. Mr. Wang, I have heard that you enjoy placing a certain poisonous pill within the customized toys and exhibits, so we dismantled our toys at home. To our astonishment, we did indeed find poisonous pills. Youyou sure intentionally threw the glass vial at Wang Mian's feet in front of several customers. Is Mr. Wang attempting to poison the esteemed families of the capital and monopolize the city? Indeed, he is quite wicked. The poison affecting his wife and in-laws originates from these pills. It is truly dreadful. Moreover, many of his staff are also afflicted, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that their own boss has caused their suffering. How tragic that they have not realized that both colleagues and themselves share the same ailments. Instantly, the staff in the exhibition hall turned their gaze towards Wang Mian, their expressions shifting from disbelief to shock, fear, and resentment. It became clear why some of their predecessors had suddenly fallen ill, losing hair and strength before resigning. They had assumed it was merely due to overwork. Wang Mian, still unaware that others could hear Youyou's thoughts, maintained a forced smile, claiming that Youyou was fabricating accusations and spreading slander. He insisted that their handcrafted items did not contain such pills and that even the raw materials had been meticulously screened for harmful substances. Furthermore, as a craftsman, he had no knowledge of pill making. If anyone understood it, it would be Youyou, given his medical background. Youyou sure remained unperturbed, asserting that whether or not the pills existed was not for Mr. Wang to decide. They would simply examine the items here. Youyou knows where the pills are located. Youyou sure felt that Youyou's thoughts were drifting, and when he turned his gaze back to the sofa, she had vanished. Stumbling slightly, he nearly lost his balance. Eldest brother, second brother, have you seen Youyou? Li Qingwei and Li Qingyuan looked towards the sofa, only to find that Youyou was no longer seated there. The two anxiously scanned the area, but there was no sign of her. What should they do? Youyou was missing. Everyone, please help us search for a 6-month-old child. A female staff member approached and pointed towards the elevator. I just saw her climb inside the elevator. She climbed in so quickly that it was a blur. I thought I was seeing things. You must have been seeing things, Youyou sure declared, making his way towards the elevator. The female staff member scratched her head in confusion. She too felt uncertain about what she had witnessed. Yet why did Youyou sure believe her and head for the elevator? Heavens, there are indeed pills. Look, I found pills in the ornament I ordered. A customer who had just collected their item from the lobby spoke up. He recognized Youyou sure and was well aware of his character, having witnessed him perform surgery and care for his mother for an entire day and night without rest. Coupled with Youyou's revelations, he felt compelled to smash the expensive ornament he had commissioned. Indeed, it is true, the recording of the doll was genuine, and Wang Mian appears intent on harming us. Many believed that someone had placed a recording device in the exhibition hall. What a malicious individual, poisoning his own wife and in-laws while scheming to harm others. Call the police, quickly. I've been working here for nearly a year, and I have recently noticed excessive hair loss and overwhelming fatigue. Could I too be poisoned? Oh my, I experienced a nosebleed yesterday. Ah, how utterly depraved. Mr. Wang, we bear you no grudge. We merely sought employment here to make a living. How could you be so wicked? This is intolerable. You cannot leave. Everyone, block his way. Wang Mian pushed past those attempting to restrain him and made his way to the elevator. This is purely slander. You threaten to call the police? I too wish to report you. Li Qingwei, I will not let you get away with this. I shall ensure you are left destitute. And you, do you have any evidence? If you lack proof and merely accuse me today, I can have you imprisoned. Furthermore, You claim the pills were taken from the ornament. I could just as easily say you concealed them in your sleeve to plant them while smashing the ornament. You must be in cahoots with them, attempting to frame me. Wang Mian remained unfazed, vehemently defending himself to the crowd. After all, there were no pills among the items displayed in the exhibition hall. As for the items taken by customers, due to a recent shortage of materials, there were few items containing pills. As for any other pills, they were not only hard to find, but also nearly impossible for them to obtain. He was not afraid of the police searching. If they found anything, it would only prove their competence. Meanwhile, Youyou gazed up at a wall. Ah, if only the little ghost were here. I wouldn't he have to exert effort to unlock the door. The tiny leaves atop her head swayed gently. Ah, Shushu, can you open it? The two small leaves swayed up and down. Although Youyou could not see, she sensed Shushu's affirmative response to the question. All right, Shushu, please help Youyou open the door. Suddenly, one leaf elongated, transforming into a branch that reached toward the door lock, seamlessly integrated with the wall. Then a distinct clicking sound of the lock echoed, revealing the shape of a door on the wall. With a gentle push from Youyou's small hand, the door swung open. Without hesitation, Youyou crawled inside. This way, this way. Youyou smells the medicine. It's bitter and really unpleasant, definitely not tasty. Oof. It's nowhere near as good as what Senior Sister concocts. Senior Sister's poisons are fragrant. Youyou navigated around a wooden cabinet and approached another wooden door, gently pushing it open, which creaked in response. Lin Shi was intensely focused on refining pills, not lifting his head as he began to scold. Wang Mian, I told you not to disturb me while I'm concocting pills, or it could lead to failure. Youyou swiftly climbed to Lin Shi's side, sitting on the ground and gazing up at the pill furnace. Wow, this furnace is so tall. Upon hearing the voice of the little girl, Lin Shi curiously turned his head. Suddenly, a series of crackling sounds erupted from the furnace, followed by a loud bang as a cloud of black smoke billowed out. The pill refinement had failed. Wow, how clumsy. Youyou clapped her tiny paws and laughed heartily. Chapter 126. The genius little one. Who are you, little one? How did you get in here? Lin Shi, with a displeased expression, thought about smacking the little culprit responsible for his failed refinement. However, upon realizing she might be Wang Mian's illegitimate daughter, he reluctantly restrained himself. It was said that Wang Mian doted on his outside lover and their child. After all, he was his financial backer, so he decided to tolerate it. Yet, the raw materials for the pills were scarce, and he would have to ask Wang Mian for a substantial sum shortly. Youyou pointed at the door and made a couple of sounds. Lin Shi assumed it was Wang Mian who had opened the door, and he paid no mind to Youyou accidentally crawling in. He resumed his work. Don't come in casually anymore. These substances are toxic. I'm a cultivator and not afraid of such things, but you are not. Contacting these items all day will be disastrous for you. Lin Shi cleared the dregs from the pill furnace and reignited the flames. When refining pills, one cannot afford to be distracted. If any ingredient is not handled with care, the entire batch could be ruined. What a pity. With that, Lin Shi began to toss in the first ingredient, followed by the second. Dressed in a flowing robe, his wide sleeves fluttered before Youyou's eyes, revealing a bulging pocket. She tugged at Lin Shi's oversized sleeve, raising her little bottom. I can't reach. Little one, stop causing trouble, or I will throw you into the furnace and refine you. Lin Shi shouted in irritation, nearly losing his focus. Youyou pouted in displeasure and tugged at Lin Shi's sleeve again. Lin Shi swayed slightly, causing some of the herbs in his hand to drop. Oh no, not enough quantity. It will explode. Just as Lin Shi was about to express his anger, he saw Youyou toss the fallen herbs into the furnace as well. A strange scene unfolded. The herbs that Youyou had just thrown in mixed with those Lin Shi had previously added, simultaneously yielding a precise amount of white crystals, with no discernible order. Is it possible to put them in at the same time? Lin Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. This can't be. Am I seeing things? Youyou, unable to pull at Lin Shi's sleeve, crawled up and picked up a cluster of herbs before tossing them accurately into the pill furnace. Ah, little one, you are wasting my herbs. They're not ready to be added yet, and even when they are, they must be placed evenly. Lin Shi's admonition was cut short as he observed the herbs that Youyou had just thrown in beginning to exude medicinal liquid. How can this be? Before he could finish his sentence, Youyou picked up another type of herb and tossed it into the furnace with force. She found it amusing and, without waiting for Lin Shi to react, threw in several more groups of herbs and powdered substances all at once. Oh no, little one, you are wasting my... Before he could complete his warning, those several types of herbs simultaneously released their essences, then merged into a cohesive mass, forming pills in an instant. Had the pills been completed? Moreover, they appeared round and plump, their surfaces smooth and glossy, surpassing those he had refined himself. Lin Shi gazed down at the little girl before him, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Haha, impressive. You possess exceptional talent, a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. Little one, how about learning pill refining from me? If you become my disciple, you will be admired wherever you go. Youyou was entirely oblivious to Lin Shi's words and had already crawled toward another side, fiddling with Lin Shi's herbs. Come, Master will guide you in refining a shisui dan. Once completed, Master will feed it to you and enhance your physique. Lin Shi arranged the materials for the shisui dan in order from left to right. Youyou, feeling excited, did not heed Lin Shi's instructions. As soon as the furnace ignited, she tossed in the first ingredient. Unfortunately, being too short, she could not see inside the furnace and merely found it entertaining, tossing in the second ingredient without waiting for the first to yield its essence. Oh dear, little one, it's not time yet. You can't throw it in. Youyou did not care about the timing or the order of the ingredients. She was focused solely on having fun and tossed everything in. Heavens, don't throw them in haphazardly. It could explode. Yet, inside the furnace, contrary to Lin Shi's fears of an explosion, the essences of various herbs were simultaneously extracted, merging seamlessly, and then crystallizing, resulting in the formation of pills. Lin Shi turned to look at Youyou, who was engrossed in play, feeling an indescribable sensation. Heavens, I've discovered a genius, one who has never appeared in our Lin family, or even among the major clans. To be able to simultaneously add herbs and extract essences is an impossible feat, as each herb has different extraction times. Of course, it is not entirely impossible, but it requires immense mental strength to control the flames aimed at each type of herb. Yet, this little one clearly did not use any mental power to control the flames. Excellent. Wang Mian's daughter is extraordinary. If I can bring her into the Lin family and allow her to grow there, she will undoubtedly astonish the major clans. Having grown tired of the game of tossing herbs into the furnace, Youyou crawled over to open the small door at the bottom of a wooden cabinet. It's empty. Youyou climbed into the first compartment of the cabinet, finding it uninteresting, and crawled back out, moving to the second compartment. When Lin Shi finally emerged from his excitement, he found Youyou playing in and out of the cabinet compartments. This little one is quite mischievous. Just as Lin Shi chuckled at the sight, he suddenly realized the danger. Oh no! Before he could finish his warning, Youyou pulled out a small wooden box. Don't open it. But before Lin Shi could finish his sentence, Youyou smashed the box with her tiny fist. A fragrant aroma of medicine wafted out, and then there was nothing more. Lin Shi watched in horror as a Tian Shan Shui Lian vanished into thin air, turning from substance into a vapor that dispersed into the air, nearly causing him a heart attack. This little one, regardless of whose daughter she is, no matter her talent, he would have to put an end to her. The Tian Shan Shui Lian, which he had treasured for years, was the only one he had saved to refine the Jiuzhuan Huan Hundan in a month. Little rascal, today I shall refine you without fail. I intend to strip your skin, extract your bones, and use your youthful essence to concoct a rejuvenating elixir. Police, do not move. As Lin Shi stepped forward and grasped Youyou by the nape of his collar, several armed officers burst into the room. Youyou, Zhu Tianxi, Li Qinghui, and Li Qingyuan shouted anxiously. Release the child, or we will open fire. The officers aimed their weapons at Lin Shi. Chapter 127. The Baby's Hair-Pulling Technique. Police? Lin Shi cast a disdainful glance at them. Do you know who I am? Mere mortals in uniform. Thinking you can intimidate me? Gripping Youyou's collar, Lin Shi lifted him effortlessly. Do you see? Your earthly police have no authority over me. Release the child. Otherwise, we will indeed shoot. Shoot? Lin Shi laughed heartily at what he perceived as a grand jest. Go ahead. I am eager to see if you can hit me. With that, Lin Shi produced 2 talismans and affixed them to his body, vanishing from sight in an instant. Where is he? Youyou. Chu Tianxia realized, I know. It must be an invisibility or teleportation talisman. I have heard Xianyu speak of these. Youyou, with his innocent wide eyes, gazed at Lin Shi's bulging sleeves and grinned. Little rascal, are you still laughing when you are on the verge of death? Has this child lost his wits? Youyou raised his eyes and poked Lin Shi with his tiny hand. Aren't you immortal too? And a rather mediocre one at that. Inside the room, Chu Tianyu, Li Qinghui, Li Qingyuan, and several officers heard Youyou's thoughts, their gazes instinctively shifting towards the doorway. Youyou, Chu Tianxia rushed out, followed closely by the others. Stop! Put the child down. This time, the officers did not hesitate and fired a shot directly at Lin Qi. However, Lin Qi again utilized the teleportation talisman, evading effortlessly. Come on, this is fun. Youyou tugged at Lin Qi's sleeve playfully. Lin Qi stumbled, nearly falling to the ground due to Youyou's surprising strength. Little rascal, you are quite strong. You are the little rascal, Youyou exclaimed. Youyou is not smelly. You wicked villain, you have poisoned many cats and dogs, capturing them for your experiments and dosing them with your vile potions. You even harmed the elderly just because they would not cooperate with your drugs. You wicked villain, you even wish to refine Youyou. Today, I shall make you pay. Upon hearing Youyou's thoughts again, the officers, caught off guard, fired another shot at Lin Qi. Lin Qi hurriedly teleported left and right, moving so swiftly that only after images remained, but he was forced to pause. Just as they contemplated how to rescue Youyou, Lin Qi suddenly froze in place. Then, a chorus of anguished wails erupted. Release me, you little rascal, let go. Youyou had unknowingly climbed onto Lin Qi's shoulder, clutching tightly with one hand while the other grasped a lock of Lin Qi's hair. Lin Qi, clad in robes, had intentionally grown his hair long to stand out. But now, being yanked by Youyou caused him to tilt his head in pain. Humph, this is what you get for bullying Youyou. I shall make you bald. No sooner had Youyou's thought finished than Lin Qi emitted a wretched scream. Ah, it hurts. Lin Qi cried out in agony, startling the officers into momentary inaction. Youyou tossed the lock of hair, still attached to a piece of scalp, onto the ground, and then seized another. Lin Qi began a new round of lamentation. Seeing Youyou gaining the upper hand, Chu Tianshi felt less urgency. The intense pain in his head forced Lin Qi to tilt his head to alleviate the discomfort. A flicker of malice flashed in his eyes as he freed a hand and unleashed his internal power against Youyou. Youyou, be careful. Chu Tianshi, noticing Lin Qi's movement, gasped in alarm. At that moment, the bullet fired by the officers reached Lin Qi. Just as Lin Qi intended to teleport once more, Youyou's small hand obstructed his action. Suddenly, Lin Qi felt his arm go numb, his palm throb with pain, as if his internal power was being restrained by some barrier, causing his teleportation to fail. This time, Lin Qi truly howled in pain, more agonizing than when his hair was wrenched. My hand! Lin Qi's left arm lay shattered by Youyou's force, while his right hand was pierced by the officer's bullet, causing him to collapse to the ground in torment. Youyou, fuming, climbed off him and sat beside his sleeve, lifting it to peer inside. Wow, there must be so many things in here. Youyou half lay on the ground, eagerly rummaging through the sleeve pocket. Wow, so many talismans and potions. These are the harmful potions, so many bottles. And cards. Chu Tianshi, seeing Youyou become engrossed, could not help but chuckle and shook his head before approaching to lift Youyou up. Youyou, these are not ours. We cannot take them. Youyou blinked with confusion. Why not? Disappointed, Youyou discarded the bank card onto the ground, but Uncle Yu gave Youyou 2 gold bars from the wicked villain. Several officers quickly subdued Lin Qi, then turned to Youyou with friendly smiles. Little baby, we will also apply for a reward for you. Youyou's eyes sparkled, and he nodded vigorously. Great. Then I shall give everything to the uncles. Youyou didn't want any of it. What good baby. You are the most beautiful, adorable, and amazing child in the world. Seeing Youyou's cuteness, the officers could not resist patting his fluffy head. Hearing their praise, Youyou felt happier than if he had received gold bars. Tilting his little head and grinning at them, Lin Qi was apprehended, along with his financier, Wang Mian. In no time, news of Wang Mian poisoning his wife and in-laws spread throughout Kyoto. Many individuals who had commissioned handcrafted products and toys from the Kong family filed complaints. These people were unfortunate, as some had been poisoned for a long time, and in certain families there were already fatalities. Consequently, people were at a loss as to whether to seek compensation from Wang Mian or the Kong family. If they pursued Wang Mian, he managed the Kong family. If they sought the Kong family, they too were victims. This incident lingered in trending topics, particularly since the whistleblower was a small child. The instigator, Youyou, remained blissfully unaware, sitting on the sofa, listening to Xianyu's lecture before drifting off to sleep. Chapter 128. It turned out to be him. Xianyu had become indifferent, unaffected as she placed the book atop Youyou's head, focusing her teachings on Su Jinrui and Chu Cixi. Su Jinrui and Chu Cixi each had their strengths. Su Jinrui excelled in the study of formations and spells, while he was utterly clueless about alchemy. In contrast, Chu Cece possessed a remarkable talent for identifying herbs. Though not photographic memory, she rarely made mistakes upon a second glance. Moreover, the two young masters of the Chu family were indeed commendable in physical training. Youyou had not misjudged them. Setting aside the troublesome Youyou, Youyou felt quite satisfied with her current teaching life. The secret technique resting on Youyou's head continued to emit a faint glow. Youyou could not help but envy Youyou's fortuitousness. This little one must have been favored by the heavens, as knowledge effortlessly penetrated his mind. Youyou, however, was oblivious to Youyou's inner musings, sleeping soundly. Youyou personally conducted a soul summoning, observing the still gray and windless soul candle, furrowing his brow. How could there be no soul found? Master, this should not be. The fourth and his companion are formidable in our cultivation realm. There is no reason for them to be harmed in the mortal world. Yet, as you can see, the soul fire remains undisturbed. In this scenario, there exist two possibilities. One is that the souls are confined within a formation that we cannot decipher. The other possibility is that their souls have scattered. The elder opened his previously closed eyes and added another potentiality. Their souls may have entered the underworld. Youyou furrowed his brow, asserting that this is impossible, as they have not yet reached the end of their lifespan, and the soul envoy could not have taken them. The head of the family interjected, reminding him that although their lifespan may not have ended, if they were to perish and be discovered by the soul envoy, they would indeed be taken to the underworld. The head of the family suggested seeking assistance from Lin Qi, noting that Lin Qi was currently refining medicine for a person of considerable standing, who likely knows many influential individuals. Very well, I shall notify him, Youyou responded, producing a transmission talisman and igniting it with a wave of his hand. After waiting for a moment, no message arrived, causing Youyou's frown to deepen. The elder opened his eyes again, retrieving an ancient coin for divination. Head of the family, trouble has arisen. Lin Qi is likely imprisoned. Outrageous! Youyou slammed his hand on the table in disbelief, incredulity washing over him at the audacity of someone daring to imprison a member of the Lin family. It was laughable that mere mortals would dare to confine a member of the Lin family. The elder stood up, declaring, I shall personally investigate. Moreover, we must expedite the treatment of a young master. I perceive great potential in him, a rare genius. Understood, Youyou replied, and the elder vanished in an instant. After a few days of blissful leisure, Youyou had spent her time either cultivating or sleeping, eating or playing in the courtyard with Xiao Honghong, Xiao Huihui, and Xiao Qingqing. Meanwhile, Su Jinrui and Chu Cece were busy with school during the day and cultivating at night, quickly losing weight in the process. Youyou, who had been playing from a distance, suddenly heard something and turned around. There was no need to hide, even from 100 meters away. This little one could hear clearly. Youyou had regained some of her celestial power. Perhaps it was due to the tree seed emerging from the coffin board. The natural barrier that had bound her had long since dissipated, and the runes on the board had gradually faded, leaving her soul unrestrained. Youyou swiftly approached, her small figure darting like a shadow as she clung to Chu Tiany's leg. Uncle, how is third uncle? What happened to him? Unable to see anyone, Youyou could not deduce the specifics. Chu Tiany, seeing her concern, chose not to conceal the truth any longer. Your third uncle had an accident while filming and is now in a coma, in your fourth uncle's hospital. I want to go. Youyou grasped Chu Tiany's pant leg, climbing directly onto him. She had grown accustomed to her family's understanding of her unspoken thoughts, blissfully unaware that her own emotions had betrayed her. Let's go. I have some free time today. Youyou took Youyou from Chu Tiany's arms, stating, allow me to carry her. You're too small to handle her strength, and soon your elder uncle won't be able to carry her anymore. This was no exaggeration. Youyou's strength was considerable for her age, and she often did not comprehend how to temper it, leaving her carriers exhausted. Youyou did not struggle. Compared to Chu Tiany and the others, she preferred to remain in Youyou's embrace. What would happen to the exhausted uncles? Chu Nanshan had a significant blood clot in his head, which was the reason for his prolonged unconsciousness. Aside from that, everything else appeared normal. Moreover, there was a deep blood mark on his face. Fans surrounded the hospital's exterior, clamoring for the facility to heal Chu Nanshan's visage, severely disrupting traffic and order both outside and within the hospital. The patients were voicing their grievances. Soon, several trending topics emerged online. Certain movie star injured and hospitalized. Fans disrupting hospital order, preventing treatment for other patients. Certain movie star acting arrogantly while alive, even near death. Evil servant and master disgusting fans. Certain movie star, truly repugnant. Deservedly injured while filming, becoming a vegetable, retribution. Youyou chuckled at the trending topics on his phone. Indeed, the hearts of men are treacherous. Jealousy drives people to madness. He surmised without needing to calculate that Chu Nanshan had indeed fallen prey to malicious individuals. Human nature, whether 200 years ago or 200 years hence, in ancient times or the present, remains the most formidable force. Due to the fans surrounding the hospital entrance, neither the security nor the police could disperse them. Thus, Chu Tianyi and the others had no choice but to park outside and carry Youyou as they exited the vehicle. Elder Lin, noticing the crowd, paused briefly before hailing a taxi, intending to leave. At that moment, his gaze fell upon Youyou, clad in a long robe. He looked closely at Youyou's face, feeling a sense of familiarity, prompting him to gaze a moment longer. Youyou sensed his stare and halted, casting a sharp glance in his direction. Elder Lin was taken aback, his eyes widening in realization. It was him. It was indeed him. Chapter 129. The malevolent Taoist he had seen his portrait, one left 200 years ago, with hair flowing like a waterfall and beauty resembling that of an immortal. No, he was an immortal, and his attire was identical to that in the portrait. Ancestors had spoken of it as his celestial garment, or rather, celestial robes, impervious to decay, eternally pristine. Moreover, this garment possessed defensive capabilities. The ancestors recounted their attempts to strip him of this attire, but no matter the effort, they could not succeed. It was as if the garment were grown onto him. Had he truly regained his appearance? Yet, they had clearly seen through Baikuin's chaotic memories that he had been reduced to a desiccated corpse, sealed within the spirit would they had preserved. Without a master from cultivation family, how could he have possibly broken free from the seal, let alone regain his appearance and return to humanity? No. It should be said that even masters from cultivation families could not restore a desiccated corpse to its former self. Furthermore, the aura he emanated was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Youyou scrutinized Elder Lin for a moment, determining that he did not recognize him, and paid him no further heed as he entered the hospital with Youyou. Elder Lin intended to seek out Lin Qi, but hesitated, unwilling to miss this closest opportunity to the truth, and thus followed them into the hospital. Youyou, that individual is following us, Chu Tianyi noted, as they took the director's private elevator, leaving Elder Lin temporarily behind. Let him be. Judging by his appearance, he is likely a cultivator. We won't be able to shake him off for long, Youyou replied calmly. However, he was merely a cultivator, not a celestial being, nor even close to the threshold of being a demigod, merely a paper tiger. Youyou's eyes were deep. He was not made of mud. 200 years ago, had he not placed too much trust in those individuals, he would not have fallen into this predicament. Back then, his celestial power was not as formidable as it was now. Even without celestial energy, he had cultivated for many years to attain immortality. With so many years of cultivation, what he had mastered was not solely celestial power. Martial arts, speed, body, heart, and intellect. Did they think he had lived all those years in vain? What are Uncle and Youyou talking about? Who is following us? Youyou twisted her neck in the elevator, peering around, but was gently pressed down by Youyou. Enough searching. You cannot see through walls, and even if you stare a hole through the elevator, you won't see anything. Frustrated, Youyou rested her head on Youyou's shoulder and playfully nipped at his shoulder. Youyou winced, exasperated. I spoke the truth. Wouldn't it have been better if you had learned from your third senior brother before descending? I heard he is quite formidable. Youyou suddenly turned her head. Third senior brother? But Youyou is almost forgetting what he looks like. Third senior brother is so cool, but he always complains that Youyou is too lazy. I'm really not lazy at all. Indeed, you are not lazy. One would not know you fall asleep the moment you learn a skill, Youyou replied, dismissing the argument as they reached the top floor. Shan was assigned to the finest hospital room, equipped with all the necessary monitoring devices. How is he, Lao Si? Chu Tianshi inquired just as he emerged from the room. His vital signs remained relatively stable, yet the wounds on his face were severe, requiring stitching, and their depth would undoubtedly leave scars, which would not bode well for his acting career. To restore his appearance, cosmetic surgery would be the only option moving forward. Furthermore, the significant bruising on his head was difficult to dissipate, leaving uncertainty about how long it would take for him to regain consciousness. With only half of the scene filmed, it was likely that a new lead would need to be cast. After speaking, Chu Tianshi turned his attention to Youyou and Youyou. Xuandi, do you have a solution? Xianyu had regained some of her celestial powers and was capable of addressing the human's head trauma, nodding in response. Youyou eagerly extended her small hand, eager to enter the room. It's all right. Youyou is here. Ⅱ sighed in relief, the weariness on his face lifting considerably. Upon entering the room, both Xianyu and Youyou were momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in unison, "His soul is missing." Chu Tianyi and Ⅱ simultaneously adopted a grave expression. Given the recent events, they both felt a sense of impending crisis. It seemed as though someone was targeting the Chu family. However, it might not be solely the Chu family, considering Wang Mian's focus extended to all of Kyoto. An ominous storm appeared to be brewing. First, let us treat his body. This time, Youyou refrained from intervening as Xianyu directly used her celestial powers to dispel the bruising on Chuninshan's head and heal the wounds on his face. As Chuninshan's visage returned to its previous handsomeness, Ⅱ couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of celestial magic. "Xianyu, Youyou, I entrust the fate of our third brother's soul to you." Chu Tianyi understood that this was a matter beyond their control. "Do not worry, uncle and fourth uncle. Leave it to Youyou. I can summon souls now," Youyou proudly declared, puffing out her small chest. "This is no trouble at all. Big brother and fourth brother need not worry. President, there's a Taoist outside who claims he can assist fourth young master in regaining his consciousness." A bodyguard announced from the doorway. A Taoist? For some reason, Chu Tianyi suddenly recalled the individual he had seen outside the hospital moments earlier. The person's attire resembled that of a Taoist, yet their gaze toward Xianyu was far from friendly. "Let him in," Youyou and Xianyu said in unison. Xianyu's eyes were deep, while Youyou's were filled with curiosity. The door to the hospital room swung open, and Elder Lin, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom, entered. As he spoke, his gaze was fixed upon Xianyu. "Wow, this person is quite peculiar. His soul is enveloped in black mist, coexisting with luck. Yet he emanates a faint and weak golden light of merit, alongside a bloodthirsty and sinister aura. Oh, so merit and fortune are at odds. This is a truly nefarious character with a heart as black as sesame and a face that is quite hideous." Chu Tianyi and Ⅱ exchanged knowing glances. It must be said, the newcomer was indeed dark and aged, and aside from his somewhat ethereal appearance, his countenance was utterly unattractive. "Youyou, let me investigate further. It turns out this fellow is indeed a villain. He has stolen many things, and has even killed numerous people. Although he is a cultivation failure, he possesses considerable strength because he has taken the power and treasures of many." Wow, Youyou sees it. His sleeves are bulging, surely filled with many wondrous items. Youyou's eyes sparkled, her already bright gaze growing even brighter. Xianyu smiled gently. "In that case, I must delve deeper. Oh, this esteemed elder claims he can save my brother. Might I inquire as to your fee?" Chapter 130. Trapped. Elder Lin chuckled, stroking his beard. "As the saying goes, every encounter is fated. Dear friend, there is no need to discuss monetary matters. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda of 7 stories. I merely seek to accumulate merit." Ah, this old rogue speaks of merit, yet he is a villain deserving of the deepest pits of hell. Youyou wishes for Uncle Bai to drag him down and have the judge toss him into a boiling pot. Youyou seems to be hungry, craving fried meat. Sister's fried meat is far tastier than roasted birds. When will my teeth grow in? 4 teeth are far too few to chew. Listening to Youyou's musings, Chu Tianyi and Ⅱ couldn't help but rub their foreheads in exasperation. "Are you two little friends troubled?" Elder Lin asked. "I possess medicine that alleviates bodily pain. 1 pill will suffice, guaranteed to outperform hospital medications by 100-fold. Perhaps in an attempt to get closer to Xianyu, Elder Lin produced 2 small porcelain vials, each containing a single pill that promised lightness and vitality upon consumption. Xianyu's smile remained, her demeanor friendly. "Might I inquire as to the price of this medicine, esteemed elder?" Elder Lin shook his head once more. "Those with fate pay nothing, while those without it cannot exchange even 1,000 gold coins. You young friends share a connection with this old man." Implicitly, this meant he would not accept a single coin. Youyou joyfully waved her small hand. "Yes, yes, we shall accept it for free. This medicine is excellent. Although it may not be finely crafted, it is valuable for my uncles." Seeing Youyou flailing in Xianyu's embrace, Elder Lin chuckled. "Little one, this is not a candy pill. It cannot be consumed as such." Youyou shot a sidelong glance at Elder Lin. "Is this old rogue a fool? Which I saw me, treating it like candy. Sigh, Youyou is hungry. I wish for cotton candy." By the way, will my mother give me the cotton candy she bought ages ago? Oomph. Mother has tricked the baby again. Displeased, Youyou turned her small head away, resting it on Youyou's shoulder, lapsing into silence. Well then, thank you, esteemed elder. You certainly appear to be a reclusive sage. It is indeed our great fortune. Ⅱ remarked, his demeanor bolder than that of Ⅱ. As for the medicine, since Youyou has declared a good thing, we shall gratefully accept it. Even if we do not utilize it ourselves, it could be employed for research purposes. If there truly are any breakthroughs in medicine, our hospital would benefit as well. Would it not? After all, the deceased doctor my sister found excels at researching medicine. Perhaps he could make something of it. Then, esteemed elder, may I trouble you to assist in treating third brother? By the way, do you know what has befallen him? Youyou feigned a curious demeanor. If this old man is not mistaken, he has likely lost his soul. Lost his soul? Youyou pretended to be shocked. No wonder third brother bears no visible wounds and is free of ailments, yet remains unresponsive. It turns out he has lost his soul. But can one live without a soul? Elder Lin raised an eyebrow, glancing at Youyou. That cannot be right. Logically, if it were that person, they would not fail to notice that someone had lost their soul, nor would they ask such a question, would they? No, something is amiss. This face is not genuine, nor is the attire. Though he had not physically examined them, he sensed that the clothing was unusual. Could it be that he has lost his memory? Rebirth as a human is impossible. The timeline does not align. Thus, the only possibility remains that he has lost his memory. It is plausible. If a celestial body does not receive the nourishment of celestial power for an extended period while still remaining alive, a 200-year slumber is not out of the question. In such cases, some who lose their souls perish immediately, while others can survive for up to 7 days without their souls. However, 7 days is the limit. If the soul does not return after that, the body will naturally perish. That is the way of things. With that, Elder Lin began to retrieve items from his sleeve: a fragrant candle, talisman paper, a peachwood sword, and a soul-calling lamp. Very well, Youyou nodded. Youyou, however, nearly exploded in indignation. Who does he look down upon? Moreover, summoning a soul is merely a matter of a few incantations. Why all these extravagant items? Oomph, big fool. As Youyou observed Elder Lin's performance, an impish smile danced at the corners of her lips, one that she struggled to suppress. Being an adult, she understood matters far more complex than Youyou's simplistic musings. For practitioners of the Tao, summoning souls is a rather straightforward technique with numerous methods available. Given that someone intends to harm Chu-Nanshan, it is highly likely that his soul has been ensnared. Perhaps he and Youyou will need to visit the site of the incident involving Chu-Nanshan. Indeed, as Youyou suspected, Elder Lin was preoccupied from start to finish, and there was no sign of Chu-Nanshan regaining consciousness. Elder Lin's countenance darkened. This young friend's soul does not wander freely. It appears to be trapped by someone. Youyou feigned a grim expression and commanded, "Bodyguards, expel this charlatan." Upon her words, 4 robust bodyguards entered, promptly restraining Elder Lin's arms. Elder Lin's expression grew even darker. Stubborn and obstinate. If you do not wish to save your brother, then he deserves to perish. With that, Elder Lin swiftly turned and vanished from sight. Teleportation talisman. Youyou murmured softly. Detecting no trace of Elder Lin's presence, she confirmed his departure. His abilities were commendable. Despite his mediocre talent, he was still a notable figure in this mortal realm. The power of a teleportation talisman is not solely based on the talisman itself. It varies with the skill of the practitioner. Clearly, Elder Lin's speed in teleportation was impressive. Who might this person be? It is unfortunate that we could not capture him just now, thought Ⅱ, expressing his concern. There is no need for worry. Individuals like him possess numerous secrets, making them difficult to apprehend. Now that we have a preliminary understanding of him, capturing him next time will be much easier. Youyou dismissed him with a wave of her hand. Alas, it is a pity. He must possess many valuable items, yet Youyou was unable to seize anything. However, he assisted Youyou in confirming that Sanjio's soul is indeed trapped, relieving Youyou of much effort. Uncle Youyou, let us seek the soul of Sanjio. Ⅱ and Ⅱ recognized their inability to assist. You and Youyou should go. I'll have Yi Taodao guide you. I have sent the details of the hotel where the third brother stayed and the location of the incident to Yi Taodao. These two, one too young and the other too old, are not adept with mobile phones. Thus, the most suitable companion for them is Yi Taodao. Chapter 131. Encounter with the middle-aged man. Thus, Youyou embarked on his first flight journey. Little baby, you must also remove that from around your neck for inspection, the security officer said with a smile as she looked at Youyou. Youyou's face darkened, clearly displeased. As Tao removed the Qian Kuan bag from around Youyou's neck, she explained to Youyou that all luggage must be inspected here. Luggage? Youyou glanced at the palm-sized Qian Kuan bag and could only lament helplessly. All right. Little baby is truly obedient, splendid. The security officer intended to personally hand the Qian Kuan bag back to Youyou. Just as she was about to place the strap around Youyou's neck, in the blink of an eye, a large hand snatched the Qian Kuan bag away. Where did you get this? The middle-aged man gripped the Qian Kuan bag tightly, glaring sharply at the security officer. The officer was taken aback. She had not anticipated that anyone would dare to snatch something from her, even though it was not hers. It's you again? What is this? Did you fail to steal it last time, and now you're trying again? Tao's temper flared upon seeing the middle-aged man. You know me? The middle-aged man appeared bewildered. He cast a disdainful glance at Tao. Humph. A mere mortal. Bad guy. Uncle Youyou. He was the one who stole the Qian Kuan bag last time, but Youyou managed to reclaim the fairy sword. Now he wants to steal the Qian Kuan bag again. Let us teach him a lesson. Youyou waved her tiny fists, angrily babbling. Meanwhile, the security officer had already called the police. He is a thief, having stolen this little baby's antique, worth millions. The security officer pointed at the middle-aged man, her face still showing signs of fear. After all, encountering a theft at security was a first for her. To dare steal in such a place, one would likely be armed, which is why she had not underestimated the middle-aged man from the beginning. Just like last time, the middle-aged man still disregarded the police. I'm taking this item. Name your price. The middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, head held high in arrogance. This is my young lady's toy, not for sale. Tao braced herself for a confrontation with the middle-aged man. She was eager to test her newfound strength after cultivating her powers and the training she had undergone in recent days. Not for sale? A smile flickered across the middle-aged man's face, laced with menace. Then do not blame me for being impolite. I advise you to hand over the item. Do you know how many years one would be sentenced for stealing an item worth millions? The police began their persuasion. Sentence? The middle-aged man laughed scornfully. Do you know who I am? Not even Waaaaah can touch me, let alone the rest of the world. Such arrogance. I shall see if anyone can indeed touch you. Tao could no longer contain her temper and lunged forward. The middle-aged man did not regard her as a threat, extending one hand to fend her off while clutching the Qian Kuan bag with the other. A group of officers intended to assist, but found themselves unable to intervene as Tao and the middle-aged man moved with remarkable speed. Hand over the item, or we will open fire. The police felt the tide turning against Tao and aimed their guns at the middle-aged man. Uncle Youyou, let me go this time. I will definitely pull his hair out. Youyou's cheeks puffed in indignation. Having lived this long, no one had dared to steal from her. A cultivation waste with poor talent. Not even a demi-saint dare to lay hands on her. There is no rush. Let Tao engage him. The stronger the opponent, the easier it is to break through. She had practiced extensively, but had little practical experience. This was an opportunity. The middle-aged man had not anticipated Tao's strength, especially the energy contained in her palm strikes, which bore a hint of Taoist intent, causing him to adjust his demeanor. At that moment, he noticed Youyou holding Youyou nearby, his gaze deep and profound. He tossed an object with a single hand. Go, maim that little brat's face. How dare you oppose me? You seek death. Watch out, the security officer shouted instinctively, trying to shield herself, but missing entirely. Several officers attempted to position themselves in front of Youyou, but they were too far away. Just as the police were about to fire their weapons, Youyou reached out her small hand and caught the object barehanded. The little 8-clawed bird was utterly defeated. How unfortunate it was for it. Having just displayed its prowess, it was poised to peck a hole when it encountered Youyou. The little 8-clawed bird immediately spread its wings to cover its head, emitting a mournful cry. It feigned death, remaining motionless. Youyou shook the little 8-clawed bird. How about this? Why don't you come to Youyou's home? It's very rich, with plenty of delicious food. Hearing this, the little 8-clawed bird slowly lowered its wings and raised its little head, chirping. Its round, shiny black eyes glistened with tears. You say he captured you and forced you to work for him? The little 8-clawed bird pointed at its beak with one wing and tilted its head back. You say he fed you medicine, and if you disobey, your tummy hurts? The little eight-clawed bird nodded repeatedly, its long hair on its head fluttering. The little eight-clawed bird regarded this renowned academic failure from the celestial realm with skepticism in its tiny, round eyes. Yi Tao seized the opportunity to retreat, but even so, she received another strike. Devour it. Youyou produced a small glass vial containing a brown pill. The middle-aged man glanced at it in surprise, then understood. No wonder he was dressed in ancient garb, exuding a demeanor entirely different from that of contemporary mortals. Such attire and aura could only be found in the cultivation world. So, he is a fellow practitioner. May I inquire which family you hail from? The Qin family, the Chu family, or the Su family? The Qin family, the Su family. And the Chu family? Chu. For reasons unknown, Youyou could not help but think of Chu Cc, Chu Minghao, and Chu Mingchun, three prodigious cultivators hailing from an ordinary family. Such a phenomenon defies logic. Unless, of course, the Chu family is a lineage of cultivators steeped in bloodline inheritance. Furthermore, he had observed that Chu Tian-yi and his brothers were also quite capable, albeit they had missed the prime age and opportune moment for cultivation. Youyou smiled faintly, pondering which family the gentleman before him belonged to. The middle-aged man chuckled, introducing himself as Lin Fan, a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Lin family. Lin? Another Lin. Previously, there was Lin Qi, and now another Lin has appeared. The man spoke with an air of arrogance, exuding a sense of superiority that was rather irksome. Youyou maintained his smile, asserting that regardless of one's lineage, attempting to seize his belongings would yield certain consequences. With that, Youyou's form suddenly materialized before the middle-aged man, delivering a palm strike aimed at him. This was the first blow he had dealt to Tao. The man, stricken with terror, stumbled backward, yet his speed paled in comparison to Youyou's, resulting in him receiving the full force of the blow and staggering several steps back. Before he could regain his balance, Youyou had already circled behind him, striking again at his back. With a gasp, the man trembled violently, blood spattering from his mouth as he collapsed onto the ground. Do not lie there. When you attacked our Tao, she did not fall, Youyou remarked, delivering another kick to the middle-aged man. He was sent crashing against the protective railing behind him, leaning precariously. Youyou surveyed the man's pitiful state, patting his face. Yes, just like that. Our Tao was struck in precisely this manner. Next time, keep your eyes peeled and do not provoke the wrong person. He took Youyou from Yi Tao's hands, inquiring how she felt now. Yi Tao exhaled contentedly, stating that she felt wonderfully well, with no pain at all. The medicine was indeed excellent. Youyou nodded with a smile, affirming that CC was indeed a little genius, and this was the first pill she had concocted, proving to be quite effective. As Yi Tao pulled along two suitcases, they proceeded into the waiting hall. Lin Fan's eyes darkened as he glared at Youyou's retreating back with hatred. You will come with us. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Fan was distracted, the police rushed forward, promptly handcuffing his arms. By the time Lin Fan realized what was happening, his arms were already restrained, and he dared not make a move to retrieve his talismans. Lowering his gaze, he allowed the police to escort him away, unconcerned, for he believed he could escape using a teleportation talisman or an invisibility talisman at any moment. At that moment, Youyou reappeared, swiftly moving to Lin Fan's side and striking down upon his arms. With a resounding crack, Lin Fan's arms fell limp as he let out a pained wail. Sir, even if he is a robber, you cannot resort to violence, one of the officers cautioned Youyou. Youyou smiled, his expression radiant as a spring breeze. What you may not know is that he is a cultivator, possessing numerous talismans. Should he grasp one, he could vanish at any moment. You cannot hold him. After declaring this, Youyou's form flickered again, and, in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. The police officers and security personnel stood in stunned silence for quite a while. Good heavens, if I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it, one of the security personnel murmured, his voice tinged with disbelief. The officers wore solemn expressions, contemplating the implications of what they had just seen. Clearly, the abilities of those three far surpassed their own. If their future apprehensions involved such individuals, they were certain their firearms would be rendered useless, for their speed was simply too formidable. Moreover, they recalled the infantile voice they had heard, undoubtedly belonging to the baby cradled in that man's arms. It was astonishing that they could perceive the child's thoughts. What they had witnessed today had irrevocably altered their understanding. Unfazed by the officer's thoughts, Youyou and his companions indulged in the finest services available in first class. Youyou tilted his body to gaze at the clouds outside, sighing softly, ah. I remember a time when such a distance could be traversed in the span of a single incense stick. Yi Tao Tao, filled with curiosity, inquired, goodness, does a celestial being's flight surpass that of an airplane? Wouldn't it be a mere flash before disappearing entirely? Indeed, if you cultivate diligently, you may one day ascend alongside Youyou and me, experiencing the celestial realm firsthand. Can I really? Yi Tao Tao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. While other cultivators may not possess such potential, what do you have to fear? Youyou is a spirit entity, and her senior brothers and sisters possess an abundance of treasures beyond counting. When the time comes, Youyou will surely share some with you to enhance your celestial power, ensuring your ascent. Youyou, curled up on the sofa, playfully teased her little octopus companion. Here, these are the cookies Youyou has hidden away for you. The little octopus looked at Youyou with a hint of skepticism. Who says babies hoard food? If there's something delicious, I will share it. Here, enjoy these cookies. The little octopus, convinced by Youyou's sincerity, began to relish the treat, savoring each bite. Delicious, isn't it? The chef uncles and aunts at Youyou's home are quite skilled at preparing delightful meals. After some time, Youyou grew tired and dozed off, the chicken leg slipping from her grasp and landing beside her. The little octopus, undeterred by having been nibbled on, gleefully snatched the chicken leg, relishing it as if it were treasure. Seems like this little creature has also endured its share of hardship, treating a mere chicken leg as a prize. Yitawatore market. The little octopus lifted its head, its eyes wide with a pitiful expression before it resumed eating. Youyou slept soundly, having entirely forgotten about the chicken leg by the time they disembarked. The little octopus nestled against Youyou's shoulder, occasionally pecking at the magical bag on her chest, though could not open it. They were greeted by an assistant of Chu Nanshan, whose surname was Wang, named Wang Ming. He scrutinized Youyou, then Yi Tao Tao, and finally the peculiar little bird perched on Youyou's shoulder. He was baffled as to why the Chu family had dispatched such an unusual ensemble to investigate the incident concerning Chu Nanshan. Ah, this assistant seems rather mischievous. The previous assistant of my third uncle was a nefarious character who nearly led him into a trap for money. San Jiujio dismissed her and replaced her with this assistant, unaware that this assistant was actually arranged by his former aide. Both of San Jiujio's assistants were connected to his sworn enemy. Youyou and Yi Tao Tao exchanged glances and decided to take us to the hotel where my third brother was staying, as well as to the filming locations he had frequented. Wang Ming had never met Youyou, but upon hearing him refer to Chu Nanshan as brother, he assumed he was his younger sibling. Youyou possessed striking looks, with skin as pale as jade, even more handsome than Chu Nanshan, particularly in his ancient attire that complemented his refined demeanor, instantly captivating Wang Ming. He mused that if Youyou were to enter the entertainment industry, he would surely eclipse Chu Nanshan's fame. Alas, he was Chu Nanshan's brother. Otherwise, he could have sought to become his manager and undoubtedly achieve success as a top agent. After this encounter, that individual promised him he would facilitate his entry into management. The distinction between a manager and an assistant was vast. The hotel, where Chu Nanshan resided, was a 5-star establishment, and the room they requested was the very suite previously occupied by him. It comprised 3 rooms, with assistant Wang Ming having initially stayed in the outermost one. As Wang Ming led Youyou and the others into the room, his gaze flickered, instructing them to rest first, as they would visit Nanji's studio the following day. Youyou crawled on the floor, making his way into the innermost room, where Chu Nanshan slept. Did you find anything? Youyou leaned against the doorframe, observing Youyou as he explored every corner of the room, even inspecting the decorations. Umph, they are truly wicked. Outside this room, there are 3 large locust trees, which gather shadows, connecting in a koan position and blocking sunlight, thus creating a gathering of yin energy in the room. The orientation of the bathroom coincides with the 3 locust trees outside, forming a trap situation that accumulates yin energy and moisture. Coupled with the furnishings within, it could lead to San Jiujio becoming ill and weak over time, potentially even attracting malevolent spirits. Generally, ordinary spirits pose little threat, merely causing illness. But if a vengeful or malevolent spirit were to appear, San Jiujio's life could be at stake here. However, San Jiujio's soul is not trapped here. Upon hearing Youyou's thoughts, Youyou understood. He walked towards the balcony and glanced outside, noting that the 3 locust trees had likely been moved recently. Youyou clambered up Xianyu's pant leg and found a comfortable spot in his arms, his big eyes also gazing outside. Xianyu gently rubbed Youyou's fluffy head, pleased with the cleverness of the little one. Youyou exclaimed, pointing out the window. Following his gaze, Xianyu was startled to see a ghost hanging from the thickest locust tree. Yi Tao Tao also noticed her eyes widening in shock. Heavens, is she hanging? No. Did she die by hanging? Not one to be easily frightened, Yi Tao Tao was nonetheless taken aback by the ghost's excessively long green tongue. Xiao Bajua, go. Catch her, Youyou commanded, tapping the little creature. Xiao Bajua glanced outside reluctantly before flying out through the open window. The ghost, oblivious to Xiao Bajua's presence, playfully stuck out her tongue and made faces at Youyou and the others. Her skeletal frame and ghastly pale face appeared even more terrifying. Suddenly, Xiao Bajua seized the ghost's tongue, eliciting a pained wail from her, covering her ears with one wing in disdain. Xiao Bajua used her claws to drag the ghost's tongue, flapping her other wing to pull the ghost inside. The ghost, unaware that they could see her, continued to howl, flashing her sharp teeth at Xianyu and the others. Youyou reached out his little hand, grasping the ghost's long tongue and rolling it up. Tell me, who moved these 3 locust trees here? With one hand holding the tongue roll and the other forming a small fist, he struck the ghost's tongue. The ghost, still dazed by being captured by a tiny bird, had yet to react before Youyou's blow sent her into a daze. Indeed, the tongue was the essence of her ghostly powers. It was her means of scaring others. The ghost shook her head in distress, her expression a mixture of pain and pleading. If ghosts could shed tears, she would surely be weeping profusely. Youyou, let go of her tongue, or she won't be able to speak. Xianyu affectionately patted Youyou's small paw. Once Youyou released her, he waved his tiny fist at the ghost. Dare to escape, and I'll flatten you. The ghost dared not flee. As a spirit, she could distinctly sense Youyou's formidable aura. Moreover, her very essence was targeted against spirits like her. Now tell us, who planted these 3 locust trees here? Xianyu asked with a smile. Yet the long-tongued ghost found him more frightening than Youyou. Additionally, the girl beside him was also staring at her, her fists clenched as if ready to strike at any moment. Chapter 134. This ghost is quite wretched, heavens. The 2 adults and the child could all see her. The long-tongued ghost felt a wave of despair. For days, she had been haunting the inhabitants of this place at night. Some, with weak young energy, could even see her at night, while others fell ill after just one fright. This included the hotel owner, which left her feeling uneasy. My home is just outside the city. 10 years ago, I hanged myself from this tree and descended into the underworld. Since then, I have taken residence within this locust tree, the long-tongued ghost explained. The gathering of Yin energy was set up by a Taoist who followed me that day. As for whether it affects the financial flow, I cannot say. Ever since this Yin gathering was established, my spirit has grown stronger. Oh, I see. Is it because I've become more powerful that you can see me? Can other guests see me? Will I frighten them so much they lose control of themselves? The long-tongued ghost's excitement was palpable, her tongue swaying incessantly, causing Yi Tao Tao to itch with a desire to strike her. Do you know what the Taoist looks like? Yi Tao Tao asked through gritted teeth. Yes. He has 2 eyes, 1 nose, and 1 mouth. Oh, his tongue, eyes, and teeth sticking out. It's just in his mouth. The long-tongued ghost nodded eagerly. Seeing the ghost's smug expression made Yi Tao Tao's hands itch even more. Unfortunately, I cannot stray too far from the tree. Otherwise, I could go find him for you. Sensing the rising fury from Yi Tao Tao, the long-tongued ghost added hastily. Did the Taoist not discover you? Xianyu inquired, narrowing his eyes. The long-tongued ghost shook her head. We spirits fear Taoists the most. That day, I hid within the trunk of the locust tree to avoid detection. Being a century-old locust tree, it possesses significant Yin energy, so the Taoists did not notice me. That makes sense. This long-tongued ghost had a rather pitiful life. Unloved by her parents, she had worked tirelessly to purchase a home. Yet when her brother was to marry, her parents forced her to transfer the property to him. When she refused, they secretly drugged her and hanged her from the great locust tree. Subsequently, they spread rumors that she had committed suicide out of heartbreak. Thus, her home and savings became her brother's. The most despicable part was that her parents held a grand funeral for her, but the neighbors were unaware that the coffin buried was empty. Therefore, she remains bound to this locust tree and cannot enter the underworld. What is worse, her lifespan has not yet expired, and she is trapped in this great locust tree. unless a soul guide directly encounters her. Her spirit will not be summoned to the underworld before her natural life ends. I am aware of their disdain towards me, yet I never anticipated such profound animosity. No matter the circumstances, I am their biological daughter. They even wish for my demise. If they desire my death, so be it. Yet they do not even provide me with a coffin. Not only am I denied a proper burial, but I'm also confined within this great Ⅱ tree. I had long believed that it was the tree that prevented me from straying too far. Nevertheless, residing within this Ⅱ tree is rather comfortable. The Youyou, initially filled with resentment, gradually found tranquility, eventually embodying a serene presence, devoid of any trace of animosity. Do not worry. Once you assist Youyou in locating that wicked Taoist, Youyou shall send you to the underworld. Your current plight shall be rewarded in the next life with loving parents. The Youyou expressed heartfelt gratitude, affirming, I will certainly help you find him. Youyou held little hope for this ⅱ spirit and promptly contacted Chu Tianyi to inquire about the owner of Yinzhonghai Hotel, who likely had connections to the plot against Sangge. If possible, she would also investigate the Taoist who aided him. Go on. Youyou waved her tiny hand at the Youyou, crawled onto the bed, and promptly fell asleep, her little bottom in the air. Yi Tao turned away, unable to bear the sight. It was no wonder she had met such a tragic fate in life. This creature was quite foolish. Yet, in a way, this was fortunate for her. Her parents were not particularly astute, or perhaps those advising them were intentionally misleading. Trapping a spirit within the Ⅱ tree would swiftly enhance its ghostly power. Her confinement was not due to an inability to escape, but rather because her soul harbored no hatred. She was content with her situation, believing she could not leave, when in truth, it was otherwise. Ultimately, her innocence was her undoing. She bore no ill will, merely a hint of mischief. Otherwise, with her ghostly prowess, she would have long since transformed into a vengeful spirit. Yi Tao nodded, realizing that her captors sought to make her a vengeful spirit to exact revenge, yet she possessed no such desire, having grown accustomed to submission. Perhaps it was indeed more a reflection of her inherent nature. At that moment, a message from Chu Tianyi arrived, containing a document and several photographs. The elder brother revealed that the hotel owner was a relative of Sanji's arch-nemesis, likely colluding with Sanji's assistant to trap him here, hoping to weaken and ultimately kill him within this gathering of malevolent energy. However, unbeknownst to them, Youyou had previously gifted Sangge a protective talisman, ensuring that his stay here would be unaffected. Thus, it was clear that no misfortune had befallen Sanshao at this hotel, as Yi Tao noted. Youyou nodded, glancing at the peacefully sleeping Youyou, who had not found her soul here. The Youyou was indeed not malevolent. She kept her distance from the hotel guests, but would occasionally reveal herself, making faces at the windows when guests peered outside. From time to time, startled gasps echoed from above and below, only for the atmosphere to return to stillness thereafter. Youyou and Yi Tao witnessed the Youyou's antics firsthand, their expressions a mix of disbelief. With such a carefree spirit, it was truly remarkable that she had not become a vengeful ghost. Yi Tao closed the window and retreated to the outer room for sleep. Youyou was deeply slumbering, impervious to noise, at least when in a sound sleep. At night, the little one awakened again. Bored with playing with her feet, she crawled to the balcony. Outside the window, the Youyou was idly swinging back and forth. Upon seeing this, Youyou was intrigued and, with a gleeful squeal, opened the window, using her celestial powers to fly out to the great Ⅱ tree. Little deity, you must sleep more. Insufficient rest will hinder your growth, the Youyou observed, watching Youyou swing from the branches. Really? Why not grow tall? I just need to eat more. Youyou giggled as her small body swayed joyfully. Oh, someone is coming. The Youyou turned towards the direction of the lobby. This hotel's lobby opened to the rear garden, its architecture and courtyard exuding an antique charm, albeit with modern decorations inside, lending a unique character. Who is it? Youyou followed the Youyou's gaze and saw two men entering the backyard. Oh, you mentioned only one man, one woman, and a child? Are the Chu family here on business or merely for leisure? It is quite strange. They have not been seen around today. It should not be the case. As Chu Nanshan holds some favor within the Chu family, it is odd that after his incident, only these three unreliable individuals have appeared. I have never heard of such an infant in the Chu family. I only heard that the fourth young master had a daughter, who should be a few years old by now. Oh, he is the wicked villain who harmed my Uncle San. Youyou exclaimed upon recognizing him. He has been secretly courting a minor celebrity, conspiring with my Uncle San's nemesis to bring him down. My Uncle San refused to let that minor celebrity play the supporting role due to her lack of acting skills, and his rival, consumed with envy, sought revenge. Thus, they conspire to harm my uncle. Unfortunately, Youyou has yet to see the one who directly caused my uncle's harm, so I cannot discern anything from their information. The Illegitimate gazed at Youyou with admiration. Little deity, you are incredible. Hee. Youyou beamed, swinging with increased vigor. However, in her exuberance, her small foot inadvertently snapped a branch. With a crack, the branch fell, narrowly missing Jiang Wenhua and his secretary as they passed below. Jiang Wenhua looked up just in time to see Youyou swinging above, her small figure silhouetted against the glow of the courtyard's night lights. The soft blue light illuminated her delicate features, casting shadows that made her mouth appear dark, as if smeared with a deep crimson hue. With a wide grin, the shadows created an illusion of her mouth stretching back to her ears. Jiang Wenhua's eyes widened in horror, pointing at Youyou and shouting, "Ah, there's a ghost." A ghost. Youyou glanced at the Illegitimate, who quickly waved her hands, assuring, "I did not appear. I guarantee you cannot see me." Youyou giggled mischievously, her bright eyes sparkling. Hee, look at Youyou. She chanted a spell, waving her tiny hand, causing Jiang Wenhua and his secretary to feel a sudden chill around their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, Jiang Wenhua saw the Illegitimate, her long tongue entwined around a branch, swinging back and forth. Jiang Wenhua and his secretary screamed in unison, their shrill voices startling even the Illegitimate. "What are you shouting for? Keep it up, and I shall eat you." The Illegitimate bared her teeth, her bulging eyes glaring, causing Jiang Wenhua and his assistant to faint from fright. The Illegitimate, realizing something, wondered aloud, Why do I feel like they can see me?" Youyou burst into laughter. "They bullied my Uncle San, so I opened their ghostly eyes. Now they can see the spirits. Ha ha, it will scare them to death." Several security guards rushed over, calling, "Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang. Quickly, carry Mr. Jiang to his room. And take Secretary Yuan to his room." Jiang Wenhua often conducted business at this hotel, naturally having his own private courtyard. That won't do." Youyou chanted another spell, waving her hand once more. The Illegitimate understood the situation and began to cooperate with Youyou, adopting a terrifying demeanor, her voice rasping as she elongated her neck. The guards looked up to see the Illegitimate with bulging eyes, her neck distorted, her long tongue nearly brushing their heads, alongside a ghostly infant with a glowing face swinging from the branch. "Ah, a ghost! A ghost!" A few bodyguards trembled momentarily before collapsing to the ground, rendered unconscious. How absurd! Such cowards! They resorted to summoning spirits beneath the big Hui tree, yet still fear the very ghosts they invoke. It must be said that the facilities in this hotel are indeed exceptional. Remarkably, the other guests remained oblivious to the cacophony of screams. Naturally, only Yi Tao was disturbed. As Youyou had opened the window, Xianyu merely turned over and continued to slumber, showing no concern for Youyou's escapade. Yi Tao approached the balcony, observing Youyou swinging on a branch with tiny hands that appeared almost ethereal, as if the sleeves were caught in the branches. The small octopus, napping on the balcony, lifted its gaze briefly before covering its head with its wings and burrowing deeper into its feathers to continue sleeping. "Little deity, you need not accompany me. Go to sleep, lest you fail to grow taller." After a while, Youyou felt a bit drowsy and bid farewell to the long-tongued ghost, soaring back through the window. Yi Tao, feeling helpless, locked the window and yawned before returning to her slumber. Unwilling to share a bed with Yi Tao, Youyou rolled around on her bed before climbing onto Xianyu's larger bed, perching her little bottom and tilting her head to drift off again. Xianyu turned over and covered Youyou with a blanket, then closed his eyes once more. In the early morning, a series of shrill screams erupted outside. Guests who ventured to jog in the backyard were startled to discover the unconscious Jiang Wenhua, his secretary, and several security guards, mistakenly believing they had met with a misfortune. Just as Yi Tao's waking hour arrived, she opened the window and stepped onto the balcony, witnessing the very scene. "Who dares disturb my dreams so early?" Xianyu yawned as he stepped outside, while Youyou remained blissfully asleep. In the courtyard, Jiang Wenhua and the others had already regained consciousness. The secretary continued to wave his arms, eyes shut tight, shouting, "Get away! Evil spirit, leave me be!" Good heavens, Is that not General Jiang and his secretary? Have they lost their senses? A crowd of hotel guests gathered, bewildered by the scene. What nonsense are you spouting? They merely drank too much last night. Jiang Wenhua rose with the assistance of Secretary Yuan, his expression dark and menacing. He glanced up at the branches, but saw no sign of the two ghosts. Nothing to worry about, he mused as the guests dispersed. Jiang Wenhua clenched his teeth, contacting a master to come at once, informing him that the Huai tree had summoned spirits. Secretary Yuan nodded and dialed the phone. Indeed, with the master's presence, even if he had uprooted the 300-year-old Huai trees, they would not attract spirits, for the master regularly cleansed them. Yet, Jiang Wenhua suspected the master was neglecting his duties for monetary gain. Did you hear what he said? Yi Taodao asked Xianyu. He mentioned summoning a master to expel the ghosts. Xianyu replied. Yi Taodao looked anxiously at the large Huai tree in the center. Will they take it away? Xianyu glanced at the trunk of the tree, where the long-tongued ghost concealed itself, absorbing the negative energy. Fear not, despite her seemingly harmless appearance. Her ghostly powers are formidable. She has dwelled within this tree for many years. If that so-called master could banish her, he would have discovered her presence long before the tree was brought here. How fortunate for the owner here. Had a malevolent spirit taken residence within that Huai tree, the hotel guests would be in grave danger. To dare gather Huai for the purpose of summoning spirits. What a ruthless proprietor. Just then, a knock echoed from outside, revealing the assistant of Chu Nanshan. Mr. Chu, Miss Yi, I am here to escort you to Brother Nan's studio. Wang Ming glanced at Xianyu and Yi Taotao, surprised to see no signs of distress on their faces, nor any hint of fatigue. Perhaps, after just one night, the negative energy had not affected them significantly. Apologies. We must wait a moment. Our little one has yet to awaken. Wang Ming nodded, considering that the child's yang energy was weak, possibly attracting some of the negative energy. I shall fetch you breakfast, he offered, casting a lingering glance into the room. And please prepare some supplementary food for Youyou. Have the chef make a special portion. I will reward them later. That will suffice. You may leave us for now, Xianyu said imperiously, showing no hint of embarrassment in issuing orders. Wang Ming's expression shifted slightly as he departed. Youyou awoke to the delightful aroma of breakfast. Xianyu and Yi Taodao hastily consumed their meal, fearing that Youyou would catch a whiff of the enticing scent. By the time Youyou crawled out from her bedroom, they had finished all but her supplementary food and a large bowl that the small octopus had buried its head into. Huh, why does it smell so good? Youyou climbed onto the table, leaning in to sniff the large bowl of the octopus, then her own supplementary food. Is it just me, or does it seem a bit different? Xianyu and Yi Taotao quickly sealed their lips, sensing that Youyou was becoming increasingly discerning. Youyou, eat up quickly. Once finished, we shall rescue that female ghost and then head to your third uncle's studio. The mischievous assistant has already come by this morning. The hotel chef, after all, could not compare to the chefs of the Chu family. Hence the supplementary food was merely a rudimentary 3-course meal, lacking in both appearance and flavor. Of course, the ingredients were subpar as well. Youyou took a few bites before downing a large bottle of milk, letting out a small burp of satisfaction. After Yi Taodao helped Youyou freshen up, they descended the stairs together with the small octopus. In the backyard, Youyou scrambled up the big Huai tree. Little deity, why are you here? The long-tongued ghost had attained a level of power akin to a malevolent spirit, showing no fear of the sunlight. Soon, some bad people will come to take you away. Would you like to follow Youyou? The long-tongued ghost's eyes sparkled with interest. Can I leave this tree? Of course. With Youyou here, there's nothing to fear. Youyou proudly tilted her head back and patted her chest. Very well, little deity, I am willing to follow you. I do not wish to remain trapped in this Huai tree. Youyou beamed with delight, then gathered her celestial energy in her small hands, severing the connection between the long-tongued ghost and the Huai tree. Wow, little deity, your power can take shape. It looks like a spoon. The long-tongued ghost observed the ethereal energy forming in Youyou's palm with curiosity. Youyou hurriedly concealed the celestial energy, hiding her hands behind her back. It seems I wasn't fully satisfied and accidentally shaped my energy into a spoon. She simply could not comprehend how the Chu family could be so indifferent to Chu Nanshan. Let us proceed. Xianyu cradled Youyou, with Yi Taodao following closely behind as they approached Wang Ming. Wang Ming eyed the small octopus resting on Youyou's shoulder, feeling an unsettling aura about the creature. He sensed a chill in the air. Unbeknownst to him, The long-tongued ghost stood behind Youyou, curiously licking the small octopus with her long tongue. The small octopus flapped its wings in irritation, burying its head into the fur of its neck. Oof. Such blatant bullying of birds. If it weren't for my fall from grace, I would have dealt with every malevolent spirit I encountered. Very well. I shall bide my time for now. Youyou, with Youyou in his arms and Yi Taotao beside him, entered one vehicle while Wang Ming boarded another. As Youyou and Yi Taotao settled into the back seat, the long-tongued ghost drifted to the front passenger seat. The driver suddenly felt an eerie chill, involuntarily shuddering. He assumed the air conditioning was set too low and adjusted it. Wow, this driver uncle is quite wicked. He tampered with the vehicle, intending to slow down on the winding roads so he could jump out and let the car plunge into the water. He seeks to harm the baby. Youyou and Yi Taotao's expressions change upon hearing this. Oof. That wicked assistant bribed him handsomely, hoping to orchestrate our demise. This way, third uncle would surely be heartbroken. And even if he awakens later, he would withdraw from the entertainment industry. What a vile scheme. Youyou and Yi Taotao had yet to take any action, but the Illegitimate could no longer remain still. Just after the little deity had saved her, she was about to face a treacherous plot. Had the villain before her sought her consent? The Illegitimate, fuming, leaned closer to the driver's face, her elongated tongue drooping down to rest upon his lap. The driver felt an immediate chill and promptly turned off the air conditioning. Chapter 137. A fiery fate awaits. Even after shutting it off, he still felt cold. Hey, are you feeling chilly? Yi Taotao asked in a low, haunting tone, gently patting the driver's shoulder. He shivered involuntarily, admitting, yes, it is a bit cold. I might be coming down with something. Yi Taotao's gaze was ethereal as she replied, no, it's because a female ghost is sitting beside you. Can you not see her? Sweat broke out on the driver's palms, and he forced a smile. No way. How could there be a ghost in broad daylight? Yi Taotao continued, are you not aware that traveling at night often leads to encounters with spirits? Especially for those with guilty consciences, who fear the ghostly knocks at midnight. Haha, Sister Yi is absolutely right. You see, this is what it means to meet a ghost, said Youyou, eagerly reciting the incantation to open the spiritual eye. Youyou, attempting to intervene, was a beat too slow. The driver suddenly felt a chill around his eyes and rubbed them. When he turned back, he was met with the Illegitimate ghastly visage and her bloody, green-tinged tongue. A ghost. The driver, frightened, jerked the steering wheel, causing the car to lose control. Youyou, feeling helpless, had no time to reprimand Youyou and quickly summoned his celestial power to envelop the three of them in a protective barrier. However, Yi Taotao was still thrown into Youyou's embrace due to the car's inertia. Youyou and Youyou, possessing celestial powers, were able to maintain control of their bodies despite the force. The Illegitimate, being a ghostly form, was flung out of the vehicle. The car veered violently and crashed into the roadside barrier. The vehicle came to a halt, and the driver fainted from the impact, nestled in Youyou's arms. Yi Taotao felt a rush of stars before her eyes, exclaiming, my goodness, is your celestial body always this hard? I feel like my head has collided with the car. Youyou's face turned crimson, speech escaping him. Having been single for over 1,000 years, this was his first experience holding a woman, and he was astonished by her softness. Youyou crawled to the front seat, tugging at the driver. Huh? Is he dead? He asked, bleeding quite a lot. Youyou shot a glance at the driver. Better dead than alive, but alas, he is merely unconscious and seriously injured. Had he not broken the seal of the coffin, he might have perished here, and he had no desire to endure the process of being sealed away and turned into a dried corpse once more. Youyou, do not frighten the driver while he is on the road. He is responsible for our lives, Youyou advised gently. Youyou tilted her head in confusion, asking, but he was trying to harm us. Youyou was momentarily at a loss for words. Let us go. It's all right. Quickly exit the vehicle. Be cautious of an explosion. Although Youyou was not well-versed in such matters, Yi Taotao sensed the danger, having caught the smell of leaking gasoline and faintly burnt odors. Seeing the thick smoke rising from the car, a smile crept onto her lips. It would be better if the driver perished. Then there would be no witnesses. The car was severely damaged, and in Wang Ming's eyes, the occupants were doomed. Youyou, being the tallest, was constrained by the space inside the vehicle. And with Yi Taotao still in his arms, it was challenging to exit. Youyou, quickly kick open the door. If the car explodes, my meager celestial power may not suffice to withstand the force. Youyou, catching a whiff of the burnt smell, quickly covered her nose, while Xiao mimicked her, using one of its wings to cover its mouth, almost obscuring its little eyes. Ugh, it smells terrible. Youyou squeezed at the door, her tiny fist knocking against it with a thud, causing it to swing open. The door, propelled by inertia, slammed against the car body before crashing to the ground. Youyou, over here. That side is too narrow. You can't get out. Youyou crawled around the confined space, managing to knock off all 4 doors. Xianyu swiftly carried Yi Tao Tao out of the vehicle, while Youyou, with Xiao, also escaped. The driver fell to the ground with a thud, unattended. At that moment, a flame suddenly erupted from the car, engulfing the entire vehicle. Wang Ming, finally realizing the situation, rushed forward, feigning concern. Young Master Chu, are you all right? Xianyu shot him a scornful glance and retorted, are you not going to save that driver? Wang Ming, finally comprehending, hurriedly called for his driver to assist in dragging the injured man from the car. The driver's clothes had caught fire, but fortunately, he was at a safe distance, and the flames had not spread extensively. After Wang Ming and his driver extinguished the flames on the driver, Xianyu had already entered the car that Wang Ming had previously occupied, holding Youyou. Yi Tao Tao, having obtained her driver's license, had no trouble operating the vehicle. The Longxi Gue wobbled as she also climbed into the car. Ah, by the way, we'll be using this car first. You all can find another, Xianyu said as he rolled down the window to speak to Wang Ming. Yi Tao Tao started the car and drove away. Left behind, Wang Ming and the driver exchanged glances. Mr. Wang, we should call for an ambulance. His head wound is severe, and he could die if this continues. Wang Ming's brow furrowed painfully as he reluctantly dialed for the authorities. Fortunately, he still had his phone on him when they exited the car. Otherwise, in this desolate area without surveillance, it would have been difficult to find help. Indeed, he had deliberately led Xianyu and the others down this route, with its complex and winding roads devoid of cameras, making it ideal for his nefarious plans. However, he had not anticipated that his scheme would backfire. Yi Tao Tao had already received a location from Chu Tian-yi, pinpointing areas previously frequented by Chunin Shan. They no longer needed Wang Ming. Nevertheless, having a vehicle was still advantageous. This road is quite the challenge, with twists and turns. Yi Tao Tao relished the test, navigating the uphill, downhill, and slanted paths with finesse. I should have given them a proper thrashing earlier. After all, there were no cameras to witness it, and they could simply deny it. This road was perilous for those with average driving skills, or those unfamiliar with mountain roads, making accidents all too common. I think we should toss that Wang Ming into the flames, she mused. Chapter 138. A grim fate awaits him that would not do. Harming others would bring misfortune, and one would incur karmic retribution. However, you can do it, hee. You chimed in, you Tian Shihua, am tough and resilient. Besides, my senior sister taught me that it doesn't hurt at all. A mere child, spoiled by your master and senior brothers and sisters, Xianyu remarked, filled with envy. Among the celestial realm, the most carefree and indulged was this little one. Before her transformation, she had once mended the heavens, saving the worlds from collapse, leading to her essence fragmenting. As a result, the celestial beings and deities, led by Hong Yuan, placed her in a gathering place for spiritual energy, allowing her to regain her form, earning her the name Yu Tian Shi. Nurtured by celestial energy, she quickly transformed, becoming a cherubic child, even smaller than she was now. From birth, she radiated joy, smiling at everyone without shedding a tear, her plump, snow-white visage utterly adorable. Hence, she was cherished throughout the celestial realm. Yet, unexpectedly, she had developed a mischievous streak. Teaching her with a stick was futile. She was impervious to pain. Alas, overthinking brings tears. My goodness, we have finally made it. The roads in this mountainous region are truly treacherous. I shall never return here again. Yi Tao Tao's palms were slick with perspiration. Although she relished challenges and the thrill of speed, navigating these serpentine mountain paths, with their steep ascents and descents, and at times, 90-degree turns, was utterly nerve-wracking. At long last, we approached our destination, and I felt nauseous from motion sickness. The long-tongued ghost extended its lengthy appendage, its bulging eyes swirling like concentric circles. A ghost feeling motion sickness? Who decreed that ghosts cannot suffer from it? I was motion sick even before I died. After death, the most formidable fears are those that haunted us in life, deeply ingrained within our souls, manifesting as genuine terror. Youyou tugged at the mini octopus's wings, flapping them eagerly. Yi Taotao nodded in determination. She resolved to conquer all her fears before her demise, so that in death she would be unafraid. Finally they arrived, spotting a cluster of hastily constructed buildings ahead. This was the filming location for Sanshia's production. It must be said, the crew has an impressive knack for selecting locations. The scenery here is splendid, nestled between mountains and water, perfect for historical dramas. Yi Taotao drove directly into the set, and since this was Wang Ming's vehicle, the security personnel did not stop them. Inside the studio, filming was in progress, while the waiting actors sat in the courtyard, some rehearsing their lines. Others engaged in light-hearted banter. When Youyou emerged from the vehicle, cradling Youyou, she instantly attracted the attention of the crowd. Youyou's beauty was striking, especially in her ancient attire, her flowing black hair exuding an ethereal grace, which caught the eye of the director, who stormed out in a fit of anger due to filming setbacks. Upon seeing Youyou, the director's ire dissipated entirely. "Are you here for an audition? What's your name?" he inquired, his eyes sparkling with interest as he hurried over. This uncle is in for a stroke of bad luck. Let the baby take a look." Who is speaking?" The small child, sucking on her finger and making smacking sounds, had not uttered a word, merely gazing at him with her round, sparkling eyes, utterly adorable. The director thought he was hearing things and smiled again at Youyou. "You perfectly embody the essence of our leading role. Unfortunately, the lead is ill, otherwise I would not be seeking replacements. Rest assured, if you perform well, I will compensate you handsomely, certainly not less than what we pay Nanshan. Of course, I am in urgent need of assistance, and your character's appearance must ultimately reflect Nanshan's face." Oh, the baby understands. This director uncle is in trouble because he has to change the lead. Youyou uncle cannot act, so he will eventually find a stand-in who resembles Sanjiu. That stand-in is bound to cause him trouble. This time, the director clearly heard the child's voice, confirming that it was indeed the innocent sentiments of the cherubic figure before him. Children of such tender age do not speak, let alone remain silent. Youyou, disinterested in the gossip, coldly addressed the director. "I am Chu Nanshan's brother, here to check on him. You are the director, correct? Please, guide me to where my third brother collapsed." "You are his brother? Has Nanshan regained consciousness?" the director asked, concern etched on his face. "I can delay filming for a few days, focusing on other actors' scenes, but we are nearing the end of production. I must find someone to substitute for him, and we can change the face later. However, you do not resemble him too closely. Although both of you are handsome, his eyes are peach blossom-shaped, while yours are almond-shaped. This foolish director, my Youyou uncle cannot act. The person you find a substitute for Sanjiu will not be me, and his fans will go crazy, protesting everywhere. Furthermore, the actor you select to replace Sanjiu is not a good person. He is having an affair with your wife, leading her to bear his child, which you will then raise." The director shuddered, his body trembling slightly. Not only the director, but many present cast complex glances in his direction. Moreover, the actors in this production have not fared well either. Sanjiu's stand-in has been spreading slander about the cast, including that young lady who enjoys picking at her toes. The actress playing the supporting role froze. And that brother, his snoring is thunderous. The crew members were stunned. And that old aunt, she mistreats her daughter-in-law. The actress portraying the male, lead's mother, suddenly bowed her head. Of course, there are truths and falsehoods. That aunt in the yellow dress. Sanjiu's stand-in claims she ascended through improper means, having connections with various directors, and eventually, her husband left her. The actress playing the queen nearly lost her mind. And, Youyou, we are here to rescue your third uncle. Should we not hasten? Youyou sensed that if they continued this way, they would arrive after dark, even though it was still not noon. Oh, right. We must find Sanjiu's spirit. You noticed the varied expressions on the faces around them. Almost half of the people could hear Youyou's thoughts. Chapter 139. Alas, so tragic. Let's go. We shall search. Youyou turned with Youyou in her arms. You cannot leave. You must not leave. The director hurriedly blocked Youyou's path. Why not? Youyou blinked her bright, sparkling eyes, a large question mark forming in her mind. Yes, we cannot leave. The waiting actors gathered around. The director, feeling awkward, stated, "You are Nanshan's family. How can I let you wander off alone? I will personally escort you." At that moment, the director couldn't shake the thought of Youyou's last remark about searching for Chu Nanshan's spirit. Could it be that he was truly cursed? After all, a head injury was not typically severe. How could he remain unconscious? The director, who already believed in the supernatural and offered prayers to the gods of prosperity, felt even more convinced, especially after hearing the child's voice. Surely, it was the deity he worshipped who allowed him to hear the child's thoughts. Otherwise, why could no one else? Unbeknownst to the director, over half the people present could hear it. Everyone, prepare to film. Do not slack off, the director urged the actors. Some actors had initially considered following Youyou to see if she would reveal more information, but thinking that the auditionees would soon arrive, one of whom might be the very one they sought, they decided to remain and observe who resembled Chu Nanshan the most. Follow me. Let us first view the internal filming locations. Some scenes cannot be shot on location, so we will film in the studio. Here and over there, these are places where Nanshan has filmed. Youyou shook her head. There is no spirit of my third uncle here. The director proceeded to guide Xianyu and Youyou around the interior area, only to see Youyou's little brows slightly furrowed. Still not here. The external filming sites were nearby, not far away. After the director spoke, he led them outside, casting a glance at Yi Tao Tao, who held an odd-looking little bird in her hands. Most importantly, he felt an unsettling chill whenever he was close to Yi Tao Tao. The director, unable to see the long-tongued ghost floating beside her, instinctively distanced himself. Take us to the place where he had his accident, Xianyu commanded. The director paused, then slapped his head, remembering, right? We should go to the site of the incident first. Oddly enough, on the day of the shoot, Nanshan had appeared to be in good spirits, only to suddenly collapse without warning. It is indeed peculiar. The road at the foot of the mountain is rather uneven, yet the ground is devoid of any obstructions. The director remarked as he opened the car door, allowing Xianyu and the others to enter. He only came to a stop when the path ahead narrowed. Just before them, at the junction of the mountain's base and the riverbank, I did not perceive any souls. The Changshi Gui uttered a statement, causing the director to shudder involuntarily. In that fleeting moment, an icy chill enveloped him. The Changshi Gui had initially concealed its ghostly aura, but upon speaking, a wave of ominous energy surged towards the back of the director's head. Aunt Changshi Gui is mistaken. There is indeed a formation ahead, which is why it is invisible, but you can sense the fluctuations of the formation. Undoubtedly, there is a formation, so we disembarked. Before the director could comprehend what formation Youyou referred to regarding the Chang, Shi Gui, Xianyu had already lifted Youyou out of the car, with Yi Tao Tao trailing closely behind. Youyou extended a small hand to touch the barrier of the formation before them, causing ripples to spread through the air, and the entire scene ahead transformed dramatically. The director gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. This sight was entirely different from what they had captured on film. No wonder. On that day of shooting, he had urged Chu Nanshan to proceed. Yet Chu Nanshan had been unable to move, even being compelled to step back slightly. There had clearly been a stone wall ahead. How could one advance? Little immortal, there's a ghost over there. Oh my, how terrifying. The Changshi Gui suddenly pointed at a shadow lurking in the dim corner of the stone wall, frightening itself into turning away and shielding its eyes. Yi Tao Tao glanced at her in disbelief, and then at the shadow huddled in the corner. Do you perhaps have a distorted perception of your own appearance? The Changshi Gui shook its head vigorously while covering its eyes. No, look at him. Take a good look. That ghost has no eyeballs. Youyou had already crawled over, observing the figure crouched in the corner, clutching its own eyeballs, and began to internally critique. Tiske, such a tragic end. Accused of peeping at a girl bathing, he was ultimately exposed online, and then his eyes were gouged out by one of the girl's suitors. He sought help everywhere, yet no one came to his aid. Everyone believed it was his fault. As a result, he fell down the stairs and died. The eyeless ghost suddenly lifted its head, blood oozing from its eye sockets. Are you a deity? A little deity? Can you help me? Youyou wriggled closer, sitting in front of the eyeless ghost. But you caused my third uncle to fall. You frightened my third uncle. The eyeless ghost wept bitterly. Is your third uncle the protagonist, Chu Nanshan? I didn't mean it. A Taoist told me that if I scared him, he would help me cross over and let me enter the underworld. I realized I was deceived because after all these days, he still has me trapped here, and I cannot escape. You mean, my third uncle saw your appearance and fell in fright? Yes, because I didn't want to harm anyone. The Taoist merely said to frighten him a bit. I only scared him a little. When he fell, did you see my third uncle's soul? His living soul? No, little deity. I assure you I did not see any living souls. The eyeless ghost explained with difficulty. However, when his assistant helped him, I think I saw that Taoist. He was hidden in the shadows, not revealing himself, but I recognized his boots, and he was the only one I had seen in a long robe. I saw the blue hem of his garment. Youyou furrowed her brow, realizing they still needed to find that Taoist. Why are you following me? Youyou noticed that the eyeless ghost was floating faster than her, which displeased her. Chapter 140. He has had plastic surgery. Youyou tilted her little head. Indeed, your lifespan is not yet over. The soul collectors will not actively come for you. Moreover, those who harmed you must receive retribution. Thank you, little deity. I will help you find your third uncle. The eyeless ghost exclaimed just as it collided with the Youyou, who was floating towards it. Hey, ugly creature. I will help the little deity find that troublesome Taoist. You cannot take that from me. The Youyou, irate, flicked its long tongue, nearly ready to lash out. The eyeless ghost pointed at itself, then at the Youyou. Are you calling me ugly? Clearly, you are the ugly one. The two ghosts immediately engaged in a brawl. Youyou had clearly been conversing with someone moments ago, yet she had not seen anyone, not even a ghostly shadow. For some reason, the car felt colder. It was summer, and the director had not turned on the air conditioning during their journey. Now, he had switched on the heater. Xianyu and Youyou felt no chill, and Xiao Bajua was unbothered by the cold. Yi Tao Tao rubbed her arms. She was impervious to the cold due to Xianyu's celestial powers, but the presence of two ghosts nearby made her feel cold. It seemed she still needed to strengthen herself. They visited several locations where Chun and Shan had filmed, but found no peculiarities. The actors in the courtyard appeared united in their enmity, all intently focused on one individual among them. The director was also pleased, thinking it fortuitous. He intended to utilize Youyou's insights to expel the villain who had harmed his family, disrupted this production, and tormented these actors. This way, the subsequent events might not transpire. Xiaolu, please fetch some snacks suitable for little ones from my office. The director said cheerfully. He believed that in the future, he could also consult the little deity regarding casting decisions, matters of auspiciousness and avoiding calamity, selecting locations and scenes. Surely the little deity could assist. Indeed, in the director's mind, Youyou had attained the status of a little deity. Little one, your uncle and I are quite good friends. Today, I need to recruit some actors for the next production. Could you perhaps assist me in discerning the unsuitable candidates? I have heard that your eyes are the purest and best at discerning intentions. Can you help me identify the ill-intentioned interviewees? I will pay you. Initially, Youyou had felt somewhat disheartened about not locating her third uncle's soul, but upon hearing this, her eyes brightened. Youyou eagerly nodded and reached out her small paw to clutch the director's shoulder. I want it. Youyou wants money and also gold bars. Gold bars? The director furrowed his brow slightly. Gold bars are acceptable. Just some money along with the gold bars will suffice. Before the director could inform Youyou, she was already chattering away in her mind. Wow, so this is the villain who replaced my third uncle. I thought he looked somewhat like my third uncle, but it turns out he doesn't look like him at all. How did he change his face? So strange. The baby detected that this face isn't someone else's. So how did he manage to resemble my third uncle's face by 6 or 7 parts? There's a procedure in the mortal realm known as plastic surgery, which can modify one's appearance to resemble another's. Of course, it can only achieve a likeness, not an exact match. His face was crafted through surgery. Xianyu took the time to explain to Youyou. Youyou's eyes widened in realization. Everyone was taken aback. Even the interviewee, who bore a striking resemblance to Chunan Shan, seemed flustered. Do not slander me without evidence. I'm not plastic surgery. I just look like this. Besides, in the end, my face won't even be used. I am merely a stand-in. What difference does it make whether I had surgery or not? The expressions of the crowd grew complex. Whether he had undergone plastic surgery or not indeed did not concern them, but his character certainly did. They needed to uncover the truth. The director breathed a sigh of relief. I'm sorry, but you have been disqualified from the audition. My production team will not accept you in the future, regardless of your qualifications or acting talent. He is not only guilty of plastic surgery, he has even committed murder. If it weren't for his fake face, you would have seen through him long ago. Fortunately, his glabella is genuine. It harbors the aura of blood, indicating that he has indeed taken a life. Now, the director was rendered speechless. The actors who had been ready to confront the director moments ago were also left dumbfounded. A murderer. This was, astonishingly, a plastic surgery-facilitated murderer. The baby should take a look. He killed his own girlfriend, not only committing the act, but also abandoning her body in the wilderness. By the time the corpse was discovered, it had already decomposed beyond recognition. The crowd was shaken. Xiaolu had just prepared some fruit puree for Youyou when he overheard this thought in her mind, causing him to tremble and almost dropped the small bowl. The director signaled to Xiao Lu, who handed the bowl of fruit puree to another staff member to deliver to Youyou before rushing into the studio to call the police. You make a valid point. I've been too biased against those who have undergone plastic surgery. To temporarily placate the murderer, the director changed his tone. Previously, I had strictly prohibited actors who had undergone cosmetic procedures from appearing in my productions because their faces often appeared stiff, making it difficult for them to convey emotions effectively, ultimately compromising the quality of the entire production. However, since you are merely a stand-in this time, it shouldn't have much impact. The director thought, if this person were apprehended, perhaps harmony would return to his household. Alas, the director is truly pitiable. His wife married him solely for financial gain. If this villain is captured, who knows who the next victim might be? The director's heart sank further. He had initially believed that his infrequent companionship with her led to her potential misdeeds. Was he truly the punchline of a joke? The actors who had auditioned were perplexed, thinking they had been retained based solely on their looks, and reluctantly exited. What could they do? After all, this person bore a striking resemblance to the renowned actor Chewing D. It was only a matter of time before the truth surfaced. After several auditioning actors departed, Youyou finished her small bowl of fruit puree. "It's so delicious," she exclaimed, licking her lips in delight. Youyou waved her tiny hand at the director with a sweet smile. "Uncle, don't forget to give Youyou money and gold bars." The director was at a loss, unsure of which matter to address first. Chapter 141. Unfortunate to the core, in addition to the filming location, Chu Tianyi provided Yi Taodao with several other addresses, places that Chu Nanshan had visited outside of filming. These included restaurants and supermarkets, primarily shopping venues, devoid of any traces of Chu Nanshan's spirit. After running around several locations throughout the morning, Youyou was hungry, and Xianyu and Yi Taodao were fatigued. The two decided to take Youyou to a restaurant that appeared reasonably nice. They were not seeking a high-end dining experience. Xianyu was unfamiliar with such places, and Yi Taodao had grown accustomed to a more casual lifestyle, avoiding extravagant spending. Youyou was indifferent as long as there was good food. Consequently, as the three entered the restaurant, they attracted considerable attention. The trio was too eye-catching. Although Xianyu was not dressed in traditional attire, the light, flowing fabric she wore was undeniably exquisite. Additionally, both Yi Taodao and Youyou were clad in limited-edition designer clothing. Xianyu was somewhat perplexed by the food outside, so Yi Taodao took charge of ordering, preparing milk powder for Youyou, and ordering supplementary food. Naturally, to avoid tempting Youyou, the dishes Yi Taodao chose were mostly inexpensive and light stews, allowing Youyou to have a taste. This scene, however, was misinterpreted by onlookers. They presumed the trio to be affluent individuals, only to realize that they were merely wearing counterfeit designer items to feign wealth. Who would spend money here? And what kind of dishes are they ordering? Huh, how vain. I wonder if these people have any sense. I just saw them driving a car worth over 200,000. TCH. Yi Taodao and Xianyu were completely unaware that they were the subject of ridicule. As Youyou was wholly focused on the food, the dishes arrived promptly. Regardless of the ingredients or flavors, they were somewhat lacking. Fortunately, the restaurant offered a variety of condiments, which Xianyu found somewhat refreshing. After all, the ingredients and seasonings of the Chu family had stringent standards, lacking this sense of freedom. However, Youyou's supplementary food was less satisfactory since it contained no condiments, and the ingredients were far inferior to those from the Chu family, resulting in a significantly diminished flavor. After consuming a large bottle of milk, Youyou had only taken a few bites before feeling full, her gaze wandering to the tables around her. Wow, that smells amazing. What is that red dish in the big bowl? It looks so delicious. And that, such a huge chunk of meat. And that slurp. Look, she's almost drooling. Yet her parents ordered such cheap dishes. This is hilarious. Indeed, they don't seem to enjoy their food either, but they insist on wearing a full outfit of counterfeit designer brands. It's truly comical. Look at how pretentious they are while eating. It's utterly nauseating. At that moment, Xianyu and Yi Taodao remained oblivious to the surrounding gossip, which caught the attention of a man seated at a corner table. His table held only a bowl of rice and a plate of vegetables. He slowly lifted his head, his tired eyes tinged with a hint of red, fixed on the table at the center of attention. Then pulling his hat down, he suddenly stood up and hurried over, scooping up Youyou and fleeing. Youyou, with her wide, sparkling eyes, was momentarily stunned. "Put the child down." Yi Taodao sprang up, seizing a teacup from the table and hurling it at the man's feet. The man paid no heed to the pain. He raised his stubbled face, his eyes filled with malice. "It's you." It's because of people like you who are so vain and pretentious, pretending to be wealthy, that you raise such useless children. If it weren't for you, how could he have met such a fate? How could he have been killed for money? Youyou and Yi were still in a daze. Hey, why are you acting this way? Even if they wear counterfeit brands, there's no need to take their child. Yes, while they may be vain. What fault does such a young child bear? Should we call the police? The once serene restaurant had descended into chaos. Oh, you knows, this person's son died. It's because his son was so vain, always boasting about his wealthy family, buying expensive-looking counterfeit clothing with little money, and ultimately being exposed by his classmates. Then he was mocked, shunned, and lost all his friends. In the end, to prove that he wasn't lying, he sold his own organs, and then he died. As Youyou's heartfelt words emerged, Youyou and Yi finally grasped the situation, recalling the earlier comments made by those around them. Youyou rubbed her forehead helplessly. Truly unfortunate. Even a meal was fraught with unease. This man regrets not having properly educated his son, leading to his demise. Which is why he despises those who are vain and pretend to be wealthy, even wanting to eliminate such individuals to prevent their descendants from following the same path. But why is he targeting Youyou? It's you. Parents like you will only raise vain, worthless children. In the end, these worthless children will perish. It will be better for me to eliminate her now. The man unexpectedly drew a knife, wildly brandishing it at Yi and Youyou. Yet, they remained completely unperturbed, gazing at him with calm composure. My goodness, what kind of parents are these, not even attempting to save their child, just standing there foolishly? Perhaps they never wanted this child in the first place. I tell you, some young people nowadays only know how to breed without nurturing, living carefreely, flaunting fake brands while being empty-handed. How truly unfortunate for that child. Youyou remained unfazed, producing a black card and calling to the front desk. Check, please. Wow, a black card. This person even has a counterfeit bank card. Someone might mistake it for real. Such a peculiar situation. Instead of rushing to the aid of the child, he brandishes a counterfeit black card to display his false bravado. This man is truly deranged. Youyou, holding the black card, waited for a moment, only to find that the front desk staff had yet to approach. He turned his gaze, noticing the disdainful and mocking look in their eyes, as if they were convinced that the card was indeed a forgery. Youyou felt a mix of frustration and amusement. Youyou, please take out your black card for payment. Youyou, feeling constrained by the man's grip, decided to assert her freedom by forcefully pushing against his knife. Seizing the moment of his surprise, she quickly descended from him and in the blink of an eye, climbed onto Youyou's back. Chapter 142. Encountering a malevolent spirit, the patrons in the restaurant remained frozen in shock, resembling statues, unable to react for quite some time. From the pouch around her neck, Youyou retrieved the black card and waved it at the cashier, announcing, "Swipe the card. No password required." Youyou took Youyou's black card and waved it in front of the cashier, stating, "We only have this black card. Whether it is genuine or not, feel free to swipe it and see. By the way, there is no password." He added, "What? Are you not going to accept payment? If not, we shall take our leave." Yi was filled with frustration. The day had already been tumultuous, and this incident only worsened her mood. The cashier resigned, accepted the card from Youyou, her expression still laden with contempt, until the transaction was successfully completed and the receipt printed. Xiao Bazu was equally incensed, sputtering in annoyance before taking flight, flapping its wings around the gossiping patrons, causing a few feathers to fall into their bowls. Youyou glanced at the onlookers, pondering the myriad of activities one could engage in instead of spreading idle gossip, unaware that one day they too might find themselves the subject of discussion. Their esteemed image utterly tarnished. And what of you? You have raised a vain and delusional waste of space. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently. Youyou, let us depart. It was only after the three had left that chaos erupted among the restaurant staff. My goodness, that child just snapped a knife with her bare hands. I thought I was seeing things. Is this real? Did you witness it too? Oh, what a pity. If only I had recorded it, it would surely go viral. How wealthy. Even a toddler possesses a black card. The man, filled with rage, lowered his head, his eyes filled with regret, his entire being seemingly drained of energy, utterly at a loss. Had I known, I would have brought them along. We could have dined in peace. Yi entered the car, glancing at the Long Shi Gue and Wu Yin Gue, still grappling with one another. Youyou, feeling drowsy, leaned against Youyou and fell asleep. Never mind, there is nothing to quarrel about. Such is the nature of humanity, Youyou remarked nonchalantly. Are we just going to let that man go? If it weren't for Youyou's strength, she might have perished at his hands. Yi Taotao expressed her dissatisfaction. He had not inflicted harm upon Youyou. Even if reported, it would be difficult to pursue justice, and it would expose Youyou to public scrutiny. This man harbors dark and obsessive thoughts. If left unchecked, calamity will surely follow. Yi Taotao started the car and followed the navigation route to their hotel. Wang Ming emerged from the shadows, watching the departing vehicle with a sinister smile. Jiang Wenhua personally greeted them, escorting them directly to his private elevator. Did you see clearly? Is it him? Xianyu inquired of the still displeased Long, Shi Gue, and Wu Yan Gue. Yes, it is indeed him, they replied in unison. Xianyu scoffed lightly, then shook Youyou's chubby little arm. Not so impressive after all. Youyou, wake up. It is time to get to work. Youyou groggy awoke, her mouth wet against Xianyu's shoulder. He was accustomed to this and did not mind. Youyou, the Taoist priest who harmed your brother has been located. Where is he? Youyou inquired, her little head swiveling around. He took the elevator up. Xianyu pointed towards the glass room on the side of the lobby. That is the president's exclusive elevator. We cannot enter, Yi Taotao added. Whether we can enter or not is not determined by them, Xianyu asserted, placing Youyou on the ground. Youyou, take them to take a look. We shall await your good news. Xiao Bazu was eager to join, landing on Youyou's back, allowing her to carry it. The door to the private elevator would not open, but that posed no challenge for the two spirits. Long Shi Gue and Wu Yan Gue hurriedly pried the elevator door open, and Youyou climbed inside. The elevator ascended directly to the top floor. As soon as Youyou exited the elevator, she heard the sounds of an argument from within the office. I just checked. There is absolutely no trace of any spirit in this entire hotel. Jiang Wenhua's voice was filled with anger. Are you implying that the illusions we, including my secretary and bodyguard, witnessed last night were mere figments? The Taoist priest, Chu, insists there are none. However, I will remain tonight. If there are indeed spirits, I will cleanse them for free. Moreover, if any spirits appear, my soul bell will ring. Just then, the soul bell at Chu's waist suddenly began to jingle. Youyou quickly reacted, pulling out two hidden energy talismans and affixing them to Long Shi Gue and Wu Yan Gue. Instantly, the bell ceased its ringing. Master, there's a little toddler here. A young acolyte holding a compass approached Youyou, the needle on the compass finally coming to a halt. Master, this child is not a spirit. She is human. The young acolyte, taking the matter seriously, circled Youyou while holding the compass. Human? How did you get up here? Jiang Wenhua glanced at Youyou, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Youyou pointed towards the elevator, then to the Taoist priest, indicating, you mean he brought you up? Jiang Wenhua asked. Youyou cleverly rolled her eyes, nodding vigorously while gesturing towards the air beside her. Subsequently, the soul bell on Chu's waist rang again, and the compass needle spun wildly. There is a spirit. There is a spirit here, the young acolyte exclaimed in alarm, swiftly retreating a few steps and drawing a peachwood sword, pointing it in the direction Youyou indicated. Long Shi Gue reattached the removed hidden energy talisman, and the bell fell silent again. Jiang Wenhua, furious, accused, Chu, did you see that? You still claim there are no spirits. Clearly, you brought the spirit up with you. This infant is the evidence. Infants possess weak yang energy. They can see spirits. Unfazed, Chu ignored Jiang Wenhua and withdrew another device to test for spirits, attempting to locate their presence. Suddenly, the other spirit, Wu Yan Gue, also removed its hidden energy talisman, releasing a chilling aura that enveloped Jiang Wenhua entirely. He felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, screaming, there's a spirit. Before Chu could turn around, Wu Yan Gue affixed the talisman back on and changed direction as though playing hide and seek. Quickly, find and eliminate the spirit. Jiang Wenhua watched Chu, who was flailing about in search of the spirit, filled with regret and anger, increasingly feeling deceived. Unable to locate the spirit, Chu grew anxious and instructed the young acolytes. We are dealing with a malevolent spirit. Quickly, form a formation. Youyou tugged at Jiang Wenhua's hand, pointing in a direction. Chapter 143. The antique sword. Jiang Wenhua understood. You mean you know where the malevolent spirit is? Youyou nodded, then pointed in another direction. It has run over there? Youyou nodded again, then pointed behind the Taoist priest. Jiang Wenhua's pupils constricted, fear gripping him as he stammered. Chu, do you not sense that a spirit is behind you? Chu ignored Jiang Wenhua, waiting for the young acolytes to arrange themselves before drawing a copper coin sword from his waist, chanting incantations. Instantly, a white light shot forth. Chu hastily retrieved a bottle, flinging the top open with a wave of his hand, then began reciting a spell. Alas, little deity, it seems I am unable to move. Something within the bottle appears to be pulling me, exclaimed the Changshi Gui. Naturally, Youyou observed the expression of the Wu Yin Gui as it struggled against an invisible force, having previously been trapped by Taoist Chu using this very formation. The Wu Yin Gui felt a surge of fear. Youyou discerned that while the formation was indeed formidable, it was still insufficient to ensnare both vengeful spirits simultaneously. Of course, Taoist Chu remained unaware of the presence of two malevolent spirits and continued to chant his incantations relentlessly. With a gentle wave of her small hand towards the formation, Youyou infused it with a trace of celestial energy, effortlessly dismantling the array. Taoist Chu felt a sudden resistance, severing his connection to the formation, resulting in a backlash that caused him to stagger and spit blood. The Changshi Gui and Wu Yin Gui erupted into fits of laughter, joyfully dancing in place. Although others, aside from Youyou, could neither hear nor see their merriment. At that moment, Jiang Wenhua was thoroughly alarmed. He felt an eerie chill enveloping him, as if he had suddenly transitioned from the sweltering heat of summer to the biting cold of winter. What should I do? Jiang Wenhua inexplicably focused his gaze on Youyou. Little one, can you tell uncle where that ghost is? Youyou grinned and pointed at the golden watch on Jiang Wenhua's wrist. You want this? He asked, puzzled. Youyou nodded eagerly. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Wenhua removed the watch and handed it to her. After all, if it meant aiding Taoist Chu in capturing the vengeful spirits, a mere watch was a small price to pay. Youyou clutched the golden watch with glee, then pointed behind Taoist Chu. Taoist Chu, it's right behind you, quick. Catch it. Upon hearing this, Taoist Chu swiftly turned, flipping the bottle he held behind him. Jiang Wenhua's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was evident he had witnessed Taoist Chu capture ghosts in this manner before. Yeah. Youyou tugged at Jiang Wenhua's sleeve again, pointing towards the window. Are you saying it escaped through the window? Jiang Wenhua inferred from Youyou's gestures. Youyou nodded, indicating the window and then gesturing towards the 3 potted green jade trees on Jiang Wenhua's desk. The potted plants, 3 jade Hui trees, closely resembled the 3 Hui trees planted outside. You mean that ghost has gone to the Hui tree in the courtyard? Youyou nodded once more. Dao Chu, did you hear that? Hurry and take someone to capture it. Jiang Wenhua, now unmindful of his fear, instructed his secretary, fetch me that antique sword. I've heard it possesses a heavy malevolent aura, used on a battlefield. I wish to see if it can slay a ghost. When the sword arrived, Youyou's eyes gleamed with excitement. Isn't this the sword of the Mo Shang Xianrun when he served as a general among mortals? I recall he cast it aside when he ascended to become an immortal, wishing to sever ties with the mortal realm. How'd it end up in the hands of this villain? Youyou knew that after discarding his sword, Mo Shang Xianrun had regretted his decision deeply. Youyou beamed and waved at the Changshi Gui beside her, who promptly flew through the window towards the grand Hui tree. The soul bell on Taoist Chu's person began to chime once more. Master, the compass needle is moving. The young Taoist exclaimed, pointing outside. Master, it's in the direction of the grand Hui tree. Let us hurry. Taoist Chu dashed towards the elevator, with Jiang Wenhua not far behind, brandishing the antique sword in one hand and holding Youyou in the other. At that moment, he felt Youyou was immensely useful, for she could see the ghost that Taoist Chu could not. He regarded her presence as a significant advantage for Taoist Chu. Jiang Wenhua was entirely oblivious to who Youyou was or why she was there. His mind was solely consumed with thoughts of capturing the vengeful spirit and slicing it into pieces. Youyou, cheerfully stowing the golden watch Jiang Wenhua had given her into her Chinquan bag, remained happily nestled in his arms. The diminutive figure of Xiao Bazhua had been overlooked until now, but perched on Youyou's shoulder, it finally caught Taoist Chu's attention. Why does this bird seem so familiar? Taoist Chu stroked his beard, his gaze fixated on Xiao Bazhua, completely unaware of the Wu Yin Gui floating just above him, brandishing its own eyes in front of Taoist Chu's face. I remember one of the Lin family possesses a bird like this. It is quite ferocious and has repeatedly stolen from our Chu family disciples during their training. Taoist Chu's expression soured, revealing a past conflict with the Lin family. Xiao Bazhua feigned ignorance, bobbing its fluffy head, its large black eyes glistening with an innocent naivety. Strange, It doesn't seem to fit the description. I remember that bird was vicious and bloodthirsty, not at all this docile, and its body would grow larger. Xiao Bazhua continued to feign misunderstanding, curiously glancing around, occasionally crouching down timidly. As the elevator doors opened, Youyou and Yi Taotao spotted Youyou cradled in Jiang Wenhua's arms. Youyou, from a vantage point hidden from Jiang Wenhua's view, took out the golden watch from her chinquin bag to show off to Youyou and Yi Taotao. Youyou and Yi Taotao exchanged glances, questioning if this was a successful strategy to win over the antagonist. Jiang Wenhua, having noticed Youyou and Yi Taotao, could not help but mock. "Oh dear, how fortunate you two are to be staying at my hotel. It is always fully booked. Yet I've reserved a room just for you. Surely you are immensely grateful." Youyou and Yi Taotao regarded Jiang Wenhua as if he were a fool, stepping back in unison, wary of being tainted by his presence. Jiang Wenhua had learned from his secretary that aside from the two individuals before him, there was also a child involved in the situation concerning Chu Nanshan. He had glanced at a photo featuring a man and a woman, but had overlooked the child. A child? Jiang Wenhua's gaze turned towards Youyou in his arms. Youyou grinned widely at him, then playfully slapped his hand. With a clang, the antique sword slipped from Jiang Wenhua's grasp and clattered to the ground. Chapter 144. Truly malicious. Youyou swiftly climbed down from Jiang Wenhua, picked up the ancient sword, and stuffed it into her chinquin bag. Daoist Chu's eyes widened as he pointed at the chinquin bag hanging from Youyou's chest, his expression filled with covetous desire. The chinquin bag, it's actually the chinquin bag. The Lin family has sought it for 200 years. Ha ha ha, it is finally within my grasp. Daoist Chu slapped himself on the forehead in regret. How did I not notice this earlier? Truly vexing. Ha ha ha, Lin family, prepare to be humiliated. Youyou and Yi Taotao, witnessing Daoist Chu's foolish expression, instinctively took another step back. While Daoist Chu reveled in his triumphant laughter, Youyou had already climbed back onto Youyou. "Oh, I'm so exhausted." Youyou patted her chinquin bag, feeling quite accomplished. "Chu family, hand over the little one's chinquin bag, and I shall spare your family from ruin." Daoist Chu's smug and grotesque visage was laid bare. "Daoist Chu, first let that little girl return the ancient sword to me. I spent several million acquiring it." Youyou retorted, her tone laced with scorn. "Oh, do you still wish for us to suffer ruin? I would like to see how you plan to do that, Daoist Chu. By the way, you're a Taoist priest, yet cannot see the vengeful spirit beside you." The Wuyan Gui revealed itself, dropping its two bloodied eyeballs directly in front of Daoist Chu's face. Jiang Wenhua felt a chill envelop him, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and could not help but glance over. "Ah, a ghost." After a shrill scream, Jiang Wenhua dashed behind Daoist Chu, trembling in fear. Daoist Chu, however, maintained a semblance of composure, thrusting his copper-coin sword towards the Wu Yingei. Yet, the Wu Yingei was not foolish. It had already distanced itself, glaring at Daoist Chu with its blood-soaked, hollow eyes. "You, Dao Zhang, have deceived me with your terrifying tricks and ensnared me within your formation. Had I not placed my trust in you, I would not have found myself trapped. Do you truly believe you can subdue me? A mere vengeful spirit. Do you think I cannot handle you? For the array, Dao Chang Chu, you must subdue him. My hotel relies entirely on you." As Jiang Wenhua spoke, he attempted to flee. "Where do you think you can escape to? There is a vengeful spirit in the large locust tree in your hotel courtyard." Youyou casually ruffled Youyou's fluffy little head. Jiang Wenhua paused, only to hear the frightened screams from outside. "Ah, there's a ghost. How terrifying, there really is a ghost. It is a long-tongued hanging ghost, run." Before Jiang Wenhua could react, many guests surged past him, rushing into the back courtyard. "Ah, there is another ghost. How frightening. Master, there is a master here. Master, please catch the ghost. There is still a ghost in the back courtyard." In their panic, someone clung to Dao Chang Chu's leg. Seeing someone approach, others soon followed suit. And Dao Chang Chu found himself unable to move, thus disrupting the formation he had just established. "Do not plead with him. He is unable to protect himself. This Dao Zhang is nothing more than a fraud," Youyou whispered. When the crowd witnessed Youyou's ethereal demeanor, they were momentarily stunned. "Are you an immortal? Are you truly an immortal?" Taking advantage of the moment, Youyou smiled and said, "If you all gather behind me, that vengeful spirit will not dare to approach." Upon hearing this, the crowd hurriedly rushed to Youyou's side. Indeed, the long-tongued ghost and the eyeless ghost did not even glance at them. focusing solely on Dao, Chang Chu, and the other disciples. Before long, the crowd began to feel at ease. Youyou raised her little hand and began to babble. Now the ghosts have come out. They cannot solve their problems and still wish to deceive for money. The crowd stared at Youyou's immobile little mouth, wondering if they were experiencing auditory hallucinations. However, upon glancing again at the ethereal Xianyu, they felt that Youyou in her arms must also be a little immortal. Little immortal, what if that Dao Zhang cannot subdue these two ghosts? Can we still escape? Someone boldly asked Youyou. Being called a little immortal made Youyou exceedingly happy. She tilted her little head and chirped. Rest assured, these two are good ghosts. They were merely disturbed and trapped by that wicked Taoist and that bad uncle. They mean no harm. They're just teaching the bad people a lesson, Xianyu explained. These two are quite wicked. They have imprisoned my brother's soul. By the way, you might know my brother. His name is Chu Nanshan. The film Emperor Chu. We know him. We heard he was injured and fell into a coma. At this moment, the crowd was no longer afraid and began to gossip. Xianyu nodded, pointing at Jiang Wenhua. He took the money from my brother's rival, hired this Taoist, deceived this ghost, and frightened my brother into falling while he was filming. Then that Taoist imprisoned my brother's soul, which I have yet to find. Today, I finally found this Taoist to inquire about my brother's soul's whereabouts. But unexpectedly, he colluded with his hotel owner to plot against us. Yes, thankfully, these two ghosts are good ghosts and have enmity with this Taoist, which spared us from disaster. Yi Tao Dao added. So, these two ghosts are indeed good ghosts. Of course. Do you know why this person planted 3 large locust trees in this hotel? Think about it. Locust trees attract and gather evil spirits. If you stay here for too long, you will inevitably fall ill, allowing energy to invade your body. Such ailments cannot be cured in hospitals. He would then introduce you to this Taoist to exorcise the evil, and you would not only spend a fortune but also feel grateful to them. Returning to this hotel in the future, wouldn't his business then flourish? How malicious. Truly malicious. Call the police. Yes, I recorded everything. This is evidence. What 5-star hotel is this? I will ruin Zhang's reputation. Yes, this is too despicable. And that rival of the film Emperor Chu. We must expose him and ensure he cannot continue to thrive. These individuals are truly a den of snakes and rats, utterly wicked. Youyou clapped her little hands in delight. Jiang, hurry and have this Taoist release my brother's soul. After all, you are not the mastermind, so why tarnish your reputation for my brother's rival? Dao Chang Chu could not subdue the eyeless ghost and the long-tongued ghost, yet he remained unafraid. After all, as a Taoist, he possessed numerous protective charms. You are of the Chu family, are you not? Dao Chang Chu's expression darkened, yet he remained composed. I shall warn you one last time. My surname is Chu, and your family also bears the surname Chu. Do you understand why? The smile faded from Xianyu's face, her eyes revealing complexity. If you wish for your Chu family to live peacefully in this mundane world, do not provoke me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that your Chu family will not face ruin. Xianyu had yet to become enraged, but Youyou was already furious. Ah, you wicked old man. Youyou shall make you bald. Unbeknownst to Xianyu, Youyou wriggled free from her embrace and swiftly descended. In the blink of an eye, Youyou had clambered onto Dao Changchu's shoulder, and with her chubby little hand, she yanked at his hair. Dao Changchu, caught off guard, felt a clump of hair along with flesh being pulled from his scalp. Bad egg. This is what you get for bullying Youyou's family. Youyou is not afraid of you. The master and several disciples, unable to focus on catching ghosts, rushed over. Grab him! Grab him! Before Dao Changchu could react, Youyou had yanked another tuft of hair. A few disciples attempted to help, but they were entangled with the two vengeful spirits. Growing increasingly anxious, Dao Changchu cursed while trying to grasp his hair, yet he could not spare a hand to push Youyou away, resorting to thrashing his body in an attempt to dislodge her. Sir, will your little immortal be injured if she falls? The crowd observed with growing worry. Xianyu remained calm. You all called her a little immortal. How could she possibly be harmed? Youyou, being a spiritual entity, possessed a different kind of celestial energy than other immortals, exuding a pressure of her own. Just as before, although merely a small immortal, her limited celestial power was sufficient to suppress the higher immortal before her. Moreover, the Taoist before them possessed only a modicum of chaotic spiritual energy, his cultivation level utterly insignificant. Jiang, refund the money. Someone saw Jiang Wenhua attempting to sneak away and quickly blocked his path. Yes, not only should you refund the money, but you must also compensate for emotional damages. Attempting to leave? Not a chance. I have already called the police. Yes, this is fraud, a crime, and intentional harm. The crowd surrounded Jiang Wenhua. Truly despicable to sacrifice one's conscience for money. It is revolting. Jiang Wenhua found himself trapped and could only lament, I truly did not know. I simply sought to harm Chu Nanshan. None of your rooms were set up with the gathering in formation. Many of you have been here for several days. Do you feel unwell? No. The other rooms are perfectly normal. Regardless, you have caused us harm, let alone anything else. You brought the ghost from the large locust tree into the hotel, frightening us, so you owe us compensation. Furthermore, you conspired with others to secretly harm the film Emperor Chu. That is against the law. Indeed, if you want to be wise, you should confess. You are not the mastermind, so you could receive a lighter punishment. If you do not admit to it, you will be just as guilty as the mastermind. You are quite wealthy. How could you harm others for money? Jiang Wenhua, feeling utterly helpless, regretted his actions profoundly. Little brat, do you truly believe I cannot handle you? Dao Changchu realized that there was no way to resolve this peacefully today, so he decided to go all out, enduring the pain of Youyou tugging at his hair while gathering his energy to strike back at her. One of Youyou's hands remained gripping Dao Changchu's hair, while her other little fist swung directly toward Dao Changchu's hand. With merely two sharp sounds, Daoist Chu cried out in pain, his voice piercing and high, startling everyone present. To dare collide with Youyou was truly an act of folly. Yi Tao Tao scoffed, exclaiming, wow, the little deity is formidable. That wicked Daoist must have broken his wrist. At that moment, Youyou had already descended from Daoist Chu and vehemently struck his leg with her tiny fist, producing yet another sound of bones fracturing, causing Daoist Chu to stagger and collapse onto the ground. Never before had he endured such excruciating agony. Beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. Youyou swiftly climbed back, rolling up Daoist Chu's sleeve. That evildoer framed my third uncle. Youyou must find his soul. As she spoke, Youyou rummaged through Daoist Chu's sleeve pocket while simultaneously opening her own chinquan bag. Thus, she extracted items from Daoist Chu's sleeve pocket and stuffed them into her chinquan bag. After long, Shi Gui and Wu Yin Gui had subdued several young Taoists. They quickly joined Youyou in restraining Daoist Chu's limbs. Little deity, do you have anything good? Wu Yin Gui pressed his eyeballs back into their sockets, curiously peering at Daoist Chu's sleeve pocket. Youyou, busy and preoccupied, had no time to respond to Wu Yin Gui. She hastily rummaged through the contents, spilling them all out. Here it is, my third uncle's soul is right here. From the heap, Youyou retrieved a soul bottle, uncorked it, and tossed the cork aside. The soul of Chu Nanshan emerged from the bottle, his eyes devoid of movement, appearing as lifeless as a puppet. Xianyu furrowed her brow, stating, Youyou, your third uncle's soul has been somewhat affected. It might be unstable. Youyou knows we need a soul-binding talisman. Youyou continued her search, but found no such talisman. Suddenly, she recalled the contents of her demon-capturing bag, grinning widely as she retrieved it. Hurry, give Youyou the soul-binding talisman, or else Youyou will hit you. The black mass within the demon-capturing bag seemed to fear Youyou, and before she finished speaking, it spat out a piece of talisman paper. Youyou quickly affixed the soul-binding talisman to Chu Nanshan, then resumed her search. Perhaps due to the magnetic field created by Long, Shi Gui, and Wu Yin Gui. The onlookers were astonished to see a flicker of Chu Nanshan's soul, their eyes widening in disbelief. Indeed, it was true. They could extract a person's soul. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. Who called the police? Suddenly, several officers stepped through the door. I did, someone in the crowd declared. I reported it. Hotel owner Jiang Wenhua conspired with this Taoist to harm Chu Nanshan, extracting his soul. Moreover, that Taoist bullied a child, attempting to seize the child's possessions, and conspired with Jiang Wenhua to transplant 3 large locust trees in the hotel, gathering energy to summon spirits to harm people, subsequently having that Taoist exorcise us for financial gain. The officers glanced at the scene. Taoist Chu, prone and unable to rise, his face smeared with dirt and blood, and then at the weeping Jiang Wenhua, before finally settling their gaze on the informant. Are you certain? Yes, we are certain. We are all witnesses. The officers observed Youyou, who was unharmed and cheerfully sifting through a pile of items, unable to discern any signs of her being bullied. What soul? Summoning spirits to harm people? How peculiar. Such oddities abound, especially today. The informant's claims grew increasingly bizarre, bordering on the supernatural. Reporting falsehoods is a crime. They mused. How could those two possibly appear to be victims? One officer remarked. Youyou lifted her small head, her smile faded, and her cherubic face puffed up in indignation. That's not true. It's because Youyou is strong. They couldn't defeat me. It was they who bullied me and my family. That wicked Taoist even threatened to ruin my family. Indeed, the crowd instinctively echoed, never considering whether the officers could hear Youyou's thoughts. The officers were still in shock, trying to comprehend Youyou's audible thoughts. As Youyou grew increasingly agitated, she crawled closer to Taoist Chu and tugged at his hair. Ouch! Taoist Chu wailed again. Team leader, do you remember what the comrades at the city center police station said? One officer nudged another, whispering, "Isn't this the child from the renowned Chu family? Just over 6 months old, incredibly adorable." The individuals they apprehended were quite strange, and the items found on them seemed related to superstitious practices. Do you recall? The officers exchanged glances, noting the similarities between Youyou's discoveries and the items previously retrieved from suspects. What should we do? Should we take them away? There are still a few young Taoists here. What if we don't take them? Someone has reported the incident. We cannot ignore it. Despite the discrepancies between the informant's account and reality, one officer suggested, should we check out the 3 large locust trees in the courtyard? They are material evidence. And there are 2 spirits as well. One resides in the locust tree, and another is trapped by that Taoist. At this moment, the officers genuinely began to doubt the informant's sanity. Pretending to be a Taoist to defraud people is one thing, but this directly involves spirits. Just as the officers were about to issue a verbal reprimand, a chilling sensation enveloped them. Youyou looked up to see the 2 spirits releasing Taoist Chu, shivering as they stood before the officers, lamenting loudly. Ah, the police officers are full of righteous energy and strong yawn. They cannot see you. Youyou turned around, her small hand inadvertently pulling out another tuft of Taoist Chu's hair. After enduring the pain, Taoist Chu seized the opportunity to snatch a teleportation talisman from the heap Youyou had disturbed. Youyou smirked disdainfully, instantly appearing beside Taoist Chu and stepping on his hand. Thinking of escaping? Ouch! Taoist Chu's wrist was crushed painfully. He summoned his inner spiritual energy, but found it futile against Youyou's foot. Comrades, we cannot intentionally inflict harm. Regardless of his crimes, we must not deliberately cause injury. One officer cautioned. Youyou feigned innocence. My apologies, I did not mean to apply so much pressure. I merely wished to prevent his escape. After all, he possesses a teleportation talisman. If he affixes it to himself, we would lose sight of him in the blink of an eye. Despite the absurdity of the situation, the officers sensed the truth in Youyou's words. Uncle Youyou, strip him of his spiritual energy. This villain is too wicked. Youyou has detected it. He has harmed many small animals during his alchemical practices, and he even mixed the bones of tortured small creatures with those of unwillingly deceased humans, blending their souls into one. How atrocious! Ah, Youyou is so furious. The officers, upon hearing Youyou's thoughts, felt a chill run down their spines. Others trembled in fear. Officer, how long will he be sentenced for his crimes? Will he seek revenge on us when he is released? The crowd was genuinely terrified. Such a perverse Taoist was more frightening than a murderer. Uncle Youyou, do away with him. Otherwise, he will harm others again. Youyou brandished her tiny fists, her lips pursed in anger. Without hesitation, Youyou extended 2 fingers and pressed them against various points on Taoist Chu's body. Instantly, Taoist Chu's bones began to twist and contort, howling as if enduring the most excruciating torment. In a mere moment, the crowd witnessed Taoist Chu's face visibly aging, sagging with wrinkles, and even his remaining sparse hair turned completely white. Master! Several young Taoists cried out in distress. Heavens! The crowd gasped in astonishment, covering their mouths in awe as they turned their gazes towards Youyou. How dare you attempt to seize my chinquan bag in front of me? Am I not bestowing upon you enough respect? Youyou's words lightly drifted into the ears of Taoist Chu. Once the pain subsided, Taoist Chu finally opened his murky eyes to scrutinize Youyou. It is you? Indeed, it is you. I have seen your portrait. Did you not perish 200 years ago? The astonishment on Taoist Chu's face intensified. A joke? Would I ever die? Ha! Taoist Chu laughed maniacally. Splendid. The Lin family shall also face dire days ahead. Yet, before Youyou, Taoist Chu showed no fear. Can you single-handedly protect the entire Chu family? Do not rush soon. Others will arrive to bring ruin upon your entire clan. What did you say? Clarify your words. Yi Tao Tao could no longer restrain herself and struck Taoist Chu across the face. I shall not divulge anything. In any case, your Chu family is doomed. Even if you are a deity, can you safeguard every member of the Chu family at all times? This is merely the beginning. Haha. At this moment, several police officers had overheard. This was an overt act of harm and intimidation. Chapter 147. Truly gone, take him away. Bring them all along. The police advanced, handcuffing Taoist Chu and the young acolytes. The acolytes, who merely followed Taoist Chu around, lacked any cultivation, and Youyou did not pay them any heed. Moreover, examining their features, they did not appear to be malicious individuals. At that moment, Jiang Wenhua was trembling. He had been granted the ability to see spirits. Unless a malevolent ghost intentionally concealed itself, he could perceive them. Regret consumed him. For a mere sum of money, he had been thoroughly deceived. His life was in ruins. Officer, I confess, I surrender, I will cooperate, and I seek leniency. Jiang Wenhua cried, tears flowing down his face, that money was insufficient for his recompense. The instigator was not me. I too was deceived, blinded by greed, which led me to assist Taoist Chu in plotting against Chu Nanshan. The true culprit is Yuan Yongfan, an actor from Chu Nanshan's company, driven by jealousy, who colluded with Chu Nanshan's former and current assistants to harm him. Because of my acquaintance with Taoist Chu, they sought me out for assistance. I was bewitched. I repent. Please have that little baby take those two ghosts away. I shall never dare again. Moreover, I have gifted her the gold watch. I no longer desire that ancient sword. Just let her take the ghost away, sob sob. The police, unable to see the ghosts, naturally could not hear their voices. They simultaneously looked at Youyou. Little baby, are there really ghosts? Youyou nodded her small head. Yes. Uncle, do you want to see? Uncle Li Zheng and the others are also police officers. They can all see them. The police, unfamiliar with Li Zheng, were nonetheless intrigued. Can a little baby help us see the ghosts? The speaker was likely the leader among the officers. Youyou nodded, then recited a spell, waving her small hand. The officers suddenly felt a chill in their eyelids, casually glancing around. As they looked, the expressions of several officers changed dramatically. Yes, the informant should accompany us to record the statement. I will go too. The crowd echoed in agreement. The officers glanced at Youyou. Youyou and Yi Tao Tao, perhaps you should deal with the ghosts first? Without waiting for a response from Youyou, the police hastily escorted the group out of the room. Without waiting for Youyou to respond, the officers dashed away. Youyou scratched her little head in confusion. Why do I feel like the police uncles are afraid of me? It is impossible for them to fear Youyou. They fear the two ghosts. The long-tongued ghost and the eyeless ghost glared at each other's hideous faces before disdainfully turning away. The dark mass trapped in the demon bag wept pitifully. And had it possessed tears, the demon bag would have overflowed. The dark mass struggled to spit out a talisman, wailing incessantly. There is nothing left. Now there's truly nothing. Without a host to complete tasks, I cannot exchange for anything. There is really nothing left, sob sob. Oh, he can actually speak? But he is so foolish. It seems Youyou does not understand. Youyou flipped the demon bag over and over in her hands. Stop flipping me. I'm going to throw up. Do not flip me again. Wang Ming arrived just in time. Yi Tao Tao had finished packing her belongings. And Xian, you carried Youyou out of the hotel. Of course, they have been found, and Jiang Wenhua along with that Taoist has already been apprehended. Do you not know this? Yi Tao Tao replied to Wang Ming with annoyance. Oh, Jiang Wenhua mentioned that they have accomplices, and the police have likely gone to capture them. Yi Tao Tao cast a knowing smile at Wang Ming. Wang Ming's heart sank for a moment, but his smile remained unchanged. That is splendid. Brother Nanshan will surely awaken soon. After Yi Tao Tao spoke, she quickened her pace to follow Youyou. A fierce glint flashed in Wang Ming's eyes, and he stepped forward as well. Mr. Chu, Miss Yi, I have arranged a car to take you. A luxury car approached, far superior to the vehicle that had previously picked them up. Indeed, a fine car is a delight to ride in. Youyou placed Youyou in the back seat, comfortably leaning against the chair, blissfully closing her eyes, completely unaware of the driver wearing a cap ahead. Youyou was still admiring the large gold watch in her hands. Even less aware, Yi Tao Tao was even more unconcerned, continuously berating Taoist Chu throughout the journey, while also remaining anxious. Once the car left normally, Wang Ming's smile broadened. He was eager to see just how fortunate these three were, having escaped once and now a second time. As for whether the police would catch him, Wang Ming had never worried. From the beginning to the end, everything had transpired without his direct involvement. This included the alteration of voices, as well as the transfer of bank account details and amounts, all of which had nothing to do with him. Without evidence, he did not believe the police could do anything to him. Little deity, why do I feel that this driver is up to no good? He seems to glare with crimson eyes, as if filled with rage. The eyeless ghost and long-tongued ghost were vying for the front passenger seat, stretching their necks and pressing their eyes against the driver's face. Yes, it is quite similar to the blood hole of the eyeless ghost's large eyeball, the long-tongued ghost remarked. The driver trembled coldly, tightening his clothes. Of course, there was not much to tighten, as he was merely wearing a short-sleeved shirt with no air conditioning in the car. Only then did Youyou notice the driver. Oh, this is the bad guy who caught me at the restaurant and ruined his own son. Youyou's thoughts sparked, and both Xianyu and Yi Tao Tao grew tense simultaneously. Let me take a look. Oh no, the bad guys brought something dangerous into the car, and that dangerous thing might explode, damaging the car. Youyou had never considered what harm she might suffer if the car exploded. Naturally, in the realm of deities, even a divine stick would not hurt her. Aside from the time she was born and had her hair pulled, she had never been injured, long forgotten the meaning of pain, and thus had no notion of fear. Chapter 148. Uncle's family is in danger. This is my third uncle's car, and the bad guy intends to blow it up. So wicked. With Youyou's thoughts just spoken, Xianyu's expression darkened as she commanded, "Stop the car." The driver, clearly undeterred by the threat, flashed a hint of malice in his eyes and accelerated the vehicle. Oomph. That bad assistant of my third uncle promised to burn a lot of money for his deceased son and perform rituals, so that on each day to worship, his son would live a life of luxury in the underworld. Hence, this wicked man agreed to the assistant's words, intending to harm us and blow up my third uncle's car. That assistant is truly vile. Yi Tao Tao had already moved to the front passenger seat, attempting to force the car to stop. However, the driver seemed desperate, suddenly yanking the steering wheel, attempting to drive the car off the bridge. Yi Tao Tao forcefully swatted his hand away, grasped the steering wheel, and gently applied the brakes, reducing the vehicle's speed. "You two, throw him out." Upon hearing this, Changshi Gui and Wu Yin Gui immediately flung open the car doors, and each extended a hand to drag the driver out. The driver's eyes widened in shock as he felt his body being removed from the car, his hands leaving the steering wheel, and his body gradually being exposed to the outside, leaving him speechless with fear. It was about time this happened. Yi Tao Tao took the driver's seat and successfully brought the vehicle to a halt. After stopping the car, Yi Tao Tao dialed the police. "Officer, I'm reporting a crime." He was instructed by Chu Nanshan's assistant, Wang Ming, to install dangerous materials in the car, intending to kill us. Oh, and just now, he tried to drive us off the bridge to make it look like an accident. This is murder. Yi Tao Tao pointed at the items in the trunk. "I don't know what these things are, so I didn't dare touch them." The two police officers merely glanced at the contents and understood immediately. It was a type of chemical agent, highly flammable and explosive. A collision could trigger an explosion, endangering everyone inside the vehicle. Naturally, not even the best car could escape such peril. "Officer, go catch Wang Ming." P.S. About to escape, Youyou tugged at one of the officers' uniforms. The two officers, with no other choice, handcuffed the driver and placed him in the police car, while also contacting headquarters for backup to apprehend the so-called Wang Ming. In a matter of moments, they found themselves needing to detain two individuals, involving far too many people, all connected to this little baby. The two officers exchanged glances with the cheerful Youyou, who was playing with a golden watch, and then looked at the Changshi Gui and Wu Yin Gui surrounding her, suddenly realizing that the days ahead would be quite lively. "Could you two please carry the baby with us? We need to take a statement," one officer said to Youyou. Youyou didn't mind at all. After all, with 7 days still ahead, saving her third uncle wasn't a matter of urgency. Xianyu was even less concerned, as he wished to learn more about that Taoist Chu, particularly the power dynamics behind him. To gather information, it would certainly be quicker to have the police investigate. The police station operated with remarkable efficiency. As soon as Youyou and her companions arrived, several other officers escorted Wang Ming inside. Wang Ming appeared quite indifferent, but when he caught sight of Xianyu and the others, he momentarily froze, followed by a look of disappointment. "What a pity they're still alive." Director Li Zhenjiang, upon seeing the legendary little Youyou, made an effort to relax his facial muscles, managing a smile. Oh dear, this Uncle's smile is rather unappealing. Yet he possesses an abundance of merit, quite similar to Uncle Yu. Youyou remarked, tilting her little head as she scrutinized him. A few officers nearby couldn't contain their laughter, nearly breaking character. Li Junjiang shot them a glare, then composed himself and gradually revealed a smile. Oh dear. If Uncle cannot smile, then he need not try. Youyou knows that although Uncle appears fierce, he is quite a good uncle. Uncle, if you cannot smile, then don't. No one will mock you. You're quite the good uncle. Once, when he went downstairs to throw away the trash, he saved a young boy who was almost abducted. Moreover, Uncle S.'s eyes are incredibly sharp. He can identify hidden criminals in the crowd at a glance. If he had been just a bit later, that criminal might have taken a hostage. Youyou's words were undeniably accurate, prompting Li Junjiang to take her seriously. This meant that the information his subordinates had reported about Youyou's insights was indeed true. Li Junjiang held great affection for Youyou, especially considering how remarkable she was. Just as he was about to reach out to embrace her, he heard her thoughts. Oh dear, Uncle S' family is in danger. This is dreadful. Someone is plotting against Uncle S' family, a very wicked villain, who wishes to threaten Uncle into letting him go. As soon as Youyou's thoughts echoed in the air, both Li Junjiang and the other officers felt a wave of panic. The director's team included officers who had previously experienced Youyou's revelations. They trusted her words implicitly. Director, we just received word that a fugitive has infiltrated your home. We request immediate backup. One officer quickly reported. Wow, the police are so impressive. They've already noticed? However, the dark energy surrounding Uncle S' family has yet to dissipate. Even if the officers go, they may not be able to save them. It's better to have Chang Shi-Gui and Wu Yan-Gui assist. Youyou waved her little hand at the two spirits. You two should stealthily follow Uncle and the others. If they cannot save anyone, you two must go to their aid, and I will burn incense to commend your merits. Chang Shi-Gui and Wu Yan-Gui grinned widely, eagerly nodding their heads. Li Junjiang, unable to see the two spirits, felt significantly reassured by Youyou's thoughts. All right, I'll leave 2 officers to handle matters in the station. The rest will respond to the call. Instead of heading out himself, Li Junjiang took Youyou to tour the room where Daoist Chu and his group were temporarily detained. They had already dispatched officers to apprehend a mastermind, Yuan Yongfan. He was a rival of your third uncle, always finishing just behind him in competitions. Preliminary assessments suggested he was unwilling to remain in his uncle's shadow and sought to eliminate him entirely. As Li Junjiang walked, he conveyed this information to Youyou, nestled in Xianyu's arms. However, we won't know for certain until Yuan Yongfan arrives. He is currently filming a variety show. Capturing him now would likely end his acting career, even if he escapes unharmed. Really? Youyou's eyes sparkled with delight. Director, we cannot find any information on Daoist Chu. He suddenly settled here 2 months ago, and we cannot find any prior records. It's as if he appeared out of thin air. Several individuals of this nature have emerged, even in Jing City, suggesting they might all possess some sort of mystical background. They all wear long robes and look down upon us, even dismissing us entirely, proclaiming that the world is beneath their notice. In City, there is a Taoist named Bai Kuan who has also vanished from prison, and we have been unable to locate him. Moreover, they all seem to have connections to the police officers, glancing at Xianyu and Youyou, with ties to the Chu family. This is truly unfortunate. Yes, they are all quite wicked. Youyou remained blissfully unaware of the implications behind the officers' gazes, merely smiling broadly. Director, the drug dealer we previously apprehended is refusing to cooperate. Perhaps we should wait a bit longer. Li Junjiang preferred to wait for results to determine whether his family was indeed under duress, as she claimed. Director, a call for you. Li Zhenjian Astilian Surat. What? It's him? He looked at Youyou, his eyes filled with a complex mix of joy and concern. He turned to the officers beside him and said, The good news is that the person you've tirelessly pursued has been located, but the bad news is that he has taken my family hostage, and my son has been restrained in order to protect his mother. Both men turned their eyes toward Youyou. Youyou, clutching her sparkling diamond-studded watch, raised her little head, looking perplexed. Huh? Why are Uncle and the officers looking at me? Uncle S' family has returned to normal. Chang Shi-Gui and Wu Yan-Gui are quite powerful. They are fierce spirits, and subduing someone is quite easy for them. This watch is beautiful. I can use it to buy lots of delicious food. Youyou, hand the watch over to me. When I have the time, I'll take it to pawn. Watches cannot be directly exchanged for cash. Yi Taodao extended her hand toward Youyou. Youyou shook her little head vigorously, quickly placing the watch into her chinquan bag. No, I want to give it to you. Sister Yi and Mama are in cahoots. Mama will confiscate it. Just then, the phone rang again. Li Zhenjian and Surat. Hearing a voice filled with shock and joy on the other end. Director, that person was about to carry out a threat, and your son was nearly harmed. For some unknown reason, the criminal's limbs became immobile, and he contorted in a bizarre manner, allowing my brothers to apprehend him. Rest assured, your family is all well. At this moment, Li Junjiang was no longer particularly surprised. One might say he had already come to believe it earlier, merely awaiting a reason to take action. Youyou, we have captured a notorious villain, yet he refuses to divulge any information, and we find ourselves in an impasse. It is said that Youyou is quite formidable, with some even referring to her as a little deity. Can Youyou assist, uncle? Upon hearing this, Youyou's eyes widened in excitement, nodding vigorously. Xianyu refrained from intervening. Delighted to let her grow, Youyou, too, would gain merit in the mortal realm, enhancing her growth, and in due time, she could request greater rewards from her seniors. She had long coveted the treasures held by her senior sister. The apprehended drug dealer was still within the confines of detention. Should no evidence be found in a few hours, he would have to be released once more. After his release, capturing him again would prove exceedingly difficult. Luo Qiufeng lounged with his legs crossed, sipping water as if tasting wine, a smug expression adorning his face, utterly devoid of concern. The door creaked open, and without lifting his gaze, Luo Qiufeng declared, "Isn't it time? Release me, or I shall sue you." Li Junjiang remained silent, instead directing his attention to Youyou. As expected, Youyou merely cast a glance at Luo Qiufeng and began to murmur internally. A fierce countenance, narrow eyes, a bloody mark on his forehead, responsible for 3 deaths. Bullied 5 young ladies and amassed ill-gotten gains. A golden glimmer beneath the bloody mark indicates that his wealth is hidden underground at home. Countless riches capable of purchasing abundant delicacies. Slurp. To prevent Youyou from realizing they could hear her thoughts, Li Junjiang asked Youyou, "Do you think this uncle is a bad person? If you do, just nod, and uncle will take him away." Youyou replied indistinctly, yet nodded emphatically. Uncle understood her meaning and promptly instructed someone to investigate. Yi Taodao rubbed her forehead. "Very well, another route has been cut off." Li Junjiang laughed heartily, then bellowed, "Bring him here and cuff him. You think you can escape? Dream on." Luo Qiufeng slammed his hand on the table. "You dare? If you forcibly detain me, believe me, I will have you brought down by tomorrow. You have 3 hours. I welcome your lawsuit afterward." Li Junjiang retorted angrily, then followed Xianyu out. Behind them, Luo Qiufeng's furious shouts echoed. "Youyou, I've sent an aunt to buy you some delicious food. Will you stay a while longer?" Xianyu glanced at the time. It was late, and they would miss their flight today, so they would depart tomorrow. Perfectly, the actor who framed my brother was soon to be apprehended, and if possible, I wish to witness it firsthand. Due to Youyou's involvement, Li Junjiang naturally acquiesced to Xianyu's request. "Mr. Chu, why not take Youyou along for the police operation? The individual we just apprehended is a drug dealer, and considering your exceptional abilities, I believe we shall achieve great results together. Rest assured, I will ensure that the merit is attributed to Youyou, and I will formally request a reward for her." Upon hearing this, Youyou beamed with joy, nodding more vigorously than before. Xianyu was more than willing to oblige. For Youyou, this was not merely a reward, but a significant accumulation of merit. In recent times, he had begun to sense the aura of merit surrounding Youyou, along with the strength of faith. He recalled the individual who had fashioned a golden figure for Youyou. Involuntarily curling his lips, not only had Zhao Zong crafted a golden figure for Youyou, but several families in Engshi, who had daughters thanks to Youyou, witnessing Zhao Zong's flourishing career, had also followed suit, compelled by their wives to do the same. Remarkably, everything seemed to proceed smoothly. Zhao Zong, feeling fortunate, arrived in Jing City. His career blossomed, his connections widened, and with broader connections came greater exposure. He encountered several individuals resembling Taoists in Engshi who were notably arrogant. Furthermore, they possessed considerable abilities, having organized an exorcism conference in Engshi, specifically recruiting qualified disciples. His nephew was among them, refusing to withdraw despite being possessed. Chapter 150. Nourishing Trees with Corpses. Youyou was exhilarated, fully aware that accompanying the police on a search for others' homes would lead her to discover wondrous things once more. Luo Qiufeng's villa was expansive, with varied scenic views, and Youyou even spotted fruit trees and little birds within. The sight of ripe peaches hanging from the fruit trees instantly captivated Youyou's attention. She nodded eagerly, her sparkling eyes filled with delight. A squad of police officers entered the villa, ushering all the servants outside to gather in one place. Youyou stood thoughtfully beneath a sturdy apple tree, lost in observation. Yi Taotao searched every inch of several vehicles, inside and out, even underneath, her anxiety mounting to the point of tears. Let's search together. The police grew anxious. Losing their own was one thing, but losing Youyou was unacceptable. However, Youyou remained calm, entirely unperturbed. Do not search frantically. Simply call out that dinner is ready, and she will come out for the abundance of delicious food. Yi Taotao devised a plan, calling out to the courtyard. Oh, this family is quite wealthy. There are many delicacies in the kitchen, including king crab, crispy skin squab, and boiled lobster. Indeed, Youyou's thoughts resonated. Wow, I want to eat the big red worms. And I also want to eat roasted birds and creepy crawlies. But what about this big peach? Should Youyou pick it? Slurp. This big peach is even larger than those in the celestial realm. A peach tree? There was only one peach tree in the courtyard, and the group effortlessly located it, gazing upward. It was indeed the season for peaches to ripen. Upon looking up, several police officers and Yi Taotao nearly lost their senses. They were unaware that Youyou had already climbed onto a branch of the large peach tree. In her arms, she cradled a bright red peach, which appeared to be the largest on the tree. The police dared not shout, fearing that it might startle Youyou and cause her to fall. Yi Taotao clutched her chest, nearly suffocating from tension. Youyou casually glanced upward. Youyou, come down. It'll be too late, and the kitchen will run out of delicious food. Youyou hesitated, glancing between the large peach before her and the ground, suddenly struck by inspiration as her eyes sparkled. Then Youyou witnessed her opening her magical bag, plucking the peach, and placing it inside. Youyou's eyes widened, wishing to intervene, but it was already too late. Youyou had begun to pick a second peach. He slapped himself in frustration. Now, everything in a magical bag would be covered in peach fuzz. These earthly peaches were no spiritual fruits. The fuzz on their skins was most unpleasant. Youyou was quick, resembling a little creature, her chubby hands and feet moving in a delightful manner, and she successfully climbed down. The little one beamed, extending her hand toward Yi Taotao. Sister Yi, you want to wash up? Unfazed by the threats, Youyou continued to smile brightly at Yi Taotao. Fortunately, I brought you a change of clothes, or I would worry that you might soil yourself. Climbing a peach tree, indeed, Yi Taotao murmured, yet she picked Youyou up and retrieved a backpack from the trunk. A perceptive servant approached Yi Taotao, offering to lead her. As they passed the tall apple tree, Youyou looked up once more. Stop looking. The fruit is still green and unripe. You cannot eat it, Yi Taotao chided. However, Youyou was not coveting the apples. Her dark, glistening eyes darted, no. This tree is so tall because there are corpses buried beneath it. Youyou's words left Yi Taotao and several police officers stunned. Corpses? Buried corpses? The tree's impressive growth was due to the nutrients derived from the corpses. In ancient times, there existed a belief that trees could be nurtured by corpses. If a tree were to attain sentience, it might instinctively consume the souls within the bodies, thus transforming into a spectral tree. This implies that once the tree has fully developed, it could become a tool for those who bury the dead. However, it is important to note that such a tree would lack true intelligence. Many years ago, the land had already lost its spiritual energy, resulting in very few sentient beings. The owner of this villa might simply have been intent on murder and concealment. Youyou provided further clarification. A group of police officers glanced up at the enormous green apple hanging from the tree, their faces reflecting distress. Who will go fetch some tools for digging? One officer inquired of the lined-up servants. I will retrieve them. They are in the tool shed, a servant volunteered, subsequently leading two officers to a small building beside the flower bed. The villa was vast, hence there were numerous tools available. Each officer took a tool and began to dig around the base of the tree. The servants formed a line, hesitant to assist until one officer shouted, We've struck something. Be gentle, do not damage the corpse. What corpse? All that remains are bones. The servants gaped in disbelief, daring to inch closer. Upon witnessing the exposed skeletal remains, some screamed in horror, while others retched and wept, their cries echoing with anguish. The villain never consumed the apples from that tree, yet distributed them among the servants who, oblivious to the truth, believed it to be a gesture of kindness from their master. Fortunately, the tree had not gained sentience. Otherwise, consuming the apples could have burdened them with karmic consequences. Are you not going to take a bath? Youyou is itchy, Youyou remarked, gazing at the servant who had promised to take her for a bath. The servant, unable to comprehend Youyou's words. Noticed her scratching and suppressed the urge to vomit as he led the way. Eventually, as Youyou enjoyed her bath, the servant outside wept uncontrollably, lamenting, "I have eaten so many apples from that tree, and my whole family has too." After a refreshing bath, Youyou felt much better. While Yi Taotao cleaned the washroom, she crawled away unnoticed. Sniffing the air, Youyou followed the delightful scent to the kitchen. The chef and assistant had also been gathered in the courtyard, leaving the kitchen filled only with uncooked vegetables and prepared dishes. "Oh dear, I can't see." Youyou cannot see. Chapter 151. A little ghost Youyou craned her little neck, but could not see the items on the counter, yet the aroma was intoxicating. Peering outside, she saw no one approaching and, with a flicker of her celestial energy, levitated herself to the counter. "Wow, so much delicious food," Youyou exclaimed, her little nose twitching as she spotted a glistening red-skinned, crispy chicken and reached out to snatch a drumstick. A ghost!" cried the servant who had been searching for Youyou outside the kitchen, fleeing in terror. "Huh? Where's the ghost? Where?" Youyou tilted her head, looking around but failing to spot any apparition. Unbeknownst to her, her small feet and bottom floating in midair were indeed quite a fright. "Why did you run away? Tell Youyou where the ghost is, and I shall catch it." Youyou's mind momentarily wandered before she became distracted by the delectable food. Clutching the chicken leg in one hand, she noticed a creamy fish soup on the table, unable to resist dipping her little head into the bowl for a taste. "Wow, so good," Youyou exclaimed. Finding a large porcelain spoon nearby, she set the chicken leg aside, using both hands to lift the spoon and take a sip of the soup, smacking her tiny lips in delight. Just as she was eyeing another dish, Yi Taotao's furious shout echoed from behind. "Chu Tianyu, you are running amok again. I will inform your mother. And what are you eating? You are too young to eat everything." Amidst Yi Taotao's outburst, Youyou hurriedly set down the spoon, grabbed the chicken leg, and turned around, placing her hands behind her back while shaking her head vigorously. "Youyou eats nothing, nothing at all." Yi Taotao chuckled, amused. "Claiming you have not eaten? Your mouth is too full of food to deny it." Yi Taotao stepped forward, lifting Youyou by the back of her collar and cradling her in her arms. Youyou clutched the chicken leg tightly, fearing it might be snatched away. Yi Taotao, resignate, allowed her to gnaw on the leg, knowing that with her tiny teeth, Youyou would tire her before finishing the meat. Outside, the servant who had helped search for Youyou was crying to the police. "I truly saw a ghost. A child in blue clothing was stealing food from the kitchen. She could fly. It was terrifying. Surely, she is the restless spirit buried beneath that tree, manifesting because she has no means to seek justice. Officers, you must thoroughly investigate. There must be the remains of an infant. Surely she cannot rest in peace." The officers looked at Youyou in Yi Taotao's arms, now dressed in a fresh blue outfit, gnawing on the chicken leg, and pointed at her, asking the servant, "Is this the one?" Upon seeing Youyou's blue clothing and chicken leg, the servant suddenly rolled her eyes and fainted. Youyou blinked innocently, her large eyes wide in confusion. The officers, filled with exasperation, moved the unconscious servant aside, instructing the other servants to assist her, while two remained to guard the already unearthed remains and enter the villa. Youyou mused to herself that Luo Qiufeng's ill-gotten gains must be hidden underground, implying they were in the basement or beneath it. Another officer retrieved several tools, such as drills and jackhammers from the villa's tool shed, and proceeded to the basement. The basement door was heavily secured, and the technician labored for considerable time, drenched in sweat, before it finally opened. The basement was small, but contained several rooms, laid out entirely differently from the ground level. However, it was evident that the locks on each room were as sturdy as the main door. Armed with experience, the technician worked much faster this time. Youyou, filled with excitement, quickly crawled inside as the technician unlocked the first room. Her target was precise as she swiftly made her way to several safes. Compared to the doors, the safes appeared significantly less fortified, perhaps the weakest in the establishment. With a single strike of her tiny fist, Youyou opened a safe, only to find it empty. Of the 6 safes, 5 were devoid of content, while the last contained an assortment of peculiar items, various colored crystals, bags of flour, and pills. Were these strange things? They seemed rather sinister. Though Youyou did not understand their nature, the officer behind her did. "Little one, do not touch those. They are dangerous. If you do, you will fall ill." After saying this, the officer, wearing gloves, began bagging the items as evidence. "Sweetheart, if anyone ever tries to feed you these, do not eat them. Even immortals would fall ill from them. Although Youyou was skeptical, she nodded obediently, secretly memorizing the appearance of the items. Fortunately, our forced search led us here, otherwise we would never have found evidence, another officer remarked. Luo Qiufeng is incredibly audacious, hiding these items in his home. He relied on the fact that without evidence, the director could not issue a search warrant, and without a warrant, we could not investigate. There's a saying that the most dangerous place is the safest. In essence, he is far too arrogant. If we fail to uncover anything, the director might face consequences. Indeed, even if one were to find money, it would serve little purpose. I must say, the little one is truly our lucky star. Youyou effortlessly helped us locate these items, as if by divine intervention. While the two police officers conducted a thorough search, Youyou had already crawled off to several other rooms. The villa, devoid of Baikuin's splendor, yielded primarily cash, which was still considerable. What disappointed Youyou the most, however, was the absence of gold. Her initial fondness for cash had waned, as her true preference lay with gold. After all, during her extensive time as a celestial being, she learned that the world was fundamentally centered around gold and silver. Finding herself bored, Youyou casually chose a spot to sit cross-legged and gnaw on a chicken leg. Despite the meager amount of meat, she relished the exquisite flavor, savoring every bite with satisfaction. After the basement's search concluded, Youyou grew weary of her chicken leg and, resting against Yi Tao Tao, fell into a deep slumber. In her dreams, she encountered her senior sister. Youyou, you must diligently learn your skills, discern good from evil, guide the world, and protect your family well. Youyou, the human realm is the most intricate of places, yet the human heart can be both the most vile and the most beautiful. Once you see through the world, understand the hearts of people, and guide souls, you may return. Chapter 152, A Reward of Gold Bars. Youyou did not comprehend. One day she would. Yi Tao Tao, feeling helpless, watched as Youyou nibbled away while muttering in her sleep about delicious food and her senior sister. The treats that Li Junjiang had purchased for Youyou arrived, consisting of infant formula and rice cereal, along with teething biscuits suitable for babies. The formula, being but a single can of the same brand Youyou consumed, had caused Li Junjiang considerable distress. He never anticipated that the formula for children of affluent families could exceed his monthly salary. However, the rice cereal and teething biscuits were ordinary, and Youyou was indifferent, showing interest only in the formula. Wang Ming was the cousin of Hao Nan. Youyou swung her little legs, her mouth savoring the freshly prepared rice cereal. The rice cereal carried a hint of sweetness, which Youyou greatly enjoyed. Just then, Yuan Yongfan was brought in, and without knowing how, Youyou leaped off her chair and swiftly crawled over. The two police officers holding Yuan Yongfan had yet to react when Youyou climbed onto him, her chubby little hands already gripping his hair. Yuan Yongfan's hair, reaching his shoulders and tied with a rubber band, posed no challenge for Youyou. With a gentle tug, she snapped the band, and by the time everyone realized, Yuan Yongfan was already howling in pain. "Officer, you allow others to assault me, deeming it a wrongdoing. Moreover, I have not been convicted. Where is your evidence?" Contrary to his seemingly frail appearance, Yuan Yongfan had practiced martial arts. Seeing that a strand of hair remained intact, Youyou grew incensed and landed a punch on his nose. With a crunch, his nose fractured. I will sue you. Your police station is finished." Yuan Yongfan cried, blood and tears streaming down his face. Just as the officers approached to lift Youyou away, they heard Xian Yu's calm voice. "First, she is a minor, specifically a 6-month-old infant. She cannot walk or speak, let alone strike you. Such a notion is utterly absurd. Secondly, even if she did hit you, what of it? She is merely a baby, acting out for her uncle. At her age, she cannot be held accountable for such actions. Furthermore, she has not exhausted her anger, and no one can prevent her. After all, she is just a child, and we adults must naturally indulge her." The officers were left bewildered by Xian Yu's reasoning. Could such an explanation truly hold? In the midst of Xian Yu's speech, Youyou had already tugged a strand of hair from Yuan Yongfan, complete with scalp and blood. "Oomph. The wicked one bribed my uncle's former assistant, attempting to frame him, but failing, only to secretly employ another scoundrel as his assistant and cause my uncle to fall into a coma. That is not all. The villain also bullied 2 beautiful young ladies. When they refused to comply with his demands during filming, he resorted to coercion, ruining their lives. Not only that, he slandered them, spreading rumors that led to their tragic suicides. Their families faced online harassment, forcing them to relocate to remote rural areas, living miserable lives. Oomph. He even employed a little ghost, causing an ant to stumble on the red carpet, leading to her skirt falling down, which resulted in her being mocked online for attention-seeking. Ultimately withdrawing from the entertainment industry and succumbing to depression, leading a life worse than death. Were it not for that little ghost being taken by a wicked sorcerer, he would have continued his malevolence. Youyou's heartfelt words detonated within the minds of Yuan Fan, the director, and several other actors. Those in the entertainment industry were well aware of the two young girls, unknown stars who were publicly shamed for allegedly enticing Yuan Fan, with compromising photos leading to their suicides. The actress who had suffered wardrobe malfunctions was a celebrated award winner, popular before the incident, and her dress had not appeared revealing. It was merely bizarre how it seemed to be pulled off by someone. Netizens speculated that she had intentionally disrobed for attention, leading her to exit the film industry and reportedly suffer from depression. Director L was taken aback, clutching his chest and stumbling backward. Oh dear, this uncle is in grave danger. Youyou, not caring to continue pulling hair, quickly crawled away from Yuan Fan and, before the police could call for an ambulance, channeled a sliver of celestial energy to his chest. Director L felt a soft, chubby little hand touch his heart, experiencing a warm yet peculiar sensation spreading through his entire being, invigorating his heart's rhythm. Not only that, the extraordinary energy coursed through his bloodstream, leaving him feeling as though every part of his body had been cleansed, an exquisite sense of relief enveloping him. Little celestial being, you must indeed be a little celestial being, Director L exclaimed, rising with excitement and embracing Youyou. Indeed, Youyou is a little celestial being. Youyou tilted her little head, her smile radiant, soft, tender, and adorably charming. Her grin tugged at the heartstrings of Director L. The suffocating sensation that had plagued him vanished, and he lifted Youyou, turning to face Yuan Fan with fury. Due to your criminal actions, this production cannot be completed as scheduled. The penalty is 100 million. Make sure to repay it. Furthermore, your disgraceful conduct violates the first clause of our contract, resulting in expenses exceeding 10 million solely for your filming, thus incurring a tenfold compensation, plus an additional 100 million. Yuan Fan, as far as I know, your villa and assets amount to roughly 200 million, correct? Excellent. Illegitimate. Have you lost your mind? I was unaware of such a clause in the contract. You are committing fraud. Wow. 200 million. Uncle, does Youyou receive a reward? Youyou grasped Director L's shoulders, her eyes sparkling like bright bulbs. Director L ignored Yuan Fan, beaming at Youyou. Indeed, 200 million, not a penny less. I intend to distribute compensation to the other cast members and reward the little celestial being who saved me. Youyou's eyes crinkled with joy, her little mouth chirping. Youyou wants gold bars, 2 gold bars. Director L laughed heartily, responding to Youyou's wishes. The little celestial being is adorable. Wearing gold will surely be elegant and beautiful. I shall buy you a gold bracelet and gold bars. Wow, Uncle understands Youyou so well. He even knows what Youyou likes. Officers, let us promptly record this statement. I will detail Yuan Fan's recent actions and whereabouts during filming. I will disclose everything I know. Director L was eager to proceed. Chapter 153. Go ahead, Sue. Edito, are you out of your mind? I have committed no crime. I fear no investigation, so do not wrongfully accuse me. I must inform you that I intend to sue them, as well as you, for defamation. Yuan Fan cursed while covering his nose. Director L and several actors looked at Yuan Fan in disbelief. He displayed no hint of guilt. Could it be that he was oblivious to the inner voice of the innocent child? Enough with your excuses. You have bullied an obscure actress, leading her to be publicly shamed into suicide. You have also employed malevolent spirits to undermine the leading actress, causing her to retreat from the industry and succumb to depression. Furthermore, you conspired with certain Taoist priests and the 2 assistants of Chu Nanshan to covertly harm him, among other transgressions. This is already common knowledge. What further excuses can you offer? Oh, and by the way, you may not be aware, but that Taoist priest has already been rendered powerless, faring worse than you. He has lost his hair. And those 2 worthless assistants have already been incarcerated. So, with witnesses and evidence at hand, will you not confess? It matters not if you deny it. Soon, we shall expose these matters to the media. Prepare for public scrutiny. Oh, you're destined for the death penalty regardless. So whether or not you're publicly shamed is inconsequential. You still have family, do you not? Rest assured, our Chu family will not spare a single one of them. They shall all experience the bitterness of public disgrace. Do not worry. I will ensure they live as pariahs, constantly reviled and pelted with rotten eggs. In fact, I plan to sell rotten eggs right next to your home. I am certain it will be quite profitable. Yi Taotao, infuriated by Yuan Yongfan's unyielding demeanor, vented her frustrations in one breath without pausing. Upon hearing her words, Yuan Yongfan's gaze faltered and he fell silent. Wow, Sister Yi is amazing. She is right. None of his family are good people. Youyou clapped her little hands joyously. Subsequently, the actors brought in for questioning also joined in applause. How could they not? They had been inadvertently dragged into this situation. As public figures, their presence here was met with disdain. One misstep could tarnish their reputations and ruin their careers. In the entertainment industry, unless one possesses significant backing or extraordinary talent, who is without a few flaws. If they were caught here by the sharp-eyed paparazzi, today it would be Yuan Yongfan, but tomorrow it could be any of them, caught picking their noses, stepping on colleagues, or hurling insults. For them, the more tumultuous Yuan Yongfan's situation became, the better. What an utter waste of human and financial resources. Setting aside character, Yuan Yongfan's acting skills are indeed commendable. This villain has squandered a great deal of Uncle's money. Youyou wants to hit him. How could money be wasted? Before Director L could react, Youyou had already scurried down to the floor and delivered a small punch to Yuan Yongfan's foot. Yuan Yongfan yelped in pain, hopping on one foot, and Youyou landed another punch on the leg he stood on. With a resounding thud, Yuan Yongfan fell flat to the ground. I will sue you all for allowing her to strike me. By the way, those two wicked assistants of Uncle San, Youyou intends to beat them up as well. Before Li Junjiang and the other officers could intervene, Youyou had already disappeared in a flash. Goodness, she moves so quickly. Is she a little deity? Director L's heart, which had previously suffered many episodes, had never felt so well as it did today. She hardly resembled a little deity, being so adorable. Director L, perhaps next time consider filming a project featuring this charming little child. She is bound to become a sensation. Director L's eyes sparkled with newfound interest. Upon entering the interrogation room, Li Junjiang and the other officers discovered that Wang Ming and Chu Nanshan's former assistants had been utterly decimated. Why did you not intervene? The four officers gathered, and one replied, Chief, we could have intervened, but in the blink of an eye, that little one had already reduced them to this state. Chu Nanshan's former assistant had a bald patch and was sporting a bruised visage. Youyou had aimed her punches directly at their faces. Youyou, you cannot continue to hit them. Look, you've injured them, and now they will demand compensation, leaving you without money for treats. Youyou, perched atop a desk with a paper cup, widened her eyes in shock at the mention of compensation. Hey, no way. Youyou has medicine. I found it in that wicked Taoist sleeve. Youyou opened her cosmic bag, her chubby hands rummaging within until she produced a small porcelain bottle twice the size of the bag itself. Holding it aloft, she climbed onto the table, applied the medicine. Uncle, give them some medicine. Li Junjiang felt a swell of pride for such a thoughtful child, who, despite having struck them, was now offering to tend to their wounds. He took the porcelain bottle, opened it, and inhaled the strong herbal scent. It seemed promising. Chief Li Junjiang personally applied the medicine to the 3 injured individuals at the police station. They winced in pain, grumbling, I will sue you, just wait. Li Zhenjiang, feeling exasperated, noticed their swelling visibly fading to a bluish hue. His expression was complicated. These injuries were clearly not fresh, indicating they had not occurred in the police station. As a forensic examination would confirm, sue away, the swelling has subsided. It looks like injuries several days old. This medicine is remarkable. Youyou giggled as she held her paper cup, sipping with delight. Li Junjiang felt a pang of reluctance to part with Youyou, yet with so many individuals apprehended today, he anticipated several days of continuous work. Little deity, once the compensation arrives, I shall buy you gold bracelets and bars. Equally excited were the long-tongued ghost and the eyeless ghost. Little deity, let me tell you, the big bad guy we caught today had escaped from Jing City. Rumor has it he is a serial killer. We have accomplished a great feat today. Indeed, I had no idea I was so formidable. When we floated in, that villain was about to make a move. The eyeless ghost, and I swiftly restrained his arms and legs. Had I not feared losing my moral standing, I would have snapped his arms. Exactly. I heard he has killed many, targeting young women and children. He is exceedingly ruthless. Chapter 154. Why is Uncle Zhao here? Zhao Zong was warmly received at the Chu residence, though he appeared somewhat restless. Upon hearing the delightful sounds of Youyou's voice outside, he promptly rushed out. Huh, why is Uncle Zhao in my home? Youyou exclaimed, her little mouth breaking into a bright smile. She held a fondness for this generous uncle. By the way, have you found the soul of your third uncle? Despite his urgency, Zhao Zong did not forget the important matter. Yes, I found it. Come here, Grandma. Youyou extended her small hand. Oh, my little darling. The elder Chu had barely reached out when the elder lady of the Chu family swiftly took Youyou into her arms. The elder Chu coughed awkwardly, pretending to dust off his shoulders. Grandpa, Youyou misses you too. In the embrace of the elder lady, Youyou stretched out her chubby hand to touch the elder Chu's face. The elder Chu was nearly moved to tears. Oh, my dear grandchild, you have grown thinner. Yes, Youyou has lost weight. The food outside is not tasty. Youyou wants to eat. Xianyu retorted, you just drank a whole bottle of milk. Hee. Youyou rummaged in her cosmic bag and pulled out a large peach with both hands, offering it to the elder Chu. Grandpa, eat peach. Youyou then retrieved another large peach for the elder lady and bestowed one upon Zhao Zong as well. Zhao Zong was taken aback by the unexpected generosity. The elder Chu was now overwhelmed with emotion. Oh, my dutiful grandchild, how filial of you. This is the first time I have received a peach from my younger generation. Hee. Chu Weiqi, with his hands in his shorts pockets, sneered disdainfully. This old man will go to any lengths for affection. Hey, why are you laughing? Today, did Uncle Xiao not attend school? Oh, Uncle Xiao has made progress in his studies. He scored 20 points higher on yesterday's exam than last time. The teacher praised him for being closer to the second-to-last score, saying that he might surpass it next time and become the second-to-last. However, upon hearing that Uncle Xiao might surpass him, the second-to-last student became anxious and started working hard, even hiring a tutor to study diligently. Upon hearing the first half of the story, old Master Chu was pleased, but when he heard the latter part, he became so furious that his beard bristled, lifting his cane to scold. Chu Weiqi was frightened and fled. Youyou couldn't help but giggle. Old Madam Chu and Old Master Chu had long been worried about this matter. Upon hearing Youyou's thoughts, the heavy burden in their hearts was lifted. Youyou, shall we go visit third uncle? He has been sleeping at home for a long time. Old Madam Chu sighed. All right. Youyou will surely wake third uncle up. She replied eagerly. Chu Nanshan was resting in his room on the second floor. Apart from the heart monitor, all other instruments had been removed. Youyou took out the soul-retrieving talisman, waved her small hand to activate it, and Chu Nanshan's soul emerged. The attraction between the soul and the body was undeniable. Despite his soul appearing somewhat dazed, it instinctively rushed towards his body and slowly lay down. All set, he possesses a soul-fixing talisman. He should awaken in about an hour. Xianyu stated. Upon hearing there would be food, Youyou clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, Yay, Youyou is hungry. Old Master Chu and Xianyu went downstairs. As they still had Mr. Zhao waiting in the hall. What happened? Xianyu was relatively familiar with Mr. Zhao. It's a long story. The three of them sat in the hall on the first floor, and Mr. Zhao recounted the events from beginning to end. Xianyu frowned slightly. You couldn't find any information on those individuals? Mr. Zhao glanced towards the kitchen, lowering his voice. I used my connection with Youyou to ask Director Yu for a discreet inquiry. However, Director Yu couldn't find any information about them either. Not even their homes or register addresses. The only proof of their identity lies in their ID cards and bank cards. But how could those without household registration possess ID cards? It seems that those who cultivate in hidden places have emerged into the world. Yet, we do not know why they have come in such large numbers. As far as is known, Old Master Su is likely from hidden family. Does Old Master Chu know where the ancestors of the Chu family originated? Xianyu recalled what the Taoist priest had said. I have no recollection, but the main family is not from the capital. I only remember that when I was very young, my parents brought me to the capital to settle down. I have no impression of what life was like before coming to the capital, but I know my parents were unhappy before then. The Chu family was established by my parents, and I took over later. My spouse is a true native of the capital. Did Old Master Chu's parents leave anything behind? Xianyu inquired. Old Master Chu pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. Yes, a piece of jade and a token. My parents said they were heirlooms. After the birth of the seventh child, my parents had me create 7 jade pendants from that piece of jade to distribute among them. There's also a token that my parents specifically instructed not to take out casually, saying it was meant for the eldest. That jade pendant Youyou has seen before. It is made from the fragments of her original self that fell into the mortal realm. Could the old master show me that token? Mr. Zhao stood up to check on Youyou in the kitchen, deliberately avoiding the conversation. Old Master Chu went to the collection room to retrieve the token and handed it to Youyou. Upon seeing the token, Youyou was slightly taken aback. It was indeed from 200 years ago. Did you know, Mr. Xian? Old Master Chu was quite surprised. Youyou nodded, instinctively glancing towards the kitchen. 200 years ago, there were several families of cultivators, considered to be prominent in the cultivation community. This token was a symbol of one of their family heads. What? Old Master Chu never expected such a conclusion. You remember the Su family, right? Old Master, Su should possess something similar. The material is related to Youyou, and coincidentally, the representative items held by those family heads are all connected to Youyou. Thinking of this, Youyou's expression grew complex again. Perhaps this is the connection between Youyou and the mortal world. Long ago, those individuals regarded the fragments of Youyou's original self as family heirlooms. Indeed, Youyou's original form was once a celestial being, and the celestial power within is sufficient for them to attain enlightenment. However, celestial power is inherently spiritual. It cannot simply be obtained at will. Chapter 155. Mother is unwell. It seems that the old master's family is also a lineage of cultivators. And the possession of the family head's item in the old master's hands indicates that the old master's blood relatives may very well be the family head. Recently, many cultivators have stepped into the mortal realm, and Youyou and I have encountered someone from the Chu family. That person claimed that the main family of the Chu family would be sending someone, likely targeting the Chu family in the capital. The old master should notify everyone, urging them to be vigilant and to inform me immediately upon encountering any suspicious individuals. Old Master Chu's expression turned serious, and he felt a tinge of anxiety. What kind of cultivator family is this? It sounds formidable. The old master should first secure this item properly so that it does not attract attention. Youyou handed the token back to the old master. Perhaps it is time to accelerate the cultivation of the children of the Chu family. Youyou happened to hear 3 children chattering as they came down the stairs, running and calling out for Youyou. Addressed as master, Youyou nodded in satisfaction, instructing them to summon their younger uncle, and from today onward, he should join them in their martial training. Waaaaah, who was scratching his head over math problems, never imagined that he would have an additional physical education class before mastering his cultural studies. Youyou, having eaten her fill in the kitchen, quickly escaped from old Madame Chu's embrace and crawled out. Brother, sister, Youyou babbled while crawling, and the 3 little ones rushed over, exclaiming, "Youyou, we miss you so much." The children embraced one another, laughing joyfully. All right, after not seeing each other for 2 days, let Master see if you have made any progress. Youyou called the 3 children outside, ensuring that the youngest, Youyou, was included. Youyou habitually spread out the cultivation secret technique books over Youyou's head, then checked the twins' homework. Their progress was substantial, at least it appeared so in the mortal realm. Far better than the promising seedlings of 200 years ago from the cultivation families. Of course, the fact that they are descendants of cultivators is one aspect, while another reason is that he used celestial power to open their bodies at the prime age for cultivation. However, under such circumstances, this progress is evidently insufficient. It seems he needs to find some spiritual herbs for Chu Cc to concoct some secret medicine to enhance their spiritual power, allowing for quicker advancement. Moreover, to ensure their safety, it is prudent to prepare some protective talismans as well. For talisman drawing, currently, only he and Youyou can undertake it. The previous generation of the Chu family is too advanced in age. Aside from Waaaaah, who can barely catch up with training, the other brothers are too old. This time, Youyou did not recite the contents of the secret technique, so Youyou did not fall asleep. With the glowing book atop her head, she watched her twin brothers enthusiastically practicing martial arts. For the safety of the Chu family members, Youyou decided to remain in the capital, dedicating himself to teaching the 3 little ones alongside Su Jinrui, not to mention including Waaaaah. With storm clouds gathering, he must remain vigilant. Furthermore, he must seize the opportunity to visit the realm of cultivation families, as he does not have many spiritual herbs left in his Chinquan bag. Although the concocted medicines are effective, their quantity is too limited. Chu Xin has also been quite exhausted, tirelessly researching medicinal formulas. Perhaps due to overthinking, she unexpectedly encountered a very handsome man today and felt a strange familiarity with him. Not only that, but the visage lingered in her mind for an extended period. Yet, she was certain she had never encountered him before. Furthermore, such an exquisite individual, had he been born in enthusiast, she would undoubtedly have known of him. Nevertheless, she was absolutely certain that she had not seen him in NSH either. Apart from enthusiast and NSH, as well as the secret base, she had not ventured to any other locales. A sweet, tender, and endearing voice abruptly dispelled all fatigue from CHXN. Youyou. CHXN realized at the moment she relaxed. Thoughts of her daughter became overwhelming. Youyou swiftly crawled over, her soft hair bobbing at her forehead and ears. CHXN scooped Youyou into her arms, instinctively patting her little knee, even though she knew it wouldn't hurt. Youyou clung to CHXN's neck, planting kiss after kiss. A warm wave of affection surged through CHXN's heart. Does Youyou miss her mother? CHXN caressed Youyou's chubby little face. Yes, I miss you especially. Youyou nodded, her big eyes sparkling, gazing into her daughter's bright eyes, petite nose, and rosy lips. CHXN was suddenly reminded of the stunning man she had encountered earlier that day. A peculiar thought struck her, as she noted the resemblance between Youyou's features and his. CHXN shook her head vigorously. Had she lost her mind? Youyou looked at CHXN with confusion, tilting her head slightly. What's wrong, mem? Perhaps due to their close bond. Youyou instinctively reached out to touch CHXN's forehead instead of inquiring about her experiences. M has a fever. WWWIG-ing. WIP. M is sick. Youyou pouted her little lips and burst into tears. Youyou, M is fine. CHXN's voice was weak, her head spinning. The elderly CH couple hurriedly summoned the butler to fetch a private doctor. One cradling Youyou while the other assisted CHXN to sit down. CHXN felt her head growing heavier, just before losing consciousness. That man's face appeared once more in her mind. CHNT arrived swiftly, his expression weary. Recently, the young lady had been exerting herself excessively, tirelessly researching medicine, and had likely caught a cold without realizing it. The combination of a cold and fatigue had induced a brief fainting spell. It was nothing serious, merely requiring rest and medication. The CH family had ample supplies of medicine. After all, they had been engrossed in their research together, losing track of time. Before long, CH and NSH and regained consciousness. Surveying his familiar surroundings, he exhaled in relief. He had dreamt of being trapped in a shadowy abyss, wandering endlessly without finding a glimmer of light. To roam aimlessly in such darkness without encountering a soul was undoubtedly the epitome of despair. Fortunately, just before succumbing to despair, he awoke. Chapter 156. Nightmares. Youyou was energetically flailing her little hands and feet, babbling to CHT New York about the misdeeds of YNGFN and SH and NSHN's current assistant. CHT New York pretended not to understand, occasionally guessing correctly, and ultimately assured Youyou that he would ensure those individuals made headlines in the media, avenging her grievances. Indeed, Youyou was quite irate. She believed that apart from her eldest and fourth uncles, the rest were utterly foolish. The little one was deeply troubled, wishing for her uncles to become more astute. Youyou was a decisive person. Upon hearing CHRQ's cries of distress from the courtyard below, Youyou felt even more vexed. Little uncle is the dimmest in the family, utterly incompetent in both literary and martial pursuits, failing at everything, and wasting food. In the courtyard, Youyou struck CHRQ again with the old man's cane, standing tall and proud. Haven't you eaten? Look at the three youngsters. They squat in horse stance so well, and you can barely stand for a few minutes. CHRQ pleaded, Big brother, please spare me. I'm not skilled in martial arts. Can you teach me to draw talismans instead? Youyou scoffed. You? Draw talismans? Do you know how much mental fortitude is required? You can't even focus in class. How can you draw talismans? Stand properly, or I'll strike you again. TSK. Seventh uncle still wants to draw talismans. Can he even draw a perfect circle? Can he remember the runes on the talisman paper? He cannot. Hearing Youyou's thoughts float down from the second floor window, CHRQ felt somewhat disgruntled. Who does she look down upon? After all, he could recite historical facts, and runes were merely a series of intricate strokes. Surely he could memorize them? Youyou knew what CHRQ was thinking. He produced a talisman and unfolded it for CHRQ to see. The runes on it must be drawn in one continuous stroke, maintaining consistent spacing and line direction. Yet that was not the most critical aspect. The key was the mental concentration required during the drawing. A moment's distraction would lead to failure. Are you sure you want to attempt this? Q stared at the talisman, which appeared more complex than a ball of yarn, and hesitated. Forget it. I'll focus on physical training instead. With that, Q resumed his stance, continuing his horse stance. Focus on your lower body. Youyou struck Q once more with the cane. Before bed, Q crawled up the stairs, crying out in distress, his wails echoing through the entire villa. Useless child. The old man scolded disdainfully before turning his gaze to the most obedient and exceptional Youyou. Youyou. Sleep with Wig and WIP tonight. Youyou shook her little head. No, Youyou wants to sleep with She is sick, and Youyou wants to take care of her. My precious baby is simply wonderful. The old man's heart, previously tormented by Q, was instantly healed. Perhaps due to the fever-reducing medication, CHXN was drenched in sweat, as if trapped in a nightmare, continuously shaking her head, seemingly murmuring in her sleep. In her dream, she and her comrades were incessantly running, perpetually fleeing. LNJN, run faster. LNJN was a part of CHXN's name, reconfigured for her identity within that organization. She was aware that her comrades' names were also fabricated. However, the bond they shared was genuine. Their pursuers were swift, almost as though they could fly. She could distinctly see that their feet barely touched the ground, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, leaving no trace. Reminiscent of descriptions in martial arts novels. Just that fleeting glance caused her to lag behind slightly. LNJN, what are you doing? A comrade halted, grasping her hand and urging her forward. Hearing this, CHXN summoned all her strength to sprint ahead. She possessed remarkable stamina, and indeed, everyone within their organization had exceptional endurance, as they were all enhanced through pharmaceuticals. They finally entered the dense forest, their pursuers closely following. In a certain part of the forest, they brandished their weapons, which were their lifelines. Despite possessing weapons, their adversaries were formidable, initially caught off guard and sustaining injuries. They soon found themselves dodging bullets. Though outnumbered, their foes were even more numerous, and soon their ammunition was depleted. They continued to flee, navigating the perilous forest, their vision blurring from exertion, sweat obscuring their eyes. A chorus of roars echoed around them. Their pursuers were also fatigued, as the towering trees and dense underbrush hindered their agility. Perhaps the scent of blood emanating from their assailants attracted the wild beasts of the forest, causing the ground to tremble as various creatures charged toward them. Those pursuing grew frantic, quick, climbed the trees. However, they could not fathom that such an action would lead to a swifter demise. The forest harbored more than just beasts. Hidden among the towering canopies were numerous large, ferocious birds. Before long, some individuals became prey to these avian predators. This way, one of the oldest among them directed. Yet, even the best stamina has its limits. LNGN, Hunfast, you are the youngest among us, and the most arduous task has been entrusted to you. In the end, Xian's comrades sacrificed themselves to shield her from danger. She fled the dense forest, but her comrades perished, and those who pursued them were devoured by the wild beasts. The beasts rejected the corpses of her comrades, as they had been tainted by drugs over the years. Xian painstakingly dragged each comrade out and, beneath the gardenia tree behind the base, dug graves for each of them, laying them to rest. To prevent any disturbance, she stripped them of their outer garments, dressing them in their regular uniforms, and discarded their outer clothing upon the corpses of those who had pursued them, including her own, for these garments bore their code names. Thus, they were lost to the world. The concocted drugs were secretly secured in the most fortified location, and upon her departure, the protective protocols were activated. The password to these protocols was known solely to one superior among them. No one else could breach it. Furthermore, once the password was unlocked and the drugs extracted, the entire base would inevitably be obliterated, ceasing to exist. In her dreams, amidst a sea of crimson and white, it seemed as though only Xian remained. Loneliness and anguish enveloped her, constricting her heart. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes, soaking her pillow. Youyou, in her innocence, tenderly wiped Xian's tears with her small hand, but to no avail. Mommy won't wake up, Youyou cried. The blood-red hue in the white mist began to fade, gradually revealing a beam of light. Xian glimpsed Youyou beyond that light. Indeed, she was not alone. She had Youyou. Youyou, my daughter. Then, she witnessed Youyou being taken away by the monstrous Ⅱ, only to be cast to her demise beneath the snowy mountains. She beheld the arrogant and disrespectful Lin Xueqing, the disdainful Fan Xuelon, and the diminutive yet ferocious Lin Shiwei. Chu Tianshi felt her forehead and noted that her fever had subsided. There was likely no cause for concern. Perhaps merely a nightmare. Youyou, be good, do not worry, mommy is fine, he reassured her. Chu Tianshi hastily comforted Youyou, suggesting that her mother's previous illness might have left lingering effects and that she would recover once the cold passed. Youyou, go sleep with your grandparents, let mommy rest. With teary eyelids and a red little nose, Youyou protested. No, Youyou wants to sleep with mommy. She discarded her tiny shoes and nestled into Chu Xian's blanket, burrowing into her embrace. Perhaps sensing the warmth, Chu Xian gradually calmed as she held Youyou. Everyone exhaled in relief. Dear elders, please retire for the night. I shall watch over her. Sister Ling intended to stay in the outer room of Chu Xian's chamber. The Chu matriarch nodded, for Sister Ling had raised Chu Xian, so they had no worries. Noticing that Chu Xian had ceased her weeping and her breathing had steadied, Youyou's eyelids drooped and she drifted into slumber. In her dreams, Chu Xian played with Youyou, only to witness Youyou's face transforming into another's. It was that man, the one she had seen during the day. She dreamt of being in bed with him, his gaze hazy, her mind unclear, and their closeness palpable. Jusin stugalao, untimeti awining. Sunlight filtered through the heavy curtains, casting a gentle glow in the room. Unbeknownst to her, Youyou had shifted from the head of the bed to the foot, her soft hair tousled, limbs sprawled, and her little belly rising and falling. Chu Xian smiled as she gathered Youyou into her arms, placing her small pillow beneath her head and covering her with a blanket. Pulling back a corner of the curtain, she gazed outside, her thoughts drifting to Shi. Perhaps she should have Youyou undergo another paternity test with Lin Zhe. Miss, are you awake? Sister Ling, hearing movement, gently knocked twice on the door. Chu Xian opened the door. Sister Ling, I am well now. Sister Ling sighed in relief. That's good. Please freshen up. I will prepare breakfast for you. No need, I will eat downstairs. Youyou has been tired these days. Let her sleep a little longer. Sister Ling nodded, concerned that breakfast might awaken Youyou. Upon opening the door, Chu Xian was met with sounds resembling a quarrel. Sister Ling scoffed. It's Lin Xueqing and her husband. Oh, he wasn't allowed in, so he's waiting outside the manor. Chu Xian was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. What audacity! I thought they would not dare show their faces. It seemed that the Shi family had reached their limit, or perhaps Lin Xueqing had. Either way, they could no longer endure. It had been quite some time since she had witnessed such a spectacle of dogs fighting. Let's go down and take a look. Chu Xian's expression was one of curiosity, and she felt no discomfort, appearing far from someone who had recently been ill. She carried herself with an air of superiority, even more radiant than before. At first glance, Lin Xueqing almost failed to recognize her. Sister-in-law. Lin Xueqing cried out, Sister-in-law, you finally emerged. Please help me. Chu Xian chuckled lightly. Lin Xueqing, do not call me sister-in-law. I have long been divorced from your brother. Of course, I harbor no ill will towards you, but allowing you entry into the Chu family is the extent of my goodwill. Otherwise, how could a pauper like you ever cross the threshold of the Chu family? Lin Xueqing's smile froze abruptly. That statement felt eerily familiar. It reminded her of what Chu Xian had said when she first married Lin Zhe. Back then, Chu Xian had lavished her with gifts using her own money, and Lin Xueqing had demanded a substantial sum from her after seizing a jade pendant. Sister-in-law, this money and these gifts were exchanged for my goodwill towards you. Otherwise, as an orphan without family or background, how could you ever gain entry into the Lin family? Now, Lin Xueqing was filled with regret. Sister-in-law, I was wrong. Please, for the sake of our past as family, help me. He is going to kill me. Oh, what do you wish for me to assist you with? Lin Xueqing's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. The Shi family needs funds. Sister-in-law, lend me some money. Or invest in the Shi family, or collaborate with them on a few projects. Please, I beg you, help me. If I cannot manage this, he will kill me. Chu Xian beamed brightly. Ah, that would constitute domestic violence. You should report it. Have you not heard the saying? Domestic violence occurs either 0 times or countless times. No, sister-in-law, He merely needs money. Once he has it, he will not strike me again, I swear. Xiu shook her finger from side to side, alas. The goodwill between us was exhausted the moment you entered the Chu family. Had you known, you might have waited outside the door, perhaps allowing me to assist you in exchange for our past goodwill. Lin Xueqing finally grasped that Chu Xian had been toying with her all along. Report it, or else divorce him. Lin Xueqing. Do not say I did not offer you counsel. Your injuries are evidence. The police will surely assist you. But they are from a sure family. Sister-in-law, I cannot escape. Please help me. Enough. There is no goodwill left between us. Guards, escort her out. She is never to enter again. 2 bodyguards stepped forward, escorting Lin Xueqing out. Sister-in-law, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please help me. Lin Xueqing's voice faded into the distance. Sister Ling could not help but scoff. Serve her right. It's about time she suffers. Jusin Faust, then hoping Lin Xueqing could endure a bit longer and not succumb so easily. Time had passed considerably, and Chu Xen believed she had forgotten that dream, yet it lingered vividly. Having killed her daughter and brought ruin to her entire family, it seemed a mere punishment for her to endure domestic violence. Jusin Smai, Noding Tao Wu Fun, for the young master of the Shi family had deliberately struck Lin Xueqing before their eyes, testing whether she would extend a hand to help. Chapter 158. Return to Engshi. Chu Xian smiled as she stepped outside. No, miss, are you truly going to involve yourself in this matter? Sister Ling hurriedly followed her out. Lin Xueqing had suffered greatly. She had lost a tooth, her face was swollen, and blood was smeared at the corners of her mouth. The moment sister-in-law saw Chu Xian, Lin Xueqing's eyes sparkled as if she had seen a savior. Young Master Shi also ceased his assault, saying, Sister-in-law, she came to your home without a gift. I merely intended to educate her on manners. Young Master Shi felt a twinge of guilt. He had long tormented Lin Xueqing, hoping that Chu Xian would still harbor feelings for her and invest in him. Yet he feared that she might also take action against the Shi family on Lin Xueqing's behalf. Sister-in-law, do not blame me. I was merely in a foul mood due to the company's financial issues. It was not my intention to harm her. Chu Xen maintained her elegant smile, saying, Oh, I'm just here to retrieve a few things. Please continue. I shall not intrude. Chu Xian picked a lock of hair from Lin Xueqing's shoulder. It must be said that young Master Shi was truly malicious. Lin Xueqing's hair was long, dark, and glossy. How could he bear to pull it out? People make mistakes. But what fault lies with the hair? Sister-in-law, please save me. Chu Xian's voice was muffled outside the door, and her mood was exceptionally bright. All members of the Lin family had finally become a thing of the past. Everything that had haunted her dreams had finally dissipated into mere illusions. Upon returning to her room, Youyou had rolled from one end of the bed to the other, her tiny, bare feet kicking off the thin blanket, leaving her pressed against it. Chu Xen searched the pillow meticulously but found not a single hair, so she reluctantly took out scissors and, with a heavy heart, snipped off a small piece to keep. After pondering for a moment, she divided that small lock into 2. Mommy! Youyou rubbed her sleepy eyes and climbed out of bed. Youyou, are you awake? Are you hungry? Seeing that Chu Xian's spirits had improved, Youyou happily extended her small hands for a hug. Wonderful. Mommy is better now. Chu Xian kissed Youyou's forehead gently, lifting her up tenderly, saying, Mommy has recovered, thanks to Youyou's previous care. Even when sick, Mommy can quickly regain her health. Chu Xian personally helped Youyou wash up and then styled her hair. Noticing that the ends of Youyou's hair on the left side were uneven, resembling a dog-esque chew. Jusin Fao Si Len. Youyou's hair had grown long enough to cover her ears. After some thought, Chu Xian decided to tie Youyou's hair into 2 small pigtails. Indeed, once styled, the unevenness was no longer noticeable. Chu Xian was very pleased, believing she would not be scolded by the elders, and joyfully carried Youyou outside. Youyou was equally delighted. It was her first time with such pigtails, and it felt novel to her, as she occasionally touched them with her little hands. Good morning, my precious. Time for breakfast. Since it was the weekend, everyone rose not too early. I don't want to eat. I want to sleep. Chu Weiqi was sore from his training and could hardly lift his eyelids. The old master and mistress of the Chu family shot him disapproving glances. Youyou, ignore your little uncle. Ah, Youyou obediently nodded, patting her own hair, showcasing her pigtails to everyone. Oh my precious is so beautiful and adorable. The old mistress of the Chu family was the first to cheer. My precious grandson is the most beautiful and charming child. The old master of the Chu family praised without reservation. Her hair is still a bit too short, It would look even better if it were longer. Chuzwiki Jonda. Tears welling at the corners of his eyes. You little brat, if you can't speak properly, then keep your mouth shut. Not even the truth can be spoken. Chu Weiqi wisely closed his mouth and sat down to eat. He had no choice. He was too hungry. Yesterday's physical training had not only exhausted him, but also left him starving. He felt as if he could consume an entire cow. Sister Ling and Yi Taodao had already packed their things. Knowing that Youyou was going to ungshi again, the old master and mistress of the Chu family instantly felt that the food on the table had lost its flavor. How could they not be worried about such a young child running around without a moment's rest? Bring more bodyguards. How can we possibly feel at ease? However, Xinyu was right. The Chu family was not as safe as the outside world. Youyou took out numerous talismans from her chinkoan bag, and Xinyu had also spent the previous night drawing some. Possessing celestial power made learning to draw talismans not difficult, especially since these were simple talismans, sufficient for mortals to use. This way, the Chu family could carry some talismans for added security. There were some matters he needed to address personally, rather than hiding behind his family's protection. Upon disembarking from the plane, General Zhao and his team were there to greet them. Not only were General Zhao and his wife Bai Shuhan present, but also several couples who had received Youyou's small princess gifts. Youyou missed Chu. Upon seeing Youyou, the crowd was nearly brought to tears. What is happening? Chu Exin noticed the emotional expressions on their faces, which were evidently not of excitement, but rather of helpless anxiety. Several noble women were pregnant and showing, and they dared not express too much excitement, striving to calm their emotions. Don't mention it. Not just my nephew. Several families have relatives who were chosen, and quite a bit of money has been sent out from home. Though after what happened with my brother's family, everyone has been cautious. Still, a considerable amount of money has been transferred out. Of course, to us, the money is not substantial, but we fear for the children's safety. Have you reported it to the police? Jusin in Guit? General Zhao nodded, explaining that the Bureau had sent officers with the supernatural ability to investigate. But no ghostly entities were found, leaving them currently at a loss. Why is everyone staring at the baby? Youyou was the hope of the crowd, and their gazes were naturally fervent. It had not been long since they last saw her, yet Youyou appeared even cuter and more beautiful. Youyou smiled brightly. Andes, the little sisters in your bellies are all very healthy. Hearing Youyou's words, everyone felt a wave of happiness. Huang Yanfei's child was nearly 8 months along, and as the due date approached, she grew increasingly anxious, fearing that this might be her only child. With her health, it was uncertain whether she could conceive again in the future, so hearing Youyou's words felt like a soothing balm. Is Youyou staying at my house or at another Annie's house? Huang Yanfei longed to hold Youyou, but her current shape made it challenging. We can stay at Lu Fang's hotel. That way, everyone won't have to worry. I'll take Youyou to tidy up, and then we'll go see. Chapter 159. This uncle is destined for wealth. Lu Fang was waiting right at the hotel entrance. Upon seeing Youyou, he immediately picked her up. Does little Uncle Lu not miss me? Youyou nodded her small head, her pigtails bobbing. I do. But why hasn't little Uncle Lu blossomed yet? Lu Fang was taken aback. I'm not a peach tree. How can I bloom? Little Uncle Lu is supposed to meet his destined partner soon. Why hasn't anything changed yet? Last time Youyou predicted, it was clear he would meet a beautiful Annie soon. Youyou stared at Lu Fang's face for a long time. Oh, little Uncle Lu has been hexed, often feeling confused and forgetting things now and then. He even lost some money and forgot. What? Lu Fang's heart jolted. No wonder he had felt something was off recently. Things he had placed somewhere vanished upon searching again. He thought he had simply misremembered. But what was little Uncle Lu hexed with? Why can't you see it? Sigh. If only my senior sister were here. By the way, it's the sword of the immortal on the road. Youyou opened the chinkoan bag around her neck, her small hand reaching inside to rummage. Lu Fang watched in astonishment as Youyou pulled out a sword longer than her height from the tiny golden bag. Lu Fang was left speechless. Here, this belongs to the immortal on the road. It can ward off evil and avoid misfortune. Before ascending, the immortal was a general, and this sword has slain many soldiers and evil entities, capable of dispelling all malevolent energy. If little Uncle Lu carries it, any evil aura around him will dissipate. Lu Fang accepted the item with a mixture of skepticism, but soon his once muddled mind became clear. Indeed, it was something remarkable. Originally, Youyou intended to gift it to her Uncle Lu Wei, for he bore an uncanny resemblance to the immortal from the fields, a figure renowned in the celestial realm for his gentleness and grace, whom Youyou adored. Meanwhile, The immortal from the fields, engrossed in his cultivation, was suddenly interrupted by a couple of sneezes. Rubbing his slightly sore nose, he pondered in confusion. After over a millennium of ascension, could he still be susceptible to the cold winds? Surely, it must be due to his avatar descending to the mortal realm, which limited his celestial powers and affected his immortal form. Youyou was in his office, reviewing documents. The immortal from the fields, handsome as jade and exuding an air of refined elegance, nodded in satisfaction. He was indeed a fitting representation of his noble character. Just then, Lu's assistant interrupted. Mr. Lu, the young master just called. He mentioned that Miss Youyou has found an ancient sword to present to you. Youyou? The immortal's eyes widened in astonishment. In the celestial mirror, Youyou set aside his documents, a gentle smile blossoming on his face at the thought of a gift from Youyou. Yes. The young master informed me that Youyou is currently staying at his hotel in Angxi. He even sent me a photograph. In the photograph, Youyou, petite and cherubic, was cradled in someone's arms, her tiny hands gripping a sword much longer than her little frame, her chubby face radiant with joy. The immortal from the field sighed, exasperated. This little imp was indeed persistent. Where had she acquired such a sword? His own history seemed on the verge of being uncovered. In the celestial realm, Youyou's smile grew warmer. This sword was no trivial matter. Assistant Lu, please retrieve 5 gold bars from my safe and send them to Youyou. Understood. The immortal grimaced at the thought. 5 gold bars. He had once lived frugally in the mortal world for the sake of his warriors. This prodigal child was lavishly gifting 5 gold bars to that little enchantress. Fearing that continuing to observe would only increase his agitation, he waved his sleeve. And the celestial mirror once again revealed a hazy, white scene. Youyou had enjoyed a splendid meal at Lu Fang's hotel and had subsequently drifted into a delightful slumber. Ⅱ tucked Youyou in with a light blanket before driving to the police station, suspecting they would come looking for Youyou. Sure enough, Director Yu personally greeted ⅱ. After some small talk, she revealed her purpose. Director Yu was stunned for a moment. You suspect that Lin Zhe is not Youyou's biological father? Whether it was sympathy or regret, he felt compelled to assist. Coincidentally, Lin Zhe's death sentence was scheduled for execution in 2 days. Sister ⅱ, leave it to me. I will expedite the testing. Lu Fang was elated. He did not wish for Youyou to be the daughter of that scoundrel Lin Zhe. Upon waking and finding ⅱ absent, Youyou spotted Yi Taodao conversing with the bodyguards and quickly crawled out. Lu Fang's hotel was vast, with spacious floors. Excitedly, Youyou crawled to the door of another suite on the same floor. With a creak, the door swung open. Curiously tilting her head, she peered inside. Whose child has wandered in here? Qin Jiuxiao scanned the room, but found no adult present. Transitioning from crawling to sitting, Youyou discovered that this position was more comfortable. Observing her unafraid demeanor, Qin Jiuxiao chuckled softly. He crouched down to gently pat her head. Little one, where is your mother? Youyou fixed her gaze on him. Shaking her small head, I don't know. When Youyou woke up, I didn't see mommy. Realizing that this large toddler might not yet speak, Qin Jiuxiao recalled the intriguing sound he had just heard. Was it the child's innermost thoughts? His eyes sparkled with curiosity. In the entire cultivation world, he had never encountered a child capable of expressing such thoughts. How fascinating. Little one, which room are you staying in? Uncle will take you to find your mother. Youyou hesitated to respond, her bright eyes fixed on Qin Jiuxiao. This uncle seems quite unfortunate, unloved by his parent from birth. He has endured much hardship, growing up amidst difficulties, yet he has managed to exact revenge on many who wronged him, gradually gaining power. His countenance suggests a lonely fate, yet he is destined for greatness. Perhaps it is a serendipitous twist of fate that he has unknowingly acquired a daughter. From the glimmers of gold in his child palace, it is evident that his daughter is of noble lineage, breaking the curse of his unfortunate destiny. This uncle will surely become remarkable in the future. Could Youyou befriend this uncle and ask him for gold bars to spend? Qin Jiuxiao was taken aback, trembling with astonishment. How could this child possess such knowledge? This was impossible. Yet, reflecting on Youyou's distinct thoughts, he gradually regained his composure. He had indeed been wronged and had lost his virtue. That night, due to the herbal medicine, he had failed to discern the woman's face, but he remembered the delicate touch and the unforgettable warmth. Had he truly fathered a daughter? That wretched woman, unable to retrieve her memory, could not seek him out? After searching for so long in the mortal realm, it seemed futile. Youyou rummaged through her chinkoan pouch, retrieving a large peach and offering it to Qin Jiuxiao. Ah! Youyou tilted her head, beaming with delight, her cherubic face utterly adorable. Qin Jiuxiao glanced at the chinkoan pouch with astonishment. Could this truly be the legendary chinkoan pouch, now in the hands of a mere infant? And she could even open it? There was a legend in the cultivation world that 2 centuries ago, an immortal fell to the mortal realm, losing their celestial powers, and upon their passing, left behind a chinkoan pouch. However, only that a mortal could access it. Subsequently, it became the heirloom of the Lin family, passed down, but of no practical use, as none in the cultivation world could open it. Yet this little girl, thank you, little one. Qin Jiuxiao took out a gold bar from his pocket, exchanging it for the peach. Youyou's eyes lit up, her pupils almost turning golden. Wow, this uncle is so nice. Youyou loves gold bars the most. She placed the peach in Qin Jiuxiao's arms, immediately clutching the gold bar and stuffing it into her chinkoan pouch. Qin Jiuxiao took a bite of the peach without minding the fuzz, savoring its sweetness. Youyou, catching the delightful aroma, smacked her lips. Ha ha ha. Qin Jiuxiao found joy in her charming demeanor, wishing she were truly his daughter. If his daughter were this adorable, he would bestow upon her the finest treasures in the world. Where has Youyou run off to now? If she wanders again, I'll break her legs. Yi Tao Dao and Chu Xin both exclaimed. Youyou turned her little head in fright and began to crawl down Qin Jiuxiao's body. Do not be afraid. Uncle is here. Qin Jiuxiao realized this little one was no novice at evasion, yet found her charming nature endearing. Youyou pinched the opening of her chinkoan pouch. I mustn't let mommy know that Youyou has gold bars again, or she will confiscate them. Qin Jiuxiao chuckled, ruffling her hair. Do not worry, little one. Uncle will certainly keep your secret. Youyou's eyes sparkled with joy, her face adorned with a smile. Wow, this uncle is truly remarkable. He even knows what Youyou is thinking. Approaching, Chu Xin had overheard Youyou's thoughts and sighed in exasperation. Who could enlighten her on how to educate a 3-year-old celestial being who had descended as a less than 1-year-old, yet possessed the social ability to charm those around her? Qin Jiuxiao and Chu Xin walked towards each other, simultaneously uttering sounds. Upon seeing Qin Jiuxiao's face, Chu Xin felt a flicker of guilt and embarrassment. What a coincidence to encounter the man from her dreams. Qin Jiuxiao was equally surprised, having unintentionally bumped into her in Jing City, and now finding her again in a city. He had sensed that this woman was extraordinary, and the presence of several bodyguards behind her only solidified his conviction. Miss Youyou. Yi Tao Tao was oblivious to Chu Xin's unusual demeanor, her gaze flitting back and forth between Qin Jiuxiao and Youyou. Youyou bore a striking resemblance to the man before her, yet she dared not voice it. Naturally, the bodyguards and Chu Xin also noticed this uncanny similarity. Initially, Chu Xin had merely contemplated it, but witnessing them side by side was an undeniable visual impact. Forgive me, the child has troubled you, Chu Xin stammered, her anxiety palpable as she swiftly took Youyou from Qin Jiuxiao's arms and fled. Hey, I'm not a bad person, Qin Jiuxiao began. But before he could finish, Chu Xin had already dashed to the suite's door and entered. Sir, I apologize. My little lady can be quite mischievous. I hope you understand. Yi Tao Tao handled the situation. Although she lacked the finesse of Ling Jia, she was still adept at uttering polite words. It's fine. Your little lady is quite adorable. The peaches she gifted me were delightful, Qin Jiuxiao remarked, the lingering softness of the child's presence still felt in his arms. As he embraced emptiness, a sense of loss unexpectedly enveloped him. Yi Tao Tao offered a smile to Qin Jiuxiao, though her heart was also filled with unease. With a sigh, Qin Jiuxiao turned and made his way to his room. This floor housed only 2 suites, while not the finest in the hotel. The scent of gardenias wafting through the window was enchanting. That night, he had shared a moment with that woman, and the fragrance of gardenias had lingered, which was part of the reason he had chosen this suite. Inside the room, Chu Xin placed Youyou on the bed, her thoughts drifting amidst panic and unease. Noticing Chu Xin's silence, Youyou assumed she was upset and hurriedly climbed into her embrace, tugging at her clothes and nuzzling against her. Mommy, Youyou was wrong. I won't run away again. Chu Xin huffed, ignoring her. Time and again, her psyche had been fortified. However, she could not afford to be lax. There were countless dangers outside. What if they encountered a formidable villain next time? Realizing her previous attempts at coaxing had failed, Youyou hesitated, reaching into her chinkoan bag. After a lengthy deliberation, She reluctantly produced a gold bar. Here, Mommy, take this gold bar. Please don't be angry. Ⅱ was momentarily taken aback, accepting the gold bar, perplexed as to when her child had hidden such treasures. Every time Youyou fell asleep, she would have Xianyu open the Chinkawan bag to retrieve bank cards, leaving only a black card for her. This little one, was she counting dragons? Or perhaps she was once a little dragon fairy who hoarded treasures, rather than a Yution stone? Never mind, that was a concern for another day. Rubbing her temples in frustration, Ⅱ decided that attending to urgent matters was paramount. She gestured to Yi Tao Tao to check outside. Yi Tao Tao peered out cautiously, confirming Qin Jiuxiao was absent, then nodded at Ⅱ. Youyou, we came here to assist Uncle Zhao. Let's go now. Distracted, Youyou eagerly nodded. Yes, Youyou will help. Uncle Zhao said if I help, there will be more gold bars. Ⅱ at a loss for words, handed Youyou to Yi Tao Tao, urging her to hurry. With a giggle, Youyou's previous disappointment dissipated. Chapter 161. Assessing qualifications. Just as Ⅱ and Youyou exited, Qin Jiuxiao stepped out as well. Ninth Master, several individuals approached him. What have you uncovered? Qin Jiuxiao displayed an unprecedented seriousness regarding this matter. Recently, fragments of memories had begun to surface, prompting him to investigate. As for that woman, he would offer further compensation if necessary. Ninth Master, we have gathered some information, but what? Qin Jiuxiao's demeanor was authoritative yet composed. It appears that night was chaotic. Not only was Ninth Master affected, but also the current head of the Lin family and a man from the city. There were 2 women involved. One is deceased, while the other is the wife of the man from the city. Oh, so that man was responsible for the death of the former woman and was sentenced to death, while the other divorced him. What a tangled mess. Qin Jiuxiao regarded his capable subordinates. It is my fault. I should have guided you through this mundane realm's trials and tribulations rather than solely focusing on cultivation. Neglecting mental acuity. With that, Qin Jiuxiao turned and walked away, his subordinates trailing behind. Puzzled, his diligent aide scratched his head. Ninth Master, wait for me. Ⅱ and Youyou arrived at the Zhao family villa, where a gathering awaited them. Youyou met Mr. Zhao's brother and sister-in-law, both appearing worn and anxious. Is this the little fairy, Youyou? Please, we implore your assistance. Brother and sister-in-law, please speak slowly. Do not be anxious. Youyou will help as much as she can. Ⅱ reassured them, calming their nerves as they recounted the situation's details. Throughout, others contributed their observations. Ultimately, Ⅱ concluded that the cultivators had actively sought them out, targeting affluent individuals as their victims. It bore the hallmarks of scam, yet those involved possessed genuine abilities. Multiple families had united to engage individuals for retribution, yet were powerless to harm a single hair on their heads. Youyou raised her small hand. I will go. I have qualifications. I will teach those bad eggs a lesson. From the conversation with the uncles and aunties, Youyou discerned that the older siblings who had been deceived felt increasingly distant from their loved ones. They must have been manipulated by those bad eggs, using some form of control. Ⅱ hesitated, despite Youyou's prowess. She was still uneasy about sending her young child into such peril. Moreover, those adversaries were genuinely formidable. Yi Tao Tao devised a plan. Miss, allow me to go. My cultivation is quite good. I will take Youyou along. Her skills are even better. Mr. Zhao and the others expressed concern for Youyou, believing it unwise to put her in danger at such a tender age, yet they felt powerless. They had already reported to the authorities, but the police were ineffectual. Li Zheng and his team continued their discreet investigation, yet every time they followed leads, they were detected by those individuals, resulting in injuries. It was unclear what methods those people employed. Even when they reported attacks on the police, there was no evidence to support their claims. Several officers were currently hospitalized. Very well, keep a close watch on Youyou. Do not let her out of your sight. Despite her belief in Youyou's capabilities, Ⅱ still harbored concerns. Rest assured, I have trained extensively with Xianyu. I will protect Youyou, Yi Tao Tao assured her. Miss Yi, you must be cautious. If the situation becomes dire, withdraw rather than force yourselves, Mr. Zhao and the others cautioned. Youyou, unfazed, felt a surge of excitement. Upon hearing this, she beamed, her eyes squinting with glee. Understood. Youyou is very capable. Thus, Yi Tao Tao, cradling Youyou, located the contacts of those individuals in the human realm, paying a 50,000 yuan entrance fee while awaiting selection. Similar to how sects recruit disciples, aspiring cultivators must also undergo a selection process. Yi Tao Tao held Youyou in an empty room, surrounded by several overly enthusiastic students. A glance was enough for her to discern that they were the type associated with Ⅱ. At such an age, they still wish to cultivate? They will surely be eliminated, she mused. How absurd! One is too old while the other too young. They will be among the first to be cut. In disbelief, she contemplated their fervent desire for immortality. The students waiting alongside Yi-Tao and Youyou laughed derisively. Indeed, aside from Yi-Tao, the eldest among them was merely a high school student, while the youngest was still in middle school. Yet Yi-Tao paid no heed to the words of those juvenile students, for among all present, her attire and that of Youyou were the most extravagant. Indeed, the first to be accepted into the selection was Yi-Tao, who held Youyou in her arms, naturally resulting in Youyou's acceptance as well, given that Yi-Tao had paid the entrance fee for both. The two selectors, clad in vintage robes with their long hair tied up high, appeared quite ethereal at first glance. However, Youyou quickly found amusement, exclaiming, "The beard is fake, the hair is fake, pulling it is no fun, I won't pull it." The selectors ushered Yi-Tao and Youyou into an inner chamber, which opened into a spacious room. Within, many individuals sat in serene meditation, and a Taoist statue stood prominently on the stage, exuding an air of authority, lending a semblance of authenticity to the practice. "Newcomers, please come forward to assess your innate talents," said a Taoist priest seated at a desk in the inner chamber, addressing Yi-Tao. On the desk lay a transparent crystal ball. Yi-Tao approached, kuredin Youyou. "Now, place your hand upon this Tong Xian ball," the priest proclaimed mysteriously. Youyou chimed in, "This isn't a Tong Xian ball at all, it's just a glass ball. There's a switch under the desk. It's merely a glass lamp." Enthusiastically, Youyou clapped her little hands in excitement. Yi-Tao refrained from disabusing her notions, holding Youyou with one arm while placing her hand upon the ball. Soon, the glass orb illuminated with a vibrant green light. "Congratulations, dear disciple. Your aptitude is commendable, qualifying you for our sect. Please pay the fee and register, and you may commence your cultivation," the master declared. "Master, may I test my sister as well? She possesses remarkable talent," Yi-Tao inquired. The priest regarded Youyou, contemplating, "Indeed, this child appears exceptional. Though she is quite young, we do value talented disciples, so we shall accept her. However, should your sister's aptitude prove commendable, an additional fee will be required." "No problem. My family may lack many things, but we are certainly not short on money," Yi-Tao boasted, patting her chest with pride. Chapter 162. A kitchen heist. The priest became even more affable, grinning broadly. "Very well. Let your sister place her hand here." Youyou eagerly leaned forward, her tiny hands grasping the glass orb, her large eyes fixated in anticipation of its illumination. The priest discreetly pressed a button beneath the desk, and the glass ball emitted a brilliant purple glow. Seizing the moment, Youyou exerted a little force, causing the glass ball to shatter with a loud crack, shards scattering and striking the priest's face. The priest cried out in pain. "Oh dear, master, are you all right?" "Yi-Tao fine kongen, inyard the sitiflink herloogter." "Master, could it be that my sister's extraordinary talent caused the testing orb to explode from the force of her abilities? I've read in novels that such occurrences denote a prodigious cultivator. Prodigy my foot." The priest cursed silently. How could a mere glass ball gauge cultivation power, let alone shatter? This notion was preposterous, yet he could not speak the truth. Yes, indeed, an exceptionally strong aptitude could lead to such an occurrence. "Now, quickly take your sister to pay the fee, and then you may begin your cultivation. After some time, should your and your sister's cultivation progress swiftly, you will be eligible for the inner sect, where your future prospects are boundless." "Thank you, master." Yi-Tao feigned delight as she carried Youyou to the entrance of the cultivation chamber, deliberately ignoring the sight of the priest extracting the glass shard from his face and applying medicine. At the entrance, a table was laden with cash, a payment station. Yi-Tao, lacking physical cash, opted for a direct transfer. The fee for cultivation was significantly higher than the entrance fee, amounting to a staggering 150,000. Once inside, Yi-Tao found a corner to sit with Youyou. A young acolyte promptly handed her a printed note. "This is the introductory cultivation technique. You and your sister may practice here. Please ensure your sister does not disturb others, or she will be expelled from the sect." "Expelled? What sect are we even in?" "Yi-Tao muset internali. Sitiflink had frustration." "Rest assured, senior brother, my sister is very well behaved." The young acolyte, satisfied with her demeanor, ceased to pay her further attention. Soon enough, the other juvenile students who had interviewed alongside Yi Taotao entered. They cast a dismissive snort at her before settling into their own meditative postures. Yi Taotao was at a loss. The note's contents bore a striking resemblance to the cultivation techniques from novels, likely copied from the internet. It was laughable that these individuals were genuinely embracing the atmosphere. Surveying the room, Yi Taotao counted nearly 30 people. Among them was a boy who bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Zong, likely the child of Zhao Zong's elder brother. Before long, the door was closed. Through the glass, Yi Taotao observed the priest in charge of the testing orb and the one handling payments departing. This indicated that the date selection, or rather, the money giving, was limited to their group. The absence of the acolyte in the cultivation room suggested that only these individuals who came to cultivate and be fleeced remained. Yi Taotao glanced around, noting the absence of surveillance, before standing with Youyou. The others appeared engrossed in their practice, oblivious to Yi Taotao's passage. They had been bewitched. There is a substance here that induces a state of obsession, causing them to envision their desires. Yi Jiejia, your body has been opened to celestial energy, and you'll be fine. Youyou is perfectly safe too. Let us expose those wicked individuals. Yi Taotao nodded, leading Youyou to a concealed door. Those present likely believed no mishaps could occur there, hence the lack of vigilance. Beyond the door lay a broad corridor, and as Yi Taotao stepped inside, peals of laughter echoed. Ah, a bunch of fools. Big brother, did I not say this method would work? You are quite clever. This way, we need not exchange our gold for cash. The mundane world is such a hassle. Gold and silver should be the universal currency, not this paper money nonsense. Do you not see? The mundane realm has too little gold and silver. You haven't noticed that even a nugget the size of fingernail is worth a fortune. The poor in this world cannot even muster enough savings for a mere morsel of gold. If gold and silver were the standard currency, most mortals would starve. Thus, this world is truly worthless, yet we drew the short straw with this assignment. All right, let us complete a couple more tasks, and then we shall depart to tackle the assignment. Once we've exchanged the gold, we will split it. Very well. Yi Taotao paused the recording, tucking her phone away. Youyou tugged at her sleeve, pointing in a direction. Yi Taotao, cradling her, stealthily approached. Before reaching their destination, Yi Taotao caught the whiff of an enticing aroma. As expected, Youyou, in a new place, could hardly resist the allure of the kitchen. Fortuitously, the kitchen was unoccupied, likely not yet mealtime, with the chef having prepared dishes ahead of time. Numerous plates lay in a row, each covered with a lid, yet the enticing aromas wafted forth. Youyou is already drooling. Youyou, let us gather these dishes into the chinkoan bag and leave. We mustn't be discovered. Youyou nodded vigorously. This time, wary of spilling the food, she refrained from using her hands, instead enveloping the dishes with her celestial energy, securing them intact in the chinkoan bag. Even the nearby assortment of fruits did not escape her grasp. Yi Taotao feigned meditation, while Youyou, consumed by thoughts of the delectable food in the chinkoan bag, found it impossible to sit still, wiggling restlessly. Eventually, unable to contain her excitement, Yi Taotao allowed Youyou to retrieve an apple, peel it for her, and enjoy a bite. The concealed door was particularly soundproof, ensuring that the commotion from the kitchen theft did not reach those on the other side. Nevertheless, two individuals approached to investigate. As for Youyou, who was munching on an apple, she remained utterly inconspicuous and went unnoticed. They had their dinner in the training room, consuming vegetarian dishes delivered by others, under the pretense of cultivating a pure heart and minimal desires at the onset of their training. In Chapter 163, titled Lessons, Yi Taotao looked at the unappetizing greens, which even dogs would refuse, and couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. After spending so much money to enter, she couldn't even enjoy a decent meal. In contrast, those pampered, rich second-generation individuals who were usually picky at home were relishing the food immensely. These ingrates, who were tyrants at home and ever so critical, seemed blissfully unaware of their own foolishness as they were deceived outside. You, let us go over there and retrieve the food, Yi Taotao said. Youyou, who had been anxiously thinking about the food in her chinkoan bag, perked up and nodded vigorously. Yi Taotao carried Youyou to the concealed door. After ensuring no one was around, Youyou retrieved the food from within, taking only a little, as the two of them couldn't consume much. Yi Taotao decided to keep 3 stews and a soup, along with some staples, instructing Youyou to store the rest away. As Yi Taotao walked, The aroma of the food wafted through the air, making the meals before the others seem unappealing. Why do you and that little brat get to eat meat? Why such delicious food? The one provoking them was Zhao's nephew. I can eat it. Do you have a problem with that? Why shouldn't we be allowed to eat? The others who had been brought in alongside Yi Taotao and Youyou were now indignant. Yi Taotao served Youyou some easily digestible food and prepared milk with hot water from the kitchen before standing up. Can we not defeat you? What a joke. A bunch of proud high school students, and you've all provoked our ire. Yi Taotao beckoned towards the group of self-important students. Each of them, spoiled at home, felt deeply insulted by her gesture and rushed to retaliate. Yi Taotao, merely moving casually, dispatched the group with ease. Instead of studying hard, you waste your time dreaming and being deceived. If I call you fools, even fools would be smarter than you. If I say you're not foolish, yet you all believe in effortless cultivation, have you lost your minds? Cultivation is not that simple. Speaking of novels, does this wretched place even possess spiritual or celestial energy? You think you can succeed without effort? How naive. No wonder you are all academic failures. Even the second to last is smarter than you. The group of self-important students groaned in pain, unable to muster any anger. Senior sister, how did you become so powerful after such a short cultivation period? I just saw your speed. It must be the instantaneous movement they spoke of. Yet I've been cultivating for so long, and I'm still the same as before. Zhao's nephew spoke, bewildered. Yi Taotao chuckled, realizing he had not heard her earlier words. Let us save the fighting for later. If I hurt Zhao's nephew, he might actually care. Yi Taotao took her place beside Youyou and began to eat. Youyou had already discarded the apple she had struggled to bite into, completely absorbed in the delicious food before her, casting only a casual glance at the others. Why are they all lying down? Yi Taotao fed Youyou a spoonful of fish soup, dismissing the others. You should try this, it's delightful. Youyou's eyes sparkled with delight, and she eagerly requested more. Perhaps hearing the commotion from the training room, the concealed door swung open, and several individuals entered. Brother, look at those two. Isn't that our kitchen's food? I ordered that dish. It was evident that Yi Taotao and Youyou, leisurely enjoying their meal, had not touched the food distributed to the disciples. No wonder all the food from our kitchen has disappeared. She must have stolen it. Yi Taotao paid no mind to their raucous accusations, focusing instead on her meal, while Youyou remained engrossed in her food. The others, incensed by Yi Taotao's nonchalance, marched forward to overturn their dishes. However, before they could reach her, Yi Taotao swiftly dispatched them with a few well-placed kicks. Enough noise, do not disturb our meal. The group stumbled over their words, unable to articulate a coherent response. Those students who had anticipated witnessing Yi Taotao's downfall were utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle. Heavens, how formidable! She is even stronger than these senior cultivators. Indeed, it's incredible. In the blink of an eye, she circled around them and sent everyone flying. They could not afford to lose face in front of Yi Taotao, for who would pay a hefty sum to cultivate if they were humiliated? Don't be absurd, we were simply caught off guard. How could she possibly defeat us? We are inner disciples of a cultivation family. The group rose and retrieved their talismans, believing their speed surpassed hers. Yi Taotao, having seen through their intentions, stood up after savoring a few more bites and approached them. Instinctively, they took a few steps back, still harboring a hint of fear. Do not fear her. She is merely immortal. We must be cautious. She has stolen our food, and we must teach her a lesson and hand her over to the elders. The elders they spoke of were still unaware of the situation, fuming in the kitchen while the cooks scrambled to prepare another meal. Oh, you're not mortals? Then why are you eating? You should be fasting. The students pondered her words. Indeed, hadn't these seniors claimed to have cultivated for decades, retaining youthful appearances? They should have been fasting by now. Yi Taotao found this utterly amusing, laughing heartily. You are merely in your 20s. Where did you get the idea of decades? If I say you're foolish, you truly are, to believe such nonsense. Youyou chimed in. That uncle who looks the oldest is the youngest among them. He looks ridiculous and utterly unattractive. In chapter 164, Qin Zhouxiao arrives. One of the uncles, merely a caretaker, was foolish and incompetent. Who just spoke? A voice like that of a child echoed through the air. The students turned to see Youyou, who continued. Why are those foolish brothers and sisters staring at me? Even if I am cute and likable, I wouldn't like them. They're dumber than my seventh uncle. Mom says foolishness is contagious, and I refuse to be infected. Youyou hugged her bottle and continued to munch. The group of self-important students gazed at Youyou with wide, adoring eyes, as if she were a deity. They felt as though they were the chosen ones, able to hear her innermost thoughts. Heavens, we are destined to become immortals. What ruckus is this? The concealed door was flung open, revealing those who had been dividing the spoils. Master, she and that little brat have stolen our kitchen's food. They glanced at Yi Tao Tao and Youyou, dismissing them entirely. With heartfelt sincerity, I allowed you to bring your sister in for cultivation, but I never anticipated your moral degradation would lead you to theft. Regardless of your innate talent, our sect shall no longer accept you and will expel you. Huh, it is utterly laughable, just you lot, a group of fraudsters? Do you truly believe yourselves to be cultivators? You, a mere child, shall learn a lesson today to quell my deep-seated resentment. Master, punish her, let's avenge ourselves. The few who had been knocked down earlier bellowed. Seeing the dazed expressions of those juvenile students, YT Oteo remarked, "Are you stunned? Hurry and get out of the way. Do you wish to be struck again?" The group of students shook their heads repeatedly, huddling together in a corner. YT Oteo cracked her knuckles very well. If I do not beat this bunch of swindlers to a pulp today, then my visit here shall be in vain. Seizing the moment while they were still in shock, YT Oteo charged forward, delivering a swift kick to one of their lower limbs. Her speed was no less than that of her adversaries, instilling a sense of trepidation within them. When did mortals begin to cultivate? Surely, they cannot be from another clan? No, there are no traces of any other clan's martial arts on her. Her form is light and pure, distinctly different from our cultivation. Regardless of her nature, we shall simply subdue her. Thus, two more approached. However, they did not anticipate that despite possessing some spiritual energy, their attacks against YT Oteo would consistently miss. Right? And there is her. They turned their gaze toward Youyou, who was drinking from a milk bottle. She is this woman's sister. Capturing her will compel this woman to surrender all her money. Then we shall cripple her and cast her aside. Poor Youyou remained oblivious, engrossed in the spectacle, as she became the target. One individual swiftly approached and seized Youyou, who was still holding her milk bottle. Coincidentally, the person wore a translucent jade pendant on their collar, adorned with a golden taudai ornament that sparkled beautifully. Youyou tossed her milk bottle aside and grasped the ornament's tassel with her small hand. The bottle struck the eye of the very person who had proposed capturing Youyou, causing them to yelp in pain. As they cried out, Youyou yanked down the jade pendant along with the golden ornament. Wow, this is beautiful. Youyou likes it. With a loud crack, the person's nose was shattered, blood gushing forth. Fearing soiling herself, Youyou quickly slid down along the person's body, returning to her previous spot on the ground. "Ah, this little brat? I shall crush him," exclaimed the individual struck by the bottle. They teleported forward, preparing to deliver a blow to Youyou. "Little baby, be careful." The juvenile students watched in horror. Youyou raised her tiny hand, and the person's fist halted midair. Wow, this little baby is amazing. She must be a celestial being, the true essence of divinity. The students' eyes sparkled with admiration. However, unbeknownst to them, the person was ensnared by the long-tongued ghost. The eyeless ghost pressed its eyeball back into its socket and began attacking others. Consequently, chaos erupted around them. The long-tongued ghost and the eyeless ghost had deliberately concealed their forms and suppressed their dark energy, so the cultivators initially did not detect their presence. It was only upon contact with the eyeless ghost and the long-tongued ghost that they realized the existence of spirits. Those dispatched for the mission were merely the less competent members of the family, making it exceedingly challenging for them to subdue two formidable ghosts with bare hands. With a loud bang, the outer door was violently flung open. Then, QNG-11O stormed in with his entourage. "Halt!" Upon seeing a crowd surrounding YT Oteo, QNG-11O shouted. He immediately spotted YT Oteo, having remembered her due to CHXN. A casual glance revealed Youyou seated on the ground. "Little brat." QNG-11O's expression darkened as he glared at those surrounding her. Anyone daring to bully her should prepare to face dire consequences. The individuals, taken aback by the unexpected encounter with QNG-11O, were momentarily speechless. Before they could plead for mercy, QNG-11O's companions swiftly subdued them, each with a powerful strike. If YT Oteo's hits were direct and impactful, these blows rendered them utterly incapacitated. The detritus of the cultivation realm emerges from the LN family. And you dare to act tyrannically here, committing wrongs and misleading these children? Well done, LN family. We of the LN family maintain a policy of non-interference with the QN family. Are you overstepping your bounds? The most powerful among them spoke. QNG-11-0 revealed a charming smile, stepping forward to cradle the wide-eyed Youyou. To you, the LN family is not a river, but at best a stinking ditch. Giggling, Youyou laughed heartily, her small hands clinging to QNG-11-O's shoulders. Be careful not to fall. QNG-11-0 tightened his hold on Youyou, finding her laughter to be the most exquisite sound in the world. Let be. This is no longer her battlefield. Youyou wisely stepped aside. Chapter 165. Striking at rich QNG-11-0 narrowed his enchanting peach blossom eyes, casting a dangerous glance at the eyeless ghost and the long-tongued ghost. The two spirits trembled and instinctively retreated, not forgetting to point at Youyou in his arms. QNG-11-0 understood their meaning and retracted the menacing aura he had directed at them. Little one, are those two spirits yours? QNG-11-0 pinched Youyou's chubby little face. Yes, the texture is delightful. Youyou nodded her small head, affirming, yes, I haven't sent them to the underworld yet. To the underworld? QNG-11-0 raised an eyebrow. This little brat is quite impressive. Master QN, they have all been incapacitated. Subordinates. Witnessing their cold-faced master display such tenderness towards an infant, were astonished. When they gazed at Youyou in QNG-11-0's arms, their eyes widened in shock. They glanced at Youyou, then at QNG-11-0, and back at Youyou once more. What is it? Did your eyes twitch? How is the matter I instructed you to investigate? Have you found the young lady? QNG-11-0 shot them a glare. He then looked down at Youyou in his arms, his affection evident. If only this little one were his child. For reasons unknown, he felt an urge to regard Youyou as his daughter, no longer wishing to seek his own. Oh no, money. Youyou pointed at the incapacitated members of the LN family. Are you saying they stole your money? QNG-11-0 immediately comprehended her words. Youyou nodded her small head, her tiny hands gesturing in grand circles. They took so much of your money? Feeling as if Youyou was reporting a grievance. A wave of joy surged through QNG-11-0's heart. The sensation of being depended upon was truly wonderful. Babbling incomprehensible words. However, QNG-11-0 discerned that she was cursing, and quite crudely at that. Ku inahishi o chocolate souffle. Ruffling Youyou's little head. Rest assured, I will ensure they return every last cent, Master QN. We have discovered a substantial amount of cash in the back. Just then, two of QNG-11-0's subordinates emerged from a hidden door. Oh, bring them all along. Let's take a look. QNG-11-0 carried Youyou towards the secret entrance. Youyou touched her nose, increasingly convinced that these two bore striking similarities. Not only did they share physical resemblance, but their temperaments also seemed alike. Youyou chose not to draw attention to herself and quietly follow behind them, for it was clear that the man harbored no ill intentions toward Youyou. She wondered if the results of the paternity test had been released yet. At that moment, Youyou felt a surge of anxiety, eagerly yearning to know the outcome. In the hotel, Chu Xian silently held the paternity test report. Indeed, Youyou was not Lin Zhe's child, which meant she had never had any connection with him. So, who was the man from that night? Chu Xian recalled the striking resemblance between Qin Jiu Shao and Youyou, and her heart filled with unease. That man was evidently not ordinary. What if Youyou was his child? The thought terrified her. She feared he would take Youyou away. No, she resolved that Youyou must not have any further contact with him. Unbeknownst to Chu Xian, at that moment, Youyou was under Qin Jiu Zhao's doting gaze, stuffing bundles of red banknotes into her magical bag. The other students, having entered through the hidden door, were furious upon discovering the poker cards in the room. This time, they truly believed they had been deceived. Sir, shouldn't this money belong to those kids? Shouldn't it be returned to them? Yi Tao Tao, influenced by years of education, felt that Youyou's actions were inappropriate. The other students shook their heads, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they implored, no, it should all go to her. Ridiculous, those sums meant nothing to them. This was merely a singular opportunity to befriend the little darling in front of them. With just a lift of her tiny hand, the little one halted the villain's movements. And in that moment, Despite holding only a small pouch no larger than a palm, she seemed capable of containing an abundance of treasures. Moreover, they could hear her innermost thoughts, which confirmed that she was indeed a celestial being, destined to be connected with them. Though they had been tricked, they had now found the rightful owner. They resolved that this money was a tribute to the little one's master, and they wished to learn from her. Youyou pushed forward the gold bars he had retrieved from those individuals, saying, "These are all for you, my dear." Youyou beamed with delight, her happiness evident as she drooled in excitement. "Ha ha ha, it's all Youyou's. Youyou has struck it rich. I must tell my sister about the fortune I've earned in my dreams tonight." Hee hee. Listening to Youyou's sweet and innocent voice, Youyou felt his heart melt. It was rather peculiar. Why do they all carry gold bars with them? Who goes out shopping with gold bars in their pockets? Yeah, Tao Tao. Observing Youyou's subordinates extracting yet another gold bar from a member of the Lin family, could not help but ask in confusion. Out of respect for Youyou, Youyou patiently explained, "We belong to a family of practitioners. The world of cultivation differs from this one. The currency in circulation consists solely of gold and silver. When we come here, we naturally exchange our gold and silver for the paper currency or digital currency in your devices." Upon hearing about the cultivation realm again, Yi Tao Tao developed a keen interest in that mysterious place. Yet, she found it strange that they were all from Waaaaah. Did that mean the cultivation realm did not exist within the borders of Waaaaah? Nevertheless, there should be a currency that corresponds with the national currency, regardless of location. Youyou chuckled lightly. The cultivation realm is indeed within the borders of Waaaaah. It simply appears non-existent to you, or rather, you cannot see or find it due to the formations in place. What may seem like a mountain to you might not actually be one. Valleys may not be valleys, and lakes may not be lakes. It is merely due to the formations that obscure the true scenery from your sight. Youyou, what shall we do with these individuals? Call the police. Isn't there a police force that handles matters like this? They are already incapacitated. Just confiscate their talismans, medicinal pills, and weapons, then turn them in. Talismans, medicinal pills, and weapons? Youyou lifted her little head, clutching a gold bar. Chapter 166. The archenemy appears, seeing her bright eyes, which sparkled brighter than gold. Youyou tenderly smiled. "They are all yours." Youyou nodded repeatedly, her smile widening. Youyou and Youyou shared a warm gaze filled with laughter. Yi Tao Tao suddenly noticed that the curvature of their smiles resembled that of a father and daughter. Overjoyed, Youyou waved her little hand, producing dishes of food from the magical bag that had been pilfered from the kitchen. Even though Youyou had heard of the wonders of the magical bag, witnessing Youyou conjure covered plates onto the ground still held a significant impact. The greater impact, however, came from the tantalizing aroma wafting from the dishes. Despite being covered, the fragrance was irresistible, causing Youyou, who had just eaten, to feel hungry again. The other students, particularly those who had arrived earlier, were even hungrier. Having eaten vegetarian meals daily, the delicious scents made their mouths water. Zhaozong's nephew was already wiping his drool. "Little master, can we have some meat?" "Yes. Please let's have some. We haven't had a proper meal in ages." After all, they were still children, unable to resist the temptation of delicious food, especially when the cook's dishes were quite exceptional. Youyou scratched her head, pondering, though these brothers and sisters are a bit foolish since I took their money. Should I share the food with them? Youyou noticed Youyou's dilemma. "You don't need to feel guilty, my dear. I've already eaten. Let them enjoy the food." Thus, when Youyou and the parents of the middle school students arrived to express their gratitude to Youyou, they were met with the sight of a group of students feasting heartily. Some even offered easily digestible foods to Youyou. "My child, my dear child." Alongside Youyou were the parents who had come to collect their children. Zhaozong and his entourage were also present, including Chu Exine, who was accompanied by bodyguards. "Mom, Dad," the students saw their families as though they had been apart for ages. "Why has my child become so thin? My poor darling. How could such a clever person give birth to such a foolish child? Thank goodness it was just a scam. If they had tried to take your kidney, I would have had no way to help. I could just beat you to death." Instantly, the atmosphere turned lively. Chu Xian's gaze fell upon Youyou, who was holding Youyou, causing her eyes to narrow. What was he doing here? Youyou, noticing Chu Xian, contemplated for a moment before approaching her while still holding Youyou. "Hello, I have taken quite a liking to your daughter. May I know?" Chu Xian interrupted, snatching Youyou away and fleeing at lightning speed, as if being chased by a flood of beasts. Tao tao, taken abak bitu sint unsun bevavio. Quickly followed after her. Qin Jiu Xiao, feeling the emptiness in his embrace, sighed, I merely wish to acknowledge a goddaughter. Why is she so frightened? By the time Youyou and the parents of the middle school students sought to thank Youyou, she had already vanished from sight. Qin Jiu Xiao also did not know when he had left. Dad, let me tell you, I truly found a master this time. That little darling is exceptionally powerful. With just a gesture, that villain was rendered immobile. She must possess magical abilities. Dad, I want to become her disciple. Yes, these people are indeed frauds. But that little darling is not a fraud. I want to be her disciple and learn magic from her. I want to. The parents did not expect their children to have just escaped one predicament only to find themselves in another. Thus, chaos ensued, filled with mixed emotions and cries. Youyou, nestled against her mother's neck, was all smiles. So happy, it's like I've stumbled upon gold. Chu Exin held Youyou tightly, fearing the man behind her would snatch her away. Youyou cheerfully raised her little arms. Mem. I found gold bars and so much money. Once I can walk, I can use the money to buy delicious food. That uncle is so nice. He gave me all the gold bars and money, but I mustn't let mommy know, or she will confiscate it. Hee. With her goal achieved, Chu Xin booked a flight, preparing to take Youyou to the airport, only informing Lu Fong with a quick call. Once aboard the plane, and realizing that Qin Jiu Xiao and the others had not followed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Jiu Xiao nodded regretfully, acknowledging the situation. I understand. I will remain in Engshi for the next few days. You must thoroughly investigate that matter and ensure that woman and child are found. Understood. Little one, rise and shine. It is already dark outside. If you don't get up now, you won't be able to sleep tonight. Chu Jianglu gently pinched Youyou's chubby little face. Humph. Stinky's sixth uncle. Youyou doesn't want to play with you anymore, Youyou retorted, rolling over and sitting up on the bed, pouting in annoyance. Come, Youyou, sixth uncle will take you out for a meal. Yay, sixth uncle hug. Youyou's face instantly brightened, and she reached out her little arms toward Chu Jianglu. You truly are a handful, Chu Jianglu chuckled as he picked Youyou up and headed downstairs. Madame Chu promptly instructed the staff to bring up the warm, soft food from the kitchen. Since Chu Jianglu was on break today, he volunteered to personally feed Youyou. It's delicious. Youyou squinted her eyes in satisfaction, occasionally smacking her lips. Grandma's cooking is the best. Of course, Youyou's food is made from top-quality ingredients, so it's bound to be delicious. Just as he had fed her a couple of bites, Chu Jianglu received a phone call. Youyou observed his suddenly shifting expressions and couldn't help but grumble internally. Ah, this old sixth uncle is truly something. He was warned not to make friends recklessly, yet he still doesn't listen. Now, it seems the path he had strayed from is about to return to its original course. Chu Jianglu, hearing Youyou's inner thoughts, decisively ended the call. I see that your sixth uncle's forehead is clouded with darkness and ominous energy. It seems he may face life-threatening dangers this time. That villain who originally intended to push him off the cliff must have resurfaced, and he must have invited sixth uncle out for some fun. Chu Jiangliu's gaze darkened as he stared at the now blackened screen of his phone, remaining silent for a long moment. He had clearly instructed someone to conduct a thorough investigation. Yet the friends he had painstakingly made turned out to be his own enemies. Chapter 167. Sixth uncle faces a deadly crisis. Youyou, look what I have brought for you. Just as Chu Jianglu was about to discuss taking Youyou to meet his friend, he was interrupted by an unexpected voice. Youyou, Sister Lingji has brought you plush toys and delicious treats. Lingji entered, carrying a small backpack and various bags. Wow, Sister Lingji, Youyou exclaimed from her baby chair, grinning widely and waving at Lingji. This plush toy was handmade by my mother, and this box of fruit puree is absolutely delicious. It was specially prepared for Youyou. Lingji placed several plush toys and a small box of food in front of Youyou. Sister Lingji will first tutor your little uncle and then come to play with Youyou. Okay. Youyou eagerly nodded, her gaze fixed on the box of fruit puree. Hey, are you here to tutor me or to see Youyou? Be careful, or I will report you to the teacher. Chu Weiqi, exhausted, stood on the second floor, trying to maintain a tough demeanor. Lingji retorted, what I do is none of your business. Tutoring you is already completing a task. Report me? Oomph. Do you even believe that? Chu Weiqi, who often shamed others for reporting to teachers, would never stoop to such a disgraceful act himself. Oomph. Anyway, you calls me uncle and you sister. Lingji paused for a moment before charging at Chu Weiqi playfully. Do you know you've angered everyone? I'm going to tell everyone. Crazy girl. Chu Weiqi exclaimed, as he ran away. Stinky boy, your classmate comes to tutor you, and you still provoke her? Are you asking for a beating? Old Master Chu happened to emerge, giving Youyou a light tap on the head. Youyou's laughter echoed from downstairs, her delightful voice resonating beautifully. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I want to hold it against you. Linji generously glanced at Youyou. Exactly, stinky boy, you're ugly everywhere. My precious granddaughter's laughter is far sweeter than yours. Hearing Youyou's clear and sweet laughter, Old Master Chu felt exceedingly pleased. Chu Jiangliu's phone rang again, and upon answering, he stated, I can't go. You all go ahead. Chu Jiangliu believed that since those friends were not good for him, he might as well cut ties and not risk bringing Youyou into danger. After saying that, he hung up. Youyou noticed the ominous energy surrounding Chu Jiangliu's forehead had not dissipated and had grown darker. It seems that person is determined to harm sixth uncle. There's no escape from this, Youyou thought. I must give him a good lesson. Chu Jiangliu was startled upon hearing this. He wasn't going, and yet he still couldn't escape? Coincidentally, his niece was turning 7 months old tomorrow, and it was time to celebrate her month birthday. The person on the other end seemed to have agreed. After hanging up, you noticed the ominous aura surrounding Chu Jiangliu gradually fading away. Youyou sighed, feeling relieved. As she resumed enjoying her meal, Chu Jiangliu felt reassured as well. It seemed that he would have to rely on Youyou tomorrow. It was unheard of for anyone to celebrate a month birthday. He would need to use Youyou as an excuse for the preparations. The Chu family looked down upon Chu Jiangliu, each attending to their own affairs. Even Old Master Chu and Madame Chu went out to gather with old friends. Thus, when Chu Jiangliu's friends arrived with 2 companions, the only family member present was him. Jiangliu, your home is truly beautiful and grand. It surpasses many villas I've seen, Yan Yishuan remarked, surveying the surroundings with a glint of envy and jealousy in his eyes. This is a manor belonging to the wealthiest family in our capital. It is certainly not comparable to an ordinary villa. The 2 friends brought by Yan Yishuan gazed enviously at everything, occasionally reaching out to touch the decorations in the hall. Goodness, this must not be cheap. It looks like real gold. Chu Jiangliu felt an uncomfortable sensation in his heart. As the saying goes, guests should not bring guests. And he had never met those 2 before. Indeed, it is real gold, but it's merely ancient porcelain from the Ming dynasty. It's easily breakable. Though it looks appealing, he stated, intentionally downplaying the value of the decor to imply that they should be careful not to damage it. Since you're friends of Yishuan and have come to the Chu residence, please sit down. I will fetch some water from the kitchen. Chu Jiangliu entered the kitchen and specifically instructed the staff to boil some tap water. When several cups of plain water were served, both Yan Yishuan and his companions were taken aback. Of course, the dew from illegitimate is also excellent for tea. You can enjoy the plain water first. I'll have someone brew tea for you, and the tea will have a unique sweetness, he added. Initially, the 3 were dissatisfied with being served only 3 cups of boiled water. Yet upon hearing about the dew from illegitimate, their eyes sparkled with interest. Although they did not understand what lake it referred to, they recognized that dew sounded quite impressive. They lifted the glass cups to taste and found no distinct flavor but felt too embarrassed to admit it. In an effort to appear knowledgeable, they praised, "It truly is sweet, far better than the mineral water we usually buy." Chu Jiangliu smiled while secretly mocking them. Just a moment. The tea will arrive shortly. Unlike the plain water, this water will reveal a deeper sweetness when brewed in tea. As soon as he finished speaking, the kitchen staff brought over 3 cups of tea. The 3 of them eagerly raised their cups and took a sip, and indeed, they detected a sweet flavor. Li set knowing that he had instructed the chef to add a minuscule amount of fruit sugar. How fortunate for them. By the way, Jiangliu, ISNT today, your little niece's month birthday? Why ISNT your family here? Yan Yishuan inquired. Oh, they're all busy. They plan to host a banquet at the hotel tonight. My little niece is still sleeping. I will bring her down for you to see shortly. You can have lunch here today, and we will head to the banquet tonight. Upon hearing this, the 3 exchanged excited glances, unable to hide their joy. They realized they were about to step into high society. A banquet hosted by the daughter of the wealthiest family would undoubtedly attract many esteemed families. Should they manage to win over a wealthy heiress or 2, would they not soar to great heights? Their lavish expenditure on exquisite attire would not be in vain. Jiangliu, this is a gift we have prepared for our little niece. At such a tender age, it is difficult to ascertain the most suitable gift. Hence we opted for a bespoke toy. Chapter 168. The man in black Chu Jiangliu received the toy his smile radiant with joy. It is quite remarkable to exchange a few cups of plain water and the most ordinary tea for a set of custom toys worth thousands. Please wait a moment while I fetch my little niece. Today is rather fortuitous, as Youyou has taken Yi Tao Tao for an expedition in the primordial forests abroad. Chu Xin has gone to the laboratory. The others are preoccupied with their respective duties and studies, leaving only Chu Jianglu, who is somewhat at leisure, to look after Youyou. Of course, there are also two spirits accompanying him. Glancing at the clock, Chu Jianglu noted that it was nearly time for Youyou to awaken. When he called her, she was engrossed in a dream, showcasing her earned gold bars to her seniors. Her revelry was abruptly interrupted, leaving her quite displeased. Youyou, your sixth uncle's friend has arrived. Help him assess whether he is worth establishing a deeper connection. Pouting, Youyou began to voice her grievances as Chu Jianglu carried her downstairs. Sixth uncle is truly blind to the world. That bespectacled man is a vile villain, deliberately allowing others to bully his girlfriend while coercing her into humiliation, ultimately leading to her suicide when she was pregnant. The very individuals who tormented her are those two beside him. Furthermore, during his college entrance examination, he intentionally orchestrated an accident involving their class's top student, resulting in that student missing the exam and him usurping the position. Fortunately, that student has secured a recommendation without disclosing it to anyone. He has harbored resentment since. That top student now works in the same company as him and is his superior. Upon encountering the foolish sixth uncle, he schemed to have him knocked down by a motorcycle, only to save him at the last moment, thus establishing their acquaintance. He intends to leverage their relationship to elevate his status within the company, thereby ousting the top student and further decimating him. However, sixth uncle has never openly acknowledged their closeness, which led the company to coerce him into signing a contract. Regrettably, sixth uncle deemed it inappropriate and refused to relent. Therefore, he plans to invite sixth uncle out under the pretense of harm, only to rescue him again. While this time may not involve pushing sixth uncle off a cliff, it could still result in his demise. How wicked, truly despicable. Upon listening to Youyou's heartfelt revelations, Chu Jianglu, having just descended the stairs with her, turned back upstairs. Yixuan, I forgot something. Please remain seated for a moment. In the room, Chu Jianglu placed Youyou on the bed, feigning a glance at his phone before dialing the police. Hearing his conversation with the authorities, Youyou mused to herself, it must be that eldest uncle who uncovered it. I saw sixth uncle looking at his phone. Eldest uncle is truly impressive. Youyou gleefully tumbled around on Chu Jianglu's bed, hugging his pillow, then lying down, only to rise and roll about again, thoroughly enjoying herself. Meanwhile, Yixuan and the others grew impatient downstairs, glancing at the table, which held only 3 cups of water and tea, lacking even a simple fruit platter, fueling their irritation. This Chu Jianglu is utterly thoughtless. With such wealth, he cannot even offer guests a morsel of fruit. I even deliberately skipped breakfast. Indeed, it seems the wealthier one is. The more miserly they become, Yixuan consoled the others. Perhaps he is genuinely occupied with matters at hand. Let us wait for him to return, and I shall address it then. He is quite straightforward, not the calculating type. Otherwise, would I go to such lengths to curry favor with him? Only then did the others settle down. However, even Yixuan did not anticipate that their waiting would culminate in the arrival of law enforcement. Just as Chu Jianglu descended with Youyou, the officers, familiar with both Youyou and the Chu family, immediately handcuffed Yixuan and the others. Stunned, Yixuan turned to Chu Jianglu as he approached. What is the meaning of this? With a cold smirk, Chu Jianglu replied, what does it mean? You, a murderer, have evaded justice for too long and must be held accountable. You caused your ex-girlfriend's death and led your classmate to miss their examination. Now, you wish to harm me? Or rather, you have already harmed me, only to feign rescue without causing any injury. Yixuan, actions have consequences. Did you truly believe your misdeeds would go unnoticed? Yixuan glared at the other two. Is it you? Did you inform him? Were you trying to win his favor by betraying me? Both were bewildered. What did this have to do with them? Enough, take them away. Several officers, unable to bear the scene, promptly escorted the trio out. Chu Jianglu entrusted Youyou to Sister Ling for supervision and accompanied the officers to the police station to provide a statement. The officers, aware that it was Youyou's revelations that led to this, found no need for further investigation. They simply tested the suspects with charges, and each proved to be accurate, leading to their eventual confessions. Their workload was significantly lightened. Sister Ling kept Youyou company, watching cartoons, and Youyou laughed joyously, relishing the moment. With everyone else absent, only the servants and bodyguards remained in the estate. Thus, when figures in black appeared around the manor, it was solely the bodyguards who took note. However, before they could alert the family, they were swiftly incapacitated. Youyou remained engrossed in the television, while the spirits, Gie and Gie, were equally transfixed, even more so than Youyou. It was only when Sister Ling unknowingly succumbed to unconsciousness that Youyou and the two spirits sensed something was amiss. Yet, by the time they realized, Youyou had already been lifted away. Strange, why isn't this little brat unconscious? One of the men in black remarked. This drug was provided by the Grand Elder. It shouldn't have failed. I observed that the bodyguards outside, having undergone special training, succumbed within 5 seconds. This is merely a child. It makes no sense. Regardless, as long as we have captured her, it suffices. We had no opportunity to act previously. That long-haired figure in ancient garb was too formidable. The moment we stirred, he sensed something amiss and came to investigate. Thankfully, we possessed the invisibility talisman purchased at a high price by the Grand Elder, preventing him from detecting us. Indeed, this is a rare opportunity. We must swiftly take this little one away, enabling us to threaten the Chu family. Indeed, the Lin family, hidden from the world, is in dire need of funds. And this child's mother is the mastermind behind our young lady's plight. We must not let the Chu family escape unscathed. We can leverage this child to extract their wealth, ultimately leading to their ruin. Not only will we avenge our young lady, but we shall also acquire substantial riches, ensuring the clan leader rewards us handsomely. Perhaps this is our chance to ascend to greatness. Chapter 169. The terrifying little sorceress. Regrettably, her father has already passed. Otherwise, I would ensure she faces dire consequences. However, the Chu family is nearing its end. The clan leader has declared they must be brought to ruin. Youyou, with her round eyes, observed the scene. Is this little brat foolish? Why does she not cry or struggle? You ask me, who should I ask? Perhaps she truly is a little simpleton. What a pity. So beautiful and charming, far surpassing our young lady. Silence. Do you wish to taste the family punishment? The man in black quickly closed his mouth. Gie, let us act. If we delay further, the little deity will be taken away. Gie pressed his eyes into their sockets, believing that this way, he could see clearly, just as he did in life. It is time for us to make our appearance. The long-tongued ghost flicked its tongue in the unseen corners, ensnaring the neck of one of the black-clad figures. The eyeless ghost had yet to act when the black-clad man, holding Youyou, let out a startled cry, followed by a wail of despair. It turned out that Youyou had somehow clambered onto his body, her small hands grasping his hair. Let go, let go! The black-clad man attempted to grasp his own hair with one hand while trying to catch Youyou with the other. Pouting, Youyou let out a soft grunt and threw a punch at the man's nose. With a crunch, his nasal bridge broke, and his cries grew even more pitiful. Quickly, Youyou scrambled down from the black-clad man's body and made her way toward another one. Little brat, do you dare to walk into the trap again? Truly a fool. When you could flee, you choose to come at me. The second black-clad man grinned and reached for Youyou. Yet, before he could grasp the collar of her clothing, Youyou had already slipped past his grasp and climbed onto his back. Dare to call Youyou a fool? You will regret it, having never endured such indignity. She was furious and, disregarding the man's hair, delivered a punch to the back of his head. The black-clad man promptly collapsed in a splendid manner. Ghost to ghost, one of the black-clad figures screamed. What are you afraid of? Use the talisman to exorcise them. We can't. It must be a powerful ghost. We only practice physical cultivation, unlike their disciples. Want to run? Not only have the eyeless ghost and the long-tongued ghost not finished playing, but neither will Youyou, who quickly crawled toward them. You cannot escape. The door is closed and cannot be opened. No, this powerful ghost is too formidable. We cannot see them and have no means to counter. Run quickly. That little ghost is crawling over. One black-clad man, caught off guard, felt Youyou's small hands gripping his ankle. Instinctively, he attempted to kick her away, but Youyou yanked him down with great force, causing his head to collide with the table leg, rendering him unconscious. Seeing another companion incapacitated, the remaining black-clad figures hurriedly fled upstairs. The eyeless ghost blocked the staircase on the second floor, grinning wickedly as several black-clad men crawled and rolled toward him, then extended his foot. The foremost black-clad man was struck by the eyeless ghost's kick, tumbling down the stairs and crashing into those behind him. They all rolled down together, ending up in a heap. Youyou sat on the ground, clapping her little hands in delight. Rolling well, rolling splendidly, using both hands and feet, she crawled toward the remaining black-clad figures. Those men suffered broken arms and legs. Before they could disperse, they beheld the foolish little demoness approaching them with a terrifying grin. "Ah, go away, go away!" Youyou extended her small hand, and the nearest black-clad man, frightened, covered his head with his hands, pressed down by the others, and promptly closed his eyes. Instead of striking, Youyou reached into his pocket. Finding something cool and hard, her eyes sparkled, and she dug in with both hands, pulling out a gold bar. "Wow, gold bars! Ha ha ha!" Youyou embraced the gold bar, her eyes squinting with joy. Sure enough, these bad eggs from elsewhere all have gold bars. I'm rich, I'm rich. She quickly rummaged through the pockets of the other black-clad figures. To ensure their cooperation, the long-tongued ghost and the eyeless ghost floated above, keeping them pinned down. However, regrettably, after searching all their pockets, Youyou found no more gold bars, only some worthless talismans of little effect. Pouting in displeasure, she began to punch and kick the black-clad figures. Sitting on the ground, she swung her little arms and kicked her small legs, although it seemed playful. The black-clad men cried out in pain. Only the man with the gold bar was spared from Youyou's wrath. "Stop, stop. A gold bar is worth a lot in the mortal realm. It will last us quite a while. That's why the elder gave us only one." At last, Youyou ceased her assault, climbed onto the sofa with the gold bar, and began to play with it joyfully. A group of black-clad men whimpered, feeling a chill around them, no longer daring to provoke Youyou's ire, even holding their breaths quietly. Thus, when Chu Jianglu rushed in anxiously upon seeing the unconscious servants outside, he was met with this scene. "Youyou!" Chu Jianglu cried out in worry, hastily rushing forward to scoop Youyou into his arms, squeezing her so tightly that her little face contorted. "Thank goodness, you scare me to death. As long as you are fine." At this moment, tears streamed down Chu Jianglu's face as he struggled to suppress the urge to cry, his hands and feet trembling. Youyou sensed Chu Jianglu's tension and gently patted his back with her small hand. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Uncle Lu is not scared. Youyou has already taken him down. They can't harm you." Chu Jianglu felt an indescribable mix of anxiety and warmth, realizing that his little niece thought he was frightened. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to relax and quickly grabbed his phone to call for help. The servants and bodyguards in the yard remained unconscious, and Chu Tianyi, having found a steel pipe from who knows where, approached the black-clad figures. "Bring out the antidote." The black-clad men were momentarily stunned. "Do you know who you're talking to? You mere mortal." Before he could finish, Chu Tianyi swung the steel pipe down with ferocious force. "Ah!" With a sound of cracking bone, one black-clad man clutched his arm, howling in agony. "I'll say it once more. Bring out the antidote, or next time it will be your leg that breaks." To the black-clad men, Chu Tianyi was not only immortal, but also rather slender, making it hard for them to fathom that such a refined and gentle man could be as vicious as a demon. "We don't have it. The elder only provided us with the drug, but no antidote," one black-clad man stammered in fear. "I loathe listening to nonsense." Chu Tianyi brought the steel pipe crashing down onto the man's leg. A more anguished scream echoed throughout the villa. "Old master," Chu hurriedly covered old Madame Chu's eyes, fearing she would be startled back in her old ailments. "I'm not afraid," old Madame Chu replied, pushing his hand away. "I've seen far worse on the battlefield. They are just petty thieves, nothing to fear. Besides, it is they who are being beaten, which is quite satisfying." Old Madame Chu approached and took Youyou from Chu Jianglu's arms, holding her tightly. "Youyou is the best. She can protect her family." Youyou grinned widely, offering the gold bar to old Madame Chu. "Grandma, for you. Youyou has more. This is for you to buy delicious food." Old Madame Chu cherished Youyou even more tightly, exclaiming, "My Youyou is the best child in the world, the most beautiful, the most fearsome, the most understanding, and the most filial. No one can compare to my Youyou." Youyou beamed with joy from her grandmother's praise, opening her cosmic pouch and digging inside, pulling out a small stack of talismans. "All for Grandma. Hee hee." Old Madame Chu patted Youyou's little head, wanting to smooth her hair, only to realize something was amiss. She parted Youyou's uneven little tufts and used her fingers to straighten them, saying, "This isn't right. Dear husband, look at Youyou's hair on this side. It's uneven, as if it had been chewed by a dog." "What nonsense! Since when do we have a dog in our house? Speaking of which, I wonder if Youyou likes dogs. Should we get her one?" Youyou shook her head vigorously. "Youyou doesn't want a dog. Youyou wants a little Xian bird from the sky, or a little Huanglin would do, or even a big fish from the Ⅱ realm. Youyou can ride it and swim in the ocean. How delightful. However, the elder Mr. and Mrs. Chu found themselves in a predicament. Such a creature was beyond their reach, seemingly non-existent in the entire world. Nevertheless, the elder Mr. Chu kept it in mind. What about the large fish in the sea? Indeed, he could establish an aquarium for her, housing belugas, which are known for their intelligence. Youyou would surely adore them. Moreover, the little creatures could understand Youyou's heartfelt emotions, fostering a close bond with her. Excellent, that's settled. The elder Mr. Chu quietly made his plans, glancing at Youyou's uneven hair. Chusin, feeling so mewat guti, turned away and ignored the elder Mr. Chu, choosing instead to grab a cloaked figure and slap him, hoping to successfully divert the attention of the two elders. Where's the antidote? If you don't have it, hand over the sedative, or I will ruin you. After taking a slap from Chu-Xin, the cloaked figure felt humiliated and replied, I don't have it. Chu-Xin scoffed. Do you really think you're the only one with drugs? Perfect timing. I have just developed a new potion and you can be my first test subject. Often trailing behind Xianyu, Chu-Xin had not learned much skill, but a few basic moves were within her grasp. She seized the cloaked figure by the chin and exerted force downward. With a crack, the cloaked figure's jaw dislocated. Following that, Chu-Xin produced a small porcelain vial and poured its contents into the cloaked figure's mouth. The figure forcefully swatted her hand away and desperately tried to gag himself to expel the potion. Chu-Xin delivered a powerful kick, causing his arm to flail. I forgot to mention, this potion acts swiftly. Within 10 seconds, 80% of its potency will be absorbed. Of course, this is merely an experiment, not a clinical record. As she spoke, the cloaked figure began to lose his sanity, subsequently rampaging against the other cloaked figures. A group of cloaked figures trembled in fear. Are these the Chu family members? Are they the mortals spoken of by the Great Elder? They can summon spirits, but how can each one be so formidable? They are all madmen. They strike without regard for children. Oh no, that child is the true devil, a little demon. As for the Chu family, they are the great devils. Terrifying. I'll say it one last time, produce the antidote, Chu Tianyi said, gripping the steel pipe in his hand, exuding a chilling aura as if emerging from the bowels of hell. The group of cloaked figures genuinely feared him. There is none, truly no antidote. There are remaining sedatives. All for you. Master Xian, you had mentioned a type of pill in the cultivation world, composed of 7 types of pollen, refined into powder and dispersed. Wherever its scent reached, it would act as a sedative. The master had said it required 7 types of cordyceps, and he had gathered a great deal from the forest during his last expedition. Little Chu Cece scurried to a corner of the hall, opened a cabinet, and retrieved a small bundle from within. Grandma, just burn some of this and it will suffice. The scent of the 7 types of cordyceps is quite potent. Once inhaled, everyone will awaken. Youyou's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Chu Cece. Wow, sister is amazing. I didn't know this. My senior sister never taught me. Chu Cece joyfully ran to the elder Mrs. Chu and patted Youyou's small hand, saying, Youyou, I will study hard and protect you. Wow, sister is so great. Youyou likes sister. Youyou generously reached into her chinkoan bag and pulled out a gold bar, declaring, Here, Youyou gifts this to sister. Chu Cece's eyes brightened even more than the gold before her. Is this for me? I've never received a gold bar before. It turns out that receiving a gold bar feels even more blissful than receiving a black card. Youyou, your brothers will protect you too. Chu Mingho and Chu Mingchen rushed over, promising, next time those big bad guys appear, Big Brother will help you defeat them. Yes, second brother will also help. Master has taught us many techniques. I can now punch a cow away. Chu Mingchen boasted, patting his chest. Elated, Youyou fetched 2 more gold bars from her chinkoan bag and presented them to her 2 brothers, saying, Here, for my brothers. The elder Mr. Chu watched with eager eyes. Apologies, there will only be one update today. My liver enzymes have decreased somewhat, but I still feel utterly fatigued. I should be back to normal updates by tomorrow. Here, the author advises everyone to avoid eating crayfish. I suffered food poisoning from them, leading to liver damage, which is quite serious. Please do not eat crayfish. Eating well is fine, but if not, it will tire you out. Chapter 171. The gold bars are gone. Youyou, overjoyed, handed 1 more gold bar to the elder Mr. Chu, saying, Here for Grandpa. The elder Mrs. Chu looked at the little prodigy of fortune and praised. Our Youyou is simply the best. Youyou smiled brightly, her eyes crinkling with joy, and began rummaging in her chinkoan bag again. As she dug deeper, she suddenly froze, her eyes widening in disbelief, and then burst into tears. Oh no, there's none left. Not a single gold bar remaining. Woo! Is Chu Nanshan home? First and foremost, I didn't intrude on purpose. Why is everyone in your household sleeping on the floor? I can't even report this. Director CM muttered as he walked in. If no one is here to report it, I couldn't drive in. I came in on foot. Honestly, your courtyard is quiet. Upon stepping inside, Director Xie was astonished by the scene before him. It was indeed vast. Huh, why is this director uncle here? Youyou wiped her tears and ceased her sobbing. Seeing her little red nose and watery eyes, Director Xie felt a pang of sympathy. Uncle is here to give Youyou gold bars. Youyou helped me immensely last time, so I came to express my gratitude. Director Xie put on what he believed to be a warm smile, feigning ignorance of the cloaked figures, and produced 2 gold bars. Youyou's eyes lit up, her tears forgotten, and she excitedly extended her small hands, exclaiming, Director Uncle is so nice. Director Uncle is so awesome. Wow, you must be Mrs. Chu and Mr. Chu, right? This is what I promised to Youyou. I see you are busy today, so I won't disturb you. I will visit again another day. Before the elder Mrs. Chu and elder Mr. Chu could react, Director Xie turned and fled. Watching Youyou happily stow the 2 gold bars into her chinquin bag, the elder Mrs. Chu became anxious. Youyou, shall we return the gold bars to that uncle? Grandma will take you to the bank to exchange for new ones. Youyou covered the opening of her chinquin bag and shook her little head, saying, No way, this is what Youyou earned. My senior sister said that revealing an advantage to others is akin to fortune-telling. Helping this uncle means I must bear the consequences, so I must accept the money. Youyou also wants to donate a portion to accumulate merit and buy some yellow talismans and vermilion to draw talismans. The elder Mrs. Chu felt relieved. Since it was indeed their precious grandchild's earnings through her own abilities, she would not interfere. Furthermore, their grandchild was remarkable, earning so much money even before turning 1. The elder Mrs. Chu felt a sense of pride as she gently stroked Youyou's hair. My dear, why do I feel like your hair has been cut? Upon hearing this, Chu Xen sensed trouble and fled with the sedative taken from the cloaked figures, saying, Mom, I'm heading to the lab to analyze the composition of this drug. With that, Chu Xin disappeared in a flash. I have a feeling she is feeling guilty. The elder Mrs. Chu muttered. Surely she wouldn't cut Youyou's hair for no reason. Could be those cloaked figures did this? The elder Mr. Chu glared dangerously at the cloaked figures, who shrank back, hurriedly shaking their heads. Never mind. I'll find someone to trim Youyou's hair later. She is old enough for a haircut. The elder Mrs. Chu gently touched the little sprout atop Youyou's head, wondering why it seemed to have grown a bit. The little sprout appeared to understand, stretching out 2 tiny leaves as if greeting the elder Mrs. Chu. Youyou reached out to touch the leaves, laughing happily. It is worth mentioning that the little octopus has been missing for several days, presumably off indulging in some mischief. Just as Elder Chu finished speaking, the little octopus peeked out from behind the kitchen door. Upon seeing it, Youyou waved her tiny fist excitedly. The octopus shrank its head momentarily before waddling out with its belly protruding. Elder Chu's wife observed the octopus's swollen belly and its body, which had recently doubled in size, and remarked, with such a plump figure, can it still manage to fly? The octopus responded with a defiant glare from its beady eyes and flapped its little wings, taking flight and landing atop each of the black-clad individuals in turn. Youyou giggled and clapped her hands in delight. What an odor! Elder Chu exclaimed, covering his nose. This scent is ferocious, rivaling that of durian. It's awake! It's awake! Elder Chu's wife joyfully noted as she watched the servants stir. As long as it's awake, it's all good. I was almost ready to call for an ambulance, but with so many of us, how many hospitals would that occupy? Elder Chu sighed. We've caused them enough trouble. Let us give each of them an extra 2-month salary. Indeed, we have burdened them. Later, let us have them go to Waaaaah Hospital for free full-body checkups. Who knows what effect those tranquilizers might have had on their health? Elder Chu's wife added. A sudden siren pierced the air as Chu Zhonglu entered with several police officers. Youyou. The crowd greeted upon seeing her. Youyou tilted her head and smiled, returning the greetings. The officers promptly handcuffed the black-clad individuals before addressing Youyou. Youyou, come visit the police station sometime. Youyou nodded eagerly, her joy evident in her broad smile. Once the black-clad individuals were taken away, tranquility returned to the Chu household. Elder Chu's wife instructed the servants to rest and took it upon herself to prepare a meal. Chu Cece happily gathered the remaining antidote and bounced over to Youyou. Chu Mingho and Chu Mingchen joined them. The four children began to unwrap the toys brought by Chu Jianglu's friends. After a while of play, losing interest, they ventured outside to the courtyard. A group of little gray creatures stood in a row at the wall, peeking around nervously, hesitant to stray too far. Upon spotting Youyou in Chu CC's arms, they began to leap excitedly and chirp incessantly. The largest of the little gray creatures stood upright, waving its claws at Youyou. Chirping, "These people are quite wicked. They are not ordinary folks. If you go out, you might get hurt." Youyou babbled in response. The largest little gray creature seemed to comprehend, its tiny black eyes spinning momentarily before nodding its head, then waving its claws and chirping once more. "Got it. If we encounter bad people again, we'll just go and leave our droppings on them, but don't bite their behinds. They will smell terribly." Chapter 172. The ferocious sea beast elder, Chu, watched Youyou frolicking with the little animals, and his mind sprang to life as he picked up the phone. "Hello, old Zhang. I recall you mentioning that your grandson's aquarium wouldn't be opening. Sell it to me." Elder Chu's wife leaned closer, straining to hear the conversation. "What? A ferocious fish? Looks like a tiger, yet resembles a whale? The Environmental Bureau doesn't even know what species it is and can't catch it? That creature refuses to leave, scaring away all the visitors and bullying the other marine animals, ignoring the trainers? No worries, I want it. Our little treasure is far more capable than the trainers. All animals adore our little treasure. I'm not boasting, I mean it. If you want to sell it to me, I'll sever ties with you." Elder Chu concluded the call with satisfaction, turning to his wife with a smile. "I bought it, and, for a bargain, half the price that his grandson was trying to sell it for." Elder Chu's wife smiled in return. "You truly are impressive. Now our little treasure can ride dolphins and beluga whales in the water. Indeed, it will be quite a sight. Just imagining our little treasure as sweet." Melodious laughter brings joy. Elder Chu acted swiftly, reopening the aquarium within 3 days, even renaming it the Tianyu Aquarium. Many found the name peculiar, which only piqued their interest further. On opening day, a throng gathered outside, both newcomers and returning visitors, creating quite a scene. The newcomers, primarily tourists from other regions, had heard tales of a particularly ferocious marine creature residing in the aquarium. The returning visitors, mostly locals, speculated whether the infamous creature had finally been removed by professionals. Youyou was brought along, her hair now trimmed to shoulder length with wispy bangs, accentuating her large, sparkling eyes and fair, delicate face, rendering her utterly adorable. "I know. That's my name." Youyou pointed at the large acrylic letters above the aquarium entrance, babbling cheerfully. This aquarium was specially purchased for Youyou by her grandfather, who promised that she could visit whenever she wished. "Come, let's go inside and take a look," Elder Chu said, and the staff promptly opened the grand doors. Oh, let's go see the big fish. I'll take my little sister to see the big fish," Chu Mingchan exclaimed, dashing past Elder Chu, who was holding Youyou. "What's so interesting about big fish? Let us watch the sea lions play ball. I prefer the beluga. I love watching belugas open their mouths to scare the little kids," Chu Cece chimed in, taking Youyou's hand. "You like it, don't you?" Youyou tilted her head, pondering. She knew about big fish, but the sea lions and belugas were unknown to her, yet they sounded intriguing. Thus, she waved her little hands excitedly. Elder Chu, carrying Youyou, introduced her to many sculptures of marine animals before leading her to the sea lion performance area. Perhaps sensing the respect the staff had for Elder Chu and the adorable child in his arms, many people decided to purchase tickets for the sea lion show. The sea lion lay lazily, unresponsive to any bait or coaxing from the trainer. The staff grew anxious. After the aquarium had been sold, they had not only retained their jobs, but also received pay raises from the new owner. Yet, the sea lion remained obstinately still. Wow, is it a sea lion? It looks so ugly, rivaling the ferocious beast from the realm of Tianhai. The sea lion raised its head, as if it understood Youyou's words. Youyou pointed at the sea lion, charmingly pouting at Elder Chu, her little feet swinging. Elder Chu, unable to hold her any longer, set her down. Youyou quickly scrambled over, using both hands and feet, babbling excitedly. "Wow, look at that little girl, she is so fast. Yeah, if she entered our class as 100-meter race, I'd definitely come in last. So cute, so cute. Just look at how adorable her crawling posture is. Crawling is different. You can only say she is cute." The crowd's attention followed Youyou to the sea lion. "Little lady, you shouldn't touch it. Keep your distance. This sea lion is unruly. It won't perform when asked, and may even charge at you if provoked. The sea lion lifted its head high, casting a sideways glance at Youyou, as if preparing to stuff its flippers into its side pockets. Oh, I know. It says it has a new boss now. Its boss is particularly formidable. If it were in the ocean, it could dominate the entire sea. The staff, hearing Youyou's words, couldn't believe their ears, digging at their ears with pinky fingers. Youyou tugged at the sea lion's flipper, causing it to stumble. The sea lion lost its balance and collapsed onto the ground. Youyou patted the sea lion's head, then gently stroked its whiskers with her soft little hand. The sea lion widened its dark eyes, akin to its skin, sensing the extraordinary power held in Youyou's small hands, and instantly became motionless. Youyou gently patted the sea lion's head, instructing, "Be obedient, or the big fish will face consequences." Youyou then turned to the staff, exclaiming, "Uncle, I want to see the performance." Pointing at the sea lion, she made excited sounds. "All right, I shall have it perform for the little lady," the staff member replied, rising to give the command. However, before the order was issued, the sea lion dove into the water and began to perform the tricks it had been taught, leaving the staff member astonished. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted around them. "Is this real? Goodness, I've come here several times." And that sea lion was as stubborn as a mule, refusing to budge, let alone perform. Perhaps that adorable little child has charmed it. Youyou sat there, clapping her hands cheerfully as she watched the sea lion's performance. Old Master Chu tugged at his beard, his eyes crinkling with joy, confident that Youyou had a special way with animals. In contrast, Chu Cece, Chu Mingho, and Chu Mingchun were all flushed with excitement. "Oh my, look, that fierce beast is back." "What fierce beast?" The onlookers were perplexed. "Look over there in the water. It's back to cause a ruckus again. A colossal creature, twice the size of the sea lion, with a head reminiscent of a hairless tiger, skin like a beluga whale, and a body resembling that of a shark, adorned with whisker-like appendages that gave it a fierce demeanor, emerged. What on earth is this marine animal? I've never seen anything like it. I attempted to capture its image and search online, yet I found nothing. How strange that such a creature has appeared in the marine exhibition. You must be from out of town. This sea beast came on its own. According to the previous owner, it cannot be chased away. It is so formidable that no other marine creatures can rival it, swiftly becoming the dominant force here. All other sea creatures must obey it, or they risk being devoured. Indeed, we were skeptical at first, but we witnessed those creatures bowing and offering their food to it like subordinates. Moreover, it is not just harsh towards marine creatures. It is also unfriendly to humans. It has injured 3 trainers, and 1 is still hospitalized. As for the visitors, 10 out of 10 children have cried, along with 1 adult. How terrifying. Indeed, it can even break glass. Last time, a visitor thought they were about to be eaten, only for the beast to sniff and swim away. That visitor joked about being thankful they sweated profusely and hadn't bathed. What if that little child is in danger? Amidst the worried gazes of the crowd, Youyou crawled to the water's edge, her big, round eyes glistening with curiosity. Why does this beast look so familiar? Where have I seen it before? Youyou's interest in the fierce creature was reciprocated as it swam closer, waving its fin excitedly. Yet, the more it approached, the more it felt something was amiss. Why does this child seem so familiar? Youyou shuffled her little feet, sitting at the water's edge, waving her hands at the beast. "Big fish, come over here and take Youyou for a swim." The creature abruptly halted, splashing water as it skidded to a stop, its eyes wide with disbelief. It's that little enchantress, the fairy from the celestial realm. Instinctively, the beast turned and dove deep into the water, disappearing in an instant, leaving only ripples in its wake. Why did it run away? Youyou asked, scratching her head in confusion. The octopus, perched on Youyou's shoulder, chattered excitedly. "Oh, Youyou remembers. It's the illegitimate from the Ⅱ realm, the one that loves to steal things. Oh, speaking of which, Uncle Xianyu once snatched 2 celestial stones from its mouth." Youyou recalls. Illegitimate has pouches in its mouth for storage. It must have some treasures inside. Youyou turned and scurried towards old Master Chu. "Grandpa, I want to find that beast from earlier. Take me there quickly. Has Youyou played enough here? If you're done, let us explore other places," old Master Chu said, seamlessly transitioning to the next exhibit, the beluga whale enclosure. The 2 belugas huddled in a corner, pressed against the wall of the pool, not daring to move. Illegitimate swam angrily in the beluga pool, searching for a hiding spot, but found no small corners to conceal itself. "There, it's over there." Youyou pointed at the surface of the water, squealing with excitement. Behind her followed all the visitors from the sea lion exhibit, along with those from the beluga whale area, forming a large crowd. As Illegitimate prepared to escape again, Youyou leapt into the water. "Oh no, that little child has fallen in. Someone save her," the previous visitors exclaimed. Yet before they could finish, they watched in astonishment as Youyou swam with agility, outpacing the fierce creature. "You can't run away. Otherwise, I'll pluck your whiskers and turn you into a hairless shark," letting the entire Ⅱ realm laugh at you. Upon hearing Youyou's threat, Illegitimate skidded to a halt, hesitating to move. Youyou giggled as she clung to Illegitimate, swiftly climbing onto its back. The creature's head emerged from the water, its mouth forming a pout, and its already watery eyes glistened with tears. Among the crowd, someone filming noticed the tears streaming down the creature's face, which was quite extraordinary. Youyou patted Illegitimate and pointed to the right. "Let's take another lap before finding Grandpa." Illegitimate pout deepened, emitting a sound akin to a human sob. However, it dared not resist and turned to swim in a circle with Youyou on its back. "Wow, sister, I want to play too," Chu Mingchen exclaimed excitedly from the edge of the pool. "Me too, sister. I want to join." Chu Mingho echoed enthusiastically. Chu Cece chimed in, "Sister, let us all play together. I think it's big enough." Indeed, as Youyou clapped her hands, Illegitimate grew even larger. Youyou directed Illegitimate to the shore and called her two brothers and sister to join her atop its back. "It's so slippery. What if I fall?" Chu Cece, who couldn't swim, felt a tinge of fear. "Don't worry, sister. If it dares to throw you off, I'll make sure to pull its whiskers out." Illegitimate quivered slightly. Chu Cece couldn't shake the feeling that Youyou had done this before. How could even marine creatures fear her? Indeed, Youyou was no novice at this. From the celestial realm to the underworld, she had encountered both deities and spirits. Illegitimate silently wept, carefully carrying the four humans while shedding tears. The number of visitors swelled, as if the entire marine exhibition had converged at the beluga whale enclosure. The power of media was immense. Someone had just shared a video, and the next moment, the crowd surged in. Goodness, is this the wild beast that many firefighters and officials could not capture? How fantastical! It was evident that the speaker had previously witnessed Illegitimate formidable prowess. Chapter 174. Mistakes must be punished at the water's edge. Numerous individuals wielded their smartphones, capturing photographs and videos. The Illegitimate shark felt aggrieved and, in a fit of rage, opened its massive jaws and let out a thunderous roar. The tremendous sound waves reverberated across the water surface, generating ripples that cascaded like rolling waves, ultimately forming a towering wall of water 2 meters high. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on the imposing water wall, forgetting to move their phones. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and flee. This is the beast's ultimate technique. Last time I was swept back 5 meters, soaked to the skin, and my phone was ruined. It fears that little baby." But not the crowd. Someone shouted while trying to navigate through the throng. However, with so many people, they exerted tremendous effort but barely made any progress. Just as the crowd began to react, the wall of water loomed before them. At this moment, people finally remembered to escape, but it was already too late. With a crashing sound, they slid along the ground like sea lions, either lying or crouching together, gliding several meters. Those who had just fled uttered their final 2 words, along with a mouthful of water. Old Master Chu patted his chest, feeling immensely relieved that he had already taken refuge in the safest corner. Many others were equally fortunate. A chorus of lamentations arose from the crowd. The Illegitimate shark continued to glare at the spectators above, baring its sharp teeth, glimmering under the lights. Youyou finally reacted, giving the Illegitimate shark a gentle tap on its soft head. "You naughty creature, you must be punished for your mischief. You've soaked the visitors' clothes and damaged their phones, and my grandfather will have to compensate for that. Don't you think you deserve a beating?" The Illegitimate shark immediately quieted down, obediently lowering its large head, looking quite aggrieved. "All right, let us go." Youyou, having sat long enough, directed the Illegitimate shark to take them ashore. Upon hearing this, the Illegitimate shark was elated, wagging its head and tail, swimming at top speed to the pool's edge. It leaped out, sliding several meters along the ground. The nearest visitor found their head directly aligned with the gaping jaws of the Illegitimate shark, staring straight at its sharp teeth, capable of piercing a person cleanly through. "Close your mouth. You've frightened the uncles, aunts, older brothers, and sisters." Youyou's tiny fist landed softly on the Ling Tiger white shark's head, though it appeared light. The strength behind it was unimaginable. Youyou reached out her little hand and tugged at the two long whiskers beside its mouth. Where do you think you're going? No running. The Ling Tiger white shark looked up with watery eyes, tears cascading down. Oh my, it truly can cry. I thought it was merely an illusion. Upon closer inspection, this fierce beast seemed less fearsome, resembling a child instead. You, an outsider, may not have witnessed its true ferocity. I advise against judging by appearances. Those unfamiliar with this beast may not know that when it first arrived, it pouted and feigned innocence to garner sympathy. During that period, the aquarium was packed with visitors, but it later revealed its true nature. Youyou patted the Ling Tiger white shark's mouth. Let me see how you came to the mortal realm. You are quite naughty. How could you flood the Lingmu fairyland? If anyone should be punished, it should be you. Once you are in the mortal realm, you must behave and stop bullying little animals. It's one thing to bully animals, but humans too? How can you be so mischievous? You should learn from me. I'm the most obedient child in the fairy realm. Look at them. They all adore me, and I'm also the most popular child in the mortal world. You should emulate me, and when you accumulate enough virtue, I will help you ascend once more. The Ling Tiger white shark gazed at Youyou, its eyes growing wider in disbelief. The crowd was astonished to witness such an expression on its almost hairless face. What's wrong? Why are you silent? Did you hear Youyou's words? Will you change? If you don't, I will still scold you. Suddenly, the Ling Tiger white shark banged its head against the ground, rolling over a couple of times as if trying to cover its ears. Unfortunately, it had no hands, leaving it to endure Youyou's incessant chatter. All right, do not regret it. Mistakes warrant punishment. Recognizing one's errors allows for improvement. From now on, you must do good deeds to accumulate virtue, and you will soon be able to ascend. Youyou is watching you. Initially filled with remorse, the Ling Tiger white shark paused upon hearing Youyou's words. Indeed, mistakes must be punished. Wasn't he that little demoness sent to the mortal realm for causing trouble in the fairy realm? With this thought, it felt much better. Youyou, are you hungry? Grandfather has prepared delicacies for you, and soon the household servants will bring them. Grandfather will first prepare milk for you. The Ling Tiger white shark turned its head to look at old Master Chu and suddenly fell over, lying at the pool's edge, and began to wail. Why is it that the little demoness can be reborn into a wealthy family, while it must rely on performing in the aquarium to fill its belly? The fairy realm is also unfair. It is simply unjust. With tears streaming down its eyes, the Ling Tiger white shark opened its mouth wide, crying like a baby, utterly distressed. Youyou, noticing the gap in the Ling Tiger white shark's mouth, began to pry it open a bit more. Open wide. Let me see where your pouch is. Youyou showed no fear as she leaned into the gaping mouth of the Ling Tiger white shark. The shark's sharp, glimmering teeth loomed ominously above and below her, causing the onlookers to hold their breath in trepidation. Old Master Chu, however, remained unfazed, shaking the milk he had just prepared for Youyou. The Ling Tiger white shark, having opened its mouth too wide, felt its jaw tire from crying and slightly tightened its mouth. The crowd gasped in horror, quickly covering their mouths, fearing the next moment would reveal Youyou's severed body. Youyou reached out to pat the Ling Tiger white shark's jaw. Don't move. I haven't found it yet. The Ling Tiger white shark dared not move or cry. You've scared the little animals in the aquarium so much that they no longer dare to perform. Moreover, you've hurt 3 uncles, causing them to be hospitalized. You must give them medicine. Youyou exclaimed, then burst into giggles. I finally found it. Chapter 175. Whose daughter is she? Ah, so you Ling Tiger white sharks really have pouches. How wonderful. If I had a pouch in my mouth, my mother couldn't seize my treasures. Youyou exclaimed, leaning into the Ling Tiger white shark's mouth, rummaging through its pouch. Wow, so many things. Why are they all fish? You're a Ling Tiger white shark. You want starve even if you don't eat. So why hoard fish? The Ling Tiger white shark dared not move its mouth, its tears flowing even more profusely. It had been cast down to the mortal realm. How could it not be hungry? It was merely furious about having 2 celestial stones taken away, so it rolled in the sea to vent its frustration, inadvertently flooding the Lingmu fairyland. Besides, it didn't cause much harm. The spiritual wood and herb were not dead. They were merely flattened by the waves and would recover with time. That accursed Xianyu. It was all his fault for taking its celestial stones, leading to its mistake and subsequent punishment. He deserved to be chased by the little demoness off the Zhujian platform. Oomph. As Youyou continued to dig through the Ling Tiger white shark's mouth, she tossed the items aside. Oh, there are actually 2 pouches. You even know how to separate and categorize them. My little treasury is organized the same way as my senior sister taught me. Oh, this pouch contains medicine. You must give it to the uncles you injured, or they will be left with disabilities. Oh, is it a dark-colored celestial stone? No, it has celestial energy, but is not a celestial stone. The Ling Tiger white shark, weary from holding its mouth open, let out a few whimpers. Hurry up, hurry up. Youyou rummaged through and tossed items aside. On the side, Chu Cece, Chu Mingho, and Chu Mingchen, the 3 little ones, paid no heed to what Youyou discarded, eagerly collecting the treasures and stuffing them into a large snakeskin bag that Chu Mingchen had just procured from a staff member. The Illegitimate, with its round, bulging eyes, was momentarily stunned to see its long-saved spoils being snatched away, only to begin whimpering plaintively thereafter. It pondered who it had wronged, questioning why it had to encounter this little sorceress in the mortal realm. The onlookers were equally astonished. The heap of items was substantial, even including a piece of wood larger than the Illegitimate head. One could scarcely fathom how the creature managed to conceal such objects within its mouth. Moreover, the 2 boys exhibited remarkable strength, lifting seemingly heavy objects with ease to stow them in the snakeskin bag, despite the audible thuds of heavy items hitting the ground. After an extended rummage, Youyou finally emptied the Illegitimate bag. Disinterested in the other bag filled entirely with fish, Youyou emerged from the Illegitimate wide maw, exhaling a sigh of exhaustion. The Illegitimate, finally able to close its mouth, whimpered softly. All right, stop crying. I'll ask Grandpa to buy you some big fish to eat. Also, you mustn't bully little creatures or people from now on, or else I'll give you a beating. The Illegitimate continued to whimper, wagging its tail and nudging against Youyou, suddenly shrinking to the size of an infant's arm, clinging to Youyou's arm with its fins and continuing to whimper. The Illegitimate ceased its crying. Sister, will it die if it's not in the water? Chu Cece inquired curiously. The Illegitimate shot a disgruntled glance at Chu Cece. Who was she looking down upon? Youyou tilted her head in contemplation for a moment, then pushed the Illegitimate away, lifting its whiskers towards Chu Cece. Why don't you place it in the sunlight to dry? I'm not sure. The Illegitimate widened its eyes in disbelief, its mouth agape, appearing adorably foolish. It wouldn't die without water, but sunbathing was out of the question. Youyou, do you think this big fish might end up being dried fish? Luma remarked, her mouth watering at the thought of the delicious dried fish she made. Upon hearing this, Youyou's eyes lit up, her gaze fixated on the Illegitimate, and glistening droplets began to form at the corners of her mouth. The Illegitimate shivered violently, slowly wriggling its body towards the water pool. It felt that it was better off not associating with the powerful, as staying here seemed far safer. When hunger became unbearable, it could always snatch a few more morsels. Indeed, the Illegitimate felt considerably lighter after shrinking in size. Grandpa, please call Grandma, Chu Cece said, lifting the Illegitimate effortlessly. To her surprise, it felt quite cool to the touch. Unlike other marine creatures, the Illegitimate did not carry a fishy odor. Instead, it emanated a refreshing and pleasant scent. Chu Cece rubbed her little face against the Illegitimate, sighing contentedly. Truly, it was a fish unlike any other. The Illegitimate tensed, fearing to move. It regretted leaving the oceanarium to seek the favor of the powerful. Why had it thought it could attach itself to the influential family of that little sorceress? The onlookers were in a frenzy. The ferocious beast, displaying human-like emotions, not only feared the weak, but could also shrink in size. They fervently recorded videos, sharing them widely and commenting excitedly, whether by instinct or some deeper impulse. They unconsciously refrained from posting Youyou's face. Soon, the video sparked a massive online uproar, swiftly climbing to the top of trending topics. The Tianyu Oceanarium became renowned in that instant, unaware that it was on the brink of an overwhelming surge of visitors. Just as Qin Jiuxiao boarded his flight, he noticed the trending video. He instantly recognized Youyou, completely overlooking the shape-shifting Illegitimate. Are you certain the information you gathered is accurate? Qin Jiuxiao's expression darkened as he regarded his subordinates, his gaze icy and foreboding. His subordinate hesitated. Is it? Qin Jiuxiao's anger turned to incredulity. You better reconsider. If you make a mistake this time, I will have you thrown into the dark forest. The subordinate fell silent, pondering inwardly. unsure of how to respond to his master's inability to recognize those around him. Qin Zhouxiao's thoughts increasingly fixated on Youyou's little face, tugging at his heartstrings. Suddenly, he seemed to make a decision, standing abruptly and disembarking the plane to switch to a flight to Jing City. He disregarded any thoughts of whether she was his biological daughter or not. His subordinate had uncovered that he had awakened in the room of a deceased woman that morning, and the daughter that Lindsay claimed should indeed be his own. Yet, he felt a profound reluctance and aversion to this matter. He believed Youyou should be his biological daughter, and he yearned for this connection with an intensity he had never experienced before, surpassing even his desire for revenge and ascendancy to the family head position. The family's butler and servants were still curiously gathered around the fish tank, fascinated by the peculiar appearance of the Illegitimate, which was both fearsome and unique, a variety they had never encountered. It was only during dinner in the hall that the Illegitimate, drawn by the aroma, leaped from the tank and nudged its way beneath Youyou's high chair. The chefs were astonished by this spectacle and quickly attempted to catch the Illegitimate, but their hands met only air. Strange, this fish food is the finest available. Why won't he eat? One chef mused, perplexed by the untouched fish food in the tank. The Illegitimate, frustrated, hopped on the floor, exposing its belly and spraying saliva. You're the one eating fish food. Your entire family eats fish food. Youyou sat in her high chair, equally disgruntled as she gazed at the delicious dishes on the table that she could not touch. At just over 7 months, Youyou was still limited to baby food. Mommy should eat baby food, but I don't want baby food. I want meat. Yes, meat. The Illegitimate thrashed its tail against the floor to garner attention. Xiaobezu glared at the millet in its bowl, flapping its wings in frustration. Yes, meat. We want meat. Forget it. Don't chase it anymore. You all go eat. The matriarch said, observing how the Illegitimate tail had turned chef's hand red. Will it die? This chef was highly skilled in catching fish, responsible for the kitchen supply. Don't worry about it. If it dies, then it dies. A dead one will make for an excellent soup. The matriarch sighed, recalling the mice, red ants, and green snakes in the courtyard, feeling that the household was becoming increasingly lively. Upon hearing the matriarch's words, the Illegitimate settled down, still whimpering pitifully as it nudged its body against the tank before leaping back inside. All right, feed it some fish, the matriarch finally conceded, exasperated. The Illegitimate, emboldened by this, whined for more after finishing the 2 fish the chef had offered. Xiaobezu, seeing the Illegitimate receiving food, grew indignant and flew to the matriarch, flapping its wings against her hand while pointing with another wing at a plate of boiled prawns on the table. The matriarch, irritated, tossed one to it. Youyou protested once more. With no choice, the matriarch took 2 prawns, peeled them, and mashed them into Youyou's egg custard. Now, Youyou beamed with delight. Chuexine rolled her eyes, saying, Mom, you just indulge them. It'll only lead to trouble later. Fish should eat fish food, which is made from top-quality fish and shrimp. It refuses to eat. If it doesn't eat, then let it go hungry. Youyou must not be spoiled. After all, she is merely a little girl, yet look at her figure. Youyou, feeling aggrieved, raised her small head, pouted her lips, and nestled into the embrace of the matriarch. CHL, mimicking a delicate whimper like a little tiger. In a fit of anger, CHL struck CHXN on the head, exclaiming, What kind of mother are you? With a mother like you, I can only pray that my precious one grows up safely. You were even naughtier than Youyou when you were young, always making your father and me angry. Just like that. Your mother once climbed walls and trees to catch birds, indulging in all sorts of mischief. Youyou is simply the best, even earning money for her grandparents. And I haven't even collected Youyou's earnings yet. How mischievous of me. CHXN felt a pang of anxiety and straightened her posture. This was the first time Youyou had revealed family secrets. Mother, I just recalled that I have matters to attend to in the laboratory. I must take my leave. You can feed her. Being plumper is fine. CHXN feared that Youyou would unearth all the childhood mischief she had concealed from her parents. Youyou's thoughts remained unfinished, as CHXN suddenly stood up, tossing a gold bar in front of Youyou, and hurriedly left. Giddy with delight, Youyou picked up the gold bar, quickly forgetting her earlier thoughts. Wow, Mommy is amazing. She even returned the gold bar she took from me. Youyou was so overjoyed that she no longer cared about the meal in front of her, relishing the food under CHL of our inn's attentive feeding. CHL's and CHL of our inn paid no mind to Youyou's last inner thought. The elderly couple respected the wishes of the children and had never interfered with their choices except for nurturing the eldest, CHT New York, to inherit the family business. Oof. My sister was even naughtier than I was. She often fought and skipped school. Q mumbled through his food. Youyou turned her small head towards Q. Uncle, you are mistaken. Although Mommy was naughty, she always excelled in her studies, and her teachers adored her. She skipped school to support a poor student who had to drop out to work for her family's livelihood, even helping her catch up on her lessons. Oof. Uncle skipped school just to fight and went to internet cafes. I'm full. I must go study now. Q hastily stood up and dashed upstairs. Youyou cast a glance at him, her thoughts trailing off. Oz's hand itched to grasp his cane beside the chair. Ipsono's gaze shifted to English. Father, Mother, I still have a project unfinished. I must get to work. With that, CHG Ingley departed as well. Youyou chewed on her food, glancing once more at CHX-Ingar. CHX-Ingar picked up her phone, pretending to answer a call as she walked out. Hello, you say. Youyou's bright, round eyes flitted between the two remaining uncles at the table before returning to the food. Oh dear, the eldest and the fourth uncles are the most well-behaved big kids in the family. They have always been exceptional, just like me. They are also very obedient. When Grandma and Grandpa wanted them to marry, they did. Both of their mothers are wonderful too. They were good kids since childhood, just like me. CHT New York and CHT NSH could not help but chuckle. CHLOS nodded approvingly, proud of his two sons. His greatest concern was for the fifth child. Chapter 177. The Dream of Foreknowledge at the Border. CHNGW was currently navigating through the dense forest with the little ghost. Fortunately, due to the little ghost's assistance, they had avoided critical injuries and narrowly escaped fatal attacks. To lower the enemy's guard, CHNGW decided to let them provide support from behind while he and the little ghost ventured into the enemy's perimeter. With the little ghost by his side, he felt confident in avoiding any lethal harm. Two individuals were positioned behind a large tree 500 meters to the left. One was hiding behind an earthen mound 534 meters ahead, and three others were 387 meters to the right. Beyond that, he could not detect any further. The little ghost enveloped CHNGW in a protective aura, floating ahead. Those individuals could not see the little ghost, especially since CHNGW had also affixed the protective talisman Youyou had given him, which eased his tension. Positioning himself at a vantage point where he could be seen by the enemies but remained at the edge of their shooting range. Little ghost, keep an eye on them. Once they enter shooting range, let me know. CHNGW readied his weapon, prepared to shoot. I remained still while the enemy moves. He was confident that the enemy would emerge from their hiding spots to ambush him. He could shift positions at any moment, with the little ghost's presence. It would be a contest of who drew their gun first. As two individuals entered the firing range, still on the move, Master, please be cautious, the little ghost warned. CHNGW quickly sidestepped behind a tree trunk, aimed at the left side, and decisively fired. Master, one has been neutralized. One was shot in the head, and the other in the chest. CHNGW breathed a sigh of relief. He had seen the results of his shot, but the little ghost's assurance had calmed his heart considerably. Following this, the ambushed individuals hesitated to act recklessly. To expedite the completion of their mission, CHNGW pressed on, intending to lure them out. A few gunshots rang out. Master, be careful, roll to the left. The little ghost warned in time. CHNGW easily evaded the attack. He dodged left again, taking cover behind a tree trunk that, while slender, sufficiently concealed his vital areas. Master, the group ahead is approaching, 4 of them. Our direction is correct, and I have detected their main force behind us on the right. There are many of them within my detection range, approximately 20, nearly 1,000 meters away from us. Little ghost, could you scout ahead? Inquired. I cannot. Youyou instructed me to protect you closely, and I cannot leave your side. Although the number of enemies was uncertain, knowing their main force's position would allow their own people to follow. CHNGW disagreed with the little ghost's reasoning. If he transmitted information now and the enemy was numerous, it could put his comrades at risk. Little ghost, let us deal with these 2 groups first, and then proceed further to reassess, he suggested. All right. The operation progressed smoothly, with the little ghost's assistance. CHHNGW successfully defeated the remaining foes and began advancing toward their base. After stealthily moving a few hundred meters, the little ghost confirmed that only about 20 individuals were present, prompting them to stop. CHHNGW relayed the information to his comrades and continued forward with the little ghost, eager to investigate further. Unbeknownst to them, as they approached a depression, the surrounding space suddenly distorted, and with a wave of air, something seemed to envelop them. CHHNGW retreated, clutching his gun, positioning himself close to the little ghost. Suddenly, a burly man with a tattooed arm appeared, flanked by a dozen others. A formation? Is it truly a formation? The little ghost lamented its oversight. After enhancing its ghostly powers, it could have detected such formations, yet it had neglected to do so. It was unexpected that a drug trafficking organization would set up a formation. Haha, we finally caught you. I wonder how you could always evade our pursuit and accurately locate our base. It turns out you have a ghost with you. But you did not foresee that while you can utilize a ghost, we can capture ghosts too. You have disrupted our stronghold, capture my brothers, and forced our entire gang to the edge of the border. Today, I will exact revenge for all the grievances I hold against you, and your head will serve as an offering for the more than 100 brothers you have slain. Huajin, the most notorious drug lord in the nation, has inflicted untold suffering upon the people for many years. Do you truly believe you can act with impunity? Chu Hongwu exclaimed with righteous fury. The drug lord, known by the codename Huajin, regarded Chu Hongwu with disdain, replying, "Indeed, I am above the law. What do you do about it? However, your downfall is imminent. I shall present your head as an offering upon the graves of my brothers. Prepare to meet your demise." With a mere gesture, Huajin signaled his henchmen to pull the trigger. Yet before they could do so, both Chu Hongwu and Xiao Guitu vanished without a trace. "Boss," one of the henchmen said, narrowing his eyes dangerously. "It seems he possesses a teleportation talisman." This officer has a teleportation talisman? If the police have the support of cultivators, our future days are bound to be difficult. Shall we pursue them? The underling inquired. No need to chase. Since they possess a teleportation talisman, they likely have formations as well. We barely escaped. It would not be wise to risk getting trapped again. Our stronghold remains intact. We can relocate. By the way, seek an opportunity to find that master, increase his payment, and ensure he helps us capture this officer. I cannot quell my hatred without his death. Understood, boss. Youyou was dreaming, reporting to her senior sister about encountering the spiritual tiger by Shah in the Immortal Realm, when suddenly the dream shifted to a dense forest. She saw her fifth uncle clutching his injured arm, stumbling through the thicket. Xiao Guitu sprinkled the powder medicine she had given him onto Chu Hongwu's arm, and the bleeding gradually ceased. Then, a brilliant white light enveloped the space, revealing a Taoist priest accompanied by a group of strangely dressed individuals adorned with various patterns on their limbs and necks, exuding an ominous aura as they traversed the path her fifth uncle had taken. Soon after, the sound of gunfire erupted, and amidst the smoke and chaos, Youyou witnessed her fifth uncle and several police officers surrounded and bleeding on the ground. Fifth uncle, Youyou cried out in distress. Youyou, her senior sister's voice echoed in her mind. Today, I bestow upon you the ability to foresee dreams. Under specific circumstances or stimuli, it may manifest. Embrace this gift. Chapter 178. Capture him. Why are you crying, my dear? What troubles you? The matriarch, Lady Chu, rushed in, scooping up the wailing Youyou to comfort her. Chu, my sweet child, do not cry. Grandmother is here. As she gently stroked Youyou's back, she soothed her. Fifth uncle is in danger. What shall we do? Youyou expressed her anxiety, unable to articulate her fears, and sobbed uncontrollably. Upon hearing Youyou's unspoken thoughts, Lady Chu's heart raced. She suppressed her own worries and gently prompted, "Oh, I see. You must miss your fifth uncle, right? How about I call him shortly?" Youyou, frantic, flailed her arms, crying and gesturing animatedly. "Grandmother, please tell fifth uncle that the wicked man covered in drawings will seek a malevolent Taoist who is very dangerous and will surely harm him and the other uncles." Youyou nodded vigorously, tears glistening in her big eyes. "All right, do not worry, Youyou. Grandmother will make the call right away." Naturally, Lady Chu could not reach Chu Hongwu's department or direct superior, so she contacted the police she knew. The police were aware of Youyou's abilities and promptly reported the situation. Lady Chu understood the unique nature of Chu Hongwu's profession and worried that the higher-ups might not be able to inform him, but she could only wait patiently. The elder Chu and the others were deeply concerned, and the household needed to remain calm. After a considerable time of crying, Youyou finally settled down, perhaps feeling less panic in her heart, and began to play with her little octopus toy again. Meanwhile, Chu Hongwu shared the situation with his comrades, retrieving all the talismans that Youyou had given him. There were over 40 teleportation talismans and several safety talismans, along with lesser-used talismans such as the soul-fixing talisman. He distributed these talismans among his comrades and shared the medicinal pills crafted by Xianyu. This time we may have to go all out. If we fail to capture them now, it may be even more challenging next time. The comrades were well aware of how to use the talismans and pills, as Chu Hongwu had previously demonstrated their functions. The external application of the pills could stop bleeding, while their internal use would heal wounds, proving to be more effective than the finest hospital medications. With these resources, they effectively gained multiple lives, instilling confidence in everyone. Having agreed on a tactical approach, Chu Hongwu and his comrades prepared to assault the enemy's stronghold once more. At that moment, Xiao Guitu received a message from above. Equipped with a message receiver, due to his adeptness at stealth, he was responsible for relaying information. Chu Hongwu's expression darkened upon reading the message. It indicated that the enemy had enlisted a master. If they employed a formation to trap them, it was likely that even the teleportation talismans would be of no use. Before setting off, Chu Hongwu had inquired about metaphysical knowledge from Xianyu. If Youyou indicated that they might encounter danger and meet their demise, he could hardly fathom the implications. After all, the malevolent energy surrounding Xiao Guitu was potent enough to deflect bullets aimed at them or disrupt their opponent's firearms. With the teleportation talismans in their possession, it meant they had an extra chance at life, making it entirely plausible to evade harm. Furthermore, even if struck by a bullet, as long as it was not a fatal wound, swallowing a pill would ensure rapid healing and minimize blood loss. At worst, the bullet could remain within until later surgical extraction. Thus, to defeat their adversaries, they must first neutralize or eliminate the master. Chu Hongwu and his comrades deliberated strategies and promptly devised a plan within the shortest time frame. Elder Chu remained anxious, sighing repeatedly beside Youyou to ascertain Chu Hongwu's safe return. Youyou, feeling a pang of sympathy, leaped into Elder Chu's embrace, patting his large hand in a gesture of comfort. Elder Chu sighed again, holding Youyou close. I wonder how your fifth uncle is faring. I've heard this mission is perilous. I worry for his safety. Youyou, with her chubby little hands, tilted her head and attempted to divine the situation, albeit with her short fingers unable to grasp the nuances. Nevertheless, she arrived at a conclusion. Fifth uncle will be safe. He and the other uncles will successfully complete their mission. Elder Chu felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. During a school outing, Chu Ruiqi was responsible for procuring supplies. The teachers, grateful for Youyou, could only focus their attention on Chu Ruiqi in her absence. Naturally, for the sake of class harmony, the teachers did not forget about Chu Ruiqi's rival, Zhou Mu. Noticing the growing camaraderie between the two due to Youyou, they included Zhou Mu in the procurement process as well, alongside several class monitors. Class monitor Lin Ji pointed to a cake shop. Chu Ruiqi, let us buy some small cakes. A little treat will suffice to replenish our energy. Besides, Youyou loves them. Chu Ruiqi shot her an incredulous glance. Sister, Youyou is not here today, nor will she be tomorrow or the day after. By the time she starts kindergarten, you'll all be off to university. Do you still hope to attend high school with her? Chu Ruiqi, we've been tutoring you for free all this time, and you get to treat us to a meal. Perhaps next time you can secretly bring Youyou along. That would settle our debts. And you and T have to thank us, another classmate chimed in. Yes, our past grievances can be forgotten if you bring Youyou along, Zhou Mu added. Chu Ruiqi huffed through his nose. That sounds nice, but when my dad punishes me, do you take the blame? If I steal once more, my leg will be broken, and then I'll truly be disabled. You lot are nothing but trouble. The words spoken seemed to imply that if you do not betray Youyou, your father would not resort to violence against you. Chu Ruiqi was left speechless. A few of them shoved each other before ultimately deciding to visit the cake shop to buy small cakes, simply because Youyou adored them. Suddenly, a group of individuals clad in black burst onto the street, resembling characters from a martial arts drama. They glared at Chu Ruiqi with malevolent intensity. Lin Ji and Zhou Mu were taken aback by the scene until those individuals approached and restrained Chu Ruiqi. Who are you? Let him go. We're calling the police. They shouted, Call the police? The leader among the black-clad figures seemed to despise the very notion, waving his hand, prompting the others to reach for Lin Ji and the rest. Oh, let me go. Help. Call the police. Lin Ji and her companions yelled at passersby on the street. Get away, get away. Youyou and several other classmates resisted, occasionally stomping on the feet of their captors and using their elbows to strike at their abdomens. How fierce! One of the black-clad men sneered, dismissing their struggles as mere trifles. The male classmates, upon hearing this, glared furiously, their faces flushed with indignation. The black-clad figures overpowered several boys, twisting their arms behind their backs to the point of pain. Let them go. Release my classmates. Youyou shouted in fury. Remembering the techniques he had learned from Youyou, he suddenly pivoted sharply in the direction of his captor, using the force to escape their grip, and then swung his fist towards the nose of the black-clad man, holding him. A sickening crack echoed, and blood gushed forth as the man cried out in agony. Wow! Youyou, you're amazing. Youyou's eyes lit up, mimicking Youyou's earlier movement, twisting away from his captor's grasp and punching towards the man's nose. Ouch! The black-clad man was in pain, tears streaming down his face as he covered his nose, preparing to retaliate against Youyou. However, not hearing the sound of a broken nose or seeing blood flow, Youyou was momentarily stunned. Are you foolish? I've trained, but you haven't. Why confront them head-on? Youyou blinked in disbelief. When did you train? Youyou, exasperated, pulled him along to evade another attack. Is this really the time for that? Quickly, let us save the others. Youyou nodded, fully cooperating with Youyou and occasionally attempting to mimic his moves. The other boys, however, were at a disadvantage. They were all top students in their class, unaccustomed to exercise and dedicated solely to their studies, rendering them unable to escape the black-clad men's grip. You two stop. Otherwise, don't blame us for harming them. At some point, the black-clad figures had already subdued Lin Ji and several other girls. Despicable. Youyou spat at the black-clad men, ceasing his movements in fear. Go on, hit me. You claim to be tough, don't you? The anger from the earlier incident surged forth from a man whose nose had been broken by Youyou. He wiped the blood from his face and delivered a brutal kick to Youyou's abdomen. The pain made Youyou curl up, drenched in sweat. He now understood the rigorous training Youyou had subjected him to. Having endured her torment, he found himself better equipped to withstand the black-clad men's assault. Had this been before, he surely would have fainted. Stop. Don't kill him. Remember, our goal is the Chu family heirloom. One of the black-clad figures intervened. Take them all away. A bunch of mortals. If they had complied from the start, I might have let them go, since they choose to stand with this Chu boy. Take them all. Youyou discerned their intentions and, mustering his strength, straightened up. Let them go. I will go with you. After all, your target is me, not them. The black-clad man who had earlier swallowed a pill now had his nose stop bleeding. He lightly patted Youyou's face. Even at death's door, you speak for others. Don't be foolish. These people seem important to you. Do you really think we would let them go? Youyou and the others were taken into a windowless chamber. The room was small, with only a dim light bulb hanging from the ceiling, devoid of any furnishings. They were shoved inside and stumbled into one another. Despicable, shameless. You filthy insects are more repulsive than maggots in a toilet. You must have evolved from a cesspool. Youyou cursed while struggling. Enough with the insults. Provoking them will do us no good, Lin Ji remarked, having calmed down. The door resembled a solid alloy, sturdy enough to make escape difficult. True to her role as class monitor, Lin Ji maintained her composure in such a perilous situation. It's stifling in here, with no windows or even small openings for air. If this continues, we might suffocate, Youyou added. Youyou crouched down, cradling his head, his eyes reddening. I'm sorry, I've dragged you all into this. If it weren't for me, you and T have been captured. The others patted his shoulder in comfort. It's not entirely your fault. These people want money. They will eventually turn their attention towards us. And we have Youyou, don't forget, Lin Ji stated calmly. Everyone's eyes brightened. Yes, Youyou will surely find us. Until then, we must focus on protecting ourselves. Exactly. Youyou will find a way. They all sat on the floor, conserving their strength. The class teacher, Mr. Wang, grew anxious upon discovering the absence of several students. He searched around in circles, ultimately concluding that Youyou and his classmates had mysteriously vanished from a deserted area by the roadside. Mr. Wang often kept an eye on Youyou and was aware of certain mystical matters. Without a moment's delay, He called Old Master Chu and then reported the incident to the police. Due to the unusual circumstances and the recent reports of mysterious individuals in the capital city, the police did not adhere to the usual 24-hour missing persons protocol and responded immediately. Old Master Chu was equally distressed. Old friend, something has gone wrong. 7th Chi and his classmates have simultaneously disappeared. According to the teacher, they were last seen near the cake shop, right by the entrance. Youyou lifted her head from the pile of toys, extending her small hand. Finding her fingers too short for calculations, she closed her eyes, conjuring a vision in her mind. She saw Youyou and her older brothers and sisters trapped in a square room, with black-clad figures outside, making phone calls. They were overjoyed with the gold they had obtained, preoccupied with dividing it, completely oblivious to the fact that those inside were struggling to breathe and were on the verge of fainting. She recognized Sister Lin Ji, Brother Zhou Mu, and several other older siblings, all of whom were top students, and among those who tutored 7th uncle the most. Seeing them unconscious and being dragged out by the shadows, never to awaken again, filled her with dread. Meanwhile, her own 7th uncle was taken away by those individuals. Youyou is coming, she cried out, waving her small hands and sobbing. Her tears were born of frustration. Unable to articulate her thoughts, she could only mutter silently. Don't cry, my dear. Grandpa knows. 7th uncle must be in danger. Don't worry, Grandpa will take you to find him. Upon hearing this, Youyou ceased her tears, her chubby hands continuing to gesture. Just moments ago, 7th uncle's teacher had called Grandpa, informing him of 7th uncle's disappearance. Our precious little one is a fairy. She will surely find 7th uncle. Youyou nodded vigorously, extending her little arms towards Old Master Chu, her heart urging him to take her with him. Old Master Chu nodded and subsequently instructed his bodyguards to accompany him. The bodyguards were quite skilled. Even if they encountered adversaries there, they could still put up a fight. He believed that as long as they had sufficient time, even if they could not rescue anyone, escaping would be feasible. With no other options, he resolved to exert his utmost strength for the greatest benefit. They arrived swiftly, and aside from Old Master Chu, several other parents hastily joined, many accompanied by their own bodyguards. Luxury cars congregated, and the crowd exited their vehicles. Teacher Wang was weeping uncontrollably, a grown man crying profusely, his eyes and nose a vivid red. The parents exchanged glances, for there was no mood for pleasantries. I specifically checked the surveillance footage here and at the entrance of the cake shop. The children had vanished without a trace. Teacher Wang pointed to an empty spot, sobbing. Old Master Chu furrowed his brow, presumably aware that the capital city had been quite tumultuous lately, with numerous practitioners of cultivation emerging. I suspect they may have employed some formation to abduct the children. Perhaps there is indeed a formation here, in the capital. Those entrenched in the elite circles of society inevitably possess greater knowledge. Most of Youyou's classmates, apart from a handful of exceptional students from impoverished backgrounds, hailed from affluent families. Hence, it was not surprising that the parents were aware of such rumors. Moreover, perhaps due to Youyou having informed his parents of Youyou's unique circumstances, some parents had already begun to place their hopes on Youyou. Youyou waved her chubby little hand and pointed to the spot indicated by Teacher Wang, exclaiming, right there, Grandpa, quickly carry Youyou over. There is a teleportation formation. Uncle Chi and the others were transported from here to another location. The teleportation formation has a time limit. Youyou can activate it. If the time limit is exceeded, this formation will vanish, making it truly difficult to trace Uncle Chi and the others. Upon hearing Youyou's words, many present had their eyes light up. Old Master, do not hesitate. Rescuing the children is paramount, some parents urged. Grandpa, have them all stand here, within the range corresponding to the cake shop window, and Youyou will take you over. As soon as Youyou's words fell, everyone moved into the area she specified, including the bodyguards and Teacher Wang. The increased number gave everyone a sense of assurance. Youyou made a small gesture, channeling a wisp of celestial energy to activate the formation, and in an instant, everyone vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Youyou was in another room, vehemently cursing, "You scum, vermin, dung beetles, maggots. What you are is akin to the refuse in a cesspool, stinking worse than garbage." He glared at the faces of his captors, their pallor reminiscent of excrement, as if they had crawled out of a cesspool. Hey, still eating? Look at the yellow-brown stuff in your rice. That's what you brought out with you from the cesspool. TSK. Why not just bury your head in the cesspool and eat? You'd save on takeout. One of the men in black, infuriated, stood up and kicked the table. What are you doing? Let him curse. The more he does, the faster he'll die. This kid is a fool. If he conserved his energy, he might live a few seconds longer. With his behavior, the oxygen in this space will soon be depleted. The man in black was fuming, muttering, "Damn it, I just ordered curry chicken rice. How did I end up so unlucky? I've lost my appetite." Calm down. It's not worth getting angry over. The man in black realized that his anger only made him hungrier. He reluctantly pulled out his phone to order another meal. "Youyou, are you not dizzy? Stop cursing and save your energy," Youyou remarked, unable to hold back his comment. Youyou kicked the wall in frustration, exclaiming, "When have I ever endured such humiliation?" Linji and the others shot him an exasperated glance. "Enough, you've suffered before. Have you not been beaten by Youyou?" Youyou glared at Youyou and sulked on the ground. Youyou could not resist teasing him further. "Hey, once your former subordinate, you must learn to endure. For I may very well defeat you numerous times in the future." Youyou, too weary to be angry, turned his head away, overwhelmed by sorrow. "I'm sorry," he murmured after a prolonged silence, his voice choked. "Enough, there's no need for apologies. Our primary task is to maintain our vital signs and await rescue." Thus, they fell silent, some even closing their eyes and lying flat to facilitate their breathing. Before long, they heard a cacophony from outside and excitedly sat up. Outside, Youyou was furiously puffing her cheeks, her chubby little hands waving. Uncle bodyguards beat them hard. While beating them hard was unfeasible, since those in black were cultivators. And although some bodyguards had previously been mercenaries, they were still outmatched. However, their numbers provided a temporary balance against the foe strength. Uncles used the talismans given by Uncle Xianyu, the immobilizing one, to restrain them. Upon hearing this, Old Master Chu quickly replied, "The talismans Xianyu gave you can be used." The bodyguards of the Chu family immediately reacted, producing talisman paper. The men in black also heard Old Master Chu's words. Some quick on their feet managed to evade, but most remained oblivious, still engaged in combat with several bodyguards. Thus they were caught in place. "Quick, rescue them," Old Master Chu urged. The remaining bodyguards continued to confront the evading men in black, while others rushed inside to kick down doors. The bodyguards were uncertain which room Youyou and the others were confined in, so they kicked every door they encountered until Youyou pointed and shouted. The bodyguards pounded on the door she indicated with great force. The door was sturdy, and it took a collective effort for the bodyguards to break it down. "We're saved." The group of students, as if they had survived a near-death experience, cried uncontrollably. "Oh my goodness, the children are drenched in sweat. It's so stifling in here. My child nearly suffocated." The parents lamented, crying even harder than the children. "All right, everyone step back. It's sweltering in this summer heat, and there's no air circulation. Quickly take the children to the hospital for a checkup," Old Master Chu said while holding Youyou, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. Youyou stretched out her small hand toward Youyou, her little feet flailing. At that moment, Youyou relaxed suddenly, feeling weak, and could only offer Youyou a faint smile. Youyou, like a little calf, squirmed until Old Master Chu had no choice but to set her down. Beaming, Youyou crawled over to Youyou. He opened his arms, watching as Youyou bypassed him and crawled toward his back. Youyou sat against the wall, her small hands rubbing the rough surface, as if searching for something. "Youyou, what are you doing?" Before Youyou could finish his question, the wall emitted a radiant glow, enveloping Youyou, who then abruptly vanished. Youyou, witnessing this scene, cried out in alarm. Youyou. Old Master Chu frantically pounded the wall. Everyone was stunned by the sight. "Quick, find Youyou," Linji and Youyou shouted, disregarding their fatigue, joining Old Master Chu in banging the wall. "Hurry, go get tools, tear down the wall, demolish this house, dig 3 feet into the ground." The other parents of the students became agitated as well. Youyou was their great benefactor. They could not let anything happen to her. "It must be a formation," Youyou muttered softly while kicking the wall. Everyone harbors suspicions, yet none are willing to admit it, continuing to strike incessantly. The bodyguards outside fetched some tools and began to smash the walls. "Be careful, do not hit Youyou," a few girls from Linji cried until their voices were hoarse. Youyou kicked for a long time, gasping for breath. He turned and exited the room, lifting the chair where the man in black had sat during dinner, striding toward the most authoritative-looking among them. "Where have you taken Youyou?" The man in black cast a disdainful glance at him, ignoring the question. Unwilling to ask a second time, Youyou raised the chair and forcefully brought it down on the man's head. The man, being a practitioner of body refining, merely cried out in pain from the initial blow, suffering no substantial harm. Enraged, Youyou kicked the man down and relentlessly struck him on the head with the chair. I gave you a chance to speak. Now you shall remain silent. The man's cries morphed into sobs, which gradually diminished. Enough! Stop hitting him. He might die. Lingji stepped forward to halt Youyou's assault, asserting that it was not worth it, that he could threaten others instead. Yes. Our priority now is to quickly ascertain Youyou's whereabouts, another girl added. Youyou's face turned pale as he approached another man in black with the chair. Seeing their leader only suffering without retaliating, the other man was suddenly filled with fear. It became clear that these mortals were not as weak as they had presumed. They possessed character and were unafraid of external forces. We truly do not know. All I know is that our clan elder came and instructed us to capture Xiao, using him to coerce the Chu family into handing over the family seal. This room was designated by the elder to confine Xiao. As for whether the elder has set up any formations in this room, we genuinely do not know. Yes, we are merely body refining practitioners and do not understand metaphysics or formations. We are truly ignorant. Indeed, our strength lies only in physical prowess and speed, while we are utterly uninformed in other matters. Our family comprises various departments, including body refining, metaphysics, alchemy, and talismans, and we are the lowest tier, unable to contribute to the family's interests, thus subjected to discrimination, relegated to the dirtiest and most laborious tasks. Youyou dropped the chair in his hand and sat on the floor, looking lost. Given the gravity of the situation, old man Chu would not dare conceal it. Having just finished a call with Xianyu, he notified Chu Tianyi and the others. Upon hearing that Youyou was missing, everyone panicked. Old Madame Chu fainted. Chu Xian happened to be home, instructing Shantai to take care of old Madame Chu while she dashed outside. Qin Zhouxiao stood at the gate of the Chu family estate with his subordinates, holding a carefully chosen large plush toy and a bouquet of flowers. What do you think of my outfit today? I don't look fierce, do I? Qin Zhouxiao turned to face his subordinates. Seeing his half-smile, which was more unsettling than comforting, they could not help but tug at their lips. Master Jiao, you look the most handsome regardless. That little one will surely be captivated by you. Flattery came from Qin Zhouxiao's closest subordinate. Get lost. If you can't speak properly, just don't. Qin Zhouxiao adjusted his attire and presented the plush toy topped with a shiny gold bar, for it was the little one's favorite. With a smile, Qin Zhouxiao approached the door, intending to knock. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a car sped out. Master Jiao, watch out, the subordinates shouted. Qin Zhouxiao deftly leaped aside, landing softly. Chu Xian was startled, slamming on the brakes, causing her head to collide violently. Noticing the bruise forming on her forehead, Qin Zhouxiao hurriedly opened the car door. What happened to you? He had never seen Chu Xian so flustered. As her pupils focused, recognizing Qin Zhouxiao's face, her tears flowed freely. Youyou is in trouble. She's gone. Qin Zhouxiao's heart tightened, a pain surging within him. Quick, take me there, he urged. At that moment, Chu Xian seemed to view Qin Zhouxiao as her lifeline. Chapter 182. The biological father emerges. She could surmise Qin Zhouxiao's abilities. You can definitely rescue Youyou, right? You are of a cultivation family, aren't you? You must save her, I beg you. At this point, Chu Xian was on the brink of collapse. Qin Zhouxiao's expression darkened slightly. Are you saying Youyou was taken by a cultivation family? With tears staining her face, Chu Xian replied, It's the Chu family. They want my parents to surrender the family seal. They began abducting my little brother, and Youyou was captured by their formation while trying to rescue him. The Chu family? Qin Zhouxiao narrowed his eyes. Master Jiao, do not forget, you are already at odds with the Lin family. The faction aligned with our family's former head holds great animosity towards you. If you provoke the Chu family further, your situation. Silence. Qin Zhouxiao rebuked his subordinate. Do you wish to leave? Chu Xian, fearing Qin Zhouxiao would disregard Youyou's safety, had completely lost her rationality, gripping Qin Zhouxiao's collar. No, you must save her, you must. Because you are her father, drawing on her knowledge and the methods learned for crafting medicinal pills in the cultivation realm. She collaborated with Shantai to repeatedly experiment until finally creating a potion. She became her own test subject. After a night of dreams, she recalled everything. As she pushed the door open, someone restrained her and force-fed her a potion, causing her to sense something was amiss. The potion was incredibly potent. However, she was no ordinary individual. Having sampled various medicines, Her body had developed a degree of immunity, allowing her to remain conscious. To avoid alarming the snake, she feigned dizziness and weakness, allowing herself to be taken to another room. After the person departed, she mustered her strength and stealthily exited the room. She swallowed a potion meant to keep her awake, but it had no effect. Just then, a man, seemingly intoxicated, barged in. Upon seeing his face, handsome, charming, and exuding an air of authority, she felt as if she had ignited a flame within herself. Afterward, the man fell into a deep sleep, while Ⅱ grew more alert. She initially intended to escape, but realized it was her own room. Instead, she decided to administer a concoction she had created to the man, rendering him temporarily unconscious. Little did she know, the potion she had previously ingested reacted within her body, or perhaps it was related to the medicine she had tried earlier. When she awoke again, another man lay beside her. Her mind felt particularly muddled and heavy. The man claimed to be her fiancé, and she accepted it as truth. That night, it was you. A sudden surge of unprecedented accomplishment and pride filled Qin Jiuxiao's heart, along with an overwhelming sense of relief, an exhilarating relief. I will save her. I must save her. Even if she is not my biological daughter, I will rescue her. For from the very first moment I laid eyes on her, I regarded her as my own. Master Jiu, madam, which path shall we take? One of his subordinates boldly interrupted, referring to the delicate little lady who resembled Master Jiu. Turn left and go straight ahead. Ⅱ directed. Following this, the two maintained silence, with several vehicles trailing behind. Chu Tianyi observed the lead car, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He had also heard Ⅱ's words and witnessed Qin Jiuxiao's demeanor. To be honest, the moment he first laid eyes on Qin Jiuxiao, his heart jolted. This was because Youyou bore an uncanny resemblance to him. According to the location provided by the venerable elder Ⅱ and her companions arrived at the designated spot. Youyou and his peers were still demolishing walls, while the parents and teachers were digging into the ground. Even other students from Youyu's class, upon learning of the situation, rushed here with tools to assist their teachers. The scene was chaotic, with dust swirling everywhere. Dad, I brought people. Ⅱ could no longer hold back her tears. Elder Chu appeared to age a decade in an instant, his eyes clouded and bloodshot, emanating a sense of despair that enveloped him entirely. Dad, someone from the cultivation world will surely help. Seeing Elder Chu in such a state, Ⅱ could only muster her strength to persuade him. Elder Chu lifted his head, and upon catching sight of Qin Jiuxiao, he could not help but exclaim, I am Youyou's biological father. Take me to where Youyou vanished. Qin Jiuxiao's words detonated like a bomb amidst the crowd. Ⅱ angrily discarded the hammer in his hand and stormed towards Qin Jiuxiao. Enough! Saving Youyou is paramount. Zhoumu intervened to stop Ⅱ and approached Qin Jiuxiao, stating, Youyou disappeared by that wall. Qin Jiuxiao moved to the wall, delicately pinching a trace of black substance from the wall dust. It was the residue from the activation of the teleportation formation. This is a one-time teleportation formation. It has become void. What should we do? Youyou, my Youyou. Ⅱ's legs weakened, and she collapsed to the ground. However, Qin Jiuxiao exchanged a steady gaze with the composed Chu Tianyi, indicating that it was time for the Chu family to appoint a new head. With a swift gesture, Qin Jiuxiao departed with several subordinates. Juxin Zuset Fawat, I want to accompany you. Qin Jiuxiao paused for a moment. All right. Master Jiuxiao, she is not a cultivator and cannot enter the barrier, one subordinate interjected. Qin Jiuxiao shot a glare at his subordinate. If she wishes to enter, who would dare stop her? The subordinate silently complied, his thoughts lingering on the fact that they were concerned about the lady becoming a burden to Master Jiuxiao and the young lady. Clearly, the young lady was extraordinary, and Master Jiuxiao was formidable, but the lady, Youyou sat in an ancient and elegant hall, her round eyes spinning curiously. Do you all believe that this little girl deciphered the formation? A commanding voice resonated from the head of the hall. Is she not a little fool? Indeed, master. She is the most cherished child of the Chu family in Immortal Realm. Using her to threaten, that old man will undoubtedly present the family seal. Oh, the most cherished child of the family? Chu Zhong descended the steps, standing before Youyou, looking down at the tiny figure, scoffing at the notion of adoring a girl. Youyou blinked her bright, glimmering eyes, filled with innocence. What is wrong with being a girl? All right, my senior sister once told me tales that some families prefer sons over daughters. Father, in my opinion, it is unlikely she discovered the formation. It may merely be a coincidence. After all, when someone breaks a formation, it can activate it, and perhaps this little girl was fortuitously within the formation, thus replacing the one who could decipher it and being transported here. Moreover, she is so small yet remains calm in this unfamiliar environment. Could she possibly be a fool? The speaker was a man nearing 30, clad in a traditional dark blue robe, with long hair elegantly tied up, exuding an ethereal aura. Ah, how infuriating! How dare you insult Youyou? I shall certainly grab your hair. Youyou gritted her small teeth defiantly. She quickly climbed up the man's robe, and, in the blink of an eye, clung to his shoulder, seizing a handful of his hair. Ah! Chu Tianxing yelped in pain. Hurry, get that little beast down. Master Chu Zhong was frantic. Chu Tianxing was his most beloved eldest son, admired for his cultivation talent, appearance, and capabilities. The guards rushed forward, attempting to pry Youyou from her grip. Yet, Youyou held tightly to Chu Tianxing's thick hair, refusing to relent. His cries grew louder. Thus, the guards hesitated to act against Youyou. Useless, lacking the strength to handle a mere child. Is it truly so difficult to subdue one? Subdue? The guards paused momentarily. She is just a little girl. It should not lead to her demise. Master, we are not lacking in strength. Her grip is too strong. We cannot pull her off. Besides, this child is our leverage. If we truly harmed her, how will we obtain the family seal? Zhuzong secret envie, Usaus. There are so many people in the mortal Chu family. Losing one is no loss, so capture another. The guards ceased their hesitation and, gathering their strength, aimed to subdue Youyou. Youyou's small legs moved swiftly, and within a blink, she had maneuvered to stand before Chu Tianxing, still clutching his hair tightly. All right, Youyou has played enough. As her thoughts settled, she yanked hard, causing Chu Tianxing to emit a thunderous wail. Chu Tianxing was not merely skilled in physical training. He also dabbled in mystical talismans, making his senses acute and his sensitivity to pain heightened. After accomplishing her goal, Youyou quickly descended from Chu Tianxing and began to crawl around the hall. Master, her speed is astonishing. The guard pursued Youyou, but she always evaded capture. Chu Zhong summoned a physician, finally directing some attention to Youyou. At this moment, he had no choice but to acknowledge that this little girl crawled incredibly fast. It seemed that the Chu family in the mortal realm had produced a remarkable cultivator. Thus, this little girl could not be kept any longer. Go fetch a net and trap her. Chu Zhong's expression darkened. The net was swiftly brought forth. Several guards each took hold of the side, flying to the corners, and then lowered the net, enveloping Youyou within it. Youyou had never seen such an object. She paused, seated on the ground, her chubby hands curiously stroking the net. As she watched it contract around her, the guard sighed in relief. Lock her away. Once the young master is healed, I shall deal with her. Chu Zhong's thoughts remained fixated on Chu Tianxing, forcing him to put a temporary halt to his actions. Chu Zhong glared fiercely at Youyou, knowing that a child of her age feared hunger the most. For 3 days, do not provide her food or water. The harm to the young master cannot allow her to die easily. I shall ensure she longs for life, yet cannot attain it. Once I have tormented her sufficiently, she shall be sent to the back mountain to be fed to wild beasts. The guards collectively gasped. She is merely a child, yet they dared not refute. For to oppose would mean facing the same fate. One guard approached, lifting the net-encased Youyou, and then carried her out of the hall to a side room filled with firewood, where he tossed her inside and locked the door. Youyou landed softly on a pile of straw, feeling no pain. Of course, even if her body collided with the wall, it would not hurt. After all, her essence was the Yutian stone. The hardness of the Yutian stone surpassed that of ordinary stones, especially since she possessed celestial power. The firewood room was not small, and after a while of crawling, Youyou grew drowsy, opting to lie back in straw, sprawled out with her little hands and feet, drifting into a deep sleep, completely oblivious to the net surrounding her. A little 8-legged creature, tickled by the straw, peeked its head out from Youyou's hair. Shrinking to the size of a thumb, it then expanded to the size of an adult palm. Accompanying it were 2 elongated leaves. The little 8-legged creature blinked its tiny black eyes and curiously stretched out a wing to touch its head. How do we end up in a different place after just one nap? The little creature found no fault with the surroundings, and seeing Youyou sleeping soundly, it decided to lie beside her and continue its slumber. Observing the environment, the plant atop Youyou's head swayed its leaves, ensuring there was no danger. It then extended one leaf, enlarging it to cover Youyou's exposed, snow-white belly. Youyou awoke from hunger, roused by the enticing aroma wafting from outside. It was already evening, and the woodshed, devoid of windows, was enveloped in darkness. Youyou pouted her little lips, tilting her head to gaze at the heavy door. Frustrated by the net obstructing her view, she struck it, causing it to suddenly loosen. Youyou wriggled out from behind the net, throwing it aside in a huff. After a moment of contemplation, she turned her little head back, kneading and twisting the net before clumsily stuffing it into her chinquin bag. She patted the bag and once again lifted her head to look at the door. The plant above her head, which had been covering her belly with its leaves, shrank down to a pointed tip, reaching towards a door lock. With a click, the door swung open. Following the enticing aroma, Youyou found her way to the kitchen. This kitchen was quite different from the one at home. It was outside the house, making it easy to locate. Having prepared everything, it was time for the pre-meal practice. In the cultivation families here, it was customary to engage in a pre-meal practice, a process to check the impurities within one's body. Each day, after their meal, the practitioners would remove impurities once more and assess the remaining amount to determine the level of their physical refinement. Chapter 184. Who stole the food? Little Youyou crouched by the door, inhaling the delightful scent of food, her eyes wide as she watched individuals emerge from the kitchen, their heads held high, not sparing her a glance. Waaaaah peeked inside, and with a gentle flap of its wings, it nudged Youyou's little head. The kitchen was vast, appearing more than just a simple cooking space, with many neatly arranged tables and chairs. However, none of this caught Youyou's attention. Her focus was solely on the steaming dishes, exuding irresistible aromas. Wow! Her eyes widened in astonishment. She had never seen such a variety of dishes, even at home. Youyou opened her mouth wide, revealing 6 tiny white teeth, with 2 sharp ones just recently emerging. Feeling a tingle, drool trickled down the corner of her mouth. Waaaaah, unhesitant, flew up and pecked at a plate of food. Unable to resist, Youyou sprang into the air, reaching for a plate of snacks with her little paws. Taking small bites, she found the taste delightful and quickly stashed the entire plate into her chinquin bag. Then, she extended her little paws towards another dish. There were so many different cuisines that Youyou felt overwhelmed, sampling just a nibble from each before feeling satisfied. Waaaaah, more adept at eating than Youyou, left no plate untouched, sampling each dish in small amounts, ensuring a fair share for all. To indulge further, Waaaaah even enlarged its body, striving to leave no space in its belly. The plant above Youyou also partook in the feast. While it couldn't consume food, it could drink. On another table sat a row of clear, colorless bowls filled with enticing liquid. The plant stretched its branches, pouring itself into one of the bowls. After drinking a bowl to its content, it swayed its branches, producing a soft, rustling sound, as if in bliss. Is there spiritual energy? Youyou understood the language of the branches, fluttering over to the row of bowls and dipping her little head in to lick the water. Delicious. Youyou's pink tongue traced around her lips. The branches above her nodded, swayed left and right, and tilted playfully before retreating into her hair, appearing slightly tipsy. When Youyou turned her gaze back to the food on the other side of the table, she found it in disarray, ravaged by Waaaaah. Each dish had been sampled with a single bite, leaving remnants scattered everywhere. Oh no, it's all on the floor, Youyou lamented, patting her full little belly before lying down again. Waaaaah, I think someone is coming. We need to leave. Upon hearing this, Waaaaah quickly grabbed a roasted chicken with its little claws and flew away. In an instant, Waaaaah had vanished from sight. As Youyou crawled out of the kitchen, ready to return to the woodshed, she encountered the return of the others. They were chatting and laughing as they entered. Youyou sat outside the door like a stone, tilting her head to watch them one by one enter the kitchen. Perhaps due to her small stature, none of them noticed her presence. With a perplexed expression at being overlooked, Youyou scratched her little head. Inside the woodshed, Waaaaah locked the door, clutching the roasted chicken as it flitted about. Waaaaah, don't hide. It's too messy in here, Youyou called out. Waaaaah, in agreement with Youyou's sentiment, hesitated for a moment before handing over the roasted chicken for her to stash away. Just as Youyou placed the chicken into her chinquin bag, a cacophony of screams and angry shouts erupted from the kitchen, followed by a flurry of footsteps. Youyou let out a heavy yawn, sprawled onto the straw, and fell asleep instantly. Seeing the grease around Youyou's mouth, Waaaaah, ever the tidy one, wiped it clean with its wings before shrinking down and burrowing into the straw beside her. It had always been a heavy sleeper. If someone entered, it needed to hide quickly. Waaaaah vividly remembered its descent to the mortal realm, where it had been relentlessly pursued by cultivators, struggling to hide and survive for 3 months, only to be caught by the Lin family due to a careless mistake. It held little fondness for the inhabitants of this place and preferred to remain cautious. The kitchen was still in an uproar. This was definitely done by a bird. Look at the marks on the meat, clearly from a beak. It must have been a person. How could a bird carry away all the spiritual water? Even if it drank, how could it take the bowls? That suggests more than one bird was involved. Are you foolish? With so many birds around, how could we not notice? In our cultivation family, even a fly entering would be detected. Enough chatter. If the master, the young master, or the elders find out, we'll be in big trouble. That little girl looks quite suspicious. Why did food start disappearing just when she arrived? Have you lost your mind? How could a little child consume so much? Look how small she is. Don't underestimate her. The master claims she possesses a rare talent for cultivation. She might just be the one responsible. Since you suspect her, let's go take a look. With so many bowls of spiritual water, I doubt she consumed them all. Even if she did she swallow the bowls too? The group angrily marched toward the kitchen. Annoyed by the chaotic footsteps, Youyou simply rolled over, conveniently concealing her round little belly. The door swung open. Upon seeing Youyou peacefully sleeping on the straw, the group exchanged glances. The door remained locked as before, and the little one had not wandered off. Her delicate face appeared soft and innocent. There are no signs of the bowls or dishes in the woodshed. See? I told you, even with her talents. A baby wouldn't have gotten out. Not to mention, even if the door wasn't locked, she couldn't reach the lock, let alone with it secured. The group had no choice but to retreat, deliberating for a moment before deciding to report the matter. The food being stolen was inconsequential. They could simply eat less or cook more. However, the supply of spiritual water was limited. If they didn't drink today, it would be evident during the measurement of their bodies later. Chapter 185. The theft. All right, let us report this to the elder. It's no trivial matter. The conflict among the 4 major families has escalated to an intense level, and while the 3 families appear harmonious on the surface, who doesn't know about their fierce internal strife? In my opinion, the CH family exhibits the utmost unity. As long as we're not exploited by the other 3 prominent families, they will never surpass us. Indeed, once we have trampled those 3 families beneath our feet, will we still have to worry about obtaining this bowl of spiritual water? As the crowd conversed, they gradually departed from the firewood room. Youyou turned over, spreading her little hands and feet, revealing her white belly. The little octopus, feeling uncomfortable buried in the straw, sleepily wriggled out, stretching its wings and tilting its head back to continue slumbering. The plant above Youyou also unfurled its leaves, brazenly parting to reveal new tender green shoots sprouting between them. The CH family, a lineage of cultivators, was in disarray. Except for Youyou, who was peacefully asleep in the firewood room, the CH disciples gathered in groups, thoroughly searching every corner of the estate. Throughout the night, Youyou seemed to hear the chaotic and anxious footsteps, so she simply grabbed the leaf above her head, sealing her ears. The little octopus, equally vexed, buried its fluffy head beneath its wings, sleeping soundly. Youyou awoke when the sun was high in the sky. Although she could not see the sun, she felt revitalized upon waking. She patted her slightly empty belly and let out a couple of plaintive sounds. The leaves overhead immediately understood, extending a branch to lift the still sleeping little octopus, compelling it to open its eyes. After the branches opened the door, Youyou crawled towards the kitchen with familiarity. However, the absence of fragrant aromas left her feeling quite aggrieved. Unlike the previous evening, the kitchen was cold and uninviting that morning. There were plenty of ingredients, yet no one was cooking. Youyou had no choice but to gather the fruits she desired into her chinquin bag, while taking out some dishes and pastries from the previous night. After drinking a bowl of spiritual water and consuming some soft, tender food, she felt satisfied after gnawing on a delicious, greasy chicken leg, her little belly now pleasantly round. The little octopus continued to peck at the roasted chicken it had taken the day before, becoming full after consuming just half. However, perhaps due to the rapid growth of the plant, it could not shrink back to its original size, and a few green tips peeked out from its hair. Feeling somewhat bored after her meal, Youyou aimlessly crawled to other areas. This grand residence, steeped in ancient charm, contained numerous courtyards, leaving Youyou unable to discern the directions of east, south, north, or west. She could only crawl along the paths. Unlike her home, she was quite curious about this place. Raising her little head, she spotted a corridor ahead and joyfully crawled up, only to see a row of houses. Approaching the first wooden door, she extended her small hand to give it a push. With a creak, the door opened. Youyou gleefully grinned as she leaned over the high threshold, her chubby body struggling to cross it. Yet, this did not deter her. She employed her spiritual power to lift her little body and flew inside. The room, though small, was quite intriguing, with even the lamps covered by shades. Finding it amusing, Youyou lifted the lampshade, but regrettably, her small hands were too tiny, causing the shade to crash to the ground with a crisp sound. Feeling a pang of guilt, she glanced around and, upon realizing there was no one present, grinned widely. She noticed that the shattered lampshade had spilled forth gold. Although it was merely tiny gold pieces shaped like flowers, it was still gold. Youyou joyfully gathered the gold and stowed it in her chinquin bag, then ventured to search elsewhere, yet found no more gold. Indeed, there were other rooms. Youyou hurriedly flew out to enter an adjacent room, where she began rummaging through the contents. To her surprise, she discovered golden ornaments within a small wooden box. Though few, they shone with a bright, sunny hue. Seeing Youyou's abundant finds, the little octopus began to lift blankets, peck at bottles, and flap its wings, rummaging around in excitement. The two little creatures scoured the area, swiftly overturning all the rooms along that corridor. Their greatest discovery came from the central suite, where they unearthed several gold bars. Meanwhile, the CH family members were unaware that what they considered a petty thief was causing such disruption. They were gathered to hold a meeting. The theft of spiritual water and food left the elders present in a state of confusion. Regrettably, some talismans had been lost to time. Otherwise, we could have crafted them to affix on the walls to trace the intruder's whereabouts. It is said that the mundane world has developed a device for surveillance, known as a monitor. However, let us not forget that such technology would severely disrupt the spiritual energy of our realm. We cannot afford to introduce such contrivances. Rumor has it that last time, a member of the LN family secretly brought a device called a mobile phone into the realm of cultivation, only to have their abilities stripped and be relegated to the mundane world. Indeed, those devices would harm our spiritual essence. Otherwise, why would we still rely on firewood to cook, despite so many convenient and swift options available in the mundane realm? Enough. This matter ends here. Whether it is one of the other three families or rogue cultivators, from this day forth, let the disciples take turns on guard duty and remain vigilant. Head of the family, Seiching, rubbed his brow and decisively waved his hand. Furthermore, let each disciple receive another bowl of spiritual water today. That will be all. Everyone disperse. Chzhing was still deeply concerned for his son and had to delve into ancient texts to seek methods to encourage hair regrowth overnight. If the other three families were to witness this, it would surely be a source of mockery. Youyou, having searched for a while, grew weary and stumbled upon a grand room adorned with lavish decorations. She lay down on a vast, soft bed. The moment her head touched the blanket, her eyelids began to droop, and soon she drifted into a dream. A portion of the disciples had just entered their rooms before they could even rest. They were stunned by the chaos within. Subsequently, layers of resentment erupted above the CH residence, startling both the elders and the family head. Many disciples discovered their rooms had been robbed, losing savings they had accumulated over time. Coincidentally, the items lost belonged to disciples of the same lineage. Naturally, not everyone had lost belongings. Some disciples had hidden their wealth well, so their possessions remained undiscovered, although their rooms were rather disheveled. It was not only the disciples of one lineage who experienced losses, some elders did as well. Head of the family, it must be that little brat. Just think about it. That little one was locked in the firewood room of the first lineage, closest to the kitchen and the sleeping quarters of the first lineage's disciples. The disciple who initially suspected Youyou spoke again. Already seething with anger towards Youyou, retorted furiously, "Go and capture her. Bring her to me." Chapter 186. A bounty of treasure. Seiching made a resolution. Regardless of whether it was the little brat's doing, he no longer intended to keep her. Just moments ago, he had seen his son's head and felt a pang of heartache. The physician had stated that the hair follicles, along with the skin and thick flesh, had been forcibly removed. Regrowing hair would be a troublesome endeavor, and he would need to find spiritual blood SHW. While spiritual blood SHW is not difficult to find, the area is inhabited by spiritual blood crows, which are entirely blood red, with sharp beaks and claws. If a person is injured by them, they will quickly succumb to poisoning. Of course, if one is injured in the limbs, immediate amputation can save them. However, Injuries to other body parts are often fatal. Those creatures are exceedingly formidable, even as the head of the family. Ing dared not provoke them lightly. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, clenching his fists, yearning to tear that little brat to shreds. The disciples of the CH family marched towards the firewood room, grumbling as they walked, feeling that the family head need not mobilize such forces. How could the theft of family possessions possibly be related to that little brat? Well, we must heed the head of the family's words. I do believe that little one possesses an unsettling air. What child remains so composed in an unfamiliar environment and can sleep so comfortably in a firewood room? Indeed, the night was so dark last night. Shouldn't that little one have been afraid of the dark? Throughout the whole night, we didn't hear a single peep from that little creature. You are indeed correct. Last night, I sensed something was amiss, and your words have reminded me that the infant, despite her innocence, must have cried for hunger by now. With a sense of trepidation, everyone pushed open the door to the woodshed. Oddly enough, I recall that the door was locked. Has anyone been here? The crowd shook their heads in unison. The infant was nowhere to be found. Quick, look. Yesterday, she was sleeping right here, and we all witnessed it. Indeed, the straw lay empty. Search, hurry and search. Anxiety gripped the crowd, particularly the disciples of Iman. The infant had been confined here, and it was their duty to guard her. Now that she was missing, they would surely face severe punishment. The group began rummaging through the haystacks and firewood, leaving no corner, not even the mouse holes, unexamined. She was gone, truly gone. Enough of this, days. We must swiftly search elsewhere. The crowd dispersed, each member embarking on their own search. Youyou, blissfully asleep on the large bed, was suddenly awakened by a pressing urge to relieve herself. Groggily, she opened her eyes and, with the aid of the branches overhead, carefully climbed down from the bed, wobbling her way to the other side of the room. In her own home, that direction led to Youyou's bathroom. Half asleep, with her hair in disarray, she squinted at a small, pure white porcelain vessel on the floor that resembled a miniature toilet. What? Gone? Chu Zhong slammed his hand on the table, shattering it in his fury. Useless. All of you are useless. You cannot even keep watch over a mere infant. What use are you? The disciples lowered their heads, too afraid to speak. Search. Go find her. I refuse to believe that a small infant could have left the expansive Chu estate. The Chu family was turned upside down once more, with some disciples even venturing outside to search. Once again, they returned empty-handed, driving Chu Zhong nearly to madness. Are you certain you have searched every nook and cranny? Every room, every corner, including the garden? The crowd nodded, then shook their heads, indicating that only the master, the elders, and the rooms of various mentors remained unchecked. Chu Zhong paused for a moment, his expression darkening. Go search, all of you. Do not overlook any room. Only then did the disciples rush out in a frenzy. Youyou, having enjoyed a deep slumber, awakened to realize that she was not in the woodshed where she had been confined. What a grand and splendid room. This was the finest room Youyou had ever seen. Sitting on the bed, she gazed around, spotting a particularly beautiful jade pillow. Clearly delighted by her discovery, she began to flit about the room in search of more treasures. Xiaoba, her little companion, was equally energetic, opening every drawer and cabinet in sight. Youyou was overjoyed, salivating at the sight of numerous pieces of gold, even more than what she had found in the previous room. After thoroughly searching the bedroom, Youyou ventured into the semi-awake room, where she spotted an exquisitely crafted paperweight on the table. She tucked it into her qian bag and sniffed the air. How foul! It smelled like the urine of Xiaoba. Xiaoba, with its round, black eyes, looked utterly bewildered. Regardless, we must continue searching for treasures. Xiaoba pried open a drawer and discovered many blue-covered books, prompting Youyou to smile. Feeling a sense of accomplishment, Xiaoba then triggered a mechanism hidden within the wall. A large hole appeared after an ancient painting was revealed, filled with little porcelain bottles. Without hesitation, Youyou collected them all, even yanking down the ancient painting to stow it in her qian bag. After scouring the entire room and finding no more gold, her excitement soon waned. Alas! I should return to the woodshed. It's so close to the kitchen, and I feel a bit hungry. Xiaoba shrank down and nestled back into the tangled mess of Youyou's hair as she crawled out of the room. Youyou hurriedly crawled, turning left and right until she finally recognized her bearings. Along the edge of the corridor was a lake filled with beautiful koi fish. She felt a pang of envy and crawled to the edge, resting her chin on the railing, drooling as she gazed at the shimmering water. We must search carefully this time. I foresee that if we fail again, The master will impose severe punishment upon us. Yes, let us split up and not overlook even the space beneath the beds. A group of disciples passed by Youyou, dispersing to enter various rooms. Youyou watched them with a puzzled expression. What are they searching for? Are they hunting for gold bars? Should I help them? However, feeling the emptiness in her little belly, she decided that eating was of utmost importance. Before long, she arrived at the kitchen. The branches locked the door once again, then nestled back into Youyou's hair. She felt her stomach and had no choice but to eat the food she had previously stashed in her qiankuan bag. Chapter 187. I go to find Youyou. While eating, Youyou sighed. The food had cooled and lost its appeal, although fortunately, there were still some pastries and fruits. After nibbling for a while, she felt full, yet the craving for milk returned. Youyou had to drink a bowl of spirit water. Her little belly was satisfied, and the desire for milk dissipated. Feeling bored, she crawled around the woodshed a few times, finding it uninteresting, and lay back down in the straw, chatting with Xiaoba. Perhaps due to Youyou's melodious voice, a few small gray mice emerged from their holes, each the size of 2 adult hands. Wow, such large gray mice. Youyou cheerfully waved at them. The gray mice politely formed a line and approached Youyou with synchronized steps, their little eyes curiously studying her. Youyou giggled, and the gray mice joyfully leaped up in response. The leader of the gray mice recounted the events of the disciples searching for Youyou in the woodshed, advising her to hide well and protect herself. Youyou was delighted and shared the meat and vegetables she had stashed in her qiankuan bag, allowing the gray mice to feast. The gray mice kindly stowed the plates and the bowl that Youyou had finished drinking from into their mouse hole, erasing all evidence. Meanwhile, the Chu family, having conducted a third search, was driven to the brink of insanity. The master's room had been burglarized. Leading the way, Chu Zhong entered his room, nearly stumbling at the sight of the chaos. Master, you should take a look in the study, a disciple cautiously suggested. As Chu Zhong approached the study door, he was met with a foul odor. Wrinkling his nose in disgust, he stepped inside. Upon entering, he nearly fainted. The study was a complete mess. Books lay strewn across the floor, the secret compartment in the wall was open, and the precious spirit herbs were missing, including the ancient painting that could enlighten one's understanding left by a powerful cultivator. The most despicable act was that his white jade spirit bottle, which contained the nurturing liquid for the spirit herbs, had been filled with urine. That liquid was essential for cultivating various rare herbs, and he consumed a sip daily to enhance his spiritual power. Chu Zhong felt blood rush to his head, rendering him slightly dizzy. The disciples scattered once more, embarking on another search for Youyou. In the woodshed, Youyou was overjoyed to have found a new companion. A small gray mouse peeked out from its hole, bringing news to the other gray mice and Youyou. She then realized that those people had been searching for her from the very beginning. How peculiar. Youyou was right in front of them. Why could they not see her? Are those cultivators truly foolish? The gray mice were equally perplexed, unable to comprehend certain matters. They decided not to dwell on them, instead relishing the joy of being in Yuan's company, a sentiment that was reciprocated. At that moment, Chu Xian had followed Qin Jiuxiao and the others to the boundary of the cultivation realm. To her astonishment, the cultivation realm was nestled within the Kunlun Mountains of Waaaaah. While she perceived it as Kunlun Mountain, to Qin Jiuxiao and his companions, it was merely a concealed cultivation realm, hidden away by an intricate array. Strictly speaking, the cultivation realm existed as a realm within a realm, coexisting yet distinct from the outside world, resembling a layered existence. The pristine environment of Kunlun Mountain, noted for its untouched beauty, was abundant in spiritual energy, making it particularly advantageous for the cultivation realm. At the entrance to the cultivation realm stood guards, representatives from the 4 great families. As soon as Chu Xian stepped into the barrier, she was halted. Qin Jiuxiao cast a disdainful glance at the individual, as if questioning their intent to provoke danger. The person, a junior disciple from the Chu family, timidly remarked, "Lord Qin, you know that mortals are not permitted to enter our cultivation realm." Qin Jiuxiao snorted derisively, his narrowed peach blossom eyes instilling fear in the guard. "This is my wife. She will cultivate in due time. Hence, she belongs to the cultivation realm." The guard stepped back, somewhat taken aback. The onlookers erupted in derisive laughter at the guard's predicament. Within the cultivation realm, the major families maintained a faade of cordiality while secretly harboring animosities. The misfortune of the Chu family delighted the other 3 families. The disciples of the Qin family, particularly proud as they were, reveled in their association with Qin Jiuxiao. Upon entering the barrier, Xian felt her mind clear, as if she had been enveloped in the freshest air, invigorating every pore of her being. No wonder the mention of the cultivation realm filled people with pride. This place was truly magnificent. Although her expertise lay in potions, she could sense that anyone living in such an environment, even without cultivation, could certainly extend their lifespan by a decade. Even those afflicted with terminal illnesses would likely find their lives prolonged in this sanctuary, or perhaps some ailments would miraculously heal. Madam, let us proceed. A soft reminder from Qin Jiuxiao's subordinate jolted Xian from a reverie, prompting a flush to rise on her cheeks as she hurried to catch up with him. Before long, Qin Jiuxiao led her to a transmission array. Unlike in the mortal realm, Xian could observe the milky, translucent light undulating in the air. Qin Jiuxiao produced a token to activate the array, stepping inside. Xian followed suit, accompanied by his subordinates. Moments later, she felt a shift in her surroundings, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in an entirely new place. She stood upon a cobblestone path, surrounded by ancient pavilions and elegant structures, rock formations, and flowing water, with intricately designed corridors reminiscent of grand estates seen on television. No, this place surpassed those televised mansions in both size and opulence. The lake was shrouded in mist, exuding an ethereal quality. Allow them to escort you to a room for rest. I shall visit the Chu family to find Yuan. Qin Jiuxiao instructed Xian before turning to depart. She grasped the sleeve of his robe, insisting, "No, I wish to go as well." Qin Jiuxiao frowned slightly. "Madam, you possess no cultivation or physical prowess. This realm is unlike the mortal world. Here, strength prevails. Should you inadvertently attract the attention of others, not only could you find yourself in danger, but I may also be constrained in my actions." His subordinate interjected. Chapter 188. An encounter approaches. Xian paused, her expression reflecting disappointment as she reluctantly nodded in agreement. Indeed, she felt like a burden at that moment. However, Qin Jiuxiao sensed something amiss. Blood debts cannot be settled lightly. The Chu family is your family as well, and when your elder brother takes control, the facilities must remain intact and untainted. Those unruly members of the Chu family could be dealt with later. Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. "My elder brother?" Qin Jiuxiao affirmed. "Only your elder brother is fit for this responsibility, though in time, Yuan may also inherit." He then shook his head. "No, Yuan is to inherit the Qin family. I also plan to conquer the Su and Lin families for her benefit." Lord Jiuxiao, the young lady, seems to enjoy eating and playing. One subordinate scoffed at Qin Jiuxiao's treatment of the little girl, suggesting that the burdens of managing the family should rightly fall to him and his wife, allowing the young lady to be spared. Qin Jiuxiao found this reasoning quite sound and summoned the housekeeper, instructing, "Madam is free to move about as she pleases. Ensure her safety." After Qin Jiuxiao departed, Xian turned to the housekeeper, saying, "Could you kindly take me to the apothecary?" The cultivation realm was vast and abundant, with each family claiming their territories, while the remainder constituted common cultivation areas where scattered cultivators resided. Naturally, the most desirable locales with the richest spiritual energy were those occupied by the four great families. As Qin Jiuxiao and his subordinates emerged from the transmission array, they encountered a throng of Chu family disciples searching for someone. One of Qin Jiuxiao's subordinates glanced at him and then stepped forward, jesting, "Is the Chu family embarrassed?" The two families had a long-standing rivalry, and the Chu disciples, incensed by the subordinate's taunt, retorted, "What business is it of yours?" Indeed, given the subordinate's insignificance, it was truly none of his concern. "Mr. Fart, does the Chu family not have room for you and your kind, allowing you to roam freely and wreak havoc in the cultivation realm?" As the Chu family disciples gathered, they found themselves retreating in trepidation upon glimpsing Qin Jiuxiao's narrowed eyes. A mere glance from Qin Jiuxiao sent the Chu disciples trembling with fear. "We have been robbed. Not only have many disciples' rooms been breached, but even an elder's and the family head's quarters have been looted." Qin Jiuxiao's interest piqued. "Oh, a thief? How small?" The Chu disciple stammered, "Very, very small. Like a little child." Qin Jiuxiao's face brightened, excitement gleaming in his dark, narrowed eyes. "Hee, so your family head has yet to locate her? Would you like me to assist?" The Chu disciples exchanged furtive glances but dared not meet his gaze. "What a pity. I would very much like to lend you a hand." Qin Zhouxiao expressed his feigned regret. You all disperse and assist the Chu family disciples in the search. I shall pay a visit to the Chu family to console the family head. His subordinates instantly comprehended Qin Zhouxiao's instructions. Rest assured, Lord. We shall uphold the cordial relations between the Qin and Chu families and assist them in their search, while ensuring the young lady's safety. Qin Zhouxiao nodded in satisfaction. One astute subordinate discreetly nudged Qin Zhouxiao's arm, receiving a knowing glance in return. Did you not hear that Yuanyuan only stole from an elder and the family head? The Chu family has 3 grand elders and 3 vice elders, all wealthy individuals. The subordinate pondered. Was it not agreed that Chu Tianyi would inherit the Chu family leadership? Will this not deplete the Chu family? The young lady was so well behaved. Surely she would make up for the family's losses in the future. After parting ways with his subordinates, Qin Zhouxiao activated his lightness skill, soaring toward the Chu family. With all the disciples of the Chu family absent, it was akin to an empty city. Visiting the family head of the Chu family was certainly not an act befitting someone of Qin Zhouxiao's stature. He was aloof and proud, considering himself unparalleled, and had no interest in even casting a glance toward Chu Zhong, knowing that Yuanyuan was safe. Qin Zhouxiao's current objective was undoubtedly to assist her in acquiring more treasures. As for the internal layout of the Chu family, he had already thoroughly familiarized himself with it. Thus, he knew exactly where the elders' quarters were located. Qin Zhouxiao had no interest in the quarters of the ordinary disciples. He sought only the finest treasures. The elder of the Chu family was far wealthier than the family head, so it was only natural that Qin Zhouxiao's first target would be the room of the great elder of the Chu family. The elder of the Chu clan is indeed quite intriguing, often retreating into seclusion. At this very moment, he remains oblivious to the place within the cultivation realm where he is meditating and gaining enlightenment, surrounded by abundant spiritual energy. Youyou, accompanied by a group of gray mice, scurried down a secluded path with great speed. The gray mice nodded in unison, a silent agreement among them. After a short while, the leading gray mouse pointed toward a standalone 2-story building and squeaked twice. Weary, Youyou lifted her little head and decided to sit on the ground, straining to gaze upward. Wow, it looks so wealthy. Indeed, the golden characters on the plaque above the door made Youyou's eyes gleam with desire. Let us go in. Youyou's enthusiasm surged as her mouth watered in anticipation. The foliage above her head deftly unlocked the door, and after they all entered, it quietly secured the entrance once more. After leaping a few times through the treetops, Qin Zhouxiao arrived beside the 2-story building. Observing the door lock, he concentrated his energy and gently tapped it, causing the lock to spring open before he swiftly slipped inside. Youyou, already brimming with excitement, soared to the 2nd floor. To her, the upper level was a sanctuary for slumber, where the mischievous eggs were sure to conceal golden bars. Upon discovering a bed even wider than the previous one, she joyfully leaped into the soft quilt. Jade pillow, haha, one for Grandma and one for Grandpa. Youyou rolled around gleefully on the bed, occasionally patting the jade pillow beside her. Was there a sound? Qin Zhouxiao halted, casting a glance toward the 2nd floor. Chapter 189. Daddy has arrived. Qin Zhouxiao stealthily ascended the staircase, while Youyou and Xiao Bajua remained oblivious, both peering curiously into a large wooden chest. Youyou was dazzled by the golden glimmer emanating from within, her eyes transfixed, and drool trickled down the corner of her mouth. Wow, so much gold and jade. What is this? Is it a gemstone? Wow, all these colorful gems are so beautiful. Xiao Bajua's eyes widened like peanuts, sparkling with various hues, completely enraptured. Only the plant atop Youyou's head maintained its composure, stretching its leaves amid the assortment of jewels, searching for something more precious. Qin Zhouxiao quietly approached the door from which the noise emanated, gently pushing it open, revealing a chubby little girl with her head buried in the large wooden chest, flailing her short legs, accompanied by a small bird displaying half an outstretched wing and a pointed tail. Qin Zhouxiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. In that moment, an unprecedented sense of peace and contentment surged from deep within, enveloping his very being and elevating every pore. Youyou, Qin Zhouxiao called softly. Youyou, hearing the familiar voice, fluttered her little legs, cautiously attempting to reach the ground, and turned her little head. Xiao Bajua synchronized with Youyou's movements, merely shifting the direction of its claws resting on the wooden chest. The plant atop Youyou's head withdrew from the pile of jewels, swaying slightly as it oriented itself toward Qin Jiuxiao, appearing somewhat dazed. Suddenly sensing something amiss, the foliage trembled and quickly retracted, burying itself within Youyou's hair. Qin Jiuxiao's eyes widened in shock, his hand gripping the doorknob, trembling in fear. What was that? Had a monster possessed his daughter? No. Had the monster grown atop her head? Youyou. Qin Jiuxiao hurriedly took several steps and knelt before her, anxiously yet gently parting her hair. Indeed, he discovered a plant with 3 leaves, seemingly sprouting directly from Youyou's head, as if they were one. What to do? Qin Jiuxiao's hand trembled slightly. Youyou blinked her bright eyes, her small hands reaching for the quivering leaves atop her head. So it's a wealthy uncle. This uncle actually discovered the little spirit plant. He won't think of Youyou as a monster, will he? A wealthy uncle? A pang of bitterness filled Qin Jiuxiao's heart. However, revealing the truth directly might frighten her. The spirit plant atop Youyou's head appeared to have gained consciousness, which was rather peculiar. He just wondered what benefits it might hold for her. Qin Jiuxiao sought to coax Youyou into sharing more of her thoughts. Wow, the wealthy uncle even knows about spirit plants. Xianyu uncle said that in this world, not even the cultivation realm has awakened spirit plants. Youyou's is the only one. From Youyou's musings, Qin Jiuxiao learned that this spirit plant posed no danger to her, which eased his worry. He lifted Youyou into his arms, asking if she liked the treasures here. Youyou, regaining her senses, twisted her little body and squealed excitedly at the chest. Qin Jiuxiao chuckled as he placed her inside, and she began to stuff the treasures into her front-facing bag bit by bit. Xiao Bajua eagerly picked up the gems with its beak, hastily handing them to Youyou, one after another. Oh dear, Xiao Bajua, don't rush. I understand. They're yours. Youyou will keep them safe for you. Qin Jiuxiao's gaze remained on Xiao Bajua, his smile deepening. The Lin family, how amusing. Youyou thoroughly enjoyed the process of collecting one treasure after another into her bag. Qin Jiuxiao glanced at the sky before saying, Youyou, there are 2 elders in the Chu family, even wealthier than the clan leader. Would you like to go see? Youyou tilted her little head, revealing a soft and adorable smile, then waved her small hand, causing everything in the wooden chest to vanish into her bag. Following that, she extended her chubby little arms toward Qin Jiuxiao. Filled with joy, he lifted Youyou into his embrace, while Xiao Bajua clung to her shoulder. As Qin Jiuxiao carried Youyou, his toes glided over the rooftops and treetops. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at another small building. The Chu family boasts 3 prominent elders, one specializing in body refinement, another in alchemy, and the third in talisman crafting. The second elder oversees the teaching of the Chu family's mentors, with disciples receiving direct instruction from their mentors. This room belonged to the elder of herbalism, primarily filled with medicinal herbs, allowing Youyou to select any she found pleasing to take with her. Qin Jiuxiao unlocked the door. The spirit plant atop Youyou's head had lost its purpose, and it shook its little leaves in discontent. Upon entering the attic, Youyou was greeted by a rich herbal aroma. Since her senior sister also practiced alchemy, Youyou was not averse to the scent of herbs. This time, she was no longer sluggish. With a mere wave of her small hands, she collected all the herbs, regardless of type, even encompassing the entire cabinet that contained them, truly leaving nothing behind. Youyou also took a liking to the yellow pear wood furniture in the room. Qin Jiuxiao couldn't help but twitch his lips. Youyou, eventually, this Chu family will belong to you, and moving the furniture will be a hassle, so let it be. You will need it later. Youyou tilted her little head, pondering, her little face blossoming with joy. Thus, Qin Jiuxiao carried Youyou to the next room, continuing until they had thoroughly explored all quarters of the esteemed members of the Chu family. Only then did Youyou, satisfied yet fatigued, fall asleep in Qin Jiuxiao's embrace. Just as Qin Jiuxiao was about to depart with Youyou, a troop of gray mice emerged from an unknown source, neatly lined up, gazing eagerly at Qin Jiuxiao. Xiao Bajua chirped a few times at the gray mice, causing them to disperse. Qin Jiuxiao found it quite extraordinary and chuckled while shaking his head as he flew away with Youyou. As they passed the teleportation array, the guardian took a moment to glance at the sleeping Youyou. My daughter, Qin Jiuxiao remarked with a gentle smile. The guardian stood frozen in fear, almost instinctively dropping to his knees. Lord Qinjiu was notoriously cold-hearted and merciless, known for his erratic and brutal behavior, capable of reducing even his closest kin to a state of ruin to ascend to power. Could he possibly smile? No, that was implausible. Even if he did smile, it would not be directed at them. The guardian trembling, retreated to the side, no longer daring to meet Youyou's gaze for fear of dire consequences. Instead, Qinzhou held Youyou aloft before them, declaring, "Look closely, this is my daughter. If any of you dare to provoke her, do not blame the head of the family for being ungracious. We would never." The guardian quickly bowed and stepped back. Chapter 190. Who is this woman? Surely you know how to respond when the Chu family inquires? Qinzhou scoffed lightly. The guardian, not lacking in wit, recognized that the Chu family was in an uproar, searching for someone. "We saw nothing, not a single shadow," he affirmed. "Very good." Qinzhou nodded in satisfaction, exchanged some coins, and stepped onto the teleportation array. His subordinates shot threatening glances at the guardians once more before following him onto the array. Once the light faded, the guardians shook off their stupor, quickly wiping the sweat from their brows. How fortunate that all the Chu family members on guard today are out searching for someone. Indeed, if they were aware, they would surely report it to the head of the Chu family. We might then find ourselves viewed as accomplices by Lord Qinzhou, perhaps even risking our lives. Less feigned ignorance. I caught a glimpse of that girl. She looks remarkably like Lord Qinzhou. One could tell, even with her eyes closed. They are undoubtedly father and daughter. Curiously, I have never heard of Lord Qinzhou marrying, nor do I know which noble family his wife hails from. I doubt she belongs to one of the 4 great families. Lord Qinzhou has never been on good terms with any of them. Indeed, I say Lord Qinzhou does well. Among the 4 great families, apart from the newly established Qin family, none are worthy. True, they rely on their strength, never regarding us smaller families or rogue cultivators, monopolizing the most fertile cultivation lands and barring our entry. Even if we managed to enter, they would ambush us, fearing we might surpass them. Indeed, do you remember Yin family as second young master? Yun Jing? That once renowned gentleman whose talents surpassed those of the 4 great families? Yes. I have heard whispers that his entrance into Yunwu Mountain was not a mere misfortune, but a result of jealousy that led to his disqualification. Is that true? I heard Yun Jing fell into a deep depression for a long time, nearly taking his own life. Take his own life? Someone deliberately set him up, nearly killing him to eradicate his potential. Heavens, we were completely unaware. Who could be so cruel? Everyone knows Yin Erlang is kind-hearted and gentle, with an ethereal presence. If he were not part of our world, one might mistake him for an immortal. I recall when the Yun family nearly faced annihilation. It was Lord Qinzhou who intervened that prevented anyone from targeting them again. Indeed. I believe Lord Qinzhou should cleanse the 4 great families thoroughly. Yes. I secretly inquired earlier. The Chu family is searching for a little child, claiming that the child and an accomplice stole numerous valuable items from the Chu family, including gold, silver, jewels, paintings, and even food from the kitchen. The Chu family has become increasingly shameless. They can concoct such absurd reasons. They may not be impenetrable, but their numbers are substantial. How dare they slander a mere child? I believe their true target is still Lord Qinzhou. Indeed, both Lord Qinzhou and that little child entered the teleportation array empty-handed. If they are to lie, they ought to make it more believable. Lord Qinzhou had originally brought Youyou to apprehend the large gray mice and heard their conversation while standing on the formation. Youyou, unbeknownst to him, had awakened, her bright eyes darting between the individuals present. A line of large gray mice marched in unison onto the formation, turning their heads in unison to observe the gossiping group as they walked. "All right, let's go." Youyou clapped her hands on Qinzhou's shoulder. A hint of indulgent amusement graced Qinzhou's otherwise cold and charming face as he embraced Youyou and vanished into the formation with the gray mice. Xian forced herself to calm down and examine the various herbs and elixirs before her, desperately wanting to concoct medicines to protect her family. However, many of the herbs she encountered were unfamiliar, even entirely unknown in Waaaaah. Confused thoughts and excessive worry for Youyou clouded her mind, rendering her unable to focus. Helpless, she exited the apothecary, intending to wait at the door for Qinzhou and Youyou's return. "Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" A woman approached briskly, confronting Xian with an arrogant demeanor. "And who permitted you to enter the apothecary? Do you not know that the Qin family's apothecary is a sacred place, off-limits to anyone other than the elders and the family head?" Miss, what brings you here?" The steward greeted her with a smile. "She is my family. How could I not come?" Qin Yuan pointed at Xian, her gaze critical from head to toe. "But her? Who allowed you to let her in?" "Oh, she is the lady of the house. Miss, she is your sister-in-law. Of course, she is allowed entry, The steward continued with a warm smile. Huh, my sister-in-law. A mere mortal. How could she be worthy? Xian's expression darkened. Look at her. Does she dare to show me attitude? I'm the eldest daughter of the Qin family. Mortals are just that, mortals, lacking decorum. Want to be my sister-in-law? Dream on. Jie is my sister-in-law. What is she even? Had it not been for Qin Zhou's rescue of Youyou and his assistance to her, Xian would not have endured this woman for another moment. However, patience has its limits. Xian could not be bullied by anyone. Without uttering a word, Xian casually flicked her wrist, causing a cloud of powder to scatter into Qin Yuan's hair. Qin Yuan exploded, frantically waving her hands and shouting, "What is this? What have you done to me? You mortal?" Xian squinted, observing coldly, "Scream all you like. The more you scream, the more you inhale." "Oh, it is merely a powder I concocted myself. It is nothing special. The more you inhale, the faster you will succumb." No sooner had Xian's words left her mouth than Qin Yuan felt her limbs stiffening, a premonition of collapse beginning to manifest. Holding her breath, she sidled 2 steps sideways, clutching a tree trunk to steady herself. "You, Qin Yuan, wish to continue your tirade. But alas, you have lost the strength to speak. Woman, what is wrong? I told you to wait for me. Why did you not wait a moment?" A beautiful woman with a charming figure rushed over. "Jie, please help me." Qin Yuan extended her hand towards Youyou. Supported her. Her radiant face flashing with anger as she turned to the steward. "Qin steward, how can you assist this outsider? A mere mortal?" Chapter 191. Silly ant, is the ant, how could you be so vile? So rude in another's home. Truly immortal, so coarse and uncouth. Hand over the antidote. Youyou gazed at Xian's serene and pure visage, feeling a tinge of jealousy rise within her. Xian faced the two without a hint of trepidation, her red lips parting. "First, the title of madam is derived from my daughter. I have not consented. Second, I am a guest, even if you are the host. You do not represent the head of this family. Third, I am a mortal, and you are not immortals. According to my daughter, you are merely mortals in the midst of cultivation, far from achieving the status of immortals. Fourth, there is no antidote. I am rather lazy and often act at my whim. It is quite normal for me to create poisons without producing antidotes. Oh, it is primarily due to my immunity that I find no necessity for an antidote." Xian scoffed once more, her arrogance unabated. "Oh, I can comprehend that you are the sister of Qin Zhou, but who do you think you are? Barking at your own doorstep is one thing, but to do so at another's is utterly absurd. You and I are both ladies of the Su family. Do you seek your own demise?" "Oh, the Su family? The one without the family seal? Pray tell, who is it that is truly courting death here?" The woman, Qin Yuan, was about to unleash a tirade when she heard heavy footsteps approaching from behind. "What is the matter?" The cold and indifferent voice of Qin Zhou rang out. Upon hearing him, Youyou hastily composed her expression, concealing the previous malice and envy. "Brother, it is all her doing. This woman has drugged me." As Qin Yuan turned to feign innocence before Qin Zhou, she was met with the sight of a small child nestled in her brother's arms. The infant turned its head, gazing at her with a face so strikingly similar to Qin Zhou's that it was as if they were sculpted from the same mold. "Brother, she is Youyou," Xian exclaimed, her eyes misty with tears, the earlier bravado completely vanquished. Mommy, Youyou, unfazed by the adult's concerns, reached out her chubby little hand towards Xian, murmuring to herself, "Mommy, Youyou's gathered so many golden bars and so many wonderful things for Mommy." Xian held Youyou tightly, a sense of unutterable satisfaction and comfort swelling within her. "Youyou must not wander off again. Your grandparents were terribly worried when you went missing. Youyou will be fine. They cannot overpower Youyou." Youyou giggled and planted a kiss on Xian's cheek, her tiny hands rummaging through the treasures in her pouch. "This is for Mommy, and this too, and also this for Mommy. All right, no more digging. Mommy cannot carry all of this." Youyou presented Xian with 2 golden bars, a rather old jade bracelet, and a sparkling necklace. Youyou nodded her little head, still chattering to herself. "It is not that Mommy cannot take it. It is just that Youyou is not withholding it." Juxin, so mewat speech, patted Youyou's head and embraced her once more. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan glanced between Youyou, Qin Zhou, and Xian, fixating her gaze on Youyou. In disbelief, she dug her pinky into her ear. What had just transpired? Was she hallucinating? How could she have heard a mere infant speak without moving her lips? Moreover, what was that item hanging around her neck? It bore a resemblance to the fabled pouch of wonders. Yet how could such a small bag contain so many items? At that moment, Youyou's attention drifted toward Qin E1 and Su E. Oh, this auntie is the sister of the wealthy uncle. But she bears no resemblance to him. The wealthy uncle is exceedingly clever, yet this auntie is rather foolish. Qin E1's displeasure flared, and just as she was about to respond, Qin Jiuxiao intervened. This wicked woman seeks to exploit this auntie to get closer to the wealthy uncle. However, when the wealthy uncle spurns her, she resorts to drugging him through this auntie, only for him to escape. As a result of that drug, the wealthy uncle found his wife and begot a daughter of noble fate. This wicked woman remains oblivious to this. This auntie is quite naive, unaware of being used by this malefactor. She once had a fiancé who treated her exceptionally well, yet this vile woman could not stand to see her happy, deceiving her into believing her fiancé was wicked and had mistreated her. This auntie repeatedly caught her fiancé with other women, all orchestrated by this wicked woman. This auntie is truly foolish. She believed it all and ultimately broke off her engagement. Her fiancé, knowing the wickedness of this woman, tried time and again to explain. Yet this auntie chose to trust the villain over her fiancé. In the end, her fiancé was thoroughly heartbroken and left home. Youyou calculates. It seems that her fiancé has been captured by this wicked woman. She is quite deranged, unable to bear the happiness of others, longing to destroy it. Alas, that uncle is gravely injured and should be in peril. Vinjivens stud frozen, glering at oivithatrit. Woman, what troubles you? Why you gaze at me so? Su E, unaware of the underlying reasons, asked in surprise. Vinjiven yishit, tu consume oivai. Yet she restrained herself and approached weakly, her expression no longer the malevolence of moments prior. You're Youyou, correct? I am your aunt. She gestured toward Qin Jiuxiao. He is your father. This time, Youyou's eyes widened in astonishment. She blinked rapidly, extending her 5 tiny fingers to attempt calculations, albeit unsuccessfully. Oh dear, how is this possible? Youyou has never calculated her biological father. As the scriptures shared by my senior sister claim that Lin Zhe is Youyou's father. Oh no, all wrong. The wealthy uncle is actually Youyou's daddy, and Youyou is the daughter of the wealthy uncle of noble fate. No wonder there can be no other daughter in this world as noble as Youyou. The wealthy uncle is daddy, and daddy is very wealthy. Youyou's delight was palpable, her mouth watering at the thought. Qin E1 produced a handkerchief, gently wiping Youyou's face. Observing Qin E1's actions, Chu Xin realized that she too could hear Youyou's thoughts, or else her demeanor would not have shifted so dramatically. Annie also possesses golden bars. Would you like some? I shall fetch them as a greeting gift. Qin E1 turned and cast a pleading glance at Qin Jiuxiao. He nodded. Go ahead, I will send someone over. Chapter 192. This home shall fall apart without me. One, wait for me. Su E called out several times, but Qin E1 paid her no heed. Alas, the heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. My head aches. I shall cease to ponder. Qin Jiuxiao regarded Youyou with a look of pure delight. Oise face tivistit in jealousy. Who in the cultivation world had ever witnessed such tenderness from Qin Jiuxiao? Not even she had. Sensing Su Yi's gaze, Qin Jiuxiao's expression turned icy, his tone dripping with scorn. Has the young lady of the Su family been cast out to beggar status by her clan? Su Yi appeared bewildered. Of course not. Young Master Jiu, you are aware of my status. In our cultivation world, if our families had not been expelled, why would you shamelessly linger in my home? Are you prepared to take responsibility for disturbing my wife and daughter? Before Su Yi could finish her retort, Qin Jiuxiao silenced her. Su Yi was taken aback, her face flushed with indignation, a fierce rage igniting within her. Young Master Jiu, she is but a mere mortal. Mortal? Who among us is not a mortal? Are you a celestial being? Pray tell, does your lifespan rival that of a 1,000-year tortoise? Qin Jiuxiao's face was set in a mocking smile, his cold, indifferent eyes remaining as heartless as ever. Su Yi, overwhelmed with shame and anger, turned and fled in tears. Yes, young Master Jiu, rest assured, we will certainly rescue that young lad Tang. That is indeed true. My sister nearly severed ties with me over this woman and has already moved out. It seems Su Yi desires to use my sister's hand to expel you. Xine lowered her head, feeling embarrassed. That title of madam is merely a formality. I did not intend to claim it. My visit here was solely concerning Youyou. Now that she has been found, you may inform others that our relationship is not as they assume. Should you encounter a kindred spirit in the future, dear sister-in-law, I have arrived. Youyou, from a distance, began to shout, her hand clutching a cloth bag that clinked incessantly. Oh dear, how heavy! With a plop, Youyou sat down on the steps. As Youyou gazed eagerly, she untied the cloth bag. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst forth, blinding Youyou momentarily. Youyou reached out her chubby arm towards Youyou, exclaiming, Annie, hug me. Wow, Annie is so rich, I love you. Upon hearing Youyou's heartfelt words, Youyou was taken aback, her face lighting up with joy as she embraced her niece, her lips curling into a wide smile. Her little niece expressed affection for her. Youyou squeezed Youyou's plump arm, grinning foolishly. Xine, observing this, could only shake her head in disbelief and turn away, wishing not to witness the scene. It appeared that her sister-in-law was indeed naive. Despite having her fiancé deceived away, she remained unscathed, which was, in fact, fortunate. Youyou's eyes sparkled with wonder. Yet those sparkles held no trace of Youyou. They were entirely filled with the gleam of the golden treasures. This is a set of golden mice. Do you like it? It's all for you. And this bracelet has been passed down through generations. My mother, your grandmother, entrusted me to keep it, saying it is for the matriarch of the Qin family. I will give it to your mother shortly. These gold bars are my private savings. They are all for Youyou. Youyou clutched a gold bar in her small hands, her big eyes greedily scanning the rest, determined not to miss any of them. Xine shook her head, muttering softly, typical, always wanting more. Youyou, however, was oblivious and planted a kiss on Youyou's face. Enchanted by the sweet fragrance of the child, Youyou remained blissfully unaware. Smiling dreamily, Xiao could hardly bear to watch, often feeling that when his mother gave birth to her, she must have forgotten her wits. Of course, Youyou could not simply take her Annie's gold without offering something in return. After rummaging through her Qian bag for a while, she produced several talismans and, from Youyou's collection, a white jade sword and a spiritual jade pendant, which she presented to Youyou. Is this for me? Youyou was astonished. Youyou nodded vigorously. These talismans possess far greater levels and powers than those here, and this white jade sword is favored by the fairies in the celestial realm. It is perfect for a fairy. Annie, you once practiced cultivation too. Wielding this spiritual jade sword will double your strength. What a pity. Annie has good potential, but is simply too lazy. Laziness? It's not that I'm lazy. Every time I wish to cultivate, Sui finds some reason to stop me. She says as Qin Zhixiao's only sister, I am cherished beyond measure and should not seek hardship through cultivation. Wouldn't it be better to enjoy life? Moreover, Sui has also remarked that every time I train, I end up getting tanned and my skin becomes rough, so unsuitable for cultivation. It was at this moment that Youyou realized that Sui's seemingly caring words had actually been detrimental to her. She cast aside her frustrations and reached for the white jade sword. To her astonishment, the moment she touched it, her arm surged with strength, not the kind that is bestowed, but as if the sword had merged with her very essence, enhancing her own power. She had never anticipated that this delicate sword would possess such formidable might. Wait, celestial fairies? Youyou finally grasped the crux of the matter. Her little niece knew about celestial fairies and the Qian bag. Could it be that her niece was a fairy herself? Youyou's eyes sparkled with realization. She recalled that 200 years ago, a celestial being descended, possessing a Qian bag. Such an artifact was exclusively for celestial beings. Her niece must undoubtedly be a fairy. Alas, Annie's fate was once tragic, but since Youyou's arrival, it has transformed. She was destined to live a lonely and miserable life. Yet now it seems she will have a happy and prosperous family. Youyou is wonderful. Tonight, I must tell my senior sister that this family will not be scattered because of Youyou. She might just be our savior. Upon hearing Youyou's thoughts again, Youyou became anxious. Brother, has anyone gone to rescue him? Qin Zhixiao replied, yes. Aren't you going? I cannot face him. Youyou lowered her head, her eyes reddening with regret. Xine stepped forward, handing Youyou several small porcelain vials. Go. Personally rescuing him will serve as an atonement and provide him with hope. There are 3 types of potions here. One paralyzes the legs, making one unable to move. Another amplifies the sensory nerves, intensifying pain, and the last induces excruciating, convulsive pain throughout the body. The antidote is included, is the powder you just inhaled. As soon as you breathe it in, your strength will return. Youyou looked up, her eyes brimming with tears. Sister-in-law, you are truly wonderful. They say a sister-in-law is like a mother, and it seems to be true. I miss my mother. Youyou grimaced, nudging her. All right, hurry along. Youyou wants to go too. Youyou hurriedly stuffed all the gold into the Qianquan bag, then handed the bracelet to Xian before climbing up Youyou's leg into her embrace. Oh my, Youyou is remarkable. Youyou barely noticed Youyou's weight before realizing the child had wrapped her arms around her neck. Youyou, aren't you hungry? Xian, wishing to deter Youyou from causing trouble, decided to exploit her weakness. Just then, Youyou's little tummy growled. They expected her to whine for food, but instead, she pulled out a bowl of spiritual water from the Qianquan bag and gulped it down, letting out a satisfied burp afterward. Juxin, Qin Zuxia, and Youyou stared at her in astonishment. Youyou blinked innocently and retrieved another bowl of spiritual water to offer Xian, who, still dumbfounded, accepted it. Then, Youyou fetched one bowl each for Youyou and Youyou. The three of them held their bowls, each displaying a different expression. Xian was unfamiliar with spiritual water, but Youyou and Youyou recognized it. Youyou, where did you get this? Youyou asked, cradling Youyou in one arm while holding the bowl in the other. Youyou shook her little head playfully, smiling, of course. I found it in the kitchen of the Chu family. Daddy said that the Chu family is also Youyou's family. It's all Youyou stuff. Juxin Sayin a Saputino. So you just took these things? Not even a bowl of water was spared. Drink it, it's good for you. Youyou encouraged. In stark contrast, Youyou, after finishing her water, tossed the bowl aside and burst into laughter. No wonder you are my niece. You are simply amazing. Youyou and Youyou exchanged delighted smiles, both squinting with joy. Come, and it will take you to the Su family to gather things. Youyou whispered in Youyou's ear. Youyou's eyes sparkled brightly, her little hand waving excitedly. Let us go. Youyou chuckled, scooping up Youyou and running off. A gust of wind swept by, carrying the cheerful laughter of the pair. Has you not eaten yet? Xian called from behind. Don't worry, little sister. She won't go hungry. Youyou reassured her. Youyou has been located. I have already informed our people in Jing City, and they have surely informed the old master. You need not worry too much. Xian nodded, feeling somewhat parched herself, so she drank the bowl of water that Youyou had handed her. Youyou clung to Youyou's neck, babbling, I'm so glad I got away. Otherwise, Mommy would make me drink milk and eat egg custard and rice porridge, but Youyou wants to eat meat, big chicken legs, big red worms, and roasted birds. Youyou felt fortunate to hear Youyou's thoughts. Otherwise, she wouldn't have understood a word of the child's chatter. However, she pondered whether such a small child could eat meat. Although she was unsure, she believed that Youyou must be able to, for she was her little niece, exceptional and certainly a little fairy. Thus, she instructed a disciple from the Qin family nearby to purchase some meat dishes according to Youyou's innermost desires. The disciple, unaware that it was Youyou who yearned for these delicacies, complied with her request and set off to buy them. Upon exiting the formation and arriving at the territory of the Su family, Youyou finally opened the food box. Observing Youyou, whose mouth was watering and whose large eyes seemed ready to dive into the box, Youyou felt a surge of pride, convinced she had made the right choice. Youyou decided to indulge in one dish first, leaving the others for later. Youyou handed her a fragrant, crispy chicken leg and then carried her towards the Su family's direction. Miss, we have received word that young Master Tang is confined in a secret chamber behind the young lady of the Su family's quarters. Oh, is that so? Youyou suddenly transformed, an icy aura enveloping her. Very well, let us proceed. She carried Youyou to the entrance of his Su residence. Due to her close relationship with Su-Yi, she was not stopped at the gate. She was allowed entry without hesitation. Though the disciples of the Qin family hesitated momentarily behind her. Are they not allowed in? Yi requested assistance from several of our disciples, which is why I brought them along. The gatekeeper, uncertain of the situation, ultimately permitted the Qin family disciples to enter as well, given the rapport between the two ladies. Youyou made her way directly to Su-Yi's courtyard. Perhaps Su-Yi intended to secretly torment Tang Cheng, for all the servants in the courtyard had been dismissed. Carrying Youyou, Youyou effortlessly entered Su-Yi's room and surveyed the walls around her. She had often come and gone freely in this space, yet had never realized there was a secret chamber here. Not one to be easily deceived, Youyou recalled the moments they had shared here, her gaze fixating on a pale yellow wall adorned with an ancient painting. Meanwhile, Youyou's thoughts corroborated her suspicions. Annie, the secret chamber is right behind this wall. Youyou's complexion drained of color, her lips trembling involuntarily. Memories flooded back, reminding her of the times she and Su-yi had sat here, speaking ill of Tang Cheng. Each conversation had been guided by Su-yi, with her coaxing Youyou into voicing harsh words against him. If Tang Cheng had been listening from behind this wall, how profoundly disappointed and heartbroken he must have felt. Clutching her chest tightly, Youyou experienced a sharp pang of pain. Yes, and there was Youyou. If Youyou believed she and he would be well, then surely they would be. Resolute, Youyou reached for the ancient painting that Su-yi had always forbade others from touching and discovered the mechanism hidden within. With a firm press, a heavy sound echoed, revealing a stone door behind a screen on the opposite wall. Youyou's heart leaped with joy as she carried Youyou inside. Chapter 194. Potential indigestion. Before them lay a spacious room, which connected to another chamber at the back. Youyou heard voices. Right ahead, let us go. She led her companions through another door, where they encountered Su-yi, now under the control of Butler Qin, and Tang Cheng, bloodied and battered, barely recognizable. Sheng Yi. Tears instantly streamed down Youyou's face. Miss, young Master Tang refuses to leave with us, nor will he accept treatment. He claims you would rather see him dead. He should simply perish. Please persuade him. Tang Cheng merely cast a fleeting glance at Youyou before lowering his head, his expression devoid of emotion. His indifference struck Youyou as a signal that he no longer cared. Yet, why would he not leave? Her tears blurred her vision as she trembled, unsure how to respond. Su-yi, her mouth gagged, emitted muffled sounds, yet failed to capture a single glance from Youyou. Kneeling before Tang Cheng, Youyou gently comforted him. Tang Cheng appeared momentarily touched, then managed a self-deprecating smile, albeit faint and nearly imperceptible. Youyou, clutching the chicken leg, nibbled away while observing Tang Cheng. Alas, it seems this uncle has truly been heartbroken by Annie. No wonder. Each time Annie was deceived by that wicked woman into speaking ill of him, he saw through it all and heard every word. Even the hardest heart can fracture under such relentless torment. Oh, what can I do to reconcile Uncle and Annie? Youyou gazed at the chicken leg in her hand, hesitating. Perhaps I should offer Uncle a chicken leg to cheer him up, but I am not yet full. Oh dear, appeasing adults is quite challenging. This little one feels so troubled. Upon hearing Youyou's thoughts, Tang Cheng froze, then turned to Youyou's embrace with disbelief. The child's small face was contorted in concentration as she fixed her gaze on the large chicken leg, appearing quite conflicted. This confirmed he had not imagined it. He had indeed heard the little one's thoughts. After pondering for a moment, Youyou decided against relinquishing the chicken leg. Perhaps I should offer this uncle a bowl of spiritual water instead, granting him a bit of celestial power that should suffice even without the chicken leg, right? Suddenly, a bowl of water appeared in Youyou's small hand, which she extended toward Tang Cheng. The bowl was nearly twice the size of her little face, leaving Tang Cheng bewildered as to how her tiny hands could support such a large vessel. Why isn't this uncle accepting it? Could it be that he has been rendered foolish by that wicked woman? Hearing this, Youyou lost her composure. She set Youyou down, seized Su-yi by the collar, and raised her hand to slap her. You vile woman, how dare I consider you a good friend while you deceive me? If your jealousy drives you to such treachery, then so be it. I shall renounce my status as a miss of the Qin family. But to deceive me, to sow discord and separate us, is utterly unforgivable. You have no right to harm him, to torment him. Very well, you wish to torment him? Then I shall return the favor. Youyou shouted, unleashing a barrage of slaps upon Su-yi, her fury unrestrained, swelling until Su-yi's face became swollen. Tang Cheng watched in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. She was willing to strike her closest friend for his sake, and to weep so profusely for him. Youyou continued to munch on her chicken leg, curiously regarding Tang Cheng. He couldn't help but smile at the sight of her, hunched over with her small legs curled up, devouring the chicken leg with fervor. Youyou, her face smeared with grease, noticed Tang Cheng's gaze and tilted her head, her eyes crinkling in delight. For reasons unknown, Tang Cheng's heart softened at that moment. melting away the icy bitterness that had long resided within him. He had thought his heart was as cold as ice. Yet now he realized he was still the same person he once was. Chang'e is so skilled. He cannot possibly be easily confined here. What have you done to him? At this moment, Qin Yuan's eyes were reddened with anger. You refuse to speak, do you? Then you have yet to fully taste the bitterness of pain. As she continued to deliver slaps, she even forgot that Sui's mouth was still gagged. Tang Cheng could no longer bear to watch, wanting to intervene but uncertain of how to voice his thoughts. Will you speak or not? Qin Yuan's fury escalated, her voice rising in intensity. Miss, we must leave. Otherwise, we risk being discovered. Butler Qin interjected, unable to bear the folly of his young mistress any longer. With one final kick to Sui, Qin Yuan declared, this time I shall let you go, but mark my words. For however long you have confined Chang'e, I shall repay you in kind. Recalling the medicine given by Chu Xian, she scattered 3 types of herbs on his Sui's person. Whether you can resolve this matter rests upon you. Oh no, I will leave you here. Whether you are discovered is a matter of luck. We shall take our leave now. Qin Yuan turned to assist Tang Cheng, but he instinctively recoiled. Her eyes reddened anew, and she bit her lip. Danjian, ultimate sopatet, gestured towards Youyou and said, you can hold her. She is still too young to walk. Qin Yuan's tears transformed into laughter in an instant as she lifted Youyou into her arms. The swift motion caused Youyou to drop the piece of chicken leg she had painstakingly gnawed onto the floor. Youyou sighed in regret and resumed her effort. Furthermore, she was too young to consume meat, or else she might suffer from diarrhea, Tang Cheng added. Upon hearing this, Youyou tilted her small head protectively over the chicken leg and continued to nibble. Oh, Qin Yuan nodded, glancing at Youyou's hands. Oh no, Chang'e. She has already eaten quite a bit. A complete chicken leg, minus the piece that fell, was already more than half gone. Alarmed, Qin Yuan hurriedly tried to snatch the chicken leg from Youyou's grasp, exclaiming, you can't eat any more. Otherwise, your tummy will hurt, and you'll have to get an injection. Chapter 195. A foolish Aunt Youyou remained undeterred, nibbling even more vigorously. With no other option, Qin Yuan seized the chicken leg from her. Youyou paused, then burst into tears with her eyes shut tight. Qin Yuan, flustered, began to soothe her. Don't cry, dear Youyou. When you grow up, Annie will buy you lots and lots of chicken legs, all right? Youyou ignored her, turning her small head away while continuing to cry. Qin Yuan, in a state of panic, suggested, Chang'e, perhaps we should just give it to her. Look how pitiful she is crying. Tang Cheng, well aware of why Qin Yuan was often deceived, thought to himself that her intellect had likely not matured alongside her age. If she gave in her tears now, what would happen when Youyou asked for stars from the sky? If she couldn't retrieve them, would Youyou cry again? Qin Yuan scratched her head. I don't know, if not, I could make her some fake stars. Tang Cheng sighed helplessly and took Youyou from Qin Yuan's arms, asking, Youyou, does your mother know you are sneaking bites of chicken leg? Instantly, Youyou's crying stifled in her throat. Your aunt is so foolish, and you cannot speak. If your mother thinks it was you who urged your aunt to buy the chicken leg, do you believe your mother will scold your aunt or you? Youyou's big, tear-filled eyes widened. When I was little, my brother snuck chicken legs and smeared the grease on my face, hiding the bones in my bed. I couldn't talk back then, and my mother thought I was the one who stole the food, so I was punished every time. Youyou's small mouth gaped in astonishment. I don't know what kind of mother you have, but I remember mine thought I was stealing, and for years I was forbidden from eating meat. Alas, I was so miserable. Youyou, now too frightened to cry, quickly reached out her small, chubby hands to wipe the grease from her mouth and face. Tang Cheng slightly raised the corners of his mouth, his gaze softening with humor. So, will you still eat? Youyou vigorously shook her head. Very well, then I shall have your aunt clean your face so that your mother won't know you've been sneaking bites. Youyou nodded eagerly in agreement. Qin Yuan looked at Tang Cheng with admiration, her face beaming with a silly smile. Tang Cheng, casting a sidelong glance at her, chose to ignore her, though his smile only deepened. Since Youyou was still a child, Qin Zhixiao dared not give her any medicine and instead sought the family physician for her treatment. Qin Yuan, filled with guilt, could only wipe away her tears in distress. Meanwhile, Chu Xian remained remarkably calm, both exasperated and resigned, stating, leave her be, if it doesn't hurt. She won't learn her lesson. Just let her finish it. There is no need for treatment. Sister-in-law, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Please don't blame Youyou. Her tummy hurts, and she is already suffering. Qin Yuan expressed her guilt even more deeply. Tang Cheng, still speaking up for Qin Yuan, added, it's also my fault for not stopping it sooner. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to this. Zhu Xin Gudeng set Dan Jiang, who was covered in injuries yet still defended Qin Yuan, and smiled knowingly. This man truly had Qin Yuan tightly wrapped around his fingers. Indeed, upon hearing Tang Cheng's words, Qin Yuan felt even guiltier. This is not your fault. It has nothing to do with you. It is all my foolishness and ignorance that caused Youyou to suffer. I have not only harmed her, but also you, making you endure torment from that wretched person for so long. No, I must ensure she suffers even more than you. Youyou's little tummy finally stopped hurting, and she had the energy to listen to gossip. Ah, Auntie is amazing. We must make the wicked woman suffer. Oh, I'm so hungry. Seeing Youyou glance at her, Qin Yuan hurriedly hid behind Tang Cheng. You can't see me. You can't see me. Don't ask me for food. I can't afford it. Oh, Auntie is such a coward, not someone who can accomplish great things. Youyou probably won't get any food from her. Oh dear, I'm so hungry. Shu Xian crossed her arms and glared at Youyou. Are you hungry? You can't eat anything at all? Uncle Chen always said that after diarrhea, you can drink some light salt water or sugar water, but you can't have milk. This was true, although the little miss had expelled everything indigestible from her system. Her stomach was still weak. She was already small, and it was fortunate she hadn't developed a fever. Better to let her wait a while. Youyou pouted. I'd rather drink medicine. At least it fills my belly. After much commotion, the night had grown late. Youyou, having waited for warm milk to fill her stomach, fell asleep hungry. Qin Yuan, equally exhausted, succumbed to sleep early as well. In the night, the study's light illuminated softly amidst the darkness. Qin Zhouxiao and Tang Cheng sat facing one another. What is the situation with the Su family? Tang Cheng removed some fake wounds stained with blood from his leg and weighed the key in his hand. I have secretly infiltrated the head of the family's room twice, but I have yet to find the inner chamber or any items. Only this key. I suspect it must be the key to the inner chamber. Are there no signs at all? Tang Cheng shook his head. I have not discovered any indications of their alliance with anyone. Recently, many members of the Su family have also left the cultivation world, likely in pursuit of the family head's seal, though perhaps there are other conspiracies at play. I heard they have found the Su family's little grandson. Qin Zhouxiao smiled. Of course. I remember the two had agreed that after the death of the previous family head, it would be his grandson who would keep it safe until he could live safely to old age before handing over the family head seal. Quite ruthless, too. Even a biological son is not spared, and despite favoring a concubine over a wife, he even turned against his own child. How cruel. By the way, what about you, N11? Tang Cheng sighed. What can I do? Her foolish mind is so singular. If she were sold, she would still count the money for others. Without me, she would be devoured by this world. Qin Zhouxiao, filled with regret, said, Alas, I have put you through hardship. It was simply much faster than I anticipated. I thought she would only awaken once I took the initiative to leave the Su family and presented the evidence, but I did not expect it to happen so soon. Qin Zhouxiao's expression grew complex. If it were not for Youyou, perhaps the two would have no further connection. Although he was unaware of the circumstances that Youyou foresaw regarding Tang Cheng, it would likely not be favorable. He understood his sister well. She had always harbored feelings for Tang Cheng, but had been led astray by rumors, filled with resentment and anger towards him. Chapter 196. Our good grandson, it just so happened that Tang Cheng also needed to enter the Su family, which was why he had not explained. He initially planned to thoroughly investigate the Su family's secrets before exposing Su's true nature to Qin Yuan. But unexpectedly, Qin Yuan had awakened on her own. After this outing, it would be challenging to blend back in. Tang Cheng sighed in disappointment, having endured much hardship, yet failing to complete his task. Very well. You should rest. I have instructed the physician to place the medicine in your room. Do not forget to take it. Forget it. These minor injuries are nothing. After I take the medicine, the fake wounds I created can easily deceive her. However, that woman is indeed ruthless. That night, as Qin Zhouxiao watched Tang Cheng depart, he slowly turned back. Suddenly, he felt as if something had clamped onto his leg. Yi, Bobby, I'm hungry, came the voice of Youyou. Just as Qin Zhouxiao was about to kick it away, he heard Youyou's thoughts. Looking down, he indeed saw those big, glowing eyes in the night. A smile crept onto Qin Zhouxiao's lips as he picked Youyou up, thinking about her newfound awareness of hunger. He couldn't help but wonder if she would dare eat meat again next time. Unfortunately, she had forgotten to store the other food that her aunt had bought in her chinquan bag. Her mother had rummaged through all the food in her chinquan bag, taking out both what should and shouldn't be retrieved. Youyou let out a deep sigh, her little belly rumbling. After finishing her drink, she climbed on a Qin Jiuxiao's bed and curled up, quickly drifting into slumber. Qin Jiuxiao, feeling a warmth in his heart, turned Youyou onto her side and covered her with a small blanket, then lay down beside her, closing his eyes. At that moment, he felt a satisfaction he had never experienced before, surpassing even the joy of avenging his parents and reclaiming the position of head of the Qin family. Youyou felt warmth enveloping her, sleeping soundly. In the middle of the night, she sensed two pairs of eyes watching her. "Old man, do you think my precious granddaughter is beautiful?" came the voice of an elderly woman. "Of course she is beautiful, the most beautiful in the world, just like me." "Nonsense. She clearly looks like me. Our son resembles me, and thus our granddaughter must resemble him, naturally resembling me." "Fine, she looks like you, all right? But she still bears the surname Qin, which is mine." "Oh, don't hit me. You bullied me while alive, and now that you're dead, you still bully me." Youyou turned over, rubbed her big eyes, and slowly opened them. "Oh dear, stop making noise. You'll wake my precious granddaughter." The two elders fell silent, huddling like quails. They knew that no one could see them, so they didn't bother to hide. Youyou blinked her big eyes, half asleep, her gaze shifting between the two elders. Are those ghosts? Why do these two ghosts look a bit familiar?" She yawned heavily, her eyelids drooping once more. "Whatever. I'll wait until dawn to ask Uncle Bai to take them to the underworld." The old woman nudged the old man. "Did you hear what our precious granddaughter said? She wants to call someone to take us to the underworld. She can see us." I heard. My precious granddaughter is impressive. She can speak at not yet 8 months old. However, my dear, I didn't see her mouth move." "Yes, just a little one. You wouldn't see it even if she did," the old woman affirmed. "True enough. Our granddaughter has a lovely little mouth, so small and tender. She must be quite obedient when eating." Qin Jiuxiao had long since disappeared, and Youyou suddenly flipped over, nearly rolling off the bed. The two elders rushed to the bedside, attempting to push Youyou back, but their hands passed through her body. We can't even watch over a child. What a failure we are." "Luckily, our granddaughter is so well-behaved. She rolled a few times but didn't fall off. Indeed, our granddaughter is so well-behaved even in her sleep, unlike other children who might fall off the bed several times. Certainly, she is our precious granddaughter, undoubtedly better than those from other families." As they spoke, Youyou raised her little bottom again, mumbling something in her sleep, then turned again, snuggling in, her little head pointing towards her feet, and continued to sleep soundly. "Oh dear, how adorable our granddaughter is, even turning around while asleep. She will surely grow up to be exceptional. Yes, a little baby who moves from the head of the bed to the foot and back again is bound to be the most remarkable." The two elders kept watch over Youyou until the sun rose high in the sky. "Alas, we must leave now. The sun is at its peak, and it is ill-advised to linger here. All right, let us go. We shall return to see our precious granddaughter tonight." They used to regret being trapped in Immortal Realm and unable to reincarnate, but now they felt quite fortunate. Indeed, watching our children thrive and having such a beloved granddaughter who is adored by all is far better than reincarnation. The two elders exchanged reluctant glances before departing hand in hand. Youyou continued to sleep soundly until a dream of the ocean swept her away, awakening her with a start. Sitting up, she looked around and realized she was alone in the room. Spotting a large map beneath her, she pondered how to conceal it when Xian walked in. Fearing ridicule from her mother, she quickly pulled the small blanket over the map. "You little rascal, getting into mischief in the middle of the night. Hasn't your mother punished you in days?" Youyou shook her head vigorously, her little mouth babbling a stream of explanations. No. Youyou was secretly carried by Waaaaah. Youyou didn't wake up and didn't come out in the middle of the night. I believe that story as much as I believe in ghosts. Xian scooped Youyou up with one hand and playfully smacked her little bottom with the other, only to find it wet. "Youyou, did you wet the bed?" No. It was Waaaaah who did. Waaaaah wets the bed at night, just like Uncle Xianyou. How embarrassing." Xian's mouth twitched as she recalled Qin Jiuxiao's cold, stern face, curious about how he would react to Youyou's words. Chapter 197. Auntie is in deep trouble. Is Youyou awake? "Auntie is here." Qin Yuan peeked her head incautiously. "Oh, sister-in-law, did you sleep here last night?" Qin Yuan's inquisitive gaze swept over Xian's face. Xian's cheeks flushed crimson. "Don't say such nonsense. My brother and I were merely caught in a predicament. It doesn't make me your sister-in-law. Also, I didn't stay here last night. I just came to find Youyou." "Oh," Qin Yuan chuckled knowingly. Sister-in-law, my brother has always disliked girls. He avoids them even more as he grows up. You are the first woman he doesn't dislike and treats specially. Perhaps it's because of Youyou. By the way, what about you and Tang Cheng? Noticing Qin Yuan's eagerness to continue the conversation, Chu Xian swiftly diverted the topic. Qin Yuan's demeanor wilted. Sigh, perhaps I've hurt him too deeply. He may not like me anymore, or even hate me. Youyou, held in Chu Xian's arms, had her little pants removed, revealing her small bottom, which was then placed in a basin of warm water for cleaning. One must commend the servants in Qin Jiuxiao's residence for their keen observation. Just as Chu Xian was conversing with Qin Yuan, a servant brought in warm water. Seeing Youyou's bare bottom, Qin Yuan chuckled, momentarily forgetting about Tang Cheng. Youyou, you have a big map on your pants. You've wet them. How adorable. Youyou looked up, chewing on her little fingers, casting a sympathetic glance at Qin Yuan. This Annie must not be very bright. It was clearly Waaaaah who wet them. It's so tough, having to take care of the adults at such a young age and take the blame for them. Chu Xian quickly pulled Youyou's little fingers from her mouth. Youyou, wash your hands first. You can't eat with dirty hands. Youyou obediently let Chu Xian busy herself with her, giving up her resistance. I want Waaaaah. What do you think your father will say if he finds out you wet his bed? Youyou shook her head vigorously. No way. It was Waaaaah who wet the bed. He wets the bed just like Uncle Xianyu. Qin Yuan, not knowing who Xianyu was, found Youyou amusing. After washing up, Youyou was dressed in a stylish outfit and taken to the dining hall for breakfast. From a distance, Qin Yuan spotted Tang Cheng and felt a surge of shyness. She suddenly grabbed Youyou, placing her in front of herself as a shield, gathering courage. Unaware of who was holding her, Youyou's mouth was drooling. It smells so delicious, I want to eat. Qin Yuan cautiously glanced at Tang Cheng. Noticing his expression was devoid of displeasure, she gingerly sat beside him, cradling Youyou and using the little one's head to shield her gaze. Stealing glances at Tang Cheng, she felt a pang of disappointment as she lowered her head. Youyou, oblivious to her aunt's emotional turmoil, was eagerly reaching for the table with both hands. Youyou wants to eat that, and that too. Only children make choices. Youyou wants to eat it all. Tang Cheng turned his head and, upon seeing Qin Yuan looking as wilted as a withered eggplant, remarked, Youyou seems quite hungry. I think she is on the verge of tears. His words struck Qin Yuan's heart like a decree. Oh, I will feed her right away. In a flurry, she glanced at the food on the table, muttering to herself, No meat, it will cause a stomach upset. No meat, it will cause a stomach upset. After a considerable search, under the astonished gazes of those around, she picked up 2 small buns, meticulously extracting the meat filling and presenting Youyou with the 2 bun skins. Here, Youyou, eat this. Youyou looked at the 2 lumps of meat filling and then at the 2 pristine bun skins, which had been scraped clean of their juices, and burst into tears. Qin Yuan hurriedly wrapped the meat filling back in the buns, saying, Don't cry, Youyou. Annie will give you the meat. Please stop crying. I will give you all the meat. With that, she consumed the bun skins and placed the meat filling before Youyou. Chu Xian shook her head in disbelief. This little one had her aunt completely under her thumb. Tang Cheng sighed silently and said, Just hand her over to me. I will feed her. Thus, Youyou was nestled in Tang Cheng's arms. He brought over the steamed egg custard, yam puree, and milk, specifically prepared for her. Given that children have delicate stomachs and few teeth, they require easily digestible food. Although she could manage a bit of dough, it was harder to chew, and there was a risk of choking if swallowed carelessly. Tang Cheng scooped up some egg custard with a small spoon, saying, Look, Youyou, there is meat in this. It's minced meat, even tastier than a chicken leg. Youyou ceased her crying, her large, tear-filled eyes widening in curiosity. Seeing the meat within, she obediently opened her mouth for Tang Cheng to feed her. The Qin family used purified water for their cooking, resulting in delightful flavors. Youyou relished the meal, momentarily forgetting about the meat. As Qin Yuan observed Youyou eating, she mentally noted the quantities: a small bowl of egg custard, a large bottle of milk powder, a small dish of fruit puree, and the bun skins soaked in egg custard. Tang Cheng sighed gently. He pondered how they would manage if they had children in the future. Qin Yuan's temperament was akin to that of a child herself. After Youyou had her fill, Qin Yuan, disregarding her own meal, scooped her up and smiled brightly at Tang Cheng, saying, Brother Cheng, you must be hungry. Please eat. Tang Cheng felt a warmth in his heart upon seeing the smile on Qin Yuan's face. which he hadn't seen in a long time since the misunderstandings and troubles had begun. Once everyone had finished their meals, Ⅱ broached the topic of leaving with Qin Jiuxiao. He paused, recalling that Youyou had yet to be officially registered in the Qin family genealogy. The Qin family was not entirely stable, and with the previous head of the family and his former subordinates, his position was still under threat. Allowing Youyou and Ⅱ to remain would not guarantee their safety. Moreover, the Chu family was a large clan in Jing City. He needed to strategize and prepare adequately. Hence he consented. Qin Yuan felt a sense of reluctance, as she believed that without Youyou, she would lack the courage and confidence to approach Tang Cheng. Wenwen, you should go with Youyou to the Immortal Realm, Qin Jiuxiao suggested. What? Qin Yuan suddenly stood up, then turned to Tang Cheng, saying, Brother, go ahead. My brother and I still have matters to attend to. I will find you when the opportunity arises, Tang Cheng replied. Qin Yuan's heart soared with joy. Oh, wonderful. Youyou covered her twinkling eyes, exclaiming, it's truly embarrassing. Annie is being devoured completely. Chapter 198. Captured Youyou, clutching a Qinquan bag filled with numerous gifts. Left with an elated grin. Tang Cheng felt a warmth in his heart, though his expression remained composed, and he nodded slightly. Neither Qin Jiuxiao nor Tang Cheng accompanied them to see them off. They merely sent 2 Qin disciples to escort Youyou and the others to the boundary. However, they did not anticipate that before reaching the boundary, a group of people would block their path. The assailants surrounded the 5 from all sides. Release the child, and we may spare your lives, the leader of the group commanded. Qin Yuan handed Youyou to Ⅱ stepping forward to shield them. Do you dare? I am Qin Jiuxiao's only sister. If you harm me, my brother will level your Chu family. Others may fear Qin Jiuxiao, but we do not. I will say it again. Put the child down, and we may spare your lives. If you do not comply, next year on this day will be your funeral. Do not be so arrogant. Let us see whose funeral it will be next year. Qin Yuan discreetly urged the Qin disciples nearby to quickly send word to her brother. With that, she charged at the group. Despite her laziness, Qin Yuan possessed some skills, having endured hardship and bullying in her youth, so she had retained some fighting ability. A few surrounded Qin Yuan, while others rushed toward Youyou in Ⅱ's arms. 2 Qin disciples quickly positioned themselves in front of Ⅱ, but were soon scattered. Ultimately, 5 individuals faced Ⅱ and Youyou. Youyou was sound asleep, drooling on Ⅱ's shoulder. Though Ⅱ felt a surge of anxiety, she maintained an outward calm. What do you want? You cannot have the child. If it is wealth or treasures, we could discuss it. Ⅱ aimed to buy time. Enough. Who doesn't know your little schemes? You have already informed Qin Jiuxiao, and we are not fools. Hand over the child, and we may spare your lives. In your dreams, Ⅱ suddenly stepped back 2 paces, then tossed a handful of powder at the assailants. Caught off guard, they were unprepared for her tactic and were instantly immobilized. Youyou, dazed and blinking, opened her eyes just in time to see someone raising a knife toward Ⅱ's back. With a swift motion, Youyou raised her small hand and grasped the blade's tip. Qin Yuan gasped in horror, her heart nearly stopping, and she cried out. Ⅱ realizing the danger, cautiously turned her head. Youyou, your hand. Qin Yuan's voice trembled as tears streamed down her face. Youyou rubbed her other eye and muttered, Why is my hand like this? Auntie, you are scaring me. Qin Yuan rushed to Youyou's side, kicking the assailant away and gently grasping the knife's handle to move Youyou's small hand. You could see that Youyou's delicate hand bore no marks. Not even a hint of redness. Qin Yuan's body weakened, and she sank to the ground, crying, You scared me to death. I thought Youyou's hand was severed. Ⅱ finally dared to move, clutching her chest, nearly gasping for breath. In that fleeting moment, she felt as if her very soul was about to escape her body. Thankfully, Youyou was unharmed. The assailant who had attempted to attack Ⅱ was still stunned, staring wide-eyed and muttering, Monster! Monster! She is a monster! The others, having missed the scene, quickly closed in again, seizing the opportunity to throw more powder at Qin Yuan and Ⅱ. The 2 realized too late. Trying to evade, but found it was too late. Do not presume that you are the only ones possessing such items. They're merely the most rudimentary of narcotics. Remnants of our cultivation world. The leader of the crowd approached, having already incapacitated 2 disciples of the Qin family. Bring that little brat to me, he commanded with a chuckle, as someone seized Youyou from Ⅱ's embrace. Youyou, fight them, run quickly. Qin Yuan, aware of Youyou's capabilities, believed that if she wished to flee, she certainly could. However, Youyou did not escape, for the leader declared, "If you run, your mother and aunt will surely perish. Do you see this knife? With a mere flick, their heads will roll." Youyou shook her head vigorously, signaling her unwillingness to flee. "Excellent. The little one is far more obedient than the adults," he remarked with a grin as he lifted Youyou into his arms. "Hurry, or that Qin Jiuxiao will arrive. Youyou, let her go. I will fight you." Qin Yuan cried out, struggling to move, yet her efforts were futile. "Sister-in-law, what should we do? Is Youyou in danger? This Chu family is utterly outrageous. I will not let them off easily." In contrast to Qin Yuan's distress, Chu Xin remained remarkably composed. "Do not worry. You will be fine." Recalling Xian Yu's words, she found some solace, knowing that the entire Immortal Realm could do nothing against her, as they were merely mortals and would not harm Youyou. Moreover, they were not truly members of the Chu family. Qin Yuan was taken aback, but they were clearly dressed in garments of the Chu family, and the insignia on their clothing could not be mistaken. It was not something that could be forged. If they were indeed of the Chu family, they would not spare their lives. Their intent in keeping them alive was simply to use them as a means to inform Qin Jiuxiao that the Chu family had abducted Youyou. Coincidentally, Youyou had just caused trouble for the Chu family, and they held a grudge against her, which provided a motive. Whose family could it be? The Su family or the Lin family? Qin Yuan began to believe in Chu Xian's deduction. "Tell your brother later. He will investigate." Chu Xian had a degree of trust in Qin Jiuxiao. Youyou's small form was akin to a pendulum as she was taken into the Lin family. The Lin family estate was vast and beautifully arranged, embodying the style of a grand ancient mansion. Scarlet maples adorned the landscape, with bridges over flowing waters, covered walkways, and artificial hills with red koi. Most importantly, fruit-laden trees mingled with the forest, while birds perched above and rabbits frolicked among the flowers. Youyou's mind swirled with images of delectable dishes, her eyes darting around, unable to take it all in. Chapter 199. The Power of Immortal Stones. Being too engrossed in her surroundings, Youyou suddenly found herself thrown to the ground, rolling twice before sitting up. With a bewildered expression, she turned her little head to survey her surroundings. "Am I truly the daughter of Qin Jiuxiao?" Lin Yu sat at the head of the table, sipping tea with an air of authority. "Indeed, the family head who has indirectly harmed Our Lady's family." "Oh." Lin Yu set down his cup and shifted his gaze to Youyou, noting her distinctive appearance. "Family head. Her mother is the woman I prepared for you. Regardless of her fate, physique, or beauty, she was the most suitable for you. Alas, for some reason, she switched rooms that night and inadvertently became entangled with Qin Jiuxiao." Lin Yu scrutinized Youyou once more, recognizing that her mother must have been exceedingly beautiful, yet lamenting that the girl resembled Qin Jiuxiao far too much, which was quite displeasing. "Our young lady is also quite lovely. She has gained weight recently and is far more beautiful than before." Thinking of his daughter softened Lin Yu's gaze. As any father would deem his own child the best, Youyou blinked her large, confused eyes and scratched her head, still unable to comprehend. However, out of habit, she instinctively scrutinized the past of unfamiliar individuals. "This uncle is quite wicked. He killed his own father and personally annihilated his brothers. TSK. Lin Yu continued to observe Youyou, noting that this little girl was extraordinary, showing no signs of distress after being tossed to the ground. Did she not feel pain? Youyou shook her head in agreement. How could it hurt? Shouldn't the floor be the one in pain? After musing over this, she glanced down at the floor, noticing a slight indentation near her small leg. However, it appeared that there was gold beneath the surface, glimmering enticingly. Filled with mischief, Youyou clenched her tiny fist and struck the ground lightly, causing the floor to shatter. Subsequently, she began to poke at the golden spots with her little finger. Lin Yu and the others around him stood in astonishment at the scene. After a lengthy attempt, Youyou had destroyed the golden patches, yet found no gold, leading to her disappointment. "Family head, she has damaged the golden silk sandalwood floor. Are her hands made of iron?" Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, rising from his intricately carved dragon chair and approaching Youyou. Unfazed by Lin Yu's presence, Youyou turned around and targeted another section of the floor, striking it anew before continuing to poke at the golden areas. Nothing, still nothing. There is no gold at all. Youyou lifted a plank of wood, using her other hand to break it apart bit by bit. "This child is remarkable. She is indeed the daughter of Qin Jiuxiao." Lin Yu's countenance darkened significantly. "Family head, we cannot keep this child. She must be eliminated," the steward suggested, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. Lin Yu's expression flickered with conflicting emotions. Not yet. Let us see how valuable she is to Qin Jiuxiao. Killing her would be a pity. If we can use her to threaten Qin Jiuxiao, we can leverage her to bend him to our will. Once Qin Jiuxiao is under our control, the Su and Chu families will pose no issue. Subsequently, we shall consume the Qin family, restoring our Lin family to the splendor of 2 centuries past, dominating the entire cultivation realm. Youyou understood these words. She turned her small body, stretching her curled legs and wiggling her tiny, rosy feet. She reached out her hand toward Lin Yu, exclaiming, "Ah, family head, this little brat is truly fearless. She dares to ask you to hold her?" One of the subordinates laughed heartily. Lin Yu's face was filled with scornful amusement, pondering that even Qin Jiuxiao might not know how close his daughter was to him. What a pity! Had she not been Qin Jiuxiao's daughter, Lin Yu would have spared her life, making her serve the Lin family for eternity. Alas! Gazing at Youyou's adorable smile, Lin Yu intended to show her some mercy and embrace her. However, as soon as Youyou landed in Lin Yu's arms, she seized his hair. Lin Yu winced in pain, intending to push Youyou away, yet felt as if his internal power was suppressed, akin to encountering a formidable force that rendered him hesitant to act. Sweating profusely, Lin Yu shouted at the astonished onlookers, "What are you waiting for? Quickly pry her off me, or just kill her." Lin Yu had never endured such a humiliating experience and vowed that once he freed his hair from this little brat's grip, he would cast her into the back mountains to feed the beasts, ensuring her remains would vanish without a trace. Upon hearing this, 2 subordinates hurried forward to pry Youyou's hand away. However, her small hand was as unyielding as iron, resistant to their every effort. Witnessing this, the steward aimed a strike at the back of Youyou's head. Yet, as his hand neared her, a surge of power erupted from within Youyou, sending him flying backward. Family head, this is the power of the immortal stone. It is the immortal energy contained within it. How could she possess such strength? The steward's exclamation was unnecessary, for Lin Yu had already realized it. With a tearing sound, Lin Yu recklessly allowed Youyou to pull out his hair, while he locked her body with his hands like iron chains. As the family head, Lin Yu still possessed some cultivation abilities. Unbeknownst to anyone, Lin Yu had already affixed numerous Jin Gang talismans to his body. Youyou's small hand struck Lin Yu's wrist with great force, yet he felt no pain. Unable to reach Lin Yu's hair or kick his body, she flailed about anxiously in his embrace. The spiritual plant atop Youyou's head began to stir, its leaves and branches eagerly poking out from her hair. The little octopus also grew restless, yearning to emerge and settle old scores with the Lin family. "Old man, what should we do? That scoundrel is bullying our dear grandchild. Wife, do you think the opening of Youyou's chinquin bag is sealed properly? I recall her sneaking some cookies while her mother was distracted. Yes, we can go out. Let us support our little darling." Indeed, support. Just as Youyou managed to calm the agitated spiritual plant and little octopus, preparing to unleash her spiritual power to push Lin Yu away, she heard the furious voices of the 2 elders. Chapter 200. Grandfather is quite reliable. The 2 elders floated out from the chinquin bag, positioning themselves on either side of Youyou, extending ghostly hands to grasp Lin Yu's arms. What kind of person was Lin Yu? Although he could not see the 2 ghosts, he sensed the presence of Yin energy. "Someone, capture the ghost beside me." Upon seeing the 2 ghostly figures, Youyou recalled the voices she had heard that night. "Grandfather, grandmother, this is Daddy's father and mother." Just as someone approached with a ghost-catching talisman, Youyou had no time to converse with the elders. Her small hands erupted with spiritual energy, and with a cry, she struck Lin Yu's hands. There was a crack, and Lin Yu's hand bone shattered. He had no choice but to release his grip, stepping back 2 paces without crying out in pain. The ghostly figures of the 2 elders quickly supported Youyou, retreating in haste, fearful of being captured by Lin Yu again. "Grandfather, grandmother, don't run. The door is sealed with a ghost-slaying talisman. Quickly enter the vessel containing your souls. Youyou is very capable. He cannot harm me." The 2 elders hesitated, but upon seeing Lin Yu's injured hand, they felt somewhat reassured. Remaining outside would only hinder Youyou. With no time for pleasantries or even a single intimate word, the 2 elders floated back inside. Fortunately, the people in the room could not see the ghosts, as they were unprepared and had not opened their Yin eyes. However, those with higher cultivation naturally sensed the absence of the 2 elder spirits. Lin Yu swallowed a pill, his gaze still fervent as it rested upon Youyou. It turned out that such spiritual power was extraordinarily potent. If he were to draw it forth again and infuse it into his body, no one in the entire cultivation realm would stand a chance against him. Who cares about Qin Xiao? Move aside. Master, is your hand all right? No worries, it will heal in 5 days. Through the skin, Youyou saw the indentation on Lin Yu's hand, which gradually returned to normal. Such a pity about the hair. It seems I'll need to find some medicinal herbs. Lamented Butler Lin. Lin Yu smiled slightly. It's of no consequence. Following the Chu family will suffice. Doesn't T, the young master of the Chu family, also require such herbs? We can seize them once they acquire them. By the way, wearing the clothes of the Qin family, I remember many Qin family disciples perished during the last trial. They must have left behind their garments. Certainly, master, rest assured. Youyou puffed up her cheeks in frustration. She had not anticipated that the Lin family would be so wicked. Lin Yu's gaze remained fixed on Youyou. This little rascal was quite endearing, and he believed her intellect to be commendable. He instructed the elder to summon all the physicians for research on how to transfer her intellect into the young miss. Moreover, this little one possesses great talent. If possible, we could channel her blood into the young miss, enhancing her vitality with superior blood. Youyou became even angrier, her cheeks puffed up like a little puffer fish. The little octopus was so enraged it nearly clawed at its own limbs. It had endured similar torment when captured by the Lin family, and much of its blood had been extracted and consumed by some disciples. Thankfully, it had survived due to its lack of usefulness. Youyou, let us go out and destroy everything belonging to the Lin family, stealing anything of value. This makes me furious. The little octopus buried itself in Youyou's hair, and had it not been for Youyou holding it down, it would have flown out to peck at Lin Yu's eyes. However, it also understood that it stood no chance against Lin Yu now. Hearing this made sense to Youyou, and she sprang into the air, darting out of the room before Lin Yu could react. Initially, Lin Yu thought a ghost was dragging Youyou in midair, unaware that she could fly. So he was caught off guard. By the time he realized, he shouted in exasperation, "Quickly, pursue her. Ensure she is captured. Also, activate the family defensive formation. She must not escape." Youyou was not foolish. Upon exiting the room, she found a secluded corner in the garden to hide. The spiritual plant extended from her head, blending with the surrounding flora, effectively concealing her petite form. Youyou watched as Lin family's disciples scurried about, searching high and low until she eventually fell asleep. Youyou awoke from hunger. Not knowing where the searchers had gone, she cautiously explored her surroundings and, upon finding nothing amiss, crawled out. The two elders floated out from the Chinquan bag, one on each side of Youyou. "Grandfather, grandmother, have you not gone to the underworld?" Youyou asked as she crawled, engaging in conversation with the two elders. They sighed, explaining that after their demise, they found their souls trapped in a bottle, unable to leave the home, and had not seen a soul messenger come to seek them. Well, grandfather and grandmother's lifespans have not yet expired. Since the soul messenger receives no news in the underworld, they naturally will not come to the mortal realm to seek you. Are you hungry, dear grandchild? Grandfather has been to the Lin family and knows where their grand kitchen is. The Lin family was once the most powerful clan in the cultivation realm, thus also the wealthiest, ensuring their provisions are abundant. In my youth, I relied on my superior cultivation to sneak into the Lin family for delicacies. Youyou's eyes sparkled, salivating, as she stretched her chubby little arms to be picked up by her grandfather. Grandfather Qin was overjoyed and lifted Youyou into his embrace. Grandmother Qin, however, was displeased. "After I've fed the dear one, I'll hold you." Grandfather Qin naturally did not overlook his wife's dissatisfaction and smiled broadly. The ghostly figures moved swiftly, avoiding encounters with the Lin family, as Grandfather Qin carried Youyou through the paths he had traversed in life. The Lin family's kitchen was indeed exceptional. Even from a distance, Youyou could smell the enticing aroma. After ensuring no one was present, the two elders led Youyou inside. The Lin family's kitchen was significantly larger than Chu's. Upon entering, Youyou's eyes widened in astonishment. The Lin family even had spiritual water, and the food was more abundant than that of the Chu family. Without pausing to eat, Youyou began filling her Chinquan bag with provisions. The little octopus, unsure if it was to vent its frustrations or not, munched on the delicious food while causing havoc. In the end, it even left a mess in the pot. The spiritual plant had no other sustenance, but could only drink spiritual water. This time, it drank 2 bowls in one go before curling up and hiding in Youyou's hair. "Look, Youyou, there is still fire in that stove. It seems something is cooking in that pot." The little octopus pointed its wing towards the earthen stove. Youyou turned her little head, her face smeared with food, staring at the flickering flames in the stove, her large eyes gleaming with excitement. The senior sister said, "I cannot refine medicine or play with fire. But I really want to." Youyou remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding in his kitchen, confronting Qin Zhou and the entirety of the Qin family at the front gate. Chapter 201. Not intentionally setting fire. Could it be that the head of the Qin family has come to a realization? Seeking to ally with my Lin family to become the two most powerful clans in the world of cultivation? Youyou revealed a shrewd smile. Qin Zhou let out a cold snort. "Youyou, I give you half an incense stick's time to hand over my daughter. Otherwise, bear the consequences." "Your daughter?" Youyou chuckled lightly. "I was unaware that the head of the Qin family was secretly married with children. You have kept it well hidden. By that logic, you owe me a drink, and I owe you a gift." Qin Zhou turned his face away, displaying a mocking smile. "To drink from my cup? Who gave you the audacity, Lin family head?" Youyou's smile faltered, anger simmering beneath the surface. "What gives these insignificant beings the right to congratulate our family head? They are utterly unaware of their own insignificance." Qin Zhou completely disregarded Youyou. "Why are you so arrogant, Qin Zhou? Do you truly believe we fear you? Showing you some respect does not mean we think you are formidable." The Lin family's elder could no longer contain his anger. Qin Zhou merely cast a disdainful glance at the elder. "What kind of thing dares to bark at me? The head of the Qin family. A pack of dogs led by a foolish mutt. How far society has fallen." The Lin family's elder trembled with rage. "Looking for death? Do not mistake our Lin family for cowards. You have overstepped your bounds." The Lin family disciples could no longer tolerate the situation. Indeed, with so few of you in the Qin family, having lost so many disciples to defection, do you truly believe we fear you? I do not believe your Qin family can match our Lin family disciples. Let's teach them a lesson. They think they're the only ones with power. Even if the Qin family is strong, you are still outnumbered, and I refuse to believe we cannot defeat them. Exactly. Family head, we cannot let today's humiliation go unpunished. We must teach the Qin family a lesson. Family head, give the order. We will do our utmost to make the Qin family members flee in terror. The Lin family disciples eagerly drew their weapons, ready for action. The entire cultivation world had elevated Qin Zhou to an almost mythical status, yet they were disinclined to believe such tales. In contrast, the Qin family disciples remained composed and unflustered. Their expressions were devoid of fear or anger, seemingly dismissing the Lin family members entirely. "Time's up, Youyou. I have given you a chance. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With that, Qin Zhou casually placed one hand behind his back and waved the other, drawing a soft sword from his waist. Suddenly, Steward Lin stumbled in from behind, family head. "It is bad. The residence appears to be on fire." Appears? Panic surged through Youyou as he recalled the missing Youyou. Qin Zhou had arrived too swiftly and brought many people with him. Youyou had thought a mere child would not cause significant trouble, leaving only a few people to continue searching while he confronted Qin Zhou with the others. He never anticipated that his residence would catch fire. "What are you dawdling for? Go extinguish the flames." Youyou bellowed, leaping into the house. "Yes." In unison, the Qin family disciples sprang into action, following the Lin family disciples into the residence. Unlike the others, Qin Zhou leaped over the wall effortlessly. The Lin family's defensive array was as nothing to him. Chu Exang gasped, realizing she had already been lifted into the air. So this is akin to the legendary lightness skill of ancient times? No, it was far more impressive. The famed lightness skill required leverage, yet Qin Zhou seemed to glide effortlessly. Chu Xin felt an intensified desire to grow stronger. "Do you believe this fire has anything to do with Youyou?" Qin Zhou, sensing the softness in his hand, felt his heart soften too. Chu Xin shook her head. "I have never been allowed to play with fire at home. I'm not sure." Qin Zhou chuckled lightly. "I suspect it does relate to Youyou. My parents once recounted how I accidentally set fire to my uncle's kitchen when I was young." "Oh, so you have committed arson?" "At that time, it was purely for fun, not intentional." "Then you think Youyou also finds fire amusing and did not intentionally set the Lin family estate ablaze?" Unintentionally setting the fire, Youyou climbed quickly. The spirit plant, frightened of the flames, buried itself deeply in her hair, its 3 leaves shrinking into a pearl. The little octopus perched on Youyou's shoulder, flapping its wings while holding a long piece of wood that was still ablaze, chirping excitedly. "Youyou, hurry up. The fire is about to go out." It It will not be fun anymore. Youyou focused solely on climbing, the wind blowing sparks from the wood everywhere. Before long, small flames ignited wherever Youyou went. Wow, Youyou, this room seems very luxurious. There must be valuable items inside. Why is it on fire? There seems to be gold there. The little octopus, noticing a golden ornament on the table, tossed aside the burning wood and flew over. Unbeknownst to it, the flaming wood landed in front of the screen, igniting it. Youyou, oblivious, sat on the ground, looking around for the glimmering treasures. The Lin family estate, or rather the houses within the cultivation world, were primarily constructed of wood, aside from the glass used for windows, so the entire room quickly caught fire. The southeast wind caused flames to spread from room to room. Youyou searched everywhere, gathering some gold ornaments, grinning widely. She was not afraid of fire, so she moved fearlessly among the flames, only exiting the room once she could find no more treasures. However, Youyou did not realize that while she was unafraid of fire, her clothes and hair were not, and her exposed skin had been scorched. Thus, as Ⅱ and Qin Jiuxiao landed, they were met with the sight of a little black figure, her face charred like coal, with bright, sparkling eyes. Youyou? Ⅱ stumbled, nearly fainting. The blackened Youyou, maintaining a crawling position, blinked her large eyes. Mommy, what happened? Chapter 202. How to compensate, muttering to herself. Youyou crawled a few steps closer, climbing onto Ⅱ's clothing. She then climbed into her embrace. Ⅱ extended her hands, hesitant to hold her, fearing to touch her injuries, despite Youyou appearing unharmed. Mommy, what happened? Youyou asked, noticing the redness in Ⅱ's eyes, concerned as she wrapped her arms around her neck. Mommy, did someone bully you? I will go beat them up. Qin Jiuxiao chuckled as he lifted Youyou from Ⅱ's arms. Your mommy was startled by you. Just look at the state of her. Upon seeing Ⅱ's soot-covered figure, Youyou's eyes widened in realization. She then looked down at her own small, dirty hands. Why are Youyou's hands black? Why is Youyou black all over? Oh no, mommy must have found out I played with fire. I'm going to be in trouble. Youyou hurriedly rubbed herself, but the dirt was stubborn. Playing with fire? Ⅱ now aware that Youyou was not burned, felt her anger surge. Youyou even heard the sound of her teeth grinding. Youyou, frightened, quickly covered her face with her small hands. Now not only blackened, but also smeared. Qin Jiuxiao found it amusing, not minding the dirt on Youyou, and hugged her tightly. You little rascal, did you scare mommy? But you cannot play with fire next time. You are so adorable. What if you get burned? Youyou scratched her little head in confusion. Why would I get burned? Youyou is not afraid of fire. I am a spirit body, the essence of Yution stone. How could I fear fire? Upon hearing that Youyou was unafraid of fire, Qin Jiuxiao felt a renewed sense of assurance. I almost forgot. Our Youyou is so adorable, she must be a little fairy, certainly unafraid of flames. Next time, I shall take you out to play. Upon hearing this, Ⅱ's anger intensified as she searched around, seemingly in pursuit of a suitable weapon. The two elders hidden within the Qian Kuan bag hesitated. Old man, should we not venture out? Just look at our daughter-in-law's expression. Our precious grandson is surely in for a beating. Perhaps it's best if we stay hidden. What if we frighten our daughter-in-law? In my opinion, our dear grandson is just like his father. Didn't he also play with fire and burn down houses when he was young? Indeed, his father would definitely understand our grandson. He can surely persuade our daughter-in-law. True, children will play with fire. At least it's not our house that is burning. But I recall you spent quite a fortune cleaning up after your son. Our grandson is quite impressive. He burned someone else's house and didn't even have to compensate. Do you know how much gold he just gathered? What a pity they arrived too swiftly. Otherwise, our grandson could have collected even more. What is the rush? When the opportunity arises, I'll take our grandson back. After all, the Lin family has no good people. It would be justifiable to gather resources and help the needy. Ⅱ finally found a half-burned wooden stick, ready to strike Youyou. In fright, Youyou quickly dove into Qin Jiuxiao's embrace, only raising her little bottom. Oh dear, though it doesn't hurt, the sight of mommy hitting her baby is quite frightening. Ⅱ upon hearing this, became even angrier, forcefully tossing the wooden stick aside, turning her head away to avoid the sight. In the distance, cacophony could be heard, mixed with the sound of Qin Yuan's scolding. Oh, Annie has arrived as well. Youyou's little head poked out from between Qin Jiuxiao's neck, leaving a dark mark on him. Ⅱ upon seeing this, couldn't help but curve her lips slightly. Fine, I shall spare you today. If it weren't for the fear of your aunt being bullied, I would have surely given you a good thrashing. The three of them ambled toward another courtyard, witnessing a standoff between the Qin family and the Lin family. Qin Yuan stood defiantly before the Qin family members, vociferously berating the Lin family, while Tang Cheng stood beside her, arms crossed, wearing an expression of amusement. However, those who knew him understood that anyone who dared to harm those near him would face dire consequences, even without a family backing him. He was as feared as Qin Jiuxiao. Hand over my niece at once, or I shall raze this place to the ground, ensuring your Lin family vanishes from this world forever. Qin Yuan continued her tirade, wielding a blood-red whip that sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. Auntie, I am here. Youyou's thoughts bubbled with excitement, her little arms flailing. Upon hearing Youyou's thoughts, Qin Yuan turned her head, stumbling slightly as the whip veered off course, striking one of the Qin family disciples instead. Stunned, Qin Yuan began to weep. My poor Youyou, to be burned by the Lin family like this. Lin Yu, I will not rest until I see your family reduced to ashes, every last one of you turned to dust. Dan Cheng, fight Bam. Stop crying. Look at Youyou. Aside from her soot-covered body and singed hair, she is unharmed. Qin Yuan's tears ceased abruptly. Chenggu, is that truly the case? Indeed. Oh my, you scared me. I thought my little niece's fairy-like beauty had been ruined. Ah, adults are so troublesome, always crying and needing a child to comfort them. Youyou sighed like a little adult, waving her small hands towards Qin Yuan. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Jiuxiao placed Youyou into Qin Yuan's arms, his expression a mix of clouds and sunshine as he narrowed his eyes at Lin Yu. Now, Lin family head, speak up. You have imprisoned my daughter and allowed her to be burned to this extent. How will you compensate? Lin Yu's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the little one his family had searched for so long would be discovered by Qin Jiuxiao so easily. Qin Jiuxiao, I could argue that you deliberately sent your daughter into the Lin family to incite chaos and destroy us, aiming to obliterate the Lin family's centuries of legacy. Qin Jiuxiao smirked. Your Lin family is not worthy of my daughter's direct involvement. You are not even worth a single hair from her head. The evidence is irrefutable. Your delusions remain mere fantasies. Now, tell me, how will you compensate for the loss of my daughter's hair? Qin Jiuxiao, do not overstep. Your daughter has burned down my Lin family. We will not let this slide. Oh, my daughter burned your Lin family? Did you hear that? The members of the Lin family claim that the young lady burned their house. Tang Cheng remarked to someone behind him. The individual immediately understood, glancing toward the back of the crowd. The members of the Qin family at the rear subtly departed. In an instant, smoke began to billow from another direction within the Lin family's premises. Head, it seems there is another fire over there. A Lin family disciple alerted. Huh, Lin Yu, you remain as detestable as ever, selfish, shirking responsibility, and casting blame on others. You have not changed one bit. You can see it's clearly your Qin family disciples who set the fire, yet you slander my daughter. My daughter is right here, not moving an inch. Qin Jiuxiao retorted. Indeed, this wicked uncle would go so far as to kill his own parents for personal gain, blaming it on his brother. He nearly caused the destruction of his family and then framed his younger brother, ultimately resorting to scheming against his own cousins. The Lin family is left with him as the sole heir, and thus he naturally became the head of the Lin family. Truly wicked. Who is speaking? Why does it sound like a little child? Everyone present looked around, searching for the source of the voice. Qin Jiuxiao furrowed his brow upon noticing this. Previously, Youyou's thoughts were not audible to all, yet now. Qin Jiuxiao glanced at Chu Xen, who appeared equally perplexed and worried. So wicked, Youyou exclaimed, raising her little hand in anger. The others had not considered Youyou as the source of the voice, for to them, she was merely a small child who could not possibly speak, and they continued searching for the hidden child, fearing the exposure of Youyou's thoughts. Qin Jiuxiao quickly shifted his focus. Lin Yu, cease this delay. You see that the fire in the Lin family has nothing to do with my daughter. Therefore, it is best not to slander her. Lin Yu, one must admit their mistakes. Do not further confuse the matter by seeking a scapegoat to deceive others. Compensate my daughter at once. Qin Jiuxiao's words were laden with double meaning, stirring the thoughts of the Lin family disciples present. It was no secret that besides Lin Yu, the younger generation of the Lin family had perished, a fact well known throughout the cultivation world. There had been rumors that among the Lin brothers, only Lin Yu was righteous and capable enough to inherit the position of family head. Had those others been secretly harmed by this brother? Head, it It appears the fire is in the young lady's courtyard. Just as Lin Yu was about to confront Qin Jiuxiao, a wail broke the air. A Lin family maid rushed forward, cradling the weeping Lin Shiwei amid several Qin family disciples, her clothes and hair partially burned, and her face injured. Though Lin Shiwei herself had suffered little harm and was merely frightened, the maid knew she had failed in protecting Lin Shiwei and trembled as she knelt in apology. "Oh, Lin Shiwei? How has she ended up here? My, how much she has changed!" Youyou exclaimed, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the sobbing Lin Shiwei, utterly astonished. Chu Xin and Qin Jiuxiao simultaneously turned their heads. Had it not been for Youyou's mention, Chu Xin might have completely forgotten about Lin Shiwei. Meanwhile, Qin Jiuxiao learned of Lin Shiwei's existence while investigating Chu Xin and Youyou. It turned out that Lin Yu was Lin Shiwei's true father, not Lin Zhe. Youyou observed Lin Shiwei carefully, noting that since the dark entity had departed from her, she seemed to be just fine, appearing not to be a particularly troublesome child. Should Youyou let her off this time? Tang Cheng scrutinized the surrounding individuals and exchanged a glance with Qin Yuan, confirming that Youyou's heartfelt thoughts were not audible to everyone present. It appeared that a specific trigger was necessary for Youyou's sentiments to resonate with those around her. Lin Yu cradled the sobbing Lin Shiwei, who was gasping for breath, and in a fit of rage, kicked a kneeling maid, scolding her for her incompetence that had frightened the young lady. "Lin Yu, I see your daughter is perfectly fine and unharmed. Look at my daughter. She has been harmed by your Lin family. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, do not blame me for tossing your daughter into the flames as well. Furthermore, I demand a compensation of 10,000 gold. If there is even a single coin less, do not blame me for revealing all your past misdeeds to the cultivation world. Of course, should you strike, I, the head of the family, shall also reciprocate. It has been quite some time since I last had the opportunity to stretch my muscles. Head of the family, give it to him," the elder spoke up. The head of the Qin family had only just established their lineage and was facing financial difficulties, which was understandable. As a fellow family within the cultivation realm, it was only reasonable for the Lin family to assist. Qin Jiuxiao couldn't help but chuckle at the elder's words. The elder's tongue was sharp. What was clearly compensation had transformed in his mouth into a favor owed by the Qin family to the Lin family. However, who would be foolish enough to refuse wealth? Did Qin Jiuxiao care about his reputation? If reputation mattered, he would not be the current head of the Qin family. "I demand a compensation of 10,000 gold for my daughter's burns, plus an additional 1,000 for emotional distress. As a fellow family in the cultivation realm, I, the head of the family, also believe in showing mercy and restraint." Youyou heard nothing else. Her little ears only registered 4 words: 10,000 gold, 1,000 gold. She giggled, her mouth stretching into a wide smile, the drool at her corners washing away the soot and revealing a hint of her fair complexion. Ving Yivan, fearing the dirt would remain, hurriedly smoothed out the grime on her face. Excellent. Once again, she had become a dirty little rascal. Lin Yu, feeling vexed, had gold brought forth and tossed it to Qin Jiuxiao. With a wave of his hand, Qin Jiuxiao signaled for his disciples to carry it away. Youyou, entranced, followed the gold-laden chest with her gaze, oblivious to the tension between Chu Xin and her. Qin Yuan had no choice but to take Youyou for a bath. After several changes of water, Youyou finally transformed back into the chubby little white baby she was, only to exclaim, "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, woo, look at my hair." Qin Yuan wrapped Youyou in a small blanket and brought her before Chu Xin. There, Youyou sported a hairdo reminiscent of a pot lid, with burnt, pointy edges emitting a charred aroma. Ling Ji and Xiao Bajua emerged from the tangled mess of her hair, clearly sensing that the space to conceal themselves had diminished. Indeed, had Ling Ji not shielded Youyou's hair with spiritual energy, she might have lost every strand. Chu Xin felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, nearly fainting. Yet Youyou remained blissfully unaware, her bright, innocent eyes sparkling as she smiled at everyone. Chapter 204. Xian Yuxian Rin Chu Xin grit her teeth, forcing her voice to soften. "It's all right, it will grow back quickly. Children grow fast." Qin Jiuxiao had someone trim Youyou's hair again and adorned her with a quaint little hat, pairing it with charming suspenders and a shirt, rendering her utterly adorable, provided the hat remained intact. Head of the family, there is trouble in the Chu family. A man dressed in ancient attire has barged in with a woman and several children. The steward rushed in, anxious that they might damage the setup inside, as the young master's grandmother was set to move in soon. Youyou blinked her bright eyes, Oh, could it be Uncle Xianyu and the older siblings? Qin Zhou smiled upon hearing this. Let's go take a look. Qin Yiwen promptly scooped Youyou up and ran off. Quickly, quickly. Tang Chung shook his head in amusement, tailing closely behind. The Chu family was in chaos. Xianyu did not rush inside, but stood at the entrance, commanding 3 children and the Chu family members in a mock battle. The 3 children were Su Jinrui, Chu Minghao, and Chu Mingchen. Yi Tao Tao did not join the fray, but observed from the sidelines, ever vigilant, ready to intervene should the 3 children find themselves in danger. Chu Cc stood beside Yi Tao Tao, seizing opportunities to toss powder at the Chu family disciples or nimbly darting into affix, immobilizing talismans onto them. Their teamwork was commendable, and Xianyu nodded in satisfaction. They were neither in a hurry to invade the Chu family nor allowing them peace. Eventually, the head of the Chu family emerged with his entourage. What is the meaning of this? Upon seeing Xianyu, the head of the Chu family instinctively grew wary. The more formidable the opponent, the sharper their instincts. Even standing still, Xianyu exuded an undeniable aura of strength that the head of the Chu family could perceive. The news of the Chu family's search for someone had spread throughout the cultivation realm. Even if he could not gather information, he could infer that they were searching for Youyou. That little girl, who could not be contained even by her senior sister's formation. Could a mere mortal family like the Chus possibly hold her captive? Or rather, should it be said, the Chu family of the cultivation realm? Are you being unreasonable? Training your disciples here at my Chu family? Suddenly recalling the investigation into the mortal Chu family, the head of the Chu family exclaimed, "You are from the mortal Chu family. Are you doing this on purpose?" Xianyu smiled slightly. There is no need for such harsh words. You and I, the Chu family, are one and the same. It is only natural for us to engage in some sparring. Natural? The head of the Chu family glared at the fallen disciples, seething with anger. Whenever the number of Chu family disciples increased, the man in ancient attire would personally intervene, striking them down with a single blow, resulting in injuries ranging from minor to serious. Was this sparring? Yet this man was undeniably formidable. As a head of a family, he was already a significant figure in the cultivation realm, yet he could not discern Xianyu's true strength. From a distance, Youyou's small voice rang out. Upon hearing her, Chu Minghao and the others paused their movements, retreating to stand beside Xianyu, their backs pressed against one another, occasionally glancing behind them, ever alert to their surroundings. This was a combat habit they had developed while training deep in the forest. Sister, Chu Cc joyfully dashed away, heading towards the source of the sound, despite not recognizing the ant holding Youyou. Youyou, spotting Chu Cc, beamed with delight, waving her little hands and babbling indistinctly. Sister, I'm here. Chu Cc rushed towards Youyou, arms outstretched. Youyou immediately clung to Chu Cc's neck, nestling into her embrace. Qin Yiwen was taken aback by the strength of the little girl, who, despite her tender age, was able to lift Youyou. Having carried Youyou for a while, she felt her arms growing sore, primarily because Youyou was far too mischievous to remain still. The other children were equally ecstatic to see Youyou. Although you had reassured them that Youyou would be fine, they still felt a twinge of anxiety until they laid eyes on her, their hearts finally easing. Youyou giggled joyfully, her little hands waving incessantly. "Gitch," she called out to me, and I couldn't help but laugh at her newfound ability to speak. "Call me too. I'm also your brother." Su Jinrui beamed up at us with a radiant smile. Qin Yiwen scratched her head, casting an inquiring glance at Qin Zhou. "Brother, how many have you actually had? Please, use your eyes properly and do not treat them as mere decorations." Qin Zhou retorted in exasperation, although his gaze remained fixed on Xianyu. He felt a strange familiarity, as if he had encountered him many years prior. "Wow, the little sister is so adorable. She looks stunning in this outfit," Chu Mingchen exclaimed, touching Youyou's little hat, which promptly fell off, revealing her bowl-cut hairstyle. The little ones gaped in shock, frozen in place for a moment. "Oh no, this is bad. Anne is definitely going to get scolded." Qin Yiwen, who had been oblivious, was suddenly taken aback. Why would she be scolded? No, their aunt couldn't possibly be her. Could she? After all, Youyou referred to her as aunt. But they were Youyou's older siblings, so they should also address her as aunt, right? Thus, who precisely was the aunt she referred to? Qin Yiwen's mind spiraled in confusion. Tang Chen glanced at her and immediately discerned her chaotic thoughts. Youyou's mother was the only young lady in their family, and Youyou had several uncles. Those children were all from her uncles' families. Realizing this, Qin Yiwen sighed in relief and cast a sympathetic look at Chu Xin. Sister-in-law, you're in for it. Chu Xin helplessly rubbed her forehead. There was no need to state it so plainly. After having enough fun with her brothers and sisters, Youyou stretched her chubby arms toward Xianyu, exclaiming, "Ah!" Xianyu caught Youyou in his arms. Was she this happy because she had found her biological father? With a beaming smile, Youyou asked Uncle Xianyu, "How did you know?" Giggling, she swayed her little head in his embrace. "Daddy is very wealthy. He gave Youyou a lot of money, and then also gave her a lot of money." Suddenly, someone in the Chu family exclaimed, "I remember now, he is Xianyu, the celestial being who descended from the heavenly realm 200 years ago." Chapter 205, A Natural Phenomenon. Indeed, that is him. Many years ago, he had seen a portrait of this individual, who was indeed named Xianyu. Qin Jiuxiao and Tang Cheng exchanged glances, both nodding slightly. They were now more convinced than ever that this person was the immortal who had passed away 2 centuries ago. However, an immortal is still an immortal. Even after 200 years, he could still endure. Furthermore, they had learned that the Lin family had been searching for his remains in recent years. Little rascal, did you play with fire? Have you forgotten that your senior brothers and sisters, along with your master, strictly forbade you from doing so? I wonder how they will punish you once you ascend again. Youyou's eyes widened, and she shook her small head repeatedly. "Ah, instruction YQ. You must not tell my senior sister. I'm not afraid of master and the other senior brothers and sisters, but I'm terrified of my little senior sister. I will be in big trouble. All right, I won't tell." Xianyu's smile grew even brighter. Did he really need to inform anyone? At this point, it seemed the entire celestial realm was already aware. The immortals gathered around the Tongfan stone were in a state of agitation. "See, I knew she would be a handful. She has grown even more mischievous since arriving in the mortal realm. Just look at her relatives here. Aside from her mother, the others have spoiled her terribly. Indeed, Lord Zi, you must keep a close eye on your spark. If that little demoness gets her hands on it, it will be the end for us in the celestial realm. I say, princess of the underworld, adorable little princess, Lord Yunjing, you must take care of your little junior sister. This little one is a being that even your master cannot control. Yes, before you ascended, you were the princess of the underworld, adored and respected in the mortal realm, and now you are a celestial being. If your little junior sister misbehaves and you cannot manage her, we are all doomed." Lord Yunjing remained silent throughout, gazing at the celestial horizon where a natural phenomenon was unfolding. At the edge of the sky, thick spiritual energy shrouded in mist revealed faint traces of black marks and blood-red hues, barely discernible. "Trust her, she will manage." With that, Lord Yunjing's skirts fluttered as she vanished in an instant. What does this mean? The gathered immortals resumed their discussion. "I don't quite understand. Does it imply that Youyou will grow well and become more sensible in the mortal realm?" Alas, old ancestor Han Yuan has not emerged for a long time. Although he ascended late, his previous contributions to the mortal and underworld realms, entering the heart of the Nether Tree alongside Lord Yunjing to save both worlds, are indeed commendable. Speaking of which, old ancestor Han Yuan is already quite formidable. Why does he continue to seclude himself? I can't shake the feeling that something ominous looms. Could it be another prophecy? After all, he predicted the crumbling of the heavenly path and the events surrounding the Yutian stone. Perhaps we should also enter seclusion. It wouldn't hurt, and if that little demoness chases us, we might be able to run faster. That does make sense. The immortals departed, and Mo Shang Xianren approached the Tongfan stone again. Although called a stone, it was in fact a celestial mortal water mirror, embedded with a flat, solid stone, larger and much clearer than the mundane mirror atop the mountain. The Tongfan stone was not often activated, as it required a significant expenditure of celestial energy. Recently, Mo Shang Xianren had been feeling a sense of unease, a sensation he hadn't experienced in years. The last time he felt this way was before being betrayed and eliminated by the monarch while defeating enemy forces in the mortal realm. He waved his sleeve, using celestial energy to transfer the image from the water mirror to his mortal incarnation, Lu Wei. Lu Wei sat at his desk, dazed, stroking a sword that seemed to possess its own warmth, as if resonating with his very soul. From this sword, Lu Wei sensed a hint of unease, though he could not comprehend why. He often felt as if he were experiencing illusions, yet the sword's continual transformations affirmed that this was certainly not an illusion. Lu Wei was Mo Shang Xianren's avatar, and naturally, Mo Shang Xianren felt the same. That sword could be considered his life sword, deeply connected to his spirit. From the time he was a young general, that sword had fought by his side, leading him through countless battles and victories, only to eventually perish on the battlefield alongside him as they ascended together. The current feeling he derived from the sword echoed the unease he felt during his time as a general, a foreboding that signified impending chaos in the world. Of course, perhaps too much time had passed, and he was uncertain. It seemed he had gradually forgotten that sensation. Mo Shang, Xianren, waved his robe and soared back to his celestial peak. He too decided to enter seclusion. Regardless, enhancing one's power could never be a mistake. Lu Wei's heart remained restless. He resolved to take the sword to inquire with Youyou and Xianyu. The cultivation grounds were ideal for the growth of the little ones, so Xianyu had deliberately kept them there to expedite their development. Just as Lu Wei stepped into the first floor hall, he heard the elder Chu's booming voice. "Kneel." Lu Wei was startled and instinctively looked toward Elder Chu, wondering when he had become so stern. "Oh, Xiao Wei, I wasn't referring to you. Come sit over here. It's been ages since you came to visit your uncle." In the blink of an eye, Elder Chu seemed to transform into a much gentler person. "Oh, Wen, I wasn't referring to you either. Don't be scared. Your Uncle Chu used to be particularly kind. I haven't lost my temper like this in decades." Elder Chu quickly smiled at the startled Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan patted her chest, realizing that indeed, Elder Chu must have been quite angry. Otherwise, how could such a gentle uncle be so fierce? Youyou, however, was unfazed, climbing about on the laps of Elder Chu and Elder Madam Chu, still clad in her little overalls and short shirt. "It has been a considerable time since I last ventured out for a shopping spree. Is this hairstyle now the trend among young girls? If it weren't for the undeniable beauty of Youyou, which girl could possibly pull off such a style?" Chuxin knelt silently on the ground, appearing as wilted as a withered eggplant. "Straighten up. Do you not possess any bones?" The old master Chu glared at Chuxin, his frustration mounting. Chapter 206. The sword of the immortal on the path. Old Madam Chu gently stroked Youyou's hair, lamenting, "Oh, it took so long for it to grow a little, and yet you, as her mother, are always meddling with Youyou's hair." Chuxin dared not admit it was due to the fire. It was better to confess her own mischief than to face a worse fate. Youyou tugged at old Madam Chu's sleeve, pleading pitifully. "Oh, our dear treasure has learned to speak. Does our treasure not want her mother to kneel?" Both old Madam Chu and the old master's eyes sparkled with excitement. Youyou nodded vigorously. "I don't blame Mama. It was Youyou who played with Zaibatsu and Shushu and set the big bad guy's house on fire. It was so much fun." Before the joy could fully settle, the next moment brought a collective shock to the old master and old Madam Chu as they heard Youyou's thoughts. Chuxin raised her head, contemplating her fate. It was over. As expected, the old master raised his cane, ready to strike at Chuxin. "Father, Mother, I just remembered I have something to attend to in the laboratory. I shall take my leave first." Chuxin scrambled to her feet and dashed out. The old master was left huffing in anger. Qin Yuan watched, her eyes gleaming with admiration. "My sister-in-law is truly formidable. Had I possessed her courage, I would not have feared my brother." Old Madam Chu, holding Youyou close, lamented, "I have always said that apart from the eldest and the fourth, the rest are simply unruly and unreliable. I believe they have not been disciplined enough." Youyou, still bewildered, scratched her little head. "Huh? Why did grandfather and grandmother suddenly get angry? Did Mama not eat yet and just run off? Isn't she hungry?" Youyou's once sparse hair had become even thinner, and old Madam Chu quickly grasped Youyou's small hand, fearing she might pull out more strands. With a sigh, she said, "My dear, you must never play with fire again. It is too dangerous." "Eh, how does grandmother know I played with fire?" Youyou blinked her innocent eyes, utterly perplexed. "Humph, it must be Uncle Xianyu who secretly told on me. What a bad person." Old Madam Chu chuckled awkwardly, hastily concealing her earlier unease. "Youyou, your uncle has come to see you." Lu Wei stepped forward to divert Youyou's attention. "Huh, Uncle Lu. Wow, today Uncle Lu looks even more like an immortal from the path. How is that possible?" Lu Wei was no longer surprised to hear this title from Youyou. He brought 2 gold bars for her, placing them on the table, capturing Youyou's wide eyes. Youyou deftly climbed down from old Madam Chu's embrace, quickly clinging to Lu Wei's pant leg, then leaping into his arms. She planted a kiss on his face before eagerly playing with the gold bars. "Little Wei, no matter how great the family fortune, it cannot suffice for such gifts. Youyou doesn't need money," remarked the old master and old Madam Chu. "Not at all. The bond between our families makes this amount of gold trivial. Furthermore, I can afford such gifts for Youyou. I primarily came today to ask Youyou and Xianyu for assistance. Lu Wei placed the sword on the table. Lately, I have been feeling an unsettling sensation emanating from this sword. Huh? Youyou turned her head, setting the gold aside, then crawled over to the sword. Sitting beside it with her little legs curled up, she poked the sword's body with her chubby fingers. I don't feel anything. Why can't I sense it? Oh wait. This is the fated sword of the immortal on the path, connected to its owner's spirit. Yet, why can Uncle Lu feel it? Youyou pondered, scratching her head again. Youyou, you mustn't poke at it anymore. What if you lose more hair? Old Madame Chu swiftly caught Youyou's hand. Youyou tilted her head, reluctantly sucking on her other hand's fingers. Her big eyes fixed intently on Lu Wei. Why does Uncle Lu look more and more like the immortal on the path? No. Why can I detect a trace of the immortal's essence on Uncle Lu? Could it be that the immortal has descended to the mortal realm? No. Uncle Lu is not the true form of the immortal. Lu Wei could somewhat grasp Youyou's thoughts. But what connection did he have with the immortal? Never mind. I shall inquire with my sister in my dreams tonight. Youyou prodded the sword again. Little sword, what is wrong? Tell Youyou. Youyou will help you. The sword seemed to hum softly before returning to silence, unresponsive to Youyou's prodding. Ah, and Xianyu, Lu Wei nodded. He touched his chest, feeling an inexplicable anxiety recently, coupled with a restless sleep at night, as if something vital were missing. Alas, this sword has yet to awaken its spirit, without a soul. Youyou cannot discern its intent. I shall wait until tonight to ask my sister to consult the immortal. Youyou clung to Lu Wei's arm, leaning against him, her eyelids growing heavy. As Lu Wei held her close, his unease dissipated, replaced by a comforting sensation. Perhaps he was merely fatigued, leading to such illusions. He smiled as he lifted Youyou into his arms. Having frequently visited Youyou, Lu Wei no longer felt that disquiet. Youyou was mischievous during the day, but slept soundly at night, forgetting to inquire with her sister in her dreams. As time passed, months slipped by. During her free time, she would hold on to Youyou, creating mischief everywhere. The staff at the grand shopping mall and amusement park in the capital now recognized her. Experiencing her second winter in the human realm, Youyou donned a thick winter coat, her small hand clasped in Qin Yuan's larger one. They stood eagerly before a cotton candy stall, their eyes glistening with anticipation. Andy, please. Youyou extended 2 fingers. Her hair had finally grown back, styled into 2 small pigtails, each adorned with a 3-leaf tree clip, and a small tree clip was placed in the center of her head. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yuan shook her head. No, your mother will scold me, and your father will be furious as well. We can only buy one. You have a little, and I will have a little. The little girl was correct. She was too young to indulge excessively in sweets, or she would suffer from cavities. The cotton candy vendor, with rough fingers but nimble movements, quickly crafted a large, fluffy treat. This vendor had been the one who initially helped locate Youyou. She had moved to the capital with her son and daughter-in-law, but did not wish to rely solely on them, so she resumed her former trade. In her youth, she had been but a tiny child abducted by human traffickers. Had she not been clever enough to crave the vendor's cotton candy, she would have truly been taken away. The kind vendor handed the cotton candy to Qin Yuan. Chapter 207. Finding the most suitable infant, Qin Yuan held the cotton candy to Youyou's mouth, who eagerly opened wide, savoring the sweet treat with delight. Just as Qin Yuan was about to take a bite herself, a voice from behind called out sharply, Qin Yuan, you are feeding Youyou sugar again. Both Youyou and Zaibatsu, who had been waiting quietly for Qin Yuan to finish her bite, were startled, with Zaibatsu flattening against Youyou's shoulder. Qin Yuan and Youyou turned in unison, their eyes widening before they took off running. After a few steps, Qin Yuan felt something was amiss. Turning back, she spotted Youyou, her short legs wobbling as she struggled to take just 2 steps. Zaibatsu flapped its wings, urging her on, quickly, hurry. When Chushin arrived breathlessly at the stall, the pair had already vanished from sight. Madam Chu, do not chase. You will not catch up, chuckled the cotton candy vendor. YP, I truly appreciate your assistance. CHX, and said a bit shyly. It is no trouble at all. They only come once a week. Even if they came more often, I would not sell to them. YP replied, handing CHX and a small wooden stick used for making cotton candy. CHX was taken aback by the spherical, transparent membrane surrounding the stick. Despite its large appearance, the cotton candy is hardly substantial. The portion sold to QN Shioji is merely a third of what is offered to others. After a few bites, QN Shioji will have had her fill, leaving little for the others. Meanwhile, QNYWN reluctantly discarded her cotton candy stick, lamenting that YP has become increasingly cunning. The cotton candy looks abundant, yet offers so little. This explains its low price. Youyou, still unsatisfied, was busy licking the sugary residue from her chubby fingers until they were spotless, while she pecked at the sugar clinging to her wings. Suddenly lifting her head and chirping. It is meat, not Youyou. Your words make me feel as though you wish to consume yourself. Qnywn picked up Youyou's plump little body and sighed. Where else can we dine? The mall denies us entry. The snack street refuses to serve us. And now, even the major hotels and restaurants have barter access. Suddenly, Youyou recalled something. She rummaged through Qnywn's pocket, retrieving her phone, unlocking it with her fingerprint, and began tapping. Qnywn glanced at the screen and exclaimed, "How did I not think of this?" The newly opened mall has 2 floors dedicated to food. And the security and staff there surely do not recognize us. Youyou, how much money do you have? Youyou proudly lifted her chubby, fair face and patted her in pouch, declaring she had plenty of money. Qnywn had no money on her, having been thoroughly searched previously. The new mall is indeed grand and bustling. Standing before the entrance of the mall, Qnywn held Youyou in her arms, gazing up at the large inflatable toys swaying in the wind, unable to suppress a gasp of wonder. The plaza outside the mall featured a small amusement park, filled with various attractions and throngs of laughing children. However, Youyou was uninterested in the rides. Instead, she gazed up at the large screen, displaying enticing images of food. The duo and their feathered companion sighed in unison. Fortunately, this time, no security personnel obstructed them. And Qnywn successfully entered the mall with Youyou. The first floor showcased jewelry and accessories, which they ignored as they promptly ascended to the second floor. The entire second floor was comprised of restaurants, and as soon as they exited the elevator, Youyou caught a whiff of delicious aromas. Youyou pointed in a direction towards Qnywn. She too noticed. Though she could not smell anything, her eyes were drawn to a particularly eye-catching restaurant with a long queue of patrons. In contrast, the other restaurants, while not entirely deserted, were far less inviting. Of course, Qnywn had no doubts about Youyou's keen sense of smell. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Qnywn picked up a menu and instinctively joined the queue. A server approached them, smiling warmly, and said, "Miss, our boss finds this little baby adorable and has granted you priority entry." As Qnywn and Youyou were engrossed in looking at the menu, the server continued, "Indeed, this little one is exceptionally charming. Our boss, who lost a precious daughter years ago, feels a strong affinity for your baby and has allowed you to dine first." Both Qnywn and Youyou were elated, as was the ever-enthusiastic flapping her wings in excitement at the sight of the delectable dishes. "Our restaurant is quite unique. Due to the boss's loss, we have curated a menu featuring delightful baby meals, categorized into large and small portions. Our baby meals are particularly popular. As you can see, nearly every table occupied by families with young children." Qnywn surveyed the surroundings and found this to be true. Most families dining with babies had likely made reservations and thus did not need to wait in line, while those behind them were mainly new patrons. The server led Qnywn and Youyou to their table, continuing to chat. However, they were so captivated by the enticing aromas from other tables that they hardly heard the server's words, oblivious to the knowing smile playing on the server's lips. "Miss, take a look at these dishes. They're perfectly suited for little ones and are just as delicious as any other offerings, ensuring that your baby will want more." "I want them all." Youyou tugged at Qnywn's sleeve, while she clutched her other sleeve. "All right, let us order these." Qnywn consented, adding a few signature dishes as well, without a thought to the prices. Naturally, the restaurant's prices were reasonable, especially compared to high-end establishments. "Very well, please wait a moment," the server said, her gaze lingering on Youyou's round, cherubic face before she left with a beaming smile. She knocked on a door and entered a dimly lit room. "Master, I have found the most suitable infant. This child possesses a remarkable spirit. She is undoubtedly the purest of souls, and her flesh will be most suitable." Chapter 208. It's her. A man sat in an office chair, facing the window. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass, he observed the lively scene of the amusement park outside, where children beamed with joy, their laughter resonating like the most exquisite music. The man closed his eyes, savoring the moment. "Since we have found her, let us commence," he said, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The dishes arrived promptly, faster than any previous dining experiences Youyou had enjoyed. An array of rich aromas wafted through the air, causing both Youyou and she to swallow in anticipation. Miss, take your time eating, and if you find the food delightful, please remember to recommend us to others. The previous server beamed, setting the utensils for Youyou. Without lifting her gaze from the table, Youyou placed a bib on Youyou, who had already become adept at using a spoon, expertly feeding herself. The server watched Youyou with growing satisfaction. The entire restaurant was filled with patrons relishing their meals, both adults and children seemingly entranced by the delectable offerings. I must say, their food is truly exceptional. It rivals that of five-star hotels, a satisfied man at the neighboring table remarked. Yes, the staff is incredibly accommodating. They let us in first because our child is so young, a woman at the same table added. You too were granted priority due to your child? Another patron inquired. Indeed, we were told that others had made reservations, the woman replied. How thoughtful of them. Their service is commendable, showing great respect for the elderly and love for the young. Having overheard these conversations, Youyou suddenly felt a sense of unease. Why did it seem that all families with babies were being prioritized? Was it merely a matter of affection for the young? Unbeknownst to the patrons, an invisible force wafted through the air, creating ripples that spread throughout the space. The ripples resembled surges of energy pulsating, penetrating the ears of each individual, enveloping their minds and casting a veil of confusion in their eyes. By the time Youyou sensed something amiss, she was already experiencing a slight dizziness. She reached out her arm towards Youyou, yet before uttering a single word, the sight of Youyou, wielding a small spoon to eat, began to blur. As Youyou's head tilted, she fell forward onto the table with a sharp thud. Hearing the sound, Youyou lifted her small face from the bowl. Auntie, what's wrong? Are you tired? Youyou blinked her bewildered big eyes, her cherubic face still smeared with food. Waaaaah, sensing Youyou's thoughts, also raised its fluffy head, its round black eyes clouded with innocent confusion. With a flurry of flaps, Waaaaah gestured towards the other diners around them. Youyou turned her little head to look, only to find that all the patrons at the tables had slumped forward, regardless of age or gender, including the little ones with bibs and drool. Why are they all asleep? At that moment, the restaurant seemed to be divided into two worlds. Outside, those waiting to dine continued to queue orderly, with anxious individuals occasionally peering inside, witnessing tables of patrons joyfully relishing their meals. Truly, as expected of the one you have chosen, completely unaffected, a man, cloaked in mystery, adorned with a cap and dressed in black, approached. Beside him was the same waiter from earlier. Master, I told you, her lineage is the purest. She must be the best, the waiter chimed in with a smile. The enigmatic man settled into a chair before Youyou, his hawkish eyes scrutinizing her repeatedly. Not bad. She is the most satisfactory one I have encountered in recent years. Little child, are you not afraid of me? The mysterious man feigned ferocity, leaning closer with a grim visage directed at Youyou. Yet, Youyou remained with her wide, bewildered eyes, unblinking. The man nodded in satisfaction, though a bit naive. Her lineage was commendable. She would do. Take her away. Master, what about the others? The mysterious man surveyed the surroundings. Select a few good ones to take. Leave the rest. With Youyou, he had no interest in the other children. Understood, the waiter said, grabbing Youyou by the back of her clothing. Waaaaah, alarmed, lunged at the waiter's hand, pecking furiously. Hiss! The waiter gasped in pain. What kind of foul bird is this? Scram! For the first time in its life, Waaaaah was insulted and refused to back down, puffing its cheeks and inhaling deeply as its body began to expand. A horn sprouted from the top of Waaaaah's head, its beak elongated and sharpened into a hook, its small eyes transformed into fierce, menacing orbs, radiating a crimson aura, while its claws became sharp and gleaming. The waiter stared, wide-eyed, as he watched his master begin to depart. Master, it seems like it's from our clan? Clan? The mysterious man turned, unleashing an invisible force that sent Waaaaah flying. Not from our clan, he stated, but it bears a trace of celestial essence. Waaaaah perched beside Youyou, flapping in a fit of rage. Youyou tightly shut her eyes, though her consciousness remained relatively clear. She recognized Waaaaah's frantic cries and summoned the scant energy within her to forcefully batter against her heavy eyelids. Youyou. Finally, Qin Yuan managed to call out, her eyes fluttering open, though her mind felt notably sluggish. This woman is not to be underestimated. The mysterious man regarded Qin Yuan, his pale, thin lips curving upward. Take them all. The waiter grasped Youyou, while signaling for several other children to be taken away, along with Qin Yuan and Xiao Bazhua. Diners lifted their heads from the tables, momentarily dazed, before resuming their joyful eating and drinking, entirely oblivious to the events that had just transpired. Even those who had lost children seemed to forget that their offspring should be dining alongside them. Outside the restaurant, people continued to peruse the menu while waiting, completely unaware of any anomalies. Chapter 209. The discovery of secrets. When it was discovered that Qin Yuan and Youyou were missing, it was already 8 in the evening. Rouet held a tortoise shell for divination, fearing inaccuracies, and repeated the process multiple times. Master, the results are the same as the first reading. Anyone and Youyou are not in danger, but I cannot discern their whereabouts. Xianyu's tone was heavy, a tinge of unwarranted worry stirring within. Indeed, your divination is correct, but remember, do not cast the bones twice. Once is sufficient. With Youyou present, their safety is assured, so there is no need for excessive concern. Though his celestial power had not been restored, using mystical arts should suffice to locate Youyou and the others. Yet he found himself unable to probe. What could possibly be amiss? Most troubling was the unexpected flutter of anxiety within him, a sentiment he had not felt since achieving immortality. One he had not even experienced when betrayed and slain. Weavey found them. Chu Tianyi, Chu Xing'er, and Chu Tianchi rushed in breathless. They disappeared at the newly opened mall. Not only Youyou and Wenwen, but several children from other families have gone missing. Oddly, the only adult missing is Wenwen. And even more strangely, the families of the lost children cannot recall where their children went missing. Only after reporting to the police did they discover the disappearance occurred on the second floor of the new mall. Chu Xing'er recounted in one breath before gulping down a glass of water. But if this is about child trafficking, why weren't all the diners' children taken? Only a few were lost. I also observed, those children who were not taken were just as appealing as those who were, and the missing ones were not exclusively boys. So the notion of a gender bias among traffickers does not hold. Well, the restaurant's owner. Have they been apprehended? The three shook their heads. It was not that they had not been captured, but rather that the original owner, waitstaff, and chefs had been unconscious at home for 3 days and nights. Or rather, the restaurant had not even opened before they were incapacitated. So, the ones running the restaurant for these 3 days have been imposters? They nodded. With no other leads available, the restaurant's surveillance footage revealed no evidence. And there were no records of the restaurant's owner or staff entering or exiting the mall. Disappeared into thin air? It was either that or some sort of formation. Li Zheng and others had already rushed over. They had trained with Xianyou for quite some time and should possess considerable knowledge. Xianyou arose. CC, go fetch your 2 elder brothers, as well as your uncle and Aunt Tao Tao. Jean Rue, bring the Longxi Gue and Wu Yan Gue. They have also trained for a while and should be ready to exercise their skills. Understood, master. Trusisi scumbag. Elder madam. I will take them to investigate the situation on site. Moreover, do not worry too much. With Youyou around, there will be no trouble. All right, having experienced much, Elder Chu and Elder Madam were no longer as anxious as before. Indeed, during the past few months, they had come to realize Youyou's prowess. Although Youyou had yet to reach 1 year of age, she could already articulate many words, walk steadily, and possess considerable strength, not to mention her ability to fly. The 2 elders believed that if Youyou wished to avoid capture, she certainly could. If she were caught, it could only mean she was curious or seeking to play. Their assumptions were correct. Youyou was indeed curious and fearless. It could also be said that she had yet to comprehend the concept of fear. Little one, remain here obediently. Do not cry or fuss. If you behave, I might allow you to die a little easier, so it won't be so painful. The man disguised as a waiter had confined Youyou and several other infants in a large underground chamber. No, it should not be referred to as a basement. It resembles a subterranean palace. Candles flicker on the stone walls, and within the stone chamber stand intricately carved columns depicting coiling dragons, while strange patterns adorn the ground. The other small infants remain unconscious, utterly still, showing no signs of awakening. Qin Yuan has fainted again, discarded on the ground, bound tightly with ropes. When Xiao Bazhua was thrown in, it pecked at the villain's hand with its sharp beak while chattering incessantly. as the heavy stone door closed. Xiao ceased its cursing and fell silent. Youyou, with her short legs, picked up Xiao and approached Qin Yuan, gently tugging at the ropes that bound her. "Auntie, wake up!" Youyou nudged Qin Yuan. Seeing that Qin Yuan remained unresponsive, Youyou had no choice but to channel a thread of celestial energy into her. Only then did Qin Yuan slowly regain consciousness. Youyou, you are safe, how wonderful!" Qin Yuan exclaimed, pulling Youyou into her embrace, tears streaming down her face. Youyou patted Qin Yuan's back reassuringly. It's okay, Annie, be good." Once her emotions stabilized, Qin Yuan began to observe her surroundings, frowning deeply. The confined space and sealed stone chamber indicated they were either in a cave or underground. Qin Yuan turned her gaze toward one of the walls and lifted Youyou to approach it. The mural on the stone wall was horrifying and shockingly realistic. In the center appeared to be a blood pool, with several children's corpses suspended above it. No, they were not necessarily corpses, for she could see the children's faces twisted in agony, blood trickling down their bodies into the pool below. No, the blood was indeed flowing. It was not a painting, it was a grim reality. Just as Qin Yuan grasped this terrifying truth, Youyou had already discerned that the so-called stone wall was not solid, but rather a transparent object resembling stone and glass. Behind this barrier lay a dreadful scene of several young children being brutally drained of their blood. Youyou, filled with righteous anger, puffed up her cheeks and clenched her tiny fists, striking the wall. With a resounding crash, the wall shattered, debris scattering across the ground. Simultaneously, the faint, weak cries of the children reached them. "Andy, help!" Chapter 210. It has emerged. We are all doomed. Qin Yuan's expression was one of great distress. The children hung at a considerable height, and apart from the blood pool, there was no place to land. Even if she could fly, she would require a foothold to gain leverage. At that moment, the spiritual plant atop Youyou's head suddenly perked up and began to stretch. "Oh, I forgot about the tree. It can save lives," Youyou exclaimed cheerfully, patting her head. The branches of the spiritual plant extended directly above the blood pool, gently wrapping around the nearly unconscious children, the leaves slicing through the ropes binding them, and softly lowering them to the ground alongside the recently abducted infants. "Youyou, they seem to be fading fast." Qin Yuan retrieved several heart-preserving pills, contemplating whether to administer them to the children, but hesitated. After all, the eldest among them appeared to be merely 3 or 4 years old, while the youngest was about the same age as Youyou. She was uncertain if such young children could consume the pills, let alone the appropriate dosage. However, Youyou produced spiritual water from her pouch, urging Qin Yuan to give it to the children. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up. She embraced Youyou and planted a fervent kiss on her cheek, praising her cleverness. As the heartbeats and breaths of the children stabilized, Youyou took small steps towards the blood pool. The pool was not entirely filled with blood. A faint medicinal aroma lingered, and the crimson hue was gradually diminishing, allowing Youyou to see a large, round pearl at the bottom. The pearl emitted a dim glow, exuding an aura of malevolence that made Youyou furrow her brow. "Xiao, what is that thing?" Xiao peered over the edge of the blood pool, cautiously extending its head forward while avoiding contact with the blood. After observing for a while, it shook its head, sensing an aura of evil and terror. "Before I became the celestial pet of Yinqi Xianzi, I was a demon, so I can ascertain that it indeed harbors malevolent energy. But the source of that horror is beyond my knowledge. It seems to be absorbing the blood from the pool." Qin Yuan gasped in realization. So this is why the infants were captured and drained of their blood. How wicked! Youyou exclaimed indignantly. "Indeed, it is truly evil. We must destroy that thing." Qin Yuan turned her head, scanning for something to retrieve the object. Just then, the heavy stone door echoed ominously. Qin Yuan swiftly cradled Youyou and moved to the side of the children, her brow furrowed in anger as she glared at the newcomers. 6 figures appeared, and Youyou recognized them as the same individuals who had posed as waitstaff in the restaurant, the very ones who had brought the infants here. Perhaps unaware that the walls separating them from the blood pool had already collapsed, the group momentarily froze. "This is bad. The blood in the pool is diminishing rapidly. If it is completely drained, without that wall, it will emerge seeking fresh blood, and we may not escape. What are you waiting for? Quickly notify the master. We must hoist these little ones up, including the newcomers. We cannot allow it to break free from the blood pool." The 6 disregarded Youyou and the awakened Qin Yuan, their focus solely on the dwindling blood pool. She could be placed in, just as the master commanded. She is the purest bloodline. Her presence alone suffices. The others are merely backups. If necessary, we can add them later. The group turned their eyes toward Youyou, their expressions menacing. Qin Yuan, both furious and amused, thought, "You are truly courting death." With that, she charged into the midst of the six. They had not taken Qin Yuan seriously, carelessly launching their attacks. One of them even unintentionally sustaining an injury. "Brothers, be cautious. She is quite skilled," one of them warned. "Even so, she is merely human. We were just caught off guard," another replied. "Human?" As Qin Yuan struck out, she retreated defensively, her heart racing as she assessed the group before her. Could it be that they are not human? But if not human, then what are they? Coming from the cultivation realm, where even abundant spiritual energy does not yield monsters. She pondered their true nature. "This is your domain. I will inform the master." One of them suddenly broke away from the group. Qin Yuan understood the urgency of preventing his escape. She leaped, using her momentum to soar into his path, quickly turning to launch a powerful strike. Channeling her full energy, her attack only caused the startled individual to cough and stagger back a few steps. Her palm burned red and her wrist ached. Had she not undergone multiple body refinements, her hand might have shattered, for that man's body was as solid as iron, a result of either rigorous training or his inherent nature. This action undoubtedly enraged the others, who swiftly surrounded Qin Yuan and attacked mercilessly. "Do not harm the child. The blood of the dead cannot be used," one of them cautioned, while the others focused their assault on Qin Yuan. Youyou, with her bright, sparkling eyes, was filled with eagerness. "Let's fight," she shouted, her tiny fist suddenly striking one of the assailant's arms. With a sharp crack, the man's arm broke, and he howled in pain, hopping around. Youyou beamed with delight, her cherubic face becoming even more adorable. Gu Jiang and Youyou clapped their little hands in delight. Qin Yuan was on the verge of losing her composure and quickly exclaimed, "Rewards! A big chicken leg for each bad guy taken down." Youyou, invigorated by the prospect, tilted her little head and giggled, throwing her small fist in a random direction without even glancing. A resounding crack echoed as another person clutched their nose, blood streaming forth. Perhaps the sight of blood incited something deep within the blood pool, which seemed to grow increasingly agitated. Qin Yuan even discerned bubbling sounds from the depths, reminiscent of churning water. "This is not good. That entity is about to emerge. Quickly, forget about the child. Lift the other children up and let them bleed," one person shouted anxiously. The others, disregarding the risk of being struck by Qin Yuan, turned hastily and dashed toward the remaining children. Perhaps their commotion was too loud, or due to the influence of Youyou's spirit water, several children had already begun to awaken. How wonderful! Blood is most potent when one is conscious. "Dare you? You must not touch them." Qin Yuan leaped, her toes barely grazing the ground, positioning herself protectively in front of the group of children. Gilon, it's coming out. We are all doomed."